Chu Yang, having been drained of his vitality by his parasitic fiancée and her family, found himself destitute after a lifetime of hardship. By a stroke of fortune, he was reborn in the year 2002 and awakened a celestial eye, granting him the ability not only to perceive the trends of stocks and futures, but also to appraise antiques and gamble on stones. Upon his rebirth, the first action he took was to decisively sever ties with his parasitic girlfriend, embarking on the ambitious journey of constructing a commercial empire. At an antique auction, he acquired a ceramic piece, within which he discovered a Han Dynasty jade seal, yielding a profit of 40 million. At a gambling stone convention, he purchased a seemingly worthless piece of rock, only to uncover a magnificent emerald, netting him a staggering 100 million. Entering the futures market, he invested in oil shares and reaped a windfall of 4 billion. Witnessing Chu Yang's transformation into a billionaire, his parasitic ex-girlfriend grew anxious, declaring, "Chu Yang, I still love you. If you buy a house for my brother, I will marry you." Chu Yang looked at her with utter disdain and replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not accept refuse." Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2002. Dear viewers, the 17th World Cup final of 2002 has concluded, with the Samba nation triumphing over the Germanic nation with a score of 2-0, thus claiming the championship. Gazing at the television, an expression of immense excitement illuminated Chu Yang's face. Everything unfolded just as it had in the original timeline, without a single alteration. This time, he was truly destined for wealth. It turned out that Chu Yang was a reborn individual who had returned to the year 2002 a month prior. Given this opportunity for rebirth, he was determined to amass wealth swiftly. The sole method to achieve this was through betting on the World Cup. He mortgaged his house and secured a loan of 500,000, using every penny to place bets on the tournament. As a reborn soul, he retained the scores of all the matches from this World Cup in his memory. Thus, when the tournament concluded, he indeed struck it rich. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed with a text notification. Your savings card ending in 4302 has received a transfer of 3 million yuan, with a current balance of 3,500,000 yuan, Construction Bank. Upon reading the message on his phone, a radiant smile spread across Chu Yang's face. Through his betting endeavors, he had transformed 500,000 into 3 million in merely 1 month. This was indeed a faster route to wealth than robbing a bank. Such is the advantage of a reborn individual. Furthermore, he discovered that he possessed extraordinary abilities. His eyes had inexplicably gained the power to see through the fluctuations of stocks and futures, a veritable weapon for generating wealth. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, completely unaware of the dynamics of the stock and futures markets. He was not the protagonist of other rebirth novels. Upon his rebirth, he retained no recollection of all the stock fluctuations. He had never possessed such an exquisite memory. Now, with the gift of a celestial eye, he could dominate the financial markets. What were Buffet and Soros to him? They would all be trampled beneath his feet. Chu Yang began to feel a sense of pride swelling within him. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. In 2002, mobile phones were just beginning to proliferate. Nokia and Motorola were the preferred choices among the populace, especially Nokia, which was nearly ubiquitous. As Chu Yang gazed at his own Nokia, he couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Who would have imagined that years later, even a giant like Nokia would be rendered obsolete by the march of time? He picked up the phone, and upon seeing the name displayed, his expression darkened considerably. The name on the screen read Li Shaoqin, a woman of extreme vanity and a true parasite. In his previous life, Li Shaoqin and her family had clung to him like leeches. Her brother squandered his days on indulgence, accruing debts that Li Shaoqin forced Chu Yang to repay. His previous life had been a series of miseries, all thanks to her. Now, reborn, the memories of those past tribulations flooded back into Chu Yang's mind. His anger surged to its peak. He suppressed his rage and answered the call. "Hello. Chu Yang, why are you taking so long to answer my call?" came Li Shaoqin's disgruntled voice from the other end. "Is there something you need?" Chu Yang inquired coolly. "Chu Yang, are you brainless? Do you not remember? Today, you are to discuss marriage with my family. My parents are already waiting for you at the hotel," Li Shaoqin demanded, her tone sharp. "I'm not free," Chu Yang responded curtly. This was a day he would never forget. Li Shaoqin's parents had brought over 30 relatives to the city's most expensive hotel, booking several tables under the pretext of allowing all relatives to weigh in. This extravagant meal cost Chu Yang over 10,000 yuan, a significant sum in 2002. What was even more outrageous was that Li Shaoqin's mother had made numerous outrageous demands. At that time, Chu Yang felt compelled to acquiesce to every one of them, thus beginning his tragic life. In this life, he vowed never to repeat the same mistakes. Li Shaoqin on the phone could hardly fathom Chu Yang's unexpected retort. Traditionally, he had been entirely subservient to her whims, a veritable doormat. To hear such rebellious words from him stunned her into silence for a full 10 seconds. "Chu Yang, are you courting death? How dare you speak to me like that?" Li Shaoqin shrieked. "What of it? I've said it. What can you do to me? Chu Yang declared, hanging up the phone decisively. He could easily envision Li Xiaoqin's furious reaction on the other end. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. After all, that woman and her entire family were not virtuous souls. Her mother was snobbish and cruel, while her brother was inept and a gambler. Therefore, he must rid himself of this woman without delay. He sat down and began to devise his plan for wealth accumulation, pulling out a notebook to document his strategies. Now that I have my celestial eye, I can scout antiques and gamble on stones, and then there's stock trading. Chu Yang meticulously wrote in his notebook, filling it swiftly with ideas. Just then, a frantic knocking at the door interrupted him. Chu Yang, open the door. Li Xiaoqin's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression turned cold. He tucked the notebook away and rose to open the door. There stood Li Xiaoqin, her face flushed with anger. As soon as he opened the door, she shouted, Chu Yang, you spineless coward, how dare you hang up on me? Do you wish to throw your life away? If I hung up, then so be it. What will you do about it? Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Li Xiaoqin trembled with rage, astounded that the usually submissive Chu Yang was now standing firm. Chu Yang, you better apologize to me right now, or don't expect me to marry you, she insisted, wielding her threat like a weapon. In the past, the mere mention of a breakup would send Chu Yang scrambling to appease her. Unfortunately for her, the Chu Yang of today was no longer the same man. Perfect. I was just preparing not to marry anyway, he said with a cold smirk. What? What did you just say? Repeat that. Li Xiaoqin's eyes widened in shock as she demanded an explanation. I declare that I have no desire to wed you. You may take your leave. Chu Yang articulated each word with resolute conviction. Upon concluding his statement, he emphatically slammed the door shut. Li Xiaoqin, incensed to the point of fury, pounded on the door with relentless fervor. Chu Yang, you come out here and clarify your stance. On what grounds do you refuse to marry me? Her anger had truly reached its zenith. I am, after all, a celestial maiden. The phrase not getting married can only escape my lips. A contemptible man lacks the qualification to utter such words. Nevertheless, regardless of her incessant knocking, Chu Yang chose to ignore her completely. In a fit of rage, she bellowed, Chu Yang, if you have the audacity, I shall summon my mother. With that proclamation, she stormed away in a huff. Chapter 2. I will not give you a single cent. Chu Yang ceased to dwell on Li Xiaoqin. Such a woman was hardly worthy of his lingering affections. The heavens had granted him a second chance at life, coupled with an extraordinary advantage. If he failed to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, he would indeed be remiss in appreciating the divine's generosity. Seated at his desk, he extracted his notebook and resumed chronicling his financial ambitions. With an asset portfolio exceeding 3 million still deemed insufficient, he resolved to venture into the antique market in search of lucrative opportunities. Once his wealth burgeoned to several tens of millions, he would disrupt the futures market, rapidly accumulating capital. The forthcoming 2 decades were poised to be the era of real estate and the internet. Riding these waves, even the most unassuming could soar to great heights. Chu Yang meticulously inscribed terms such as futures, stocks, real estate, and the internet. To him, these were the proverbial golden geese. Mastery over them would ensure an instantaneous ascent to success, a complete reversal of his fate. At that moment, a vigorous knocking resounded at the door. Chu Yang frowned involuntarily. Could it be Li Xiaoqin returning? He had no desire to engage with her. Yet the intruder persisted, the knocking growing more aggressive, even accompanied by kicks against the door. This incessant disturbance began to vex him, potentially disturbing the neighbors. Reluctantly, he opened the door. Standing before him were not only Li Xiaoqin, but also her mother, Wang Guimei, and her brother, Li Xiaopeng. Chu Yang, you ungrateful wretch. It was you who so desperately pursued my daughter, and I begrudgingly granted you an opportunity. Now, you dare to abandon her? You are worse than a beast. Wang Guimei erupted upon sighting him. Exactly. Chu Yang, you spineless coward. My sister consented to be with you after I spoke highly of you. Now you cast her aside? You are inhuman. Li Xiaopeng chimed in, his face twisted with defiance. Have you finished? If so, you may leave, Chu Yang retorted, unwilling to waste further words on such an audacious family. Chu Yang, I shall grant you one more chance. If you apologize and pay for the hotel bill, I would still consider marrying you, Li Xiaoqin declared, hands on her hips, her demeanor haughty. Marriage is acceptable, but it requires a dowry of 300,000, and you must also purchase a house for my son. Wang Guimei interjected immediately. Why should I buy him a house for marriage? Chu Yang scoffed, incredulous. In his previous life, he had indeed provided a down payment for a house for Li Xiaopeng, only to find himself burdened with the subsequent renovation and mortgage payments. To his chagrin, he had even financed the dowry for Li Xiaopeng's marriage. This had ultimately led to his own financial ruin post-marriage. Reflecting on this, Chu Yang felt an urge to slap himself, loathing his past weakness and cowardice. Having been reborn, He was determined not to tread the same path again. Chu Yang, I have only one brother. Shouldn't you assist? Li Xiaoqin questioned loudly. Get lost. He's your brother. Not mine, Chu Yang coldly replied. After all these years together, and now you draw a line between us? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Li Xiaoqin's expression shifted, and she unleashed a tirade of insults. You dare speak of conscience? Over the years, I earned money, only for you to squander it on your parents. When my mother fell ill last year, I gave her 300 yuan, and you insisted I reclaim that money. Every expense you incurred was covered by me, while you lounged about, wasting money. Who was the one with a conscience devoured by a dog? Chu Yang shouted, his face a mask of fury. I am a woman. You are obligated to support me. Why else would I marry you? With a miser like you. Marrying you is already a favor, Li Xiaoqin retorted, hands on her hips and nostrils flared. Well, I shall no longer cater to you. Not a single cent of my money will you receive. Now leave, far away. Chu Yang slammed the door shut, leaving Li Xiaoqin and her family on the other side. What's got into this Chu Yang? Usually so spineless. Today he seems to have taken some sort of medicine, Wang Genmei remarked, her face contorted with displeasure. Mom, what do we do now? I finally found a long-term meal ticket, and now it's gone, Li Xiaoqin lamented, her face filled with frustration. Indeed, I was counting on him to buy me a house. Without it, I won't find a wife, and I currently owe a gambling debt of 100,000. What now? Li Xiaoping's expression mirrored his sister's dismay. This is outrageous. I never anticipated that Chu Yang, that useless wretch, would suddenly stand up for himself. We cannot let this slide. Continue knocking until he comes out, Wang Guimei insisted, her indignation palpable. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Yang had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Wang Guimei's remarks, he shouted through the door, if you continue to harass me, I will call the police. Get out now. Despite their brazen demeanor, the trio faltered at the mention of police intervention, hastily departing the premises. Seeing this, Chu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, his phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a voice on the other end inquired, is this Mr. Chu Yang? I am Li Chunjiang, the manager of the Tiannan branch of the construction bank. Given that your deposits with us have exceeded 3 million, you are now classified as a premium client. We will provide you with the most favorable interest rates and services. May I have your address? I will send a vehicle to pick you up for a meeting at the bank tomorrow. A smile crept across Chu Yang's face. In the year 2002, when the average monthly salary barely reached 3,000 yuan, possessing 3 million in savings indeed warranted premium status with the bank. Even 2 decades hence, such an amount would still afford one numerous privileges. Thus, the bank's call was anticipated. Coincidentally, he had planned to establish futures and stock accounts through the bank. So he relayed his address to Li Chunjiang, who assured him he would personally come to collect him the following day. The next day, at precisely 9 in the morning, Li Chunjiang arrived at Chu Yang's residence, ushering him into the car. Upon first laying eyes on Chu Yang, he was taken aback by the young man's youthfulness. Mr. Chu, I never imagined you to be so affluent yet so unassuming, residing in such modest quarters, Li Chunjiang remarked, his face a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Director Li is jesting, Chu Yang replied with a calm demeanor. As they journeyed to the bank, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Li Chunjiang was astounded to discover that the young man possessed an extraordinary breadth of knowledge and an array of innovative ideas that were truly remarkable. It was no wonder he had amassed such wealth at a young age, and despite his affluence, he displayed no hint of arrogance, truly wise beyond his years. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the construction bank, where Li Chunjiang respectfully escorted Chu Yang into his office. Chapter 3. What rank are you to attend the same auction as me? Upon entering Li Chunjiang's office, the bank manager personally prepared a cup of tea for Chu Yang. Just then, Li Chunjiang's assistant entered. Witnessing the scene of his superior serving tea to the young man, his expression one of incredulity. As the branch manager of Tiannan Construction, Li Chunjiang held considerable esteem, yet here he was, attending to this young client with such deference, an utterly astonishing sight. Chu Yang, too, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his previous life, he had been but a struggling worker. There was scarcely any opportunity to engage with individuals of Li Chunjiang's caliber. It was unexpected that, upon being reborn, he would be afforded the privilege of having someone like Li Chunjiang personally brew tea for him. Indeed, in this world, wealth signifies the possession of everything. If it were not for his savings of 3,500,000, such treatment would be utterly unattainable. Mr. Chu, this is premium pre-rain Longjing tea. Do give it a taste, Li Chunjiang said with a beaming smile. Chu Yang lifted the teacup and took a sip. In truth, he had little knowledge of tea, so he could only feign sophistication and remark, it's exquisite tea. Mr. Chu, let us discuss business. Given your status as a valued client of our bank, we have decided to offer you an annual interest rate of 5%, and on every festive occasion, as well as your birthday, we will present you with gifts. Li Chunjiang stated slowly. I am not one to enjoy complications. Since President Li is so sincere, I shall deposit my funds with your esteemed bank, Chu Yang replied calmly. Excellent. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, this is undoubtedly your best option. Li Chunjiang's smile deepened. By the way, President Li, I wish to open international futures and domestic stock accounts at your bank. Is that permissible? Chu Yang inquired gently. Certainly. We offer such services, and you need not attend in person. My assistant will handle the matters at the securities office, Li Chunjiang assured without hesitation. Then I shall trouble President Li with that. Once the accounts are established, I would appreciate your guidance to the securities office. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Since his rebirth, he had yet to utilize his extraordinary eyesight to generate income, as he had lacked the capital at that time. Now that he possessed the funds, it was time to put his abilities to use. Of course, no problem. By the way, Mr. Chu, there is an antique auction at the Dihao Grand Hotel in an hour. Would you be interested in attending? Li Chunjiang asked with a smile. An antique auction? Chu Yang's eyes brightened involuntarily. He had been planning to seize opportunities, and this was a fortuitous chance. Perhaps there would indeed be a significant find, allowing him to earn a considerable sum. With that, his capital for entering the stock market would increase. Very well, let us go and take a look, Chu Yang replied, nodding. Thus, Chu Yang traveled in Li Chunjiang's car to the Dihao Grand Hotel. The auction was held on the top floor of the hotel. After entering, Li Chunjiang went to greet some friends, leaving Chu Yang to explore the surroundings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiaoqin entered arm in arm with a portly middle-aged man, followed by Wang Guimei and Li Xiaopeng. The opulence of the venue was overwhelming. Li Xiaopeng's face was filled with astonishment. Indeed, look at how exquisite the food is here. Wang Guimei, like a country bumpkin in a grand garden, gazed around in wonder. This is truly the lifestyle of the upper echelon. Li Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with dreams. This is the life I have always yearned for. If I were to marry Chu Yang, I might never experience such luxury. The most prominent figures of Tianan City are almost all present at today's auction, the portly middle-aged man remarked. Dongheng, we owe it all to you, otherwise we would not be able to enter this circle, Wang Guimei said, her wrinkled face blooming with a smile. Look, isn't that Chu Yang? Li Xiaopeng suddenly exclaimed loudly. Xiaopeng, are you seeing things? How could that impoverished wretch Chu Yang possibly be here? Li Xiaoqin dismissed incredulously. Yet, instinctively following Li Xiaopeng's pointing finger, she indeed saw Chu Yang standing there, clad in ordinary attire, starkly contrasting with the glamorous crowd. Who is that? The portly middle-aged man asked, puzzled. That's my pathetic ex-boyfriend. Li Xiaoqin replied, her expression darkening. Ah, in that case, since you know him, let us go over and chat, the middle-aged man said, a hint of mockery crossing his face. Chu Yang stood there, feeling rather bored as he awaited the commencement of the auction. He did not recognize anyone in attendance, some he had only seen on television in his previous life. He had even followed the fates of these individuals through internet reports. Some thrived, while others faced bankruptcy and obscurity 20 years later. The paths of destiny are indeed capricious. However, he had no intention of mingling with these individuals, for he understood that, with his current status, he could not catch their attention. When he eventually amassed true wealth, they would eagerly seek his friendship. Chu Yang, what are you doing here? A curt voice suddenly pierced the air. Looking up, he was surprised to see Li Xiaoqin's family. What I do here has nothing to do with you, he replied coldly. This is a place for successful individuals. Do you think someone like you has the right to be here? Li Xiaopeng sneered. Are you working as security here? Li Xiaoqin asked with an expression of utter disdain. I have come to attend the auction, Chu Yang responded slowly. This statement sent Li Xiaoqin's family into fits of laughter. Attend an auction? Your monthly salary couldn't even buy a piece of broken antique. Li Xiaoqin mocked scornfully. What I can or cannot afford is none of your business. Chu Yang replied expressionlessly. How could it not be? What level do you think a pauper like you belongs to participate in the same auction as me? Li Xiaoqin shouted loudly, attracting the attention of those around them, who began to point and whisper. Li Xiaoqin, shouting and making a scene here like a shrew, is truly unbecoming. Chu Yang remarked coolly. And you dare speak to me? After all these years, you have never even gifted me a handbag. Look at how generous Honggu is. On our first day together, he gifted me a handbag worth 10,000. You could never afford such a thing in your lifetime. Li Xiaoqin boasted, waving the handbag in her hand with pride. You take pride in what you gained by being a mistress? Chu Yang scoffed. Young man, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Your mouth reeks. The portly middle-aged man finally spoke up. Chapter 4. Lin Dongheng. Chu Yang actually recognized this portly middle-aged man. His name was Lin Dongheng, a well-known entrepreneur in Tianan City. His financial standing was formidable, frequently appearing in newspapers and on television. His rise to wealth was quite legendary. He entered the stock market with a mere 100,000 in cash during the bullish millennium, amassing 3 million. He then ventured into investment, seemingly blessed, accumulating over 50 million in assets. While 50 million might not have been the pinnacle in 2002, it still represented considerable wealth. However, Chu Yang remembered vividly that a year later, Lin Dongheng would suddenly perish. His 20-year-old wife and son would end up in court over the inheritance. Chu Yang had no intention of treating a man doomed to die with any courtesy. Lin Dongheng, you have no right to lecture me, Chu Yang replied coolly. The onlookers nearby gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that this young man would dare to provoke Lin Dongheng. What audacity! Lin Dongheng was known for bearing grudges. Those who crossed him often faced dire consequences. Young man, you truly possess a remarkable audacity, Lin Dongheng remarked, momentarily taken aback before sneering. Old fellow, do temper your anger. Be wary, for it may lead to an untimely demise, Chu Yang subtly suggested. Regrettably, Lin Dongheng was oblivious to the implication. His countenance was a portrait of fury. Where are the security personnel? Have they vanished? Shortly thereafter, the head of security hastily approached. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Lin Dongheng pointed at Chu Yang and inquired. What you lot doing? How dare you allow such riffraff to enter? Remove him at once. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. It was a lapse in our duties. The security chief promptly addressed Chu Yang. Sir, I must ask you to vacate the premises. You should leave immediately. This place is not meant for someone of your lowly status, Li Shaoqin sneered. Exactly, just a pathetic wretch. You belong at the very bottom of society, Li Xiaopeng taunted. Is this how you treat your guests? Chu Yang questioned, frowning. You, a pauper, consider yourself a guest? It's laughable. Do not be intimidated. He is merely a destitute soul earning a pittance of over 1,000 a month. Hurry, expel him. His presence is a blight upon this air, Li Shaoqin shrieked. Young man, sharp words are of no consequence. In this world, it is strength that prevails, Lin Dongheng remarked with a chilling smile, as though he had already bested Chu Yang. Sir, please comply. Should you resist, we shall be forced to act unceremoniously. The security chief's demeanor hardened. His subordinates were poised to forcibly escort Chu Yang away. Cease this at once. A voice interjected. Li Chunjian dashed forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Yang. What is the meaning of this? This is my guest. Who permitted such conduct? Li Chunjian glared at the security personnel in fury. Isn't that Li Chunjian, the president of the construction bank? It dawned on everyone that this young man was brought by him. Questions arose about Chu Yang's identity. Could he be a relative of Li Chunjian? Li Chunjian, is this man your acquaintance? Lin Dongheng inquired coolly. Given his stature, he had no fear of Li Chunjian. Yet as a businessman, he understood the necessity of maintaining relations with banks. Thus he treated Li Chunjian with a degree of respect. Mr. Lin, Chu Yang is my friend and a valued client of our bank, Li Chunjian replied slowly. This statement stunned the crowd. A valued client implied that this young man must possess at least 1 million in deposits. What was this youth's background to have amassed such wealth at his age? However, Li Shaoqin's family remained ignorant of the term valued client, assuming Li Chunjian was merely defending Chu Yang with exaggerated claims. Even Lin Dongheng gazed at Chu Yang with a hint of astonishment. When had Tiannan City seen such affluence in a young individual? You must be mistaken. He is nothing but a penniless wretch, Li Shaoqin exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. How dare you question my credibility, Li Chunjian? Li Chunjian's expression darkened, irritation evident in his tone. Oh, do not take offense. My friend merely spoke out of ignorance. Since you have interceded, I shall let this young man off the hook. Lin Dongheng replied nonchalantly. With that, he dismissed Chu Yang from his thoughts and, accompanied by Li Shaoqin's family, found their seats. Is he truly a pauper? Lin Dongheng asked Li Shaoqin. Indeed, he has been with my sister for 3 years, and the most extravagant place they've dined is a local eatery. He's not only poor, but also miserly, Li Xiaopeng chimed in. Then why would Li Chunjian refer to him as a valued client? Lin Dongheng pondered, perplexed. Surely, he is merely trying to uphold his image. Exaggerating, Li Shaoqin scoffed. That makes sense. A destitute fellow like him will be dealt with after the auction concludes. Lin Dongheng's face betrayed a cold smirk. You lot, why are you still lingering? Depart at once. Li Chunjian commanded the security personnel. They hastily retreated. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate incident, Li Chunjian expressed, his face marked by regret. No harm done. I did not anticipate encountering such curs. Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Chu, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Li Chunjian chuckled heartily. He refrained from inquiring about the grudge between Chu Yang and Lin Dongheng, as they were not yet familiar enough for such discussions. The auction is about to commence. Let's take our seats, Li Chunjian urged as he and Chu Yang settled down. Unbeknownst to them, their seats were in close proximity to Lin Dongheng, merely separated by a narrow aisle. What bad luck, Li Xiaoqin remarked disdainfully. Indeed, at such a prestigious auction, a disruptor has appeared, Li Xiaopeng snorted in derision. If I am a disruptor, does that imply you are insulting all the esteemed guests present? Chu Yang queried coolly. The esteemed individuals in attendance shot furious glares at Li Xiaopeng upon hearing his words. You! Li Xiaopeng's face flushed crimson, astonished that Chu Yang, usually taciturn, had become so sharp-tongued. Enough! Silence yourself. Do not embarrass me further, Lin Dongheng admonished, his displeasure evident. Li Xiaopeng complied, closing his mouth, but his eyes burned with resentment directed at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, however, paid him no mind. After a brief interlude, the auction finally commenced. Chapter 5, The Antique Auction. The auction began with a middle-aged man in traditional attire, aged around 50, taking the stage. It was Qin Mo, the proprietor of Wanbatai. To everyone's surprise, he was the one presiding over the auction. Qin Mo was a prominent figure in the national antique community. Indeed, 10 years ago, he purchased a ceramic piece for 300,000. Many believed he had erred, only for it to be revealed as a Tang Dynasty Sankai ceramic, which he later sold for 6 million. As the crowd murmured, Chu Yang became intrigued by the elderly figure on stage. With his newfound ability to discern, he knew he would inevitably engage with the world of antiques. Establishing a rapport with Qin Mo could be advantageous for him. Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Mo. Today's auction features 2 items. The highest bidder shall prevail. Without further ado, let us commence the auction with the first item. Shortly, a female attendant entered, bearing a tray covered with a red cloth. The cloth billowed high, suggesting it concealed a ceramic piece. Qin Mo lifted the red cloth to reveal a stunning golden ceramic, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns. It was evident that this was no ordinary artifact. As Chu Yang gazed upon the ceramic, a line of text swiftly appeared before his eyes. Qing Dynasty Official Kiln Ceramic, authentic, valued between 800,000 and 2 million. However, within the ceramic lies a Han Dynasty jade seal, valued between 30 million and 40 million. Shock coursed through Chu Yang's features at this revelation. He had not anticipated such hidden treasures within this ceramic. This was a significant opportunity. To let this slip away would be folly. His newfound ability was indeed formidable. Even the world's foremost antique appraisers would pale in comparison. The starting bid for the Qing Dynasty Official Kiln Ceramic is 800,000, with increments no less than 100,000. Bidding commences now, Qin Mo announced. Mr. Chu, are you interested in acquiring this piece? Li Chunjian inquired with a smile. The items are indeed of excellent quality, but depends on the circumstances, Chu Yang replied slowly. Naturally, he could not speak the truth. With your meager means, do you truly have the ability to purchase such fine goods? Li Xiaopeng retorted with a sneer plastered across his face. Indeed, you are merely here to make up the numbers. Stop pretending to be a big shot, Wang Guimei echoed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to respond, Qin Mo, who was on stage, interjected. Silence must be maintained in the auction house. Should the noise continue, I will have security escort you out. Qin Mo held a position of considerable authority, and his wealth was substantial. No matter how affluent Lin Dongheng was, he paled in comparison to Qin Mo's stature. Everyone be quiet. Don't embarrass me, Lin Dongheng commanded, turning his head. If he were truly to be removed by security, he would become the laughingstock of the entire city the next day. He regretted bringing Li Xiaoqin and her family here. They were unsophisticated and far too talkative. What disgrace, he thought. Wang Guimei and Li Xiaopeng dared not speak further and sat awkwardly in silence. Donggu, please do not be angry. It is primarily that Chu Yang is insufferable. Li Xiaoqin quickly attempted to mediate. That obnoxious brat. I will deal with him in due time, Lin Dongheng coldly remarked. You are the best, Donggu. Tonight, I shall sing your praises, Li Xiaoqin said, her face flushed with shyness. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongheng felt a surge of excitement. Very well, I shall look forward to it. He laughed heartily, casting a provocative glance at Chu Yang. However, at that moment, Chu Yang's thoughts were entirely consumed by the exquisite porcelain before him. Valued at 30 million, it far surpassed Lin Dongheng, the aging man. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing, putting on such airs here? Lin Dongheng scoffed, raising his bidding paddle. 900,000. Yet, others were equally unwilling to concede. 1 million, 110,000, 120,000. As time elapsed, the bidding price for the porcelain climbed to 2 million. Once it reached this point, no one dared to bid further, for all present understood that 2 million was the ceiling price for this porcelain. To bid higher would be to exceed its value. Throughout this process, Chu Yang refrained from bidding, intending to secure it at the last moment when no one else would contest. This porcelain must be obtained at any cost. For it was worth it. 2 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Qin Mo called out loudly. 210,000. A voice rang out, and all eyes turned to see Lin Dongheng raising his paddle. He gazed at the crowd with immense satisfaction, believing he had secured the porcelain completely. At that moment, Li Xiaoqin's family had long fallen into a state of stupor. This was their first encounter with the spectacle of lavish spending. In this era, over 2 million could purchase a luxurious villa, yet these wealthy individuals were squandering such a sum on an item that was merely decorative. One couldn't help but marvel at the incomprehensible mindset of the affluent. Congratulations, Donggu. It seems no one will contest you, Li Xiaoqin said, her face full of ingratiation. I will buy whatever I desire, regardless of the cost, unlike certain individuals who sit silently, Lin Dongheng remarked, casting a derisive glance at Chu Yang. Is there anyone willing to bid more than 210,000? Qin Mo inquired loudly. 220,000. At that moment, another voice reverberated through the hall, causing a stir among the attendees. 210,000 had already been a stretch. Who could possibly be willing to offer such a high price? Was this not sheer folly? All heads turned to see Chu Yang raising his paddle. Do you truly possess such wealth? Li Xiaoqin suddenly stood and asked, incredulous. She could not fathom how a man who could only afford to take her to street food stalls could suddenly appear so affluent. That is none of your concern. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. You insolent brat. Do you understand the consequences of bidding on an item and being unable to pay? Lin Dongheng questioned with a mocking smile. Lin, I can attest that Mr. Chu absolutely has the means to pay 220,000, Li Chunjiang interjected. Chu Yang had 350,000 in his account. However, he puzzled over why Chu Yang would willingly overpay for this antique, which represented nearly 2/3 of his total assets. What? When did you amass such wealth? Li Xiaoqin's complexion soured dramatically. My financial situation is of no concern to you. Chu Yang replied coolly. If you have money, then why are you unwilling to help my brother purchase a house? Li Xiaoqin demanded loudly. That is your brother, not mine. It is none of my business, Chu Yang retorted with a huff. You scoundrel, you've wasted so many years of my youth and deceived me for so long. Li Xiaoqin shouted, refusing to relent. You spineless worm, I never expected you to be so calculating. You have toyed with my daughter for years. You must give her half of that 200,000, or we will not let this go, Wang Guomei added, her eyes aflame. A profound silence enveloped the auction hall. Everyone regarded Li Xiaoqin's family with a mixture of amusement and disbelief, as if watching a circus act. One thought echoed in their minds. Never have I encountered such shamelessness. Chapter 6. The Han Dynasty Jade Seal. At that moment, the sound of a gavel echoed. Lin, 220,000. Do you wish to bid? Qin Mo inquired slowly. Since this young man is so fond of the porcelain, I will let him have it, Lin Dongheng replied darkly. 210,000 is already a loss. To bid further would incur even greater losses. Collecting antiques must also consider economic value. An item should not exceed its worth. Otherwise, others will deem you foolish rather than generous. A loss of 10,000 is trivial. However, a loss exceeding 30,000 is unwarranted. Very well, this porcelain shall belong to Mr. Chu, Qin Mo declared, bringing down the gavel. Mr. Chu, please proceed to make your payment. Chu Yang stepped forward, producing his bank card. Please process it. Qin Mo accepted the card and swiped it on the machine. Ding. Transaction successful. A slip of paper emerged from the machine. Chu Yang glanced at his bank balance. 350,000 had swiftly dwindled to 130,000. Money truly does not last long. However, he thought about how this 220,000 would soon transform into 30 or 40 million, and excitement welled within him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqin's expression darkened. In her mind, it felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing away at her insides. If she had not broken up with Chu Yang, that 200,000 would have been entirely hers, willingly given by him, without the need to grovel like a dog before Lin Dongheng to gain any advantage. In the past, Chu Yang had been like a dog in her presence, coming at her beck and call. Now that he had left her and become so wealthy, it was a bitter pill to swallow for Li Xiaoqin. All your money should rightfully belong to me, she thought, gripping her clothes tightly, oblivious to the fabric tearing. This porcelain is barely worth 2 million. How could you spend 220,000 on it? You must be a fool, Lin Dongheng laughed mockingly. Chu Yang ignored Lin Dongheng's taunts. He lifted the porcelain, and suddenly, he let it slip from his grasp. With a resounding crash, the piece worth over 2 million shattered into fragments. Within the grand hall, an audible gasp resonated as every individual wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Did he truly shatter a ceramic piece worth over 2 million? Had he lost his mind? It was utterly preposterous. Who in their right mind would deliberately destroy an antique valued at such a staggering amount? Li Chunjiang approached, his face a mask of disbelief. Mr. Chu, this was purchased for 220,000. You just smashed it to pieces? The impudent youth had clearly lost his senses, discarding 220,000 as if it were mere refuse. Lin Dongheng's laughter grew louder, his face radiating delight as he savored the moment, mercilessly mocking Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, this ceramic has been successfully transacted. It is now your personal possession. Its destruction bears no consequence to us. Qin Mo, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of alarm. Fearing that Chu Yang might exploit the situation, he promptly distanced himself from the incident. Rest assured, this is solely my action and has nothing to do with you, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. He welcomed Qin Mo's statement, for it meant the Han Dynasty jade seal contained within the ceramic was now entirely disconnected from their association. Mr. Chu, what on earth are you doing? Li Chunjiang, still bewildered, questioned. Spending over 200,000 on a ceramic piece only to shatter, it was behavior akin to madness. Just wait and see. There'll be surprises. Chu Yang chuckled, bending down to sift through the shards on the ground. What could possibly be gleaned from those fragments? Are you expecting to uncover some hidden treasure? Lin Dongheng scoffed derisively. Chu Beixian, undeterred, continued his search among the debris. At last, a glimmer of joy crossed his face. He had found it, a piece of jade seal, white in hue, intricately carved with a lifelike dragon. Strangely, it was missing a corner. What is that, Mr. Chu? Li Chunjiang inquired with curiosity. A Han Dynasty jade seal. Chu Yang responded. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment throughout the hall. A Han Dynasty jade seal. Was it genuine? Such a treasure. Who would have imagined it was concealed within the ceramic? If authentic, he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. All eyes were fixed on the jade seal in Chu Yang's hand. You claim it is a Han Dynasty jade seal. Is that truly the case? Lin Dongheng's expression darkened. Mr. Qin, would you care to verify this? Chu Yang turned to Qin Mo, speaking slowly. Please hold on, I will fetch my tools. Qin Mo's demeanor turned serious as he swiftly departed. He returned shortly, donning rubber gloves and wielding a magnifying glass. Mr. Chu, please hand me the jade seal. He instructed calmly. Chu Yang placed the seal in Qin Mo's hands, who began his examination with a magnifying glass. The hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone holding their breath, their gazes riveted on Qin Mo. His expression began neutrally, but soon morphed into visible excitement. After a thorough examination lasting 15 minutes, he spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, it is a Han Dynasty jade seal, absolutely authentic. A cacophony erupted in the hall, louder than before. Mr. Qin, surely you cannot be mistaken? Lin Dongheng's countenance darkened. If this were indeed a Han Dynasty jade seal, he had truly missed out on a fortune. Mr. Lin, do you dare to question my expertise? Qin Mo's expression hardened, his displeasure evident. That is not my intention, Lin Dongheng stammered, his face paling. His words undeniably threatened Qin Mo's livelihood. If Qin Mo chose to target him, bankruptcy would be imminent within 3 days. Is it truly an authentic piece, Mr. Qin? Someone inquired. Absolutely, it is genuine. Observe the missing corner. During Wang Mang's usurpation, he forced the Han Empress Dowager to surrender the seal. In her fury, she hurled it at Wang Mang, causing it to fall and chip a corner. Hence, it is undoubtedly authentic, Qin Mo explained. He then addressed Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, are you willing to sell this jade seal? I would offer 35 million. Gasps reverberated through the hall as everyone regarded Chu Yang with envious eyes. From 200,000 to 35 million in a single transaction. Such speed surpassed even bank heists. Lin Dongheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, almost to the point of nausea. This jade seal, which should have been his, had been snatched away by Chu Yang. His heart felt as if it were being pierced by a relentless blade, bleeding profusely. Had he only spent a bit more to secure it, that 35 million would have been his. Yet the most disheartened individual among them was Li Shaoqin, who never anticipated that Chu Yang could amass 35 million in such a brief span. This was a sum she could scarcely fathom in her lifetime. Regret coursed through her veins as she gazed at Chu Yang, her expression twisted in anguish. Had they not parted ways, this fortune would have undoubtedly been hers. Chu Yang, you must share half of that 35 million with me, Li Shaoqin cried out sharply. Indeed, after all the years you've spent with my sister, shouldn't you offer some compensation for emotional distress? Li Xiaopeng chimed in loudly. If you're willing to part with some of that money, I might consider allowing you to continue your relationship. Wang Geimei interjected, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Chu Yang, akin to a tree that bore golden fruit. The former impoverished Chu Yang had transformed into a millionaire, now worthy of her daughter. Their family could now bask in the luxuries of high society, all thanks to him. Madness. My money has nothing to do with you. Chu Yang retorted disdainfully. Are you truly so heartless, Chu Yang? Li Xiaoqin asked, her face contorted with disbelief. The farther you stay away from me, the better. Your entire family makes me feel nauseous, Chu Yang coldly replied. Enough. This is an auction house. Silence is mandatory. Mr. Lin, control your people, or I will have them thrown out, Qin Mo declared, his displeasure palpable. He had come to grasp the nature of Chu Yang's relationship with Li Xiaoqin's family and had no intention of extending them any kindness. Enough. Are you all not embarrassed enough already? Lin Dongheng barked. The Li family, despite their resentment, dared not utter another word. Chu Yang returned to his seat, where Li Chunjiang sat beside him, his face alight with excitement. Chu Yang's account now boasted over 30 million in deposits, equivalent to his savings quota for 2 months. He realized he must hold onto this golden opportunity tightly. He could not let it slip away. Mr. Chu, I have decided to increase your interest rate by 3 points. Li Chunjiang announced with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang immediately understood the implications. His savings had multiplied tenfold, and naturally, his treatment would be elevated. Otherwise, this valuable client might just take his leave. President Li, filled with sincerity, I shall not refuse your kind offer, remarked Chu Yang with a smile. Rest assured, our bank will undoubtedly provide you with the utmost quality of service. The smile on Li Chunjiang's face grew even more radiant. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the second item of the day, came Qin Mo's voice. The ceremonial attendant unveiled a tray covered with a red cloth. The elongated shape beneath the fabric unmistakably suggested it was a piece of calligraphy. Esteemed guests, this is the self-narrative letter by Huaisu from the Tang Dynasty. Qin Mo gradually revealed the calligraphy, showcasing characters that danced across the paper in a magnificent display, utterly incomprehensible to the untrained eye. Yet, many attendees were visibly captivated. Huaisu, revered as the saint of cursive script, stands alongside Zhang Su in renown. The self-narrative letter is indeed his representative work, possessing significant collectible value. Chu Yang's gaze fell upon the calligraphy, and a line of text swiftly appeared before him. The self-narrative letter, it turned out, was a modern imitation, valued between 5,000 to 8,000 yuan. Upon seeing the piece, he glanced at Lin Dongheng, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He then feigned great interest, saying, "What a splendid piece. This calligraphy is undoubtedly an authentic work." After his recent discovery, none in attendance dared to question his discerning eye, and they eagerly prepared to bid for the piece, including Lin Dongheng. Having missed the Han Dynasty jade seal, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. The starting bid is 8 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Let the bidding begin, proclaimed Qin Mo. 8,500,000. 9 million. 10 million. The bids escalated swiftly to 20 million. However, as the sum reached 20 million, the number of bidders began to dwindle. For exceeding 30 million would diminish its collectible worth. Noticing the lull in bidding, Chu Yang raised his hand, 21 million. Lin Dongheng, who had held back earlier, finally made his move upon seeing Chu Yang bid. 22 million, he declared, lifting his paddle and casting a challenging glance at Chu Yang. Unperturbed, Chu Yang responded confidently. 23 million. His demeanor exuded an air of resolute determination. Lin Dongheng's eyes reddened at the sight. Having already conceded to Chu Yang once today, losing again would render him a subject of ridicule. Thus, he resolved to secure this piece at all costs. 23 million. 24 million. 25 million. Lin Dongheng, his eyes aflame with emotion, confronted Chu Yang. Are you truly willing to contest me? 26 million, and that is my limit. Should Mr. Lin bid again, I promise to withdraw. However, if you shy away, I shall graciously accept the piece, Chu Yang replied with a smile, deliberately using provocation to incite Lin Dongheng. In truth, he felt a surge of anxiety. If Lin Dongheng chose not to engage, he would indeed suffer significant loss. Yet at that moment, Lin Dongheng had already lost his composure. His singular thought was to triumph over Chu Yang. Since he refused to bid, I shall offer 26,100,000. Lin Dongheng's face bore a deliberate smirk as he raised his bid by a mere 100,000, seeking to provoke Chu Yang into visible frustration. Unfortunately, Chu Yang maintained his composure, his expression inscrutable. Mr. Lin, you have emerged victorious, Chu Yang conceded with a shrug, signaling his withdrawal. You foolish boy. You still have much to learn if you wish to stand firm in this society. Luck alone will not carry you far. It is strength that prevails. Lin Dongheng retorted with a cold smile. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on acquiring Huaisu's self-narrative letter, Qin Mo announced as he brought down his gavel. Lin Dongheng, brimming with pride, cast a glance at Chu Yang before transferring the payment to Qin Mo and returning to his seat with the calligraphy in hand. Brother Dong, your prowess is indeed formidable. Li Xiaoqin praised immediately. Naturally, I am 100 times more capable than certain individuals. Lin Dongheng laughed heartily, reveling in his victory despite the substantial expenditure. Mr. Lin is indeed superior to me. Spending over 20 million on a counterfeit is a display of extravagance and reckless abandon, Chu Yang remarked with a mocking expression. Chapter 8. Indeed, I was playing you. Lin Dongheng's heart raced at these words. What do you mean? The literal meaning, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Do you think a mere phrase can intimidate me? Lin Dongheng scoffed. Indeed, I perceive you as having failed to outbid Brother Dong, intentionally speaking such words. Your malice is quite evident, Li Shaoqin interjected disdainfully. Chu Yang, it seems no amount of wealth can alter your peasant mentality, Li Xiaoping added with a scoff. Regardless, I speak only the truth. Believe it or not, is of no concern to me, Chu Yang responded with a cold chuckle. Mr. Lin, may I take a closer look at your calligraphy? At that moment, Qin Mo approached, having been invited solely to preside over the auction. He had not authenticated the two items. If one were to secure a bargain after the fact, that was merely a matter of skill. Conversely, if a mistake were made, one could only lament their misfortune. Ultimately, once the transaction was complete, both parties would bear no further obligations. Lin Dongheng, recognizing Qin Mo's goodwill, refrained from contesting and handed over the calligraphy. Qin Mo spread the piece across the table, producing a magnifying glass to examine it. After a considerable duration, he slowly lowered the glass and inquired of Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, this calligraphy is undeniably authentic. Why do you assert it is a forgery? His expression suggested displeasure, clearly believing that Chu Yang was deliberately trying to intimidate Lin Dongheng. Mr. Qin, are you aware of the final line of the self-narrative letter? Chu Yang inquired with a smile. Of course, the last line reads merely adds to my fear, implying it only increases my trepidation, Qin Mo replied slowly. A seasoned expert in antique appraisal, deeply knowledgeable in the field. Mr. Qin's erudition is truly admirable, Chu Yang complimented with a smile. What do you mean by posing that question, Mr. Chu? Qin Mo asked, perplexed. Do you not notice that the last line is missing a character? Chu Yang chuckled. Earlier, his keen perception had revealed the flaw in the calligraphy, allowing him to point it out with ease. Qin Mo's expression shifted, and he hurriedly examined the letter. Lin Dongheng's complexion turned ashen, an ominous foreboding spreading within him. Without the magnifying glass, Qin Mo merely glanced at the concluding line of the calligraphy. Indeed, the character was absent. It is imperative to note that Huaisu, a figure from the Tang Dynasty, had passed away over a millennium ago, rendering it impossible for him to have penned another self-narrative letter. Many antique appraisers were familiar with the content of an authentic self-narrative letter. Despite this piece appearing indistinguishable from the genuine article, the absence of a single character was sufficient to reveal the truth. Mr. Qin, do take a closer look. Is this calligraphy truly a forgery? Lin Dongheng asked, his face pale. Indeed, this piece is a later imitation. However, it remains unclear from which era it originates. Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. If it were an imitation from ancient times, would it not still hold considerable value? A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Dongheng's eyes. While the piece being a forgery constituted a loss, he would feel somewhat comforted if it could be a lesser loss. Mr. Qin, there is a concealed seal in the lower right corner. Examining it will reveal its era, Chu Yang suggested with a smile. He had long since known that this piece of calligraphy was merely a modern imitation. Otherwise, it would not be valued at just a few thousand yuan. Lin Dongheng, spending tens of millions on something worth only a few thousand, would surely be furious to the point of spitting blood upon realizing the truth. Chu Yang was already immensely looking forward to that moment. Qin Mo picked up a magnifying glass and scrutinized the lower right corner of the calligraphy. Indeed, he discovered a remarkably concealed and minuscule seal. To his astonishment, the characters on the seal were in simplified Chinese, attributed to an obscure calligrapher. It was evident that this was the work of a contemporary artist. Mr. Lin, I regret to inform you that this piece is worth, at most, a few thousand yuan, Qin Mo said with a hint of resignation. When he glanced at Lin Dongheng, a flicker of pity crossed his face. Spending over 26 million on a mere few thousand yuan worth of calligraphy was not just a loss. It was a catastrophic blunder. If this news were to spread, Lin Dongheng would undoubtedly suffer a severe loss of face. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongheng nearly fainted, collapsing into his chair. Dongo, are you all right? Li Shaoqin exclaimed in shock. After all, Lin Dongheng was a significant financial asset, and she certainly did not wish for any harm to befall him. Were you deliberately trying to drive up the price with me? Lin Dongheng gritted his teeth and asked. Indeed, Mr. Lin, your wealth is impressive. I must commend you. Chu Yang replied, giving a thumbs up. How dare you deceive me? Lin Dongheng's face darkened like coal. Yes, I was playing you. Who told you to be so foolish and fall for it so easily? Chu Yang stated bluntly. Lin Dongheng had never experienced such a substantial loss. Although he boasted a net worth of 50 million, his liquid assets were merely around 30 million. Acquiring this counterfeit would be enough to plunge him into bankruptcy. A wave of indignation surged within him, and he opened his mouth to spit out blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Dongge, quickly call an ambulance. Li Xiaoqin shouted in a flurry of panic. She had finally found a long-term source of income in Lin Dongheng and did not wish to see it come to an abrupt end. The ambulance arrived swiftly and transported Lin Dongheng to the hospital. Witnesses were filled with incredulity. They could hardly believe that the typically arrogant and domineering Lin Dongheng had suffered such a significant loss today, and at the hands of a young man no less. This young man had meticulously orchestrated everything from the outset, seizing the first auction item to make a substantial profit. He then deliberately competed with Lin Dongheng for the second item, resulting in a loss of over 20 million for Lin. Such cunning was hardly characteristic of someone in their 20s. His capability was genuinely daunting. Fainting from this is hardly amusing, Chu Yang sighed. At his words, everyone's faces twitched in disbelief. To have someone driven to the brink of unconsciousness yet still utter such sentiments was truly a case of reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Mr. Chu, I had no idea you possessed such profound knowledge of antiques. I am genuinely impressed, Li Chunjiang said, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Turning 2 million into over 30 million, such a rate of profit surpasses even that of a money-printing machine. He was utterly in awe of Chu Yang. Greetings, Mr. Chu. Qin Mo approached. Recognizing Chu Yang's extraordinary appraisal skills, he felt inclined to form a connection. Mr. Qin, please, there is no need for such formality. Just call me Chu Yang, he replied promptly. Given his elder status and esteemed reputation, Qin Mo was entirely justified in addressing him by his name. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's regard for Chu Yang grew even fonder. If a young man in his 20s could turn 2 million into 35 million, he would typically be arrogant, believing himself superior to all. However, Chu Yang exhibited none of this attitude. Even after earning 35 million, he maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, as if he had merely gained 3,500. To remain so composed after such a significant windfall was an achievement even seasoned individuals would find challenging. In Chu Yang, Qin Mo discerned an air of maturity that belied his years. Little did Qin Mo know, Chu Yang had lived 2 lives. His mental age was not at all inferior to Qin Mo's. Moreover, ever since awakening his celestial vision, his ambitions had expanded tremendously. He was certainly not content with merely accumulating 35 million. Chu Yang, are you interested in gambling on stones? Qin Mo inquired with a smile. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that stone gambling was even more exhilarating than regular gambling. Some individuals became wealthy overnight, while others faced ruin. It was truly a gamble between heaven and hell. In his past life, Chu Yang had been an ordinary person, only familiar with stone gambling through various media. He had never had the means to participate. However, in this life, he was financially capable of doing so. With substantial resources at his disposal and the fortune granted by his celestial vision, gambling on stones was akin to picking up money. Of course, I'm interested. Mr. Qin, would you like to show me the ropes? Chu Yang asked with a smile. In 3 days, there will be a jade stone trading event at the Western Market. Various materials will be displayed. If you're interested, you could try your luck, Qin Mo replied, nodding. All right, I will definitely be there in 3 days. Chu Yang responded without hesitation. It was an obvious opportunity for profit, so he would not be remiss in seizing it. See you in 3 days, Qin Mo nodded, handing Chu Yang a business card. This is my card. Let us keep in touch. At this time in 2002, mobile phones were just starting to gain traction, so business cards had not yet fallen entirely out of use. I apologize. I haven't made my cards yet. I'll call your mobile, Chu Yang said, accepting the card with a smile. I look forward to it, Qin Mo said before departing. Mr. Chu, you are truly remarkable, Li Chunjiang remarked, approaching with a face full of admiration. Chu Yang's performance today had left him astonished. Not only had he turned 2 million into 35 million, but he had also caused Lin Dongheng to lose over 20 million. Such cunning and skill were hardly the traits of someone in their 20s. He was more formidable than a seasoned business veteran. At just over 20, his capabilities were astounding, leaving one to ponder the heights he might reach in the future. It's nothing extraordinary, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head as if he had accomplished something trivial. After all, he possessed celestial vision. If he couldn't outmaneuver Lin Dongheng, it would indeed be a matter worthy of self-reproach. Mr. Chu, you are too modest, Li Chunjiang said with a beaming smile. Have you opened your futures and stock accounts yet? Chu Yang, not wishing to linger on that topic, deftly changed the subject. They can be opened tomorrow. Li Chunjiang replied promptly. Good. Please take me to the securities hall tomorrow to set up a VIP suite, Chu Yang said, nodding. Rest assured, I will arrange everything. I'll pick you up at 8:30 tomorrow morning, Li Chunjiang promised, beaming. It's time to buy a car, Chu Yang mused aloud. Now that he was, at the very least, a millionaire, he felt a car was necessary to reflect his status. Purchasing a car is merely a matter of lifting a finger for you, Li Chunjiang said, eager to please. Once I profit from this venture, I'll buy a car, Chu Yang replied with a smile. He currently possesses over 30 million in his account. In his previous life, he harbored a profound fondness for Bentley, yearning to own one. However, due to financial constraints, he could only encounter Bentley in his dreams. In 2002, Bentley had just made its entrance into the domestic market, with the most expensive model, the Bentley 728, priced at an astonishing 11.8 million. Nevertheless, Chu Yang intended to conserve some resources to venture into the crude oil market, planning to acquire the car of his desires after amassing sufficient wealth. The following day, Li Chunjiang arrived punctually to pick up Chu Yang. During their journey, Li Chunjiang remarked with a smile, Mr. Chu, I have arranged for an assistant to manage your account, one who will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Following this, he chuckled in a rather lewd manner. Observing this, Chu Yang surmised that the assistant must be a young woman, undoubtedly attractive. He merely smiled silently, as his current focus was on making money, having grown indifferent towards women. After all, he had been deeply hurt by Li Shaoqin in his previous life, rendering him hesitant to trust women easily. They soon reached the securities hall. Mr. Chu, please wait here while I summon the manager, Li Chunjiang said before departing. Chu Yang stood idly, surveying his surroundings. The securities hall of 2002 was bustling with people, a stark contrast to 2 decades later when the internet had flourished, allowing stock trading to occur via mobile phones, leading to an almost deserted hall. At this time, the internet was just beginning to emerge, still a considerable distance from becoming a household necessity. Chu Yang, what brings you here? A voice exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing it, Chu Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing it as Li Shaoqin. Turning in the direction of the voice, he spotted her linked arm in arm with Lin Dongheng, followed closely by Wang Guimei and Li Xiaoping. Lin Dongheng's complexion appeared somewhat pale, likely still recovering from the losses he had incurred the previous day. Yet, his gaze toward Chu Yang was filled with intense resentment, as if he wished to devour him whole. Chu Yang was unfazed by Lin Dongheng's glare. Anyone who had lost 20 million would harbor such animosity towards their adversary. After all, a glare could not kill, so let him look as he pleased. What does my presence here have to do with you? Chu Yang asked nonchalantly. You, a clueless loser, attempting to engage in stock trading. It's utterly laughable, Li Shaoqin retorted with a cold smirk. What am I stock trading? At least I possess wealth. Unlike some who, just yesterday, lost over 20 million, yet still shamelessly pursue trading, Chu Yang replied, a mocking expression on his face. This statement, while not particularly damaging, was laced with strong insult, effectively striking at Lin Dongheng's sore spot. Having suffered a significant loss just the day before, Lin Dongheng was not fully composed, and Chu Yang's remarks only served to infuriate him further, causing his face to flush with anger, as if on the verge of erupting. Don't think that a stroke of luck grants you the right to be arrogant. Stock trading relies on skill, not luck, and with your limited knowledge. Your 30 million will soon vanish into thin air, Lin Dongheng scoffed. Indeed, Chu Yang, do you even comprehend what the stock market entails? Don't squander your newfound wealth. Li Shaoqin added dismissively. Regardless of losses, it remains my money, and it has no bearing on you. I should actually thank you for our breakup. Otherwise, I might have had to share my gains with you. If that were the case, it would be a grave injustice for me, Chu Yang remarked coldly. This statement struck a nerve with Li Shaoqin. The night before, as she lay in bed, the thought of Chu Yang's newfound wealth gnawed at her insides like a swarm of ants. Regret began to seep in. Had she not severed ties with Chu Yang so harshly, she might have been entitled to a portion of his 35 million. Perhaps she could have discarded him later without consequence. Alas, one misstep led to another, and everything was now irretrievable. Don't get too smug. Money earned through mere luck is destined to be lost. I await the day you go bankrupt, Li Shaoqin retorted, exasperated. Rest assured, that day will never arrive. Chu Yang replied with a cold smirk. He now possessed extraordinary foresight, ensuring his success in trading was guaranteed. Thus, his wealth would only continue to multiply. Even divine intervention could not lead him to ruin. Enough of this petty squabbling with such lowly individuals. It's hardly worth my time. Let us proceed to the private room, Lin Dongheng said icily. He held a fixed independent room within the securities exchange, a symbol of status. This room belonged solely to him, and others were forbidden entry. Consequently, he paid a monthly maintenance fee of 5,000 yuan for it. However, it was not the finest room available. The best rooms were located on the 3rd floor, reserved for the elite of the business world. The maintenance fee for a third-floor room was 10,000 yuan per month, payable annually. Only those with considerable wealth would willingly part with such sums. Chu Yang, look at Donggo. He has an independent room on the second floor, while you have none, right? Li Xiaoqin asked with a smug expression. Sister, you're mistaken. Not only does he lack a room, but he likely doesn't even have an account, Li Xiaoping mocked. All right, let us ascend. Today I will show you how to profit, Lin Dongheng said with a beaming smile. He had struck gold in the stock market, leading to unwavering confidence in his judgment. Just as they were about to leave, Li Chunjiang hurriedly approached with a somewhat balding middle-aged man. Isn't that Lu Tao, the manager of the securities exchange? What brings him here? Lin Dongheng pondered aloud. Donggo, is he here to attend to you? Li Xiaoqin inquired with a smile. No, he only caters to patrons on the third floor. Lin Dongheng shook his head. At that moment, Li Chunjiang and Lu Tao had arrived before Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, this is manager Lu Tao from the securities exchange, Li Chunjiang introduced, gesturing towards Lu. Greetings, Mr. Chu. Your room on the third floor has been prepared. Allow me to escort you there, Lu Tao said, grinning and bowing slightly as he shook Chu Yang's hand. Anyone who could secure a room on the third floor was a person of considerable significance, warranting such deference. The others nearby were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Dongheng and disdainfully asked, is having a room on the second floor such a remarkable feat? With that, he followed Li Chunjiang and Lu Tao towards the third floor room. The 10,000 yuan annual fee for the room was indeed steep, but he regarded it as inconsequential, knowing he could easily recoup the expense. Unbelievable. How can this worthless wretch possess a room on the third floor? Li Xiaoqin's face flushed with rage. As Chu Yang's fortunes improved, her discomfort only intensified. It's of no consequence. Once his money is depleted, he'll be cast aside. I eagerly await his downfall. Lin Dongheng said darkly. Little Lin is right. My dear daughter, don't let it trouble you. Such petty individuals can only revel for a moment. They cannot sustain their fortune. Wang Gui may consult. Indeed, Auntie possesses great insight. Now let us go. Today, I will guide you to wealth. Lin Dongheng's face finally broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had already arrived at the third floor room. One cannot help but acknowledge that a private room, costing 10,000 yuan per month, indeed, offers quite splendid conditions. The decor is lavishly opulent, rivaling that of a presidential suite in a high-end hotel. Here, the view is remarkably expansive, allowing for a crystal-clear sight of the display board in the grand hall. Fresh fruits and an array of delicacies adorn the table, alongside a computer dedicated to stock and futures trading. Adjacent to this, a lounge area is available for relaxation. Mr. Chu, are you satisfied? Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Indeed, Manager Lu, you have gone to great lengths, Chu Yang replied with a nod. You are too kind. It is our honor to have such a distinguished client like you here, Lu Tao immediately responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Yang, he took his leave, ensuring not to intrude further. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Your personal assistant has arrived. Please hold on a moment, Li Chunjiang said with a smile. Stepping forward to open the door, a strikingly beautiful young woman entered, her eyes captivatingly bright and clear, sparkling like the stars. With every gesture, she emanated an irresistible charm. Upon seeing her, Chu Yang's expression was not one of awe but rather surprise. He had not expected it to be her. Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce you to Shun Mengqing. From today onwards, she will be your personal assistant, Li Chunjiang remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Yang. As if to say, see, I have not deceived you. Presently, we are acquainted, Chu Yang said with a smile. Is that true? Li Chunjiang asked, astonished. Indeed, we were high school classmates, Shun Mengqing confirmed with a nod. What a coincidence. You truly are fated, Mengqing. Mr. Chu may have certain requests. Do your utmost to accommodate him. Li Chunjiang chuckled before departing. Only Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing remained in the room. Chapter 11. 20-fold leverage. As Chu Yang gazed at Shun Mengqing before him, a myriad of complex emotions swirled within him. In her school days, Shun Mengqing had been the belle, besieged by suitors, her drawers overflowing with love letters. Chu Yang had secretly harbored feelings for her, yet he understood that, given his circumstances, she would hardly notice him. Thus, he wisely refrained from subjecting himself to humiliation. After high school, Shun Mengqing went on to attend a prestigious university in Kyoto, while Chu Yang enrolled in a modest second-tier institution. Their paths diverged, and they lost all contact. After graduating from university, he encountered Li Xiaoqin, believing her to be his destined partner, only to find himself married to a metaphorical vampire, plunging him into a lifetime of despair from which he could never recover. Now, having been reborn, Chu Yang felt a singular sentiment. His previous life had been even worse than that of a dog. As for Shun Mengqing's background, it was quite formidable, Her father was Shun Qingzong, the wealthiest man in the province. However, 5 years later, Shun Qingzong faced bankruptcy due to poor business management, leaving Shun Mengqing, once a paragon of privilege, destitute overnight. After that, Chu Yang had not heard of her again. Seeing Shun Mengqing now evoked a profoundly unique feeling within him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Shun Mengqing asked, her cheeks flushed. "Because you are beautiful," Chu Yang replied, having grown bolder over 2 lifetimes. "Who would have thought that the once reticent you has learned to be so glib?" Shun Mengqing shot him a playful glare. "I merely speak the truth," Chu Yang said with a smile. "Enough of the jokes. When I first saw your name, I thought it was a coincidence, but it truly is you. In just 5 or 6 years since graduating, you have already become a millionaire. Truly impressive," Shun Mengqing exclaimed, her face aglow with astonishment. "It's merely luck. In the time to come, I will need your cooperation," Chu Yang replied calmly, well aware that Shun Mengqing would hardly regard the 30 million he possessed as substantial. Shun Qingzong's wealth had exceeded 30 billion, a staggering fortune for the year 2002, long before the national economy soared. "As your personal assistant, it is my duty to assist you. You need not worry," Shun Mengqing assured him with a smile. "Very well. Let us begin with the futures market," Chu Yang nodded. Following his lead, Shun Mengqing sat at the computer and accessed the futures trading platform. Before them flashed a myriad of numbers. Green beans at 425 yuan, recently trending downward. Rubber at 536 yuan, showing a slight uptick. And oil at 578 yuan. Having surged for 7 days, expected to peak at 3,078 yuan before plummeting below 5 yuan. Of course, only Chu Yang could perceive these figures. A satisfied smile graced his face at the sight of the oil surge. If he could seize this opportunity, his assets would experience exponential growth. Thankfully, upon his rebirth, he had awakened a keen insight. Otherwise, he would be utterly helpless. He was not like the protagonists of those reincarnation novels, who remember every detail of stock movements. How could an ordinary person possibly recall the precise fluctuations of a stock on a particular day? It was simply illogical. "Chu Yang, the current futures market is quite bleak. To be candid, I do not advise you to enter at this moment," Shun Mengqing stated seriously. "I beg to differ. This is precisely the right moment to invest." Chu Yang replied slowly. "What do you intend to purchase?" Shun Mengqing inquired. As a personal assistant, she could offer suggestions, but ultimately, the decision lay with the client. Regardless of the outcome, it would not be her loss. She was merely curious about the newfound confidence that Chu Yang exuded. A stark contrast to the quiet and inconspicuous person he had been in school. "What do you plan to buy?" Shun Mengqing asked, regaining her composure. "Oil," Chu Yang stated without hesitation. Shun Mengqing gasped in surprise. Oil was a critical strategic resource, typically controlled by the state and financial magnates. It was nearly impossible for retail investors to dabble in it. Was Chu Yang about to throw his money away? "Chu Yang, are you certain about this?" Shun Mengqing urged. Her brow furrowed. "I have given it considerable thought," he replied steadily. Knowing he could achieve 6-fold returns, how could he possibly forfeit such an opportunity? He even believed his capital was insufficient, prompting him to leverage further. "Very well. How do you intend to proceed?" Shun Mengqing asked. "I plan to invest 34 million. Leveraging 20-fold, all in oil," Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. Shun Mengqing gasped again. "That amounts to 680 million. Are you truly prepared to take such a risk? Do you understand the implications of failure?" "Of course I do. But rest assured, I am absolutely certain of my success," Chu Yang declared with unwavering confidence. "A life of extraordinary fortune. How could it possibly end in failure? I must report this to President Li." Shun Mengqing inhaled deeply and stated, "No problem." Chu Yang was acutely aware that such a substantial sum was beyond Shun Mengqing's discretion. Upon receiving Shun Mengqing's call, Li Chunjiang nearly dropped his phone in shock. However, after careful deliberation, he acquiesced to Chu Yang's leverage request. "Chu Yang, President Li has agreed, but your principal of 34 million must be transferred in full to the account," Shun Mengqing said slowly. "Of course, that poses no issue," Chu Yang replied, promptly transferring 34 million into the futures account. Soon, under Shun Mengqing's deft manipulation, the leveraged funds were also deposited into the account. The initial 34 million instantly burgeoned into 680 million. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in the account, Chu Yang felt his heart race. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a vast fortune. "I never imagined I would have the opportunity to trade with such an amount in oil," he mused. "Chu Yang, you can still back out if you have second thoughts," Shun Mengqing urged once more. "If you incur losses with 680 million, it is unlikely you will ever recover. Rest assured, you must trust in my abilities." Chu Yang replied with a smile. "Very well. How do you intend to proceed?" Shun Mengqing sighed and inquired. "Invest entirely in oil. Leave not a single cent unspent. Chu Yang declared without hesitation. Shen Mengqing commenced her operations. After a few clicks, the 680 million in Chu Yang's account vanished in an instant. Such a sum was inconsequential in the vast financial flow of the oil market. It barely made a ripple. Noticing this, Chu Yang felt a quiet sense of relief. Done. Now we can simply await our returns. Chapter 12. A first taste of skill. The oil market would not conclude for another week. During this period, Chu Yang intended to utilize the 2 million in his account for stock trading. With his Tianyin, his probability of profiting from stocks was undoubtedly 100%. He planned to scout for any promising stocks. Shen Mengqing, how much do you have in savings? Chu Yang asked. Not much, just over 300,000. Shen Mengqing replied somewhat awkwardly. Chu Yang nodded at this. In this era, possessing 300,000 in savings already signified considerable wealth. However, given Shen Mengqing's true identity, this sum seemed rather modest. Do you wish to make money? Withdraw it all, and I will lead you to wealth, Chu Yang suggested gently. Are you saying you want to take me into stock trading? Shen Mengqing realized. Precisely, if you trust me, just follow my lead. And I assure you will reap substantial profits, Chu Yang stated with a grin. All right, I trust you. Without hesitation, Shen Mengqing transferred all her savings into the stock account. Fortunately, as a rich second generation, she would not feel the sting of losing 300,000. Others might not possess such courage. I am ready. Which stock should we purchase? Shen Mengqing asked. Chu Yang began scanning the stock panel. Huayin Industrial is trending upwards, with a 2% increase expected within a week. Luo Light Industry is trending downwards and will be suspended tomorrow due to regulatory violations. Tian Real Estate is performing poorly, with a projected 30% decline in a week. Chu Yang's eyes roamed over the stocks like a finely tuned machine. With just a glance, he could perceive the fluctuations of all stocks. Soon, one stock captured his attention. Shanghai Technology, with explosive potential, is projected to increase by 70% over the next 7 days. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Chu Yang's face. With 7 consecutive days of limit up, this was undoubtedly a monster stock. If purchased with the entire capital, the 2 million investment could transform into over 380,000 in just a week. On the first day, 2 million would become 220,000. On the second day, 220,000 would rise to 242,000. On the third day, 242,000 would increase to 260,200, and so forth. The stock's trading session was about to commence in just 5 minutes. Thus, he needed to secure this stock. Shanghai Technology, buy it, Chu Yang instructed, pointing at the computer screen. Buy it? How much? Shen Mengqing frowned and asked. All in. Chu Yang replied without hesitation. What? All in? Shen Mengqing gasped. This stock has been declining for a month. Its price is halved, and there seems to be no potential for recovery. Are you truly going to buy? Of course, buy it. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. Chu Yang said with a smile. Very well. Shen Mengqing clicked a few times, and instantly, the 2 million in Chu Yang's account was entirely depleted. All invested in Shanghai Technology. Given the stock's poor performance and the multitude of sell orders, the transaction had to be executed swiftly. Once the trade was confirmed, Chu Yang felt a wave of relief. Future profits of over 180,000 were finally secured. If you trust me, invest all your funds as well. I assure you will not be disappointed, Chu Yang said slowly. Observing the confidence radiating from Chu Yang, Shen Mengqing gritted her teeth and replied, All right, I trust you. She immediately invested her entire 300,000 into Shanghai Technology. In the ensuing moments, Shen Mengqing remained anxiously glued to her computer screen. Shanghai Technology continued its descent. In merely 10 minutes, it had plummeted by 3%. Shen Mengqing's 300,000 swiftly dwindled to 291,000. Chu Yang, however, suffered a greater loss, with his 2 million reduced to 194,000. Yet he lounged on the sofa, sipping tea and indulging in fruit, exuding an air of utter relaxation, as if the losses were not his own. Chu Yang, this stock keeps falling, Shen Mengqing exclaimed, her complexion darkening. Patience. The market has yet to unfold. Once it does, you will be unable to halt its momentum, Chu Yang said, casually popping a grape into his mouth. Shen Mengqing could not help but sigh inwardly, perplexed by where his confidence stemmed from. Suddenly, the trajectory of Shanghai Technology shifted dramatically. A large order surged into the stock, propelling it upwards as if invigorated by a stimulant. The previously sluggish K-line surged rapidly, reaching its limit up within less than 5 minutes. Moreover, this large order remained steadfast, ensuring that the limit up would hold firm and unyielding. Shen Mengqing was left utterly stunned. How could this happen? This is simply too outrageous. Chu Yang, it has hit the limit up. Shen Mengqing swallowed hard, observing her 300,000 transform into 330,000. while Chu Yang's 2 million escalated to 220,000. She mused that money in the stock market indeed flows swiftly. I see, this was to be expected. Chu Yang remarked, consuming another grape. Do you possess some insider information? Shen Mengqing inquired, puzzled. Certainly not. I rely solely on intuition, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Admittedly, this statement reeked of bravado, yet Shen Mengqing found herself somewhat convinced. Is it truly feasible to profit in the stock market based solely on intuition? She questioned, her brows furrowing. In due time, you will understand. My intuition is invariably accurate, Chu Yang asserted with a smile. When should we sell this stock? Shen Mengqing asked, still perplexed. No rush. Let's wait a week. The upcoming week will see consecutive limit ups, Chu Yang stated calmly. 7 limit ups? Then I shall earn over 200,000. Shen Mengqing gasped in astonishment. 7 consecutive limit ups were sufficient to elevate her savings from 300,000 to over 500,000. However, this was merely a trifling amount. Not worthy of excessive concern, laughed Chu Yang. By the way, there's a jade trading fair the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in witnessing some stone gambling? Chu Yang inquired leisurely. Absolutely. I'd love to. Shen Mengqing's eyes sparkled as she responded immediately. All right then, let's first go buy a car. And I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow, Chu Yang remarked nonchalantly. What kind of car do you wish to buy? Shen Mengqing asked. Let us go with a Bentley, Chu Yang pondered before stating. A Bentley? That's a car worth over 10 million. Are you sure you want to make that purchase? Shen Mengqing exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, a car worth 10 million is hardly a burden for me, Chu Yang replied dismissively. Although his funds were currently tied up in futures and stock accounts, Li Chunjian had provided him with a credit card with a limit of 50 million. In just 7 days, with the oil market set to surge, he would reap billions. A mere 10 million was inconsequential. Very well then. There happens to be a Bentley dealership nearby. Shen Mengqing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in another private room, Lin Dongheng wore an increasingly grim expression. He had intended to partner with Li Shaoqin to earn some money by selecting a relatively stable stock. Although this stock was not expected to rise dramatically, a modest profit seemed assured. Having earned his first pot of gold from the stock market, Lin Dongheng was confident in his judgment. Thus, he urged Li Shaoqin to invest her entire savings into this stock. If Chu Yang were present, he would undoubtedly chuckle upon seeing this stock, for it was none other than Luo Light Industry, which was about to be suspended for regulatory violations. After purchasing shares in Luo Light Industry, the stock began to plummet, even dropping by as much as 9%, nearing the limit down threshold. Brother Dong, why does the stock keep falling? I mortgaged my house to buy these shares. Li Shaoqin's face was ashen. Having heard of Lin Dongheng's past accomplishments in the stock market, she placed her utmost trust in him, even mortgaging her family home for an 800,000 loan. Little did she expect that within half an hour, she would be facing a near 80,000 loss, leaving her family in despair. Don't worry. This is merely a technical adjustment. It will rebound shortly. Lin Dongheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. However, the situation swiftly escalated into a crisis. Luo Light Industry was suddenly suspended, with an announcement citing regulatory violations as the cause. No one knew when it would resume trading. Thus, Li Shaoqin's 800,000 was effectively locked away, inaccessible. The pallor of her family's faces deepened, their frustration directed squarely at Lin Dongheng. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, if he were aware of this debacle, he would surely awaken from dreams filled with laughter. At that moment, he and Shen Mengqing had arrived at the Bentley dealership. Here, each vehicle was priced in the tens of millions. In an era where the average monthly salary barely surpassed 1,000, such luxury was beyond the imagination of most. Even 20 years hence, a Bentley would remain a coveted dream for many. In his past life, Chu Yang had longed for a Bentley, albeit only in dreams. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he finally had the opportunity to drive his dream car. Upon entering the dealership, a surprised voice called out, Shen Mengqing. Is that you? The speaker was a young man, approximately 26 or 27, clad in an expensive suit, accompanied by a heavily made-up woman exuding an overwhelming scent of perfume. Her makeup appeared to be layered in at least 3 thick coats, rendering her starkly less appealing compared to the naturally beautiful Shen Mengqing. Who are you? Shen Mengqing asked, her face a picture of confusion. The young man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Shen Mengqing would fail to recognize him. I'm your university classmate. Zhou Jijia. Don't you remember? He smiled, attempting to jog her memory. He had harbored a crush on Shen Mengqing during their school days, where she was both a beauty and an academic star, while he was merely a delinquent. Now that he had achieved success in his career, encountering his old crush reignited his hopes. Oh, it's you. It's been such a long time. Shen Mengqing finally recalled. I'm currently the general manager at a branch of the Shun Group, earning an annual salary of 400,000, Zhou Jijia boasted proudly. Oh, Shen Mengqing replied. seemingly indifferent. To her, 400,000 was hardly impressive, especially considering that the man beside her, Chu Yang, had earned 200,000 in a single day. Thus, she saw no reason to regard Zhou Jijia's income as anything remarkable. Zhou Jijia had initially harbored hopes of garnering admiration from Shun Mengqing, but her lackluster response dashed his expectations. Shun Mengqing, I've liked you since our university days. With my current capabilities, I believe I am deserving of you. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Zhou Jijia proposed slowly. The woman beside him visibly bristled at his words, though she quickly regained her composure. She was acutely aware of her position as Zhou Jijia's mere plaything. As long as she complied, she could obtain what she desired. Love and status could wait until she found a more suitable partner in the future. I'm sorry, but I have no feelings for you, Shun Mengqing replied without hesitation. I'm a senior executive now, with a lucrative salary. How could I not be worthy of you? Zhou Jijia's countenance darkened instantly. He had been certain that Shun Mengqing would not refuse him upon seeing his success, yet her outright rejection left him stunned, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. This young lady believes that one should seek only the exceptional in a partner. Only then can one ascend into high society. Otherwise, one is destined to languish in the lower echelons, sneered the heavily made-up woman beside him. If entering high society requires conforming to your standards, I would rather remain outside. Shun Mengqing retorted dismissively. What do you know? Look at my bag, worth over 5,000, and this necklace, valued at over 10,000. You'll likely never afford such luxuries, the woman fumed. I am disinterested in such frivolities. Please keep your distance. I prefer not to be in your presence. Shun Mengqing stated coldly. You cannot leave. Zhou Jijia exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Shun Mengqing's arm. Yet, a hand intercepted him. She has expressed her desire not to see you, so I kindly ask you to leave, Chu Yang interjected. Zhou Jijia turned to Chu Yang, noting his relatively handsome features. Yet his plain attire ignited a surge of anger within him. Shun Mengqing, I never imagined that after all these years. Your judgment would be so poor as to be enamored with someone so unrefined. Zhou Jijia scoffed. Dream Qing is free to choose whomever she wishes. And it is none of your concern, Chu Yang replied calmly. This is a place reserved for the elite. Someone like you is clearly an intruder, Zhou Jijia remarked darkly. Their escalating argument soon attracted the attention of onlookers, and security personnel swiftly approached. The head of the security team, upon recognizing Zhou Jijia, immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Mr. Zhou, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Captain Chu, how do you manage to be the head of security when you've allowed an unwelcome guest to infiltrate this prestigious establishment? The presence of a rat in such a high-end venue is utterly detrimental to my car-buying experience. Be cautious, or I shall lodge a formal complaint against you. Zhou Jijia retorted icily. My sincerest apologies. This is a lapse on our part. I shall promptly have them removed, Captain Chu replied earnestly. He turned his gaze towards Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing, noting their unremarkable attire, thus concluding that they were not affluent individuals. They had merely come to test drive a Bentley, seeking a fleeting taste of luxury, a common endeavor for many. Typically, he would turn a blind eye to such instances. But with a client like Zhou Jijia expressing discontent, action was imperative. Please vacate the premises. You are disturbing Mr. Zhou, Captain Chu stated with a grim countenance. Captain Chu, simply escort him out. The lady may remain, for she is my friend, Zhou Jijia sneered, pointing at Chu Yang. His actions were purely to vex Chu Yang and to exhibit his own prowess before Shun Mengqing. Mengqing, allow me to demonstrate who the true achiever is. You have strayed onto the wrong path, and it is my duty to guide you back. Very well, I shall expel him at once, Captain Chu replied, directing his attention towards Chu Yang. Sir, you must leave. This is not a place for someone like you. Is this how you treat customers? Only those who can afford a car are considered customers, and someone like you is hardly a customer, Captain Chu retorted with a scoff. Noticing Chu Yang's unwillingness to comply, he gestured for security to forcibly remove him. At that moment, two individuals descended the staircase on the second floor. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, somewhat portly with a receding hairline, alongside whom stood Chu Yang's acquaintance, Qin Mo. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he spotted the two security personnel advancing towards Chu Yang. Stop right there, he bellowed, startling everyone present. The onlookers quickly recognized Qin Mo's identity. It was unexpected to see Elder Qin here, a renowned collector with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Zhou Jijia also recognized Qin Mo and wore a conciliatory expression. Ah, Elder Qin, who are you? Qin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Jijia. I am Zhou Jijia from the Shun Group. We met at an antique auction last year. Zhou Jijia replied with a smile. What is happening here? Qin Mo asked, his expression darkening. This fellow, clearly a pauper, has intruded upon this upscale venue with the intent to test drive a car. I was about to have security remove him. Zhou Jijia indicated towards Chu Yang. I believe it is you who should be ejected, Qin Mo shouted, causing a ripple of shock among the crowd. Zhou Jijia, particularly, was taken aback, his body tensing in disbelief. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? Ignoring him, Qin Mo approached Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, what an unexpected pleasure to see you again. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. They had never witnessed Qin Mo extend such courtesy to anyone. Speculation buzzed about Chu Yang's background. Zhou Jijia's complexion paled as he began to sweat profusely. He realized he had unwittingly provoked a formidable individual. Elder Qin, what a coincidence. Chu Yang extended his hand for a handshake. Mr. Chu, what transpired here? Qin Mo inquired slowly. I merely intended to purchase a vehicle. Yet this man insisted I was a beggar, and the security insisted on expelling me. It has greatly dampened my enthusiasm for buying a car. I might as well seek another dealership, perhaps a Porsche instead, Chu Yang replied with a shake of his head. Who gave him the audacity to label you a beggar? You earned over 30 million yesterday. Is the threshold for being a beggar now so high? Qin Mo scoffed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who was this young man to amass such wealth in a single day? It was no wonder Qin Mo treated him with such respect. Zhou Jijia's legs weakened, and the cold sweat trickled down his brow. Good heavens! My annual salary of 400,000 pales in comparison to his wealth. I was just boasting before him. What a fool I've been. I have unwittingly crossed paths with someone so formidable. Old Lin, this matter is now yours to resolve. Qin Mo addressed the balding middle-aged man beside him, who was the general manager of the dealership, Lin Dongheng. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. This oversight is entirely my fault. For your car purchase today, I will extend the utmost discount and waive the acquisition tax, Lin Dongheng said, adeptly navigating the situation. Bentley is a luxury brand with a limited clientele. Retaining such customers is paramount to his job. In light of your genuine intent, I shall overlook today's incident. However, I do not wish to see these 3 security personnel again. Chu Yang indicated towards the visibly shaken Captain Chu and his 2 associates. Old Chu, you 3 should proceed to the finance department to settle your wages. You need not return tomorrow. Lin Dongheng decisively terminated their employment. Captain Chu collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of regret, realizing he should never have taken Zhou Jijia's side. He had inadvertently struck a formidable opponent and now faced irreparable consequences. Manager Lin, please grant me another chance. I shall never act so recklessly again, Captain Chu pleaded, his face drawn in despair. I have no choice in this matter. You must leave. Lin Dongheng sighed. Resigned, Captain Chu, along with his 2 subordinates, departed with downcast expressions. Mr. Chu, are you now satisfied? Lin Dongheng inquired with a beaming smile. Indeed. Prepare the contract, Chu Yang replied calmly. Which model would you like to purchase, Mr. Chu? Lin Dongheng asked eagerly. I'll take the 728, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. The Bentley 728, an extended custom version built upon the elegant standard model, bore a starting price of 11.88 million. This was no small sum, especially in 2002, a figure that even middle-class families dare not dream of. He had resolved to acquire this model before arriving. Not a problem. Would you like to finance it? Our dealership also offers the most favorable loan policies. Lin Dongheng's smile widened further, recognizing the significance of this transaction. Why would I need financing for a mere 10 million? I shall pay in full, Chu Yang replied with an impassive expression, as if discussing a trivial sum of 1,000. The crowd gasped collectively at his audacity. They had not anticipated that Chu Yang would be so extravagantly affluent, completely disregarding the sum of 10 million. Lin Dongheng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Chu Yang. Truly, this was a remarkable client. Very well, I shall promptly arrange the contract for you, Lin Dongheng said, his face beaming with a smile. With his personal handling, all procedures were expedited. In less than 20 minutes, the contract and car keys lay before Chu Yang. With a grand flourish, he signed his name on the contract and presented his bank card, stating, "Please proceed with the transaction." A beep echoed, confirming the transfer of 10 million. The card machine chimed, signaling a successful transaction. As Chu Yang grasped the car keys in his hand, this scene left Zhou Jijia utterly astounded. 10 million, even if he were to forego food and drink. It would take him 25 years of labor to earn such a sum. Yet, Chu Yang had spent it with ease. He finally realized the vast chasm that separated him from Chu Yang, who now was the real pauper. "What do you have to say for yourself, Shun Mengqing?" Zhou Jijia retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened profoundly. "Shun Mengqing, back in school, you pretended to be pure and virtuous. But now you've resorted to clinging to the wealthy. You're no different than a plaything for the rich. What nonsense are you spouting?" Shun Mengqing's complexion shifted dramatically. her face flushed with anger. Am I mistaken? You are merely a pawn, and one day, when you're no longer of use, you will be cast aside. Zhou Zhijie proclaimed smugly. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Your mouth reeks, Chu Yang interjected, suddenly irate. What? Did I hit a nerve? No matter how wealthy you are, you cannot control me. I am an employee of Shun's group, and I am not afraid of you, Zhou Zhijie replied with unbridled arrogance. Chu Yang shot Shun Mengqing a perplexed glance. Wasn't Shun's group her family's enterprise? It would be child's play for her to deal with him. I never expected Shun's group to harbor a parasite like you. Shin Mengqing snorted disdainfully. Whether I am a parasite or not is for you to determine. But what can you do to me? Zhou Zhijie sneered dismissively. With a cold smirk, Shun Mengqing retrieved her phone and dialed number. Is there someone named Zhou Zhijie at the branch? I no longer wish to see this individual. After ending the call, she coldly declared, you are fired, and I will ensure you cannot find employment anywhere in the province. If you seek an escape, it would be wise to leave the province altogether. Who do you think you are, demanding my dismissal? Do you believe you are the heiress of Shun's group? Zhou Zhijie laughed heartily, utterly unconvinced by Shun Mengqing's words. Just then his phone rang. He answered it, and his face transformed into a sycophantic grin. Hello, Mr. Wang. What? I've been fired? Why? Zhou Zhijie stood frozen, the phone slipping from his grasp and shattering upon impact with the ground. He remained oblivious to his surroundings. Who are you really? Wait, you share the surname Shun, are you? Zhou Zhijie quickly connected the dots. Indeed, my father is Shun Qingzong. I fail to understand your audacity in believing you are worthy of me, Shun Mengqing stated coldly. Everyone, except for Chu Yang, bore expressions of utter astonishment. No one could have imagined that this beautiful young woman was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the province, Shun Qingzong, and that she shared such a close relationship with Chu Yang. This revelation elevated Chu Yang's status in the eyes of the onlookers. To befriend the daughter of the provincial tycoon was no small feat, miss. I was wrong. Please grant me another chance, Zhou Zhijie implored, kneeling before her. He had labored for many years to achieve his current standing. Losing it all would leave him destitute. Having grown accustomed to a wealthy lifestyle, being reduced to nothing would be more painful than death. I do not wish to see this person again, Shin Mengqing stated, her voice devoid of warmth. Rest assured, I will have him removed immediately, Lin Dongheng replied without hesitation. After all, Shun Mengqing was the daughter of the province's wealthiest individual. He dared not defy her. To incur Shun Qingzong's wrath would jeopardize the survival of his establishment. Thus, Zhou Zhijie was swiftly escorted out by security, while his female companion, panic-stricken, fled the scene. The onlookers murmured among themselves, reflecting on the importance of humility. One never knew when they might provoke a force beyond their reckoning. The consequences could be dire. Some even deemed Shun Mengqing callous for her actions, thinking it excessive to ruin someone's life over mere insults. Chu Yang, however, saw no fault in Shun Mengqing's conduct. After all, he had insulted her and tarnished her reputation. In a just society, such individuals were fortunate to remain unscathed in ancient times. Offending the daughter of a prominent family could lead to dire consequences. It is unfortunate that many morally bankrupt individuals thrive today, shielded by the law. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing followed Lin Dongheng to the newly acquired vehicle, a Bentley 728, an elongated custom edition. Its grand stature exuded opulence, and its sleek contours showcased unparalleled elegance. In an era where even owning a standard car was a cause for envy, driving this vehicle would certainly attract countless admiring glances. Gazing at the car before him, Chu Yang's face lit up with immense satisfaction. In his previous life, he had always dreamed of owning a Bentley, but was hindered by the parasitic grasp of the Li family, working tirelessly yet remaining in poverty, unable to afford even a modest vehicle. Now, with a second chance at life, he could finally rectify his past regrets. Mr. Chu, this is your car. The license plate is already affixed, featuring 4/8. All insurance and taxes have been waived. You may hit the road immediately, Lin Dongheng announced with a broad smile. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, Mr. Lin, Chu Yang remarked, genuinely appreciating Lin Dongheng's professionalism. It is only right, as it reflects my apologies, Lin Dongheng promptly replied. I shall take my leave now, Chu Yang said slowly. Do remember the stone gambling event the day after tomorrow, Qin Mo reminded him. Rest assured, I will be there on time, Chu Yang assured with a nod. Chapter 16, the stone gambling event. Chu Yang drove the Bentley through the streets, where traffic remained relatively smooth in this era of fewer cars. As he cruised, many vehicles veered aside, fearful of the potential financial ruin a mere scrape could bring. Passers-by cast admiring glances at the imposing vehicle. Even those unfamiliar with its brand could sense its luxury. Sitting within, Chu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Truly, Nothing compared to the exhilaration of driving a luxury car. Once conditions permitted, he might even consider acquiring a private jet. In the future, the truly affluent no longer indulge in automobiles. Instead, they revel in private jets and yachts. Chu Yang firmly believes that he will inevitably possess such luxuries. And the time is not far off. Chu Yang, you won't hold it against me, will you? Shen Mengqing asked anxiously. Hold it against you? Chu Yang inquired slowly. Hold it against me for concealing my identity and not revealing that my father is Shun Qingzong, Shen Mengqing replied. In truth, I had already surmised it. Chu Yang said with a smile. What? You had already figured it out? How did you come to that conclusion? Shen Mengqing asked, astonished. Your eloquence and demeanor are far from those of an ordinary family. A typical bank employee could not possibly have 300,000 in savings and drive such a fine car. With your wealth and surname Shun, it was quite easy to deduce, Chu Yang remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face. Shen Mengqing observed his self-assured expression, her heart fluttering. She remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Yang had actually been reincarnated. She simply found his confidence irresistibly charming, and his image had unknowingly etched itself into her heart. In the following 2 days, Chu Yang spent his time engrossed in the stock exchange, closely monitoring the fluctuations of crude oil prices while also keeping an eye on the stock market. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The oil market had yet to reach its peak, oscillating between gains and losses. Meanwhile, stocks had already surged to 2 circuit breakers, and Chu Yang's account had ballooned to 2,600,000. Shen Mengqing had also reaped a modest fortune in the process and couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly money could be made in stock trading. Just a flick of the finger could yield millions. It was no wonder many became entranced by the stock market, unwilling to extricate themselves from its grasp. However, her mood soured when she glanced at the oil account, which had suffered a staggering loss of nearly 30 million. She turned to Chu Yang, only to find him utterly composed, his demeanor unruffled, leaving her with little to say. Soon, the day of the stone gambling event arrived. Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing drove to the bustling marketplace in the west of the city. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a throng of people. The venue was replete with various types of stones, and numerous individuals were selecting stones to be analyzed. After the stones were examined, some erupted in cheers, while others succumbed to despair, and a few even fainted. Medical personnel quickly whisked the fainted individuals away in ambulances, indicating that such occurrences were all too common, and the onlookers had grown accustomed to it. Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing navigated through the crowd. Their curiosity piqued, as this was their first visit to such a place. Is that really you, Shen Mengqing? A voice filled with surprise called out to them. A young man in his 20s, clad in fashionable attire, approached. Adorned with a conspicuous gold chain around his neck, he resembled a nouveau riche individual. His eyes appeared slightly puffy, suggesting a life of excess. Yang Meng, is it really you? Shen Mengqing asked, her brow furrowing. Chu Yang recognized him as well. He was a former classmate from high school. Back then, he had leveraged his family's wealth to dominate the class, surrounding himself with sycophants who bullied less fortunate classmates. Chu Yang had been among those tormented, and Yang Meng had even pursued Shen Mengqing, brazenly declaring her his girlfriend. Anyone who spoke to her would invariably face a beating. With Yang Meng's family settling matters discreetly, ensuring no one dared to pursue Shen Mengqing thereafter. This had bred deep resentment in her towards him. After Yang Meng was sent abroad for studies, they lost touch, and Shen Mengqing never anticipated crossing paths with him again. Indeed, it is I. I never expected you to remember me, Yang Meng replied, his face beaming with a smile as his gaze audaciously roamed over Shen Mengqing's figure, making her skin crawl. You still look stunning after all these years, unchanged. Do you have a boyfriend? If not, why not be my girlfriend? Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Yang Meng exclaimed excitedly. I'm sorry, but we are not suited for each other, Shen Mengqing replied without hesitation. Why not? I am wealthy. And you are beautiful. Aren't we a match made in heaven? Yang Meng asked, perplexed. Because I already have a boyfriend, and it's him, Shen Mengqing said, linking her arm with Chu Yang's and resting her head on his shoulder. Chu Yang was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, leaving him momentarily entranced. Shen Mengqing leaned against him, soft and delicate, a feeling that enveloped him entirely, making him wish she would remain by his side indefinitely. Chu Yang, is that really you? Yang Meng seethed, seeing Shen Mengqing nestled against another man. Jealousy ignited within him as he recognized Chu Yang, another former classmate from high school. Yang Meng, it's been a long time. I hope all is well. Chu Yang said slowly. You worthless cur, who couldn't even muster the courage to confront me after I slapped you in school, now dares to pursue my woman? Have you a death wish? Yang Meng roared in anger, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. The innate curiosity of the crowd, rich or poor alike, drew them in. Isn't that the young master of the Yang family? This could be trouble. That young couple must be courting disaster by provoking him, murmured the crowd. Yang is known for his ruthless tactics. He has the means to cover his tracks, as long as he doesn't kill anyone. Yang Meng, you should mind your language, Shen Mengqing admonished, frowning. Dare to gamble with me, or do you deny it? Shen Mengqing, I never imagined you would choose this coward over me, Yang Meng said, his expression darkening. Yang Meng, you keep calling him a coward. How gratifying it must be. Chu Yang interjected, furrowing his brow. What? Am I mistaken? Do you not recall how you were too afraid to attend school after I bested you? Yang Meng sneered. Yang Meng, do you still think this is school? You should know that fortunes can change in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang replied calmly. Despite Yang Meng's bravado, he knew full well that in just 2 years, Yang Meng's father would succumb to a heart attack, leaving him in charge of a company he was ill-equipped to manage. Within 6 months, it would fall into bankruptcy, leaving him destitute, a fate both tragic and ironic. You, who eat pickled vegetables with steamed bread for 3 meals a day, have no right to speak to me, Yang Meng spat. You come to harass my girlfriend and expect me to remain silent? How arrogant, Chu Yang retorted coldly. You, such a pitiable wretch, have no right to associate with Shen Mengqing, Yang Meng scoffed disdainfully. My choice of companions is of no concern to you, Chu Yang replied coolly. I warn you, leave Shen Mengqing immediately, or I shall ensure you regret it. Yang Meng's eyes gleamed with a chilling glare, his expression contorted with anger. What is the matter? Are you still planning to have someone beat me up? After all these years, you remain so utterly stagnant, Chu Yang retorted with evident disdain. Preposterous. I'll deliver a beating so severe that even your mother won't recognize you. Yang Meng, ignited like a powder keg, reached out to grab Chu Yang. With a cold snort, Chu Yang remained unfazed. Despite Yang Meng's imposing physique, he was already drained by indulgence. And Chu Yang was confident he could take him down with a single blow. A confrontation was imminent, and Chu Yang was prepared to teach Yang Meng a lesson. In their school days, he had often been bullied by Yang Meng's underlings. Now, he had the chance for revenge, and he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Stop! Who dares to cause a disturbance here? An urgent voice rang out just then. As the crowd looked up, they saw Qin Mo hastily approaching. It was old Qin. It was not surprising he was present at the stone gambling event he had organized. Yang Meng, being a scion of a wealthy family, would likely face no repercussions. But the young man might just be thrown out. Indeed, old Qin was someone who could not tolerate chaos in his domain. Anyone daring to cause trouble here was practically courting death. All eyes were filled with pity as they regarded Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing. Qin Mo approached with a darkened expression. What is happening here? Old Qin, it's me, Yang Meng. My father is Yang Yanhai, whom you know well. Yang Meng quickly plastered a smile on his face. Ah, it's Yang. What exactly transpired here? Qin Mo nodded, his tone indifferent. Given his status, he would hardly regard Yang Yanhai highly. Even Yang Yanhai had to present himself as a junior in his presence, let alone Yang Meng, who was merely a grandson in the hierarchy. It's this fellow, who clearly cannot afford a meal, yet comes here to peruse the stones, obviously just causing a ruckus. You must expel him at once, Yang Meng pointed at Chu Yang. Only then did Qin Mo catch sight of Chu Yang, and a smile crossed his features. You claim he is a pauper? Indeed, he is nothing but a beggar, unworthy of being here, Yang Meng affirmed. Yang, I believe you are mistaken. This Mr. Chu is indeed a distinguished guest I personally invited, Qin Mo stated slowly. He stepped forward to extend his hand toward Chu Yang, saying, Mr. Chu, why didn't you call me upon your arrival? I truly apologize for the misunderstanding that has arisen. At this revelation, shock spread across the faces of all present as they speculated about Chu Yang's true identity. The fact that Qin Mo would initiate a handshake was truly astonishing. I merely wished to observe initially, unaware that I would encounter such a situation, Chu Yang replied with a smile. I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have dealt Yang Meng a thorough beating. Qin Mo, however, was not pleased. Old Qin, you can't be serious. How could this fellow be a distinguished guest? Yang Meng questioned, incredulous. Are you suggesting I'm losing my faculties, Yang? Qin Mo inquired, visibly annoyed. I meant no offense. He is merely my high school classmate. Raised in poverty, subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables daily. I worried you might be deceived by him. Yang Meng hastily explained, his complexion shifting. Yang, Mr. Chu is an expert in antique appraisal, someone who turned 2 million into 35 million. How could he possibly be destitute? Qin Mo replied calmly. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. To convert 2 million into 35 million was a feat more rapid than robbing a bank. No wonder old Qin treated him with such courtesy. It turned out they were peers in the same field. Yang Meng's expression darkened significantly, his disbelief palpable. He could hardly fathom that the Chu Yang, once unable to even strike a decent blow in school, had now transformed into an expert in antique appraisal and amassed millions. Millions indeed were no longer indicative of poverty. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of disdain. Only 30 million? My father possesses a fortune of 10 billion. Before me, you're still a beggar. And what of you? What's your own worth? Chu Yang replied, his tone laced with subtle malice. The words struck Yang Meng like a dagger, rendering him speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. Who would have thought you'd become so sharp-tongued? Yang Meng muttered darkly. I merely speak the truth. My wealth is earned through my own endeavors, while you still cling to your father's name, as if you haven't weaned, Chu Yang scoffed. Disdain evident in his expression. Laughter erupted from the crowd at this remark, unable to contain themselves. Indeed, the sharpness of Chu Yang's tongue was remarkable. How dare you? Chu Yang, you truly court death. Will you dare to wager with me? Yang Meng challenged, his face dark with fury. What do you wish to wager? Chu Yang asked slowly. Let us gamble on stones. We shall each select a piece and compare the value after appraisal. Do you dare? Yang Meng inquired coldly. Of course I dare. What stakes do you propose? Chu Yang replied, his confidence unwavering. He had awakened his perceptive abilities and was certain of victory. Moreover, he had never heard that Yang Meng possessed any skill in stone gambling. If I win, you shall immediately withdraw from Shan Mengqing's life, Yang Meng sneered. She is my girlfriend. I will not stake her as a wager. Chu Yang firmly refused. Are you too afraid? If so, kneel and crawl out of here. Yang Meng laughed mockingly. Let us wager money then. Aren't you always boasting about your wealth? Chu Yang suggested slowly. Fine. How much do you wish to wager? Yang Meng asked icily. Let us start with a modest sum. 50 million, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. He knew that, as a second-generation rich kid, Yang Meng's allowance would barely reach 1 or 2 million a month. Asking him for 50 million was utterly impossible. Yet, Chu Yang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After all, Yang Meng had bullied him throughout their school days. Today, he would repay that torment with a dose of profound pain. What? 50 million? Yang Meng exclaimed, taken aback. Chu Yang had hit the nail on the head. Yang Meng barely possessed 300,000 at most. 50 million was simply beyond his reach. Are you afraid? Then kneel and crawl out. Chu Yang mocked, returning Yang Meng's earlier taunt. Nonsense. I accept your wager. The loser not only must pay 50 million, but must also bow and call the winner grandfather 3 times. Do you dare? Yang Meng declared, unwilling to show weakness. Certainly, old Qin, I would appreciate your presence as a witness. Chu Yang directed his gaze to Qin, Mo very well. But are you certain about this? Qin Mo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Antique appraisal and stone gambling were entirely different realms, and the likelihood of mastering both was exceedingly slim. He genuinely worried that Chu Yang was acting impulsively. After all, youth often leads to rash decisions. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with this fellow. We were high school classmates, and he possesses little understanding of stone gambling, Chu Yang remarked slowly. How can you say that? Chu Yang, it seems you too lack knowledge in this domain. Yang Meng retorted with a cold scoff. By coincidence, after graduating from university, I studied a bit. Defeating you will pose no challenge, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. He was a man of heavenly eye ability, perceiving any stone as if it were an unclad individual, devoid of any secrets. Alas, the heavenly eye lacked the powers of X-ray vision. Otherwise, that day would have been exhilarating. At the very least, facing a stunning beauty like Shin Mengqing daily would have been the ultimate visual delight. While I may not understand it myself, I have engaged a master, with him present. Your demise is assured today, Yang Meng sneered. Whoever comes, I am destined to triumph over you, Chu Yang stated calmly. Such brazen arrogance. Lin Lao, please step forward. Yang Meng said with a scoff. As his words fell, a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a long robe, emerged. This man wore an emerald ring on each thumb, the jade glimmering in a deep green hue, unmistakably valuable. Lin Xiangdong, is it really you? Qin Mo's expression shifted upon seeing the man. Could it be? I never anticipated he would also be here. He was a master in the gambling stone realm, known by the moniker Ghost Eye. It was said that any stone he favored would surely appreciate in value. Indeed, a decade prior, he had turned 5 million into 200 million, thus earning his fame and renown. This young man was in peril. Challenging Lin Xiangdong was akin to an amateur confronting a professional. The crowd gazed at Lin Xiangdong with astonished expressions. Chu Yang, what shall we do now? Shen Mengqing's face grew serious as she heard the murmurs around her. Mr. Chu, Lin Xiangdong has arrived. This does not bode well. Qin Mo's expression also soured. Fear not, whether he be Lin Xiangdong or Lin Xiwang, I shall prevail, Chu Yang replied indifferently. Ghost Eye, no matter how formidable, cannot compare to my heavenly eye, Chu Yang asserted. Chu Yang, This Lin Xiangdong, known as Ghost Eye, is renowned for his gambling prowess. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Yang Meng laughed triumphantly. I care not whether he is Ghost Eye or Cat Eye. To me, they're all the same. Chu Yang replied coolly. You are indeed audacious, young man. May I inquire who your mentor is? Lin Xiangdong asked coldly. I have no master. I am entirely self-taught, Chu Yang responded slowly. So a self-taught novice dares to challenge me. Lin Xiangdong sneered. Indeed, I am a self-taught novice, but defeating you is still within my grasp, Chu Yang replied calmly. Chu Yang, are you not afraid of speaking too boldly? Do you not comprehend how formidable Lin Lao truly is? Yang Ming asked mockingly. He is formidable only because he has yet to encounter me, Chu Yang stated with composure. Today's youth truly show no respect for their elders, Lin Xiangdong remarked coldly. Respect must be earned. Should one attempt to leverage age to belittle me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Chu Yang chuckled softly. You were still in your mother's womb drinking milk when I began gambling with stones. Today, I shall teach you what true stone gambling entails, Lin Xiangdong huffed. Let us meet at the stone evaluation apparatus in half an hour. Do not attempt to flee, for I shall not let you escape. Yang Meng said with a chilling smile. Why would I run when someone intends to offer me 50 million? Chu Yang replied with indifference. Who owes whom 50 million remains to be seen, Yang Meng scoffed, joining Lin Xiangdong in selecting stones. Mr. Chu, are you truly certain you wish to compete against Lin Xiangdong? Qin Mo inquired, his brow furrowed. Without a doubt, Chu Yang nodded. However, Lin Xiangdong's skills are terrifying. He has never suffered a defeat since his debut. Qin Mo's expression grew grave. That is because he has never faced me before, Chu Yang asserted with unwavering confidence. Qin Mo's forehead had creased into a furrow. He could not fathom why the typically composed Chu Yang seemed so reckless today. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious. Chu Yang said slowly. I believe in you, Shen Mengqing smiled. Come, let us select some stones, Chu Yang called out, leading the way towards the stone vendor stall, with Shen Mengqing and Qin Mo following suit. Upon arriving at the vendor stall, they found dozens of booths displaying an array of stones. Chu Yang's eyes scanned the materials. A multitude of information flooding his mind. Chapter 19. My intuition has always been accurate. Chu Yang's gaze roamed over the stones, and lines of information continuously appeared before him. New pit stone, waste material. Old pit stone, with a hint of ice variety. Ordinary stone, green on both sides, hollow in the center. As he strolled and observed, it appeared rather casual. In stark contrast, Lin Xiangdong approached his selection with utmost seriousness, meticulously examining each stone he considered, even gently tapping them with a hammer. The onlookers gazed at him with profound admiration. Compared to Lin Xiangdong, Chu Yang appeared exceedingly amateurish. Yang Meng, witnessing this, could not help but smirk, envisioning the scene where the 50 million would soon be in his grasp. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Chu Yang continued his casual inspection of stones. Suddenly, one particular stone caught his eye. It was an old pit stone containing exquisite emerald, valued between 30 million and 35 million. Upon reading this, Chu Yang's heart soared with joy. He lifted his gaze towards the stone, noting its jagged surface and exceedingly poor appearance. It resembled mere waste material. No one would suspect it harbored such exquisite emerald within. Had it not been for Chu Yang's heavenly eye, he would never have known. However, he concealed his excitement, feigning calmness as he squatted at the stall. Initially, he refrained from inspecting the stone directly, instead pretending to examine several other pieces, even feigning to tap them. Such actions only served to amplify his apparent amateurism in the eyes of the crowd. This is not akin to choosing a watermelon. Tapping it will reveal nothing. After more than a minute of tapping, he finally turned to the stone he favored and feigned hesitation before asking, Boss, how much for this stone? The crowd expressed disdain, their faces revealing scorn. Clearly, this was a piece of waste. How could he select it? Was he not essentially handing money to Yang Meng? Initially perceived as a champion, he was now seen as nothing more than a stubborn novice. Beside him, Qin Mo's face reflected worry. Mr. Chu, this stone is clearly waste material. Indeed, sir. This stone is genuinely waste. I advise you not to waste your money. Even the vendor felt compelled to dissuade him. I have a hunch that this stone will appreciate significantly, Chu Yang replied slowly. A hunch? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Stone gambling cannot rely solely on intuition. Qin Mo frowned. Fear not. My intuition has always proven accurate, Chu Yang smiled. Hearing this, Yang Ming burst into laughter. It seems someone is destined to become my benefactor. 50 million is as good as mine, and no one can stop it. Mark my words. Do not boast before the contest. Be wary of being struck down. Chu Yang remarked with a hint of indifference. I await the moment when you lose 50 million, crawling out on your knees, Yang Meng declared with a triumphant expression. I desire this stone, Chu Yang said slowly. Name your price, good sir. Are you truly certain you want this stone? The proprietor inquired, still harboring some doubt. This piece had long been ignored, and he had intended to toss it into the warehouse upon his return. Indeed, Chu Yang replied without hesitation. Then I shall ask for 3,000. The proprietor pondered for a moment before stating. At this, Shun Mengqing immediately protested. You claim this is a worthless stone, yet you dare to demand 3,000? That is outrageous. Madam, this is merely the shipping cost. Transporting it incurred such expenses, and I have made no profit. The proprietor lamented, his face a mask of helplessness. Very well, 3,000 it is. Please process the payment, Chu Yang responded, producing his bank card and completing the transaction. After settling the payment, he cradled the stone and approached the cutting station. I have made my selection. What have you? Chu Yang inquired, glancing at Yang Meng. I too have made my choice. Lin Xiangdong approached, clutching a stone that gleamed with a smooth exterior, subtly hinting at a green hue. Such stones invariably possess a significant potential for appreciation. Lin Xiangdong, with his so-called ghostly eyes, had indeed chosen a promising piece. Indeed, it appears the outcome is already foreseen, he remarked, his expression dripping with disdain. I initially believed that the young man surnamed Chu would prove formidable. Instead, he is merely a master of bluster, utterly dull. Lin Xiangdong's contempt was palpable as he observed Chu Yang's chosen stone, exclaiming, to select such a worthless piece, competing with you is a sheer waste of my time. The contest is yet to commence. It is premature to declare victory or defeat, Chu Yang replied coolly. He cast a discerning glance at the stone Lin Xiangdong had selected. Indeed, there was a hint of green, but it merely skimmed the surface. Once fully uncovered, it would reveal itself as a worthless rock. The meager green would hardly fetch a significant sum. It was rumored that Lin Xiangdong had invested over 300,000 in this stone. He was bound to suffer a grievous loss. I wonder where your confidence stems from, as you stubbornly persist in your delusions, Lin Xiangdong scoffed. Lin, there is no need to waste words with him. Should you prevail, how about I take 20 million of the 50? Yang Meng proposed nonchalantly, his face brimming with confidence as if the 50 million were already in his grasp. That would be splendid. Who would ever complain of excess wealth? Lin Xiangdong replied with a mocking smile. Two fools, truly believing they have me cornered? Go ahead and commence the cutting, Chu Yang stated dismissively. Should I be the one to cut, your chances will vanish, Lin Xiangdong retorted with a cold snort. I fail to understand your arrogance. To me, you merely clutch a worthless stone. I have navigated the world of stone gambling for over 20 years without a single misstep. Today, you shall witness how I earn the name Ghostly Eyes, Lin Xiangdong declared proudly. Anyone can boast. Let's see the truth of it, Chu Yang replied, already aware that Lin Xiangdong had selected a worthless stone. It seemed Lin Xiangdong's reputation was destined for ruin today. Prepare to witness, Lin Xiangdong declared with a scoff, placing his stone before the cutter. Master, please proceed. Very well, how shall we cut? The cutter inquired, energized by the prospect of work. First, slice the surface, then polish. Lin Xiangdong instructed, aware that cutting through the center could easily damage any jade within. A ruined jade would result in a substantial loss. The difference in value between intact and damaged jade is astronomical. Understood. Please allow me to begin, the cutter replied, activating the machine to commence the cutting process. As the cutter unveiled the surface, a faint green indeed emerged. It's green, truly green. The ghostly eyes are indeed impressive. The spectators gazed at Lin Xiangdong with astonishment. Lin Xiangdong cast a smug glance toward Chu Yang. What do you think now? Are you beginning to realize my prowess? Do you still dare to speak with such bravado? He taunted. Chu Yang, I am prepared to graciously accept your 50 million. Yang Meng laughed heartily, his demeanor suggesting that victory was already assured. But it was merely a superficial hint of green. Their elation was decidedly premature, as Chu Yang observed nonchalantly. One does not weep until faced with the coffin. Lin Xiangdong huffed. Master, please polish it further. The cutter, fully aware of the stakes involved, a wager of 100 million, did not hesitate, proceeding with utmost care. Once the polishing was complete, the crowd's expressions shifted from shock to disappointment. What a pity. It is merely ice jade, they lamented. It seems the ghostly eyes have truly erred this time. Indeed, this ice jade is worth at most a few thousand, while he spent 300,000. What a catastrophic loss. Lin Xiangdong's expression also darkened. Lin, what has transpired? Yang Meng asked, his face clouded with concern. Do not fret, while the surface is ice jade. I firmly believe there is an exquisite gem within, Lin Xiangdong insisted stubbornly. Lin Xiangdong, cease your denial. I warned you this was a worthless stone. Do not risk your reputation further, Chu Yang stated calmly. Silence. When I was dominating the stone gambling scene, you were still drinking milk. What right do you have to speak here? Lin Xiangdong retorted sharply. Indeed, Chu Yang, you pitiful coward. Are you fearful that Lin will uncover a gem and you shall lose? Your intentions are nefarious and devoid of honor, Yang Meng sneered contemptuously. Foolishness. You fail to recognize kindness when it is offered. If you choose to ignore my counsel, I can do naught but sigh. Chu Yang replied with a heavy heart. You dare call me a dog? Yang Meng's face flushed with rage. Yes, I did. What will you do about it? Chu Yang shot back, his disdain evident. Are you seeking a beating? Yang Meng growled through clenched teeth. Perhaps it is you who should be concerned about receiving a beating, Chu Yang retorted coolly. A wastrel like Yang Meng, having squandered his fortune, could hardly take on 3 opponents. His previous bullying in school was aided by his numerous lackeys. Now, without protectors, he could finally seek revenge. Having graduated for so many years, you have grown bolder, you pitiful wretch. Today, I shall ensure you are left helpless, Yang Meng sneered. As he prepared to strike, Qin Mo stepped in front of the 2 men, his expression dark. Enough. No fighting here, or I shall have you thrown out, he warned. This stone gambling event was organized by him. Any altercation would reflect poorly on him, and he would not allow it to transpire. Yang Meng, wary of Qin Mo, relented. His face twisted in frustration as he glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, consider yourself fortunate. Or perhaps I should say, your luck is simply remarkable. Chu Yang, too, felt a tinge of disappointment for having missed yet another opportunity to teach Yang Meng a lesson. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangdong had resumed instructing the cutter to continue with the stone. After the stone master sliced open the stone material, it turned out to be utterly hollow inside. At this moment, even Lin Xiangdong began to lose his composure. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How could this be? Could it be that I truly misjudged? That is inconceivable. Reluctantly, he commanded, continue cutting. Soon, another incision was made directly down the middle. Once again, it was devoid of substance. Indeed, it was worthless stone. Even the ghost eyes had finally encountered a phantom. How foolish of me to have been so excited for a moment. I nearly lost my composure, an utter waste of my expression. All eyes turned to Lin Xiangdong with disdain. His face had turned pale, for he understood that his years of reputation had crumbled in a single day. Such is the cruelty of the world. No matter how many successes one has previously achieved, a single failure can plunge one into an abyss of despair. Lin, what is happening? Yang Meng inquired darkly. Young Master Yang, I apologize, I never anticipated such an error, Lin Xiangdong admitted reluctantly, though he was loath to accept his misjudgment. Losing 300,000 did not pain him as much as the loss of his reputation, which truly tormented him. I told you long ago that this was a worthless stone, yet you refused to believe me, came the voice of Chu Yang. The crowd gasped in astonishment, suddenly recalling that Chu Yang had indeed declared this a worthless stone. Could it be that Chu Yang's gambling prowess surpassed Lin Xiangdong's? If so, that would be truly terrifying. Chu Yang, you worthless coward, you're merely lucky. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Yang Meng glared at him. You'd better prepare 50 million, for that amount is surely mine. Chu Yang replied with unwavering confidence. You haven't even cut the stone yet. On what grounds do you claim victory? Lin Xiangdong scoffed. Indeed, your stone is clearly worthless. It must contain nothing. Mine, however, is worth at least several thousand. And perhaps I still have a chance to win, Yang Meng interjected, his eyes gleaming with hope. One doesn't weep until they see the coffin. Today, I shall make you all submit, Chu Yang said nonchalantly. He cradled the stone material in his hands and approached the cutting machine. Sir, how do you intend to cut? The stone master asked immediately. No need to trouble yourself. I will cut it myself, Chu Yang replied with a smile. The stone master was momentarily taken aback, but soon stepped aside, accustomed as he was to people wanting to cut their own stones. Chu Yang placed the stone on the cutting machine and began to slice. Possessing the heavenly eye, he intuitively knew how to cut it. After the first slice, a brilliant green light emanated from within the stone. It has risen. It has truly risen. To his astonishment, it was indeed green. What appeared to be a worthless stone was, in fact, a treasure. Everyone stared at Chu Yang in utter shock. Yang Meng and Lin Xiangdong's expressions began to sour. However, a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. Perhaps this green layer was merely superficial, and the interior could still be empty. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Chu Yang swiftly cut through the stone completely. In that instant, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even breathing seemed to cease. Chapter 21. If you can't pay, let your father repay your debts. Before them lay a verdant jade stone, pristine and devoid of impurities, radiantly translucent and brimming with vitality, captivating all who gazed upon it. It was immediately evident that this was an exceptional jadeite, This is an extraordinary emerald. My heavens, such a large emerald. I have never seen its like. I'll take this emerald for 30 million. 30 million is a mere trifle. I'll offer 35 million. I'll bid 40 million. Numerous jade merchants present, upon witnessing such a magnificent stone, were eager to acquire it, for transforming such jade into jewelry would undoubtedly double its value. Meanwhile, Yang Meng and Lin Xiaodong were rendered utterly speechless. How could this be? This coward had indeed struck it rich. Yang Meng could scarcely accept the reality before him, while Lin Xiaodong was engulfed in despair, fully aware that his reputation had been irreparably tarnished. Young Master Yang, we must leave quickly, or we will indeed owe 50 million. Lin Xiaodong urged Yang Meng. Yes, we should hurry, Yang Meng finally responded, panic setting in as he realized his assets barely amounted to 2 million. 50 million was a sum he could never muster, even if it cost him his life. Together, they planned to slip away unnoticed, reasoning that once they left, it would be impossible to make them accountable. Yang Meng, where do you think you're going? Chu Yang's voice rang out. He had been closely monitoring Yang Meng's movements, anticipating his attempt to flee. There was no way he would grant him such an opportunity. The 50 million must be extracted from Yang Meng. This declaration instantly drew all eyes to Yang Meng, whose face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The esteemed young Master Yang, with a fortune of 10 billion, was not contemplating escape, was he? Chu Yang smirked. Who is trying to escape? I merely need to use the restroom. Yang Meng retorted defiantly. Elder Qin, you are the notary. Who has won this bet? Chu Yang inquired of Qin Mo. Of course, you have won, Qin Mo replied. Yang Meng, a bet is a bet. 50 million, please, Chu Yang stated coolly. Qin Mo nodded to a staff member, who promptly retrieved a POS machine. In this era, without the convenience of online transactions, the POS machine was the swiftest method. As Yang Meng gazed at the machine, his complexion shifted erratically, his body trembling. A forced smile crept onto his face. Chu Yang, I admit my mistake this time. Spare me this once. And I swear I will never show my face before you again. Spare you? If I had lost, would you have spared me? Enough of the chatter. Bring the money. Chu Yang retorted with a huff. Chu Yang, don't push your luck. If you go too far, I want to be polite. Yang Meng's expression darkened. What audacity! You owe me money, and yet threaten me? Who gave you such courage? Chu Yang replied coldly. If you let me go today, perhaps we can negotiate. If not, regardless of your future business endeavors, the Yang family will blacklist you. Yang Meng warned ominously. Blacklist me? To the uninformed, it might seem the Yang family rules the South with an iron fist. If you don't pay today, you can forget about leaving. No one can save you. Chu Yang scoffed, emboldened by his own advantages. I will leave today, and I dare anyone to stop me, Yang Meng declared defiantly, turning to depart. Yang, your actions are disgraceful. Stop him. Qin Mo finally spoke up, his gaze filled with contempt. It was unacceptable to gamble and then attempt to evade payment. He had to assist Chu Yang, for he had no fear of the Yang family. As soon as he spoke, two burly men blocked Yang Meng's path. Elder Qin, what is the meaning of this? Yang Meng's face shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. Qin Mo held a position of considerable authority, commanding respect even from his father. A bet must be honored, debts repaid, such as the natural order. Xiao Yang, pay up, Qin Mo stated with a measured tone. I don't have that much money on me, stammered Yang Meng. The crowd erupted into a chorus of disbelief. How could he, lacking sufficient funds, still dare to gamble? Such behavior was truly contemptible. It was astonishing that Yang Yunhai could produce such a son, truly a case of a tiger begetting a dog. All eyes were cast upon Yang Meng with scorn. You have no capital, and yet you engage in a wager. Such actions provoke universal disdain. It's akin to playing cards and only revealing your lack of funds when the losses mount. Such conduct invites punishment. Listening to the crowd's derision, even with a thick skin, Yang Meng wished he could vanish into the ground. Old Qin, allow me to return and gather the funds. I assure you I will deliver the money. Yang Meng's eyes darted as he pleaded. Just let me leave this place. I have no interest in dealing with you, he added dismissively. Do you take me for a child of 3? If you leave, will you truly return? Your character does not suggest such integrity, Chu Yang retorted, swiftly dismantling Yang Meng's scheme. What do you want then? Yang Meng snapped in anger. Call your father and have him bring the money, Chu Yang replied calmly. No. If my father learns of this, he will surely kill me. Yang Meng's expression shifted dramatically. Then I shall have no choice but to contact the police and have them find your father. Chu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Wait, I agree to your terms, Yang Meng relented, pulling out his phone to dial Yang Yunhai. His voice trembled as he recounted the events. Even without speakerphone, the fury emanating from the phone was palpable to all present. 10 minutes later, a grim voice echoed from outside. Who dares to detain my son? Such audacity! A middle-aged man in his 50s entered, bearing a striking resemblance to Yang Meng, yet exuding an aura vastly different. His presence commanded attention, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Chu Yang, observing this, felt a wave of admiration. Truly, Yang Yanhai was formidable. Once a laborer, he had clawed his way to success, marked by an air of defiance and rumored connections to the underworld, making him a figure few dared to cross. "Father, save me," Yang Meng cried out upon seeing Yang Yanhai. Chapter 22. Too much money can also be a burden. A resounding slap echoed as Yang Yunhai struck Yang Meng across the face, leaving it visibly swollen. Clutching his face, Yang Meng stared at his father in terror, not daring to utter a word, though a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by all. "You wretch, all you do is cause me trouble. You'll be dealt with when we return," Yang Yunhai growled. Turning to Chinamo, he inquired in a low voice, "Old Chin, is it appropriate for an elder like you to intervene in a child's quarrel?" "Mr. Yang, you misunderstand. This matter does not concern me, but is a dispute between your son and Mr. Chu here," Chinamo replied slowly. Only then did Yang Yunhai notice Chu Yang. "Young man, who are you?" he asked, his tone dripping with condescension. "Father, he is my high school classmate. His parents are merely poor farmers," Yang Meng announced loudly. Silence. Yang Yunhai shot him a glare, though his heart settled when he assessed Chu Yang. As long as this youth lacked a formidable background, he would be manageable. "Young man, since you are classmates with my son, do you not think your actions are excessive?" Yang Yunhai asked with a measured tone. "Emer Yang, you yist. This wager was initiated by your son, and the stakes were set by him. Now that he has lost and cannot produce the funds, how can it be my fault?" Chu Yang replied with indifference. "Let us leave a path open for future encounters. If you grant me this favor today, shall we consider the matter settled?" Yang Yunhai insisted in a commanding tone. "What audacity! You think a mere favor can absolve a debt of 50 million? Mr. Yang, is your reputation truly worth that much?" Chu Yang retorted with a cold laugh. "What do you intend?" Yang Yunhai's expression darkened, revealing hostility. "Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle. If you do not settle today, tomorrow all of Tian Nan will know that Yang Yunhai is unwilling to honor a 50 million debt," Chu Yang stated flatly. "You insolent brat, do you comprehend my influence in Tian Nan? Be cautious, or I will ensure your life here becomes untenable." Yang Yunhai's eyes glinted dangerously. "Your son has already conveyed that sentiment to me. Regardless of your threats, 50 million is non-negotiable." Chu Yang dismissed Yang Yunhai's intimidation. "You may deceive my emotions, even my body, but you shall not default on my money. Mr. Yang, a bet must be honored. 50 million is but a trifle for you," Chinamo interjected softly. "Ah, I did not realize that the youth of today were so disrespectful to their elders. You have truly opened my eyes," Yang Yunhai sneered. "Once you settle the debt, I shall indeed show you respect. However, I cannot honor a man who shirks his obligations," Chu Yang declared, resolute in his stance. Despite the mounting frustration, Yang Yunhai had never encountered such a tenacious young man in his years of business. "Is 50 million truly such a burden?" he mused, pulling out a check and swiftly writing a sum before tossing it to the ground. "Here, take it. Can I leave with my son now?" he asked coolly, preparing to exit. "Wait," Chu Yang interrupted, calling after him. "What more do you want?" Yang Yunhai inquired, his face darkening. "Pick up the check and hand it to me," Chu Yang instructed, gesturing to the ground. "Are you dreaming? Take it if you wish," Yang Yunhai scoffed dismissively. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall post a notice outside your company, declaring your refusal to repay debts," Chu Yang retorted with a mocking smile. "You." Yang Yunhai trembled with rage, speechless. Despite his usual bluster, he found himself stifled by Chu Yang's audacity. Reluctantly, he retrieved the check and placed it in Chu Yang's hand. "Thank you for your generous gift, Mr. Yang." Chu Yang beamed, his smile provoking Yang Yunhai's ire. Yang Yunhai, wishing to retaliate, refrained. "Chu Yang, you are quite the character. I look forward to playing with you in the future," he said with a cold smile. "Mr. Yang, it will be my honor to engage in this game with you," Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Having lived 2 lives, he felt no fear of a man nearing his end. "I hope you can withstand my play. If I exhaust you too quickly, it would be dreadfully dull," Yang Yunhai said with a hint of disdain. "I too hope you do not disappoint," Chu Yang replied without reservation. With a final scoff, Yang Yunhai departed with Yang Meng, who shot Chu Yang a venomous glare. "Chu Yang, just wait. This isn't over," he vowed. Chu Yang merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction. "I fear your father far more than I fear you, you insignificant wretch." After Yang Yunhai departed, the atmosphere here finally became relaxed. "Mr. Chu, I will offer 40 million for this piece of jade. Please sell it to me." "I will offer 45 million. "I will offer 50 million. "Such an exquisite emerald, even if not sold, could serve as a prized possession in the store, undoubtedly generating a formidable advertising effect. These jade merchants are not short on funds. In the end, Chu Yang sold it to a corpulent jade dealer for 60 million. The buyer was quite straightforward and transferred the funds via card with no hesitation. As Chu Yang observed the balance in his account swell by 60 million, a wave of emotion washed over him. Gambling on stones is indeed exhilarating. His previous funds had all been invested in the stock and futures markets, leaving his bank account utterly depleted. Now, suddenly, it was replenished with 60 million, coupled with the 50 million bestowed by Yang Yanhai earlier. His bank account would soon swell to over 100 million. How should he spend this fortune? It truly was a perplexing situation. Having too much money can be a burden as well. Chu Yang felt a deep sense of helplessness. Chu Yang, I did not expect you to be so adept at gambling on stones, Qin Mo remarked, his face beaming with a smile. His admiration for Chu Yang was growing by the day. This young man was earning money at an astonishing pace. Last time at the antique auction, he turned over 2 million into over 40 million. This time was even more outrageous. With just 3,000 yuan, he amassed over 100 million. Robbing a bank wouldn't be this swift. You flatter me, Elder Qin. I merely had good fortune, Chu Yang replied with a smile. Young man, your modesty is commendable. 3 days from now, at 8 in the evening, there will be a business gathering. Would you be interested in attending? Qin Mo inquired slowly. Of course. I will be grateful, Elder Qin. Chu Yang immediately agreed. Chapter 23, 100,100,000 in deposits. Li Chunjian was astounded. Chu Yang readily accepted because he understood the significance of this gathering. To put it plainly, such gatherings are meant for networking. The attendees would undoubtedly carry far more weight than those at the previous antique auction. It seemed he had already garnered Qin Mo's admiration, and the elder was prepared to introduce him to the upper echelons of society in Tiannan. A faint smile graced Chu Yang's face. Conveniently, the oil market was set to commence in 3 days as well. After executing operations in oil, he would then possess over 4 billion in capital. It is crucial to note that this is liquid capital, not merely net worth. Many wealthy individuals boast of having tens of billions in assets, yet most of it is tied up in fixed asset valuations. If Chu Yang possesses over 4 billion in liquid assets, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the nation. Even the provincial tycoon, Shun Qingzong, would pale in comparison. After exiting the gambling stone market, Chu Yang went to the bank and withdrew 50 million, depositing it into his bank card. This money needed to be accessed promptly, otherwise it could lead to unforeseen complications. With the addition of the 50 million, his account balance instantly soared to 100,100,000. Chu Yang's face was adorned with a look of pride and satisfaction. Men often seek to conquer the world before winning the hearts of women. To achieve both, one requires a singular element, money. What is the greatest achievement for a man? It is watching his bank balance increase daily. This rate of earning is something Chu Yang could never have imagined in his previous life. At the very moment Chu Yang's funds were deposited, a gasp echoed through the construction bank. The exclamation came from Li Chunjian's assistant, Huang Yunliang. Everyone looked at Huang with bewilderment. His face was etched with astonishment, as though he had witnessed something extraordinarily significant. What's wrong with Assistant Huang? What has happened? They wondered, for he was typically a composed individual, and today he was utterly unhinged. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Ignoring the curious gazes, Huang Yunliang hastily made his way to Li Chunjian's office. Director Li, this is incredible, Huang exclaimed as he knocked and entered. Seeing Huang so flustered, Li Chunjian felt a pang of irritation. Yunliang, you are usually quite composed. What is the matter? He asked with displeasure, taking a sip from his cup. Director Li, Mr. Chu's account just suddenly increased by 100,100,000. Huang Yunliang gulped nervously. Upon hearing this, Li Chunjian spat out his tea, drenching Huang Yunliang in the process. His face was now covered in tea leaves. What did you say? Li Chunjian asked. His expression won a sheer shock. 100,100,000, Huang repeated. My heavens! What kind of fortune has our bank attracted? Li Chunjian nearly choked on his own saliva. Though 100,100,000 is not an extraordinary sum, it is worth noting that Chu Yang's account had been empty just days prior due to investments in futures and stocks. Who would have anticipated that within just a few days, he would earn over 100 million? This pace of earning was almost akin to robbery. Director, with such a deposit, we have already met tomorrow's targets, Huang Yunliang noted, swallowing hard. Indeed, inform everyone that this month, our funds have doubled. Li Chunjian laughed heartily. His performance was now quite commendable, and he might even have the opportunity to ascend to the position of vice president or even president of the headquarters. No matter what, as long as he clung to Chu Yang's golden leg, he was bound to soar to great heights. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Yunhai sat glumly in a chair, while Yang Meng trembled on the floor, kneeling. The sides of his face were swollen to match the other, clearly having received another slap upon returning home. You wretch! Always stirring up trouble. It was tolerable before, but now you have cost me 50 million. Yang Yunhai seethed, though he claimed to have a net worth of 10 billion. His liquid assets were not substantial. 50 million, while not crippling, was still a significant amount. Dad, I never expected that useless fellow would be so fortunate. Yang Meng retorted indignantly. He still believed that Chu Yang's victory was purely a stroke of luck. Having lost 50 million to someone you deem useless, does that not make you even less than useless? Yang Yunhai scoffed. Dad, we cannot let this matter rest. Yang Meng gritted his teeth. He had never suffered such a significant loss, especially at the hands of someone he had always looked down upon. It gnawed at him like a swarm of ants. My money will not be so easily taken. I will not let this boy off lightly. Yang Yunhai declared with a cold snort. Dad, what do you plan to do about him? Yang Meng inquired, puzzled. At the gathering in 3 days. Chinamo will certainly bring him along. I intend to utterly defeat him then. Yang Yunhai's eyes glinted with resolve. Dad, are you suggesting a stock trading competition? Yang Meng quickly deduced. Precisely. My success today is due to my acumen in the stock market, Yang Yunhai remarked, his face radiating confidence. Like Lin Dongheng, he too had made his fortune in the stock market. However, Lin Dongheng's trading skills paled in comparison to his own. In Tiannan, Yang Yunhai was also quite well known as a stock market expert. In the stock market, failures are a rarity, which is precisely why Yang Yunhai exudes such confidence. Little does Chu Yang know that Yang Yunhai intends to outmaneuver him in the realm of stocks. Had he been aware, he would surely have warned his adversary. While one may flirt with danger, they ought not to do so recklessly, especially when pitted against someone endowed with foresight. It would be akin to the birthday celebrant hanging themselves, lamenting the longevity of their life. For the next 3 days, Chu Yang remained in the VIP lounge of the Securities Exchange in the company of Shun Mengqing. During this time, an unusual sentiment began to blossom between them, creating an increasingly ambiguous atmosphere in their interactions. They were merely separated by a thin veil of unspoken feelings. As anticipated, the stocks they invested in experienced a remarkable surge, achieving 3 consecutive limits on price increases. Shun Mengqing indeed found herself with a modest fortune, while Chu Yang's initial investment of over 2 million had burgeoned to over 3 million. However, to Chu Yang, such sums were trifling. His focus remained steadfastly on the oil market. In the ensuing chapter, he amassed over 4 billion. The oil market had recently been in decline, plummeting from an initial price of 578 yuan to a mere 3 yuan. Chu Yang's futures account had suffered a staggering loss exceeding 100 million. Shun Mengqing, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. It should be noted that Chu Yang had leveraged his investments 20-fold. A margin call would spell catastrophic consequences, potentially rendering him incapable of recovery for the rest of his life. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the pivotal moment for the oil market. As the futures opened, oil prices had already dipped below 3 yuan. Shun Mengqing could no longer remain passive. If this downward trend continued, Chu Yang would inevitably face a margin call. Chu Yang, you must cease trading. Further losses would be disastrous, she implored, her expression grave. Fear not, the oil market shall rise today, Chu Yang replied with a smile. How can you be so sure? Shun Mengqing questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Because war is imminent. He gestured towards the newspaper on the table. He could hardly disclose his gift of foresight. Shun Mengqing picked up the newspaper and noted the report stating that Eagle Nation and Oil Nation were experiencing heightened tensions, with potential airstrikes being considered. You believe what the paper says? They are merely contemplating action, not committing to it, Shun Mengqing said, exasperated. Soon you will see, Chu Yang said, offering no further explanation. He was acutely aware that in half an hour, Eagle Nation would indeed launch airstrikes against Oil Nation, resulting in a bomb striking the largest oil field, igniting an explosion that would cause oil prices to soar. Within a single day, prices would rise to over 30 yuan, precisely as foretold in his vision. Is war truly on the horizon? Shun Mengqing still found it hard to believe. Trust me, my instincts have never led me astray, Chu Yang asserted confidently. Relying on instincts can be precarious, Shun Mengqing cautioned. Yet, Chu Yang's instincts had indeed proven infallible, instilling a measure of faith in her heart. Half an hour later, Chu Yang said, turn on the television. Shun Mengqing complied instantly. The news broadcast confirmed that Eagle Nation had commenced airstrikes on Oil Nation, destroying its oil fields. The moment this news broke, the international oil market was thrown into chaos. Prices, which had been in decline, surged as if propelled by a stimulant, rocketing from 3 yuan to 4, 5, 6, and within an hour, soaring to 3,078 yuan. As the price surged, countless investors rushed to buy in, eager to partake in the windfall. Chu Yang's previously beleaguered account, which had recorded losses of 680 million, transformed into a staggering 4 billion and 8 million, multiplying sixfold. Shen Mengqing was left astounded. 4 billion. This is a fortune that even my father, the so-called richest man in the province, does not possess. Chu Yang had amassed such wealth in a mere hour, a feat that was nothing short of extraordinary. Now, quickly sell off your shares, the price has peaked, he urged Shen Mengqing. Finally roused from her stupor, she hastily liquidated all her oil stocks. The market was bustling with buyers, and her order was filled in an instant. 4 billion and 8 million now lay quietly in Chu Yang's account. But why sell when prices are still rising? Shen Mengqing lamented, her face betraying regret. It will not climb higher. This is the limit. Prices are poised to retreat. Selling now will maximize our profits, Chu Yang explained calmly. Just as Shen Mengqing was about to inquire further, the television reported breaking news. In response to the ongoing oil crisis, Middle Eastern nations began releasing oil reserves to stabilize the market. As predicted, oil prices plummeted instantly, 30 yuan, 29 yuan, 28 yuan, eventually descending back to the initial price of 578 yuan at which Chu Yang had entered the market. The once frenzied futures market devolved into despair, with those who had bought at the peak suffering devastating losses. Shen Mengqing looked at Chu Yang with a mixture of disbelief and awe, each step he took seeming preordained, as if he possessed the gift of prophecy. Why do you look at me so? Chu Yang asked, bemused. How did you know oil prices would fall? She queried. Her curiosity piqued. Instinct is merely a man's intuition, he replied with an air of mystery. Shen Mengqing sighed inwardly. This man's intuition surpassed that of any woman. Should we transfer this money to the bank account? She asked. Of course, and be sure to transfer the funds from the stock as well. Chu Yang nodded. The stock he had purchased had also reached its peak. Shen Mengqing had no objections and promptly initiated the transfer. Before long, the entirety of their funds was deposited into Chu Yang's bank account. Ding! His phone chimed, revealing a message from the bank. Transfer amount: 4083 400 000, balance 4183 500 000, Construction Bank. Upon the arrival of such a substantial sum, the construction bank was thrown into disarray. The previous day's transaction of 110 million was already astonishing. Now, the influx of over 40 billion was nothing short of miraculous, fulfilling the deposit target for the next decade in a single swoop. Li Chunjiang received a call from the headquarters, filled with praise, which sent him soaring with pride. Chu Yang's phone rang almost immediately. It was Li Chunjiang calling. Mr. Chu, did you acquire this fortune through oil futures? He inquired. Indeed, Chu Yang confirmed without reservation. Li Chunjiang thought to himself, I was right to cling to this golden opportunity. Not everyone can earn 40 billion in a single day. As Chu Yang gazed at the message on his phone, a triumphant expression graced his face. With such wealth at his disposal, he could now embark on numerous ventures with abandon. For instance, the realms of real estate and the internet are ripe for investment opportunities. Perhaps we should commence with real estate. In the coming 2 decades, the property market will significantly influence the nation's economy. Countless real estate moguls will amass vast fortunes. It can be said that standing at this advantageous juncture, even a pig could soar. Chu Yang certainly does not wish to be outdone by mere pig. Chu Yang, given that you're now a billionaire, shouldn't you treat us? Shen Mengqing inquired, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Chapter 25, The Tears of the Mermaid. Just as Chu Yang was about to respond, his phone chimed. It was a call from Qinimo Old Qin. I hope you're doing well, Chu Yang said, smiling as he answered. He was well aware of the purpose behind Qinmo's call. Chu Yang, the gathering tonight will be at Yunhu Villa. Make sure to attend. And do feel free to bring a companion, Qin Imo stated slowly. Rest assured, I will be there on time, Chu Yang replied promptly. After hanging up, he turned to Shen Mengqing and said, Tonight, we have an event at Yunhu Villa. Let us go together. Is this the gathering that Old Qin mentioned? I didn't expect it to be at Yunhu Villa, Shen Mengqing expressed her surprise. Yunhu Villa is situated atop a lake named Yunhu, on the outskirts of Tianan City, which lends the establishment its name. It is the most prestigious club in Tianan, where virtually all business gatherings are held. Moreover, entry to Yunhu Villa is exclusive to members. Without membership, no matter how affluent one may be, admission is denied. Indeed, I never anticipated I would have the opportunity to enter such a place. Chu Yang reflected with a touch of nostalgia. Even after 20 years, Yunhu Villa remains a bustling hub in Tianan. In his previous life, every time he passed by, He would gaze enviously at the affluent patrons arriving in luxury vehicles, impeccably dressed. Regrettably, during that time, he was impoverished and had no chance to penetrate such circles. Now, in this rebirth, he has been granted the opportunity to alter his fate. How about we purchase a new outfit? Shen Mengqing suggested gently. Buy clothes? Is it truly necessary? Chu Yang asked, taken aback. Of course. This is a high-end gathering, and appearing too casual may invite disdain. Shen Mengqing, the daughter of Tycoon, was well-versed in such affairs. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Chu Yang conceded with a nod. They exited their private room and made their way to a nearby shopping mall, arriving at an upscale boutique. The store showcased not only men's and women's apparel, but also an array of exquisite jewelry. Each piece was priced exorbitantly, with even the least expensive garment exceeding 3,000 yuan. It is worth noting that this is the year 2002, and the cost of living is far less than 2 decades later. Many ordinary workers earn around 1,000 yuan. This establishment is undoubtedly beyond the financial reach of the average individual. Perhaps I should gift you a piece of jewelry, Chu Yang proposed slowly. That won't be necessary. I already have plenty, Shen Mengqing replied, shaking her head. I earned 40 billion today. I ought to have the chance to make a gesture. Chu Yang chuckled. What kind of jewelry do you wish to bestow upon me? Shen Mengqing inquired with curiosity. Chu Yang grinned and approached the counter, saying, Please present your most exquisite piece of jewelry. The sales assistant's eyes lit up at his request, recognizing a significant client. She promptly retrieved a necklace, which was striking in design. The chain was adorned with a circle of small diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the lights, with a central blue diamond the size of an eye. Shaped like a teardrop, captivating and mesmerizing. Sir, this necklace is called the Tears of the Mermaid, and it is said to be associated with a poignant tale. The sales assistant explained with a smile. Spare me the sentimental storytelling. Just tell me the price, Chu Yang interjected. What a load of nonsense. Isn't it merely a fabrication by merchants? The price is 880,000 yuan. The sales assistant replied promptly. Chu Yang, that's far too extravagant. Let us reconsider. Shen Mengqing's expression shifted, and she immediately protested. Why reconsider? To me, 880,000 is akin to 880, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. Young man, you certainly boast with great bravado. Be cautious not to inflate your claims too much. A middle-aged man in his 50s, with a receding hairline and a prominent beer belly, sneered at them. Beside him stood a young woman in her 20s, clinging to his arm, whose beauty was marred by heavy makeup, lending her an air of superficiality. Young man, your boasts are rather grand. Do you imagine yourself a financial guru? The middle-aged man scoffed. If you refer to me as a financial guru, I would gladly accept. Chu Yang replied coolly, devoid of any exaggeration. With his gift of foresight, he truly had no equals in stock trading. Beauty, it seems your boyfriend lacks reliability. The man introduced himself as Yuan Daji, chairman of Yunyang Group, suggesting they become acquaintances, his gaze fixated on Shen Mengqing with an unsettling intensity. The young woman beside him initially paled, but soon regained her composure, aware that her association with Yuan Daji was transactional. She cared not for his other romantic entanglements, as long as he provided her with financial support. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Mengqing looked familiar. Yunyang Group? I believe it is a partner of the Shen Group, Shen Mengqing remarked slowly. Indeed, I am quite familiar with the illustrious Shen family, Yuan Daji asserted, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Chu Yang couldn't suppress a smile. They had indeed crossed paths fortuitously. You are Shen Mengqing? Yuan Daji's companion suddenly exclaimed. And your son Lily? Shen Mengqing recognized her as well. Darling, do you know her? Yuan Daji inquired immediately. She was a classmate of mine in college. Always pretending to be the aloof goddess, quite nauseating, Zhang Lily huffed disdainfully. During their school days, she had always been overshadowed by Shen Mengqing, leading to her jealousy. Shen Mengqing had been remarkably low profile, which concealed her status as the daughter of a billionaire from her peers. No matter how repugnant I may seem, I cannot possibly match the depths of your depravity as an escort during school, Shen Mengqing retorted with contempt. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Lily's face turned a deep shade of anger. Whether it is nonsense or not, you are fully aware in your heart, Shen Mengqing replied with a cold laugh. Darling, she is slandering me. Zhang Lily clung to Yuan Daji's arm, feigning innocence. Beautiful lady, one can indulge in a variety of meals, but one must not speak carelessly. Otherwise, I may have to take legal action for defamation, Yuan Daji warned darkly. Chu Yang, let's ignore them and focus on purchasing clothes. We might be late for the gathering. Shen Mengqing expressed her desire to avoid further confrontation. Chapter 26. Will you be my girlfriend? Let us acquire that necklace, Chu Yang remarked slowly. No, it's too expensive. You needn't go to such lengths, Shen Mengqing interjected. Shen Mengqing immediately shook her head. Indeed, she and Chu Yang had been rather ambiguous over the past few days. Yet they had not yet pierced through that fragile veil between them. At best, they were merely ordinary friends. Accepting such an expensive necklace from him was decidedly improper. You can't possibly afford it, can you? Zhang Lili sneered. Youngsters should not pretend to be affluent. If you can't afford it, it would be quite embarrassing. Yuan Daji also scoffed dismissively. Who says he can't afford it? In this world, there is nothing he cannot buy. Shen Mengqing couldn't help but retort, still pretending, Shen Mengqing. After all these years, you remain unchanged, still so fond of acting. Zhang Lili turned to Yuan Daji. Darling, I really like this necklace. Why don't you buy it for me? Yuan Daji's face revealed a hint of hesitation. His current status was entirely due to his wife. In fact, the family finances were wholly managed by her. He was fortunate to have around 30,000 a month. He could never come up with 88,000. You can't possibly afford it, can you? Chu Yang asked casually. Nonsense. How could I not afford it? It's just that I left in a hurry today and didn't bring that much cash, Yuan Daji quickly replied. Sir, it's no problem. You can use a credit card. The clerk interjected. This remark nearly caused Shen Mengqing and Chu Yang to burst into laughter. This clerk knew how to deliver a cutting remark. I forgot to bring my credit card today. Yuan Daji shot a glare at the clerk. Are you trying to prevent me from buying it? Zhang Lili was immediately displeased. The reason she maintained her facade was precisely to exploit Yuan Daji's money. If he refused to pay, what was the point of being intimate with a man old enough to be her father? He doesn't want to buy it. He truly can't afford it. Shen Mengqing remarked coolly. What nonsense are you spouting? How can I not afford it? Yuan Daji's face changed, anger flashing in his eyes. All your money is with your wife. Do you think I don't know? Shen Mengqing scoffed. Who exactly are you? Yuan Daji was taken aback, looking at Shen Mengqing with a mix of suspicion and fear. Who I am is unimportant. If you continue to harass me, I wouldn't mind letting your wife know about your little mistress, Shen Mengqing said with disdain. Who are you trying to scare? I know all my wife's friends, and you're not one of them. I've navigated the business world for years. I won't be easily fooled, Yuan Daji sneered. Enough of this nonsense. I want that necklace. Let's use the card, Chu Yang declared, producing his bank card. The clerk's face lit up with joy. She had truly encountered a big spender today. Selling that necklace would earn her a significant commission, enough for a down payment on a house in Tiannan. All right, sir, please swipe your card. The clerk quickly retrieved the POS machine. Chu Yang swiped his card, and a long receipt emerged from the machine. The clerk nearly fainted upon seeing the extensive string of zeros indicating his bank balance. When Chu Yang mentioned 88,000, it seemed trivial to him, akin to 88 yuan. Now, however, it was evident that he had not exaggerated. Sir, would you like me to gift wrap the necklace? The clerk inquired, her smile growing more radiant. Young, handsome, and affluent. He was the quintessential golden son-in-law. Unfortunately, such an exceptional man was not someone just any woman could easily claim. No need, Chu Yang said, picking up the necklace to place it around Shen Mengqing's neck. Chu Yang, are you truly giving me this necklace? Shen Mengqing asked, her face alight with excitement. No woman could refuse a diamond necklace, not even the daughter of a billionaire. Of course, you are the only one worthy of this necklace in this world. Chu Yang replied with a smile. But why would you give me such an extravagant gift? An 88,000 necklace for an ordinary friend seems a tad excessive. Shen Mengqing said, gazing intently at him. She hoped Chu Yang would take the initiative to break the ice. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, allow me the honor of placing this necklace on you, Chu Yang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengqing's face flushed crimson. She softly murmured in agreement, lowering her head. Chu Yang adorned her neck with the necklace, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath, filling the air with an intimate ambience. As he gazed at Shen Mengqing's blushing face, she appeared even more radiant, stirring his heart. Were it not for their public surroundings, he would have been unable to resist kissing her. Based on his experiences from 2 lifetimes, the probability of a successful kiss at this moment was at its peak. Shen Mengqing, what are you so proud of? Back in school, no one looked at you. Now you're still just clinging to the wealthy. What else with the pretense of high standards? Zhang Lili's envy twisted her insides, her expression contorted by jealousy. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a hand struck Zhang Lili's face, leaving her momentarily dazed. You dare to hit me? She exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief. I usually refrain from striking women, but since you insulted my girlfriend, I don't mind making an exception, Chu Yang said coolly. Darling, he actually dared to hit me. You must avenge me. Zhang Lili turned to Yuan Daji, tears in her eyes. Fear not, I won't let this slide easily, Yuan Daji said, his face darkening as he glared at Chu Yang. You little punk, you dare to hit my woman? Do you want to die? What, do you wish to challenge me? Chu Yang asked with a cold laugh. He was young and vigorous, Dealing with someone like Yuan Daji was mere child's play. Make my woman apologize on her knees. Or else I want to go easy on you. Yuan Daji threatened coldly. I'd like to see how you want to go easy on me. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Since you refuse to be sensible, don't blame me. Yuan Daji snorted and clapped his hands. Soon, a burly man entered, towering at nearly 6.5 feet. Muscles bulging, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Boss, what is the matter? The giant asked as he stepped in. Teach this little punk a lesson, Yuan Daji sneered, pointing at Chu Yang. At that moment, both Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing's expressions shifted dramatically. The imposing figure clearly possessed formidable strength, and Chu Yang, not being a martial artist, was obviously no match for him. Understood, boss, the giant replied, striding towards Chu Yang. Stop right there, Yuan Daji. If you dare to touch us, do you not fear that I will call your wife? Shen Mengqing said coldly. I've already told you, I'm not easily deceived. Do you really think I would believe your words? Yuan Daji scoffed disdainfully. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Shen Mengqing retorted coolly, pulling out her phone to make a call. Madam Yuan, I'm at the Dimming Boutique. Would you like to come meet me? She asked slowly. After hanging up, she looked at Yuan Daji and said, What a coincidence. Your wife is shopping in this mall today. She'll be here in 2 minutes. Keep pretending, Yuan Daji sneered. Dare you wait 2 minutes? Shen Mengqing inquired calmly. Very well, I shall grant you 2 minutes. After which, I expect your boyfriend to kneel and beg for mercy before my darling. Yuan Daji coldly remarked. Yuan, who do you consider your darling? Came a voice, laced with venom. Upon hearing this, Yuan Daji's countenance shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He swallowed hard, turning his head with great difficulty. Before him stood a middle-aged woman in her 50s, robustly built and adorned in ostentatious attire, glaring at him with fierce intensity. This woman was none other than Yuan Daji's wife, Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua hailed from a family of considerable wealth. Yet her lifelong struggle with obesity had rendered her unable to find a partner, leading her to invite Yuan Daji to be her live-in husband. The life he now led was entirely due to her unwavering support, making him regard her with the same trepidation as a mouse would a cat. My dear wife, what brings you here? Yuan Daji stammered in a panic. Wang Jinghua's gaze fell upon Zhang Lili, who was entwined with Yuan Daji's arm. In an instant, the truth dawned upon her. Enraged, the flesh on her body quivered with indignation. Slap! A resounding strike landed heavily on Zhang Lili's face. With her considerable girth, Wang Jinghua wielded formidable strength. The blow sent Zhang Lili sprawling to the ground, her hair a disheveled mess, appearing utterly deranged. The swelling from her previous altercation with Chu Yang had only worsened, and now her visage bore the marks of further brutality. With blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Zhang Lili gazed at Wang Jinghua in sheer terror, rendered speechless in the presence of the rightful wife. Her heart racing with fear. You wretched woman, do you dare to seduce my husband? Are you courting death? Wang Jinghua's face darkened ominously. Wi-Fi. Yuan Daji's expression shifted as he witnessed Zhang Lili's pitiable state, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. Slap! Another resounding blow struck Yuan Daji's face, the force spinning him around thrice before he collapsed to the ground. You insolent fool, do you dare to feel pity for her? Wang Jinghua seethed, her face flushed with fury. I do not, Yuan Daji stammered, terror etched across his features. Wang Daji, everything you possess today is a gift from me. How dare you squander my money on a mistress? Do you wish to leave me with nothing? Wang Jinghua's voice boomed, her vitality resonating throughout the vicinity, drawing onlookers to the doorway to witness the spectacle. They exchanged glances filled with contempt, for infidelity within marriage is widely scorned. Wife, I swear this is my first time. Please, forgive me just this once. Yuan Daji pleaded desperately. After years of indulgent living, the thought of returning to a life of hardship was more unbearable than death itself. Stay on your knees. We shall address this at home, Wang Jinghua declared coldly. She then turned to Shen Mengqing, her face alight with a smile. Miss Shen, I apologize for the commotion. I truly appreciate your understanding. Not at all. I'm quite familiar with Ms. Wang, and I couldn't possibly stand idly by. Shen Mengqing replied with a smile. Wife, who is she? Yuan Daji inquired, confusion clouding his features. She is the daughter of the wealthiest man in the province. You blind fool, Wang Jinghua retorted with disdain. What? The daughter of the richest man? Yuan Daji stood frozen, realization dawning upon him that he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known, he would never have provoked her, and his affair with Zhang Lili would have remained undiscovered by Wang Jinghua. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Impossible. How could she be the daughter of the richest man? I've been classmates with her for years and never knew. Zhang Lili exclaimed incredulously. Such matters are not something I take pleasure in broadcasting. They're simply unnecessary, Shen Mengqing replied coolly. No wonder you have disregarded every wealthy suitor at school. It turns out you are not lacking in wealth yourself, Zhang Lili muttered, her spirit deflated. Once envious of Shen Mengqing's superior beauty, she now found herself eclipsed by the latter's illustrious lineage. Furthermore, Shen Mengqing had secured a fiancé willing to lavish 88,000 on her, leaving Zhang Lili bereft of any desire to compete. They say all roads lead to Rome, but some are simply born there, rendering comparisons moot. You wretched man. While I manage our family business, you squander money on women, and you don't even recognize Miss Shun. If you offend her and jeopardize our family's partnership with the Shun family, I swear I will break your legs. Wang Jinghua scolded furiously. I wouldn't dare. Yuan Daji recoiled in fear, hastily responding. Miss Shun, are you here to purchase clothing today? Allow all expenses to be charged to my account. Wang Jinghua said with a beaming smile. No need, my boyfriend will take care of it. Shen Mengqing shook her head. Boyfriend? Wang Jinghua was taken aback. The daughter of the province's wealthiest man had a boyfriend? This was sensational news. She glanced at Chu Yang, noting his ordinary attire, and while his looks were decent, he appeared quite unremarkable. Could he be living off her? Wang Jinghua hastily categorized Chu Yang in her mind. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely commenting, Miss Shun and this gentleman truly make a beautiful pair. It is enviable. Soon, her gaze fell upon the necklace adorning Shen Mengqing's neck, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Is that the tear of the mermaid? Chapter 28. Clothes make the man. Wang Jinghua had long coveted that necklace and immediately recognized its worth, which explained her shock. Despite her wealth, she had never contemplated spending 88,000 on a piece of jewelry. Women often prefer receiving such gifts from men for the added sense of occasion. Indeed, it was a gift from my boyfriend, Shen Mengqing proclaimed with immense pride. This statement caused Wang Jinghua to gasp in disbelief. An 88,000 necklace, casually purchased? It seemed this young man was not merely living off his partner, but rather playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Instinctively, Wang Jinghua glanced at the receipt from the POS machine. The long string of zeros almost caused her to faint. Over 4 billion in bank deposits? Such an amount was nearly incomprehensible. Even she, with her current liquid assets of 2 to 3 billion, found this figure astounding. Clearly, this young man hailed from an affluent family, deliberately maintaining a low profile. It made sense. A man of ordinary means could hardly capture Shen Mengqing's attention. May I inquire your name, sir? Wang Jinghua's smile grew ever more radiant. In business, connections are paramount, and recognizing Chu Yang's potential inspired her desire to cultivate a relationship. Hello, my name is Chu Yang, he replied slowly. Ah, Mr. Chu, here is my business card. Let's keep in touch, Wang Jinghua said, offering her card with both hands. I don't have a card. I'll have Mengqing send you my number later, Chu Yang replied. As he had never developed the habit of carrying business cards as a reincarnated individual, he was accustomed to adding others on his messaging app. Unfortunately, it was only the year 2002, and there was still over a decade until the app's official release. Well then, Mr. Chu, Miss Shun, I shall take my leave, Wang Jinghua said with a smile. As she finished speaking, she playfully tugged at Yuan Daji's ear. Dear, please stop, it hurts. Yuan Daji exclaimed in a pitiful tone. You scoundrel, today I must assert my marital authority and teach you a lesson, so you think twice before misbehaving in the future. Wang Jinghua scolded as she dragged Yuan Daji away. The bodyguard named Ahu naturally followed suit. Only Zhang Lili stood there, lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. However, the manager of the boutique was not so polite, promptly instructing the security to throw Zhang Lili out. Finally, it's peaceful, Chu Yang said slowly. Indeed. Let us hurry and choose some clothes, Shen Mengqing urged. What else is there to choose? Store manager, bring out your most expensive men's and women's attire, Chu Yang commanded. What are you doing? Shen Mengqing asked, taken aback. I am one who only selects the finest, disregarding what is suitable, Chu Yang replied with a smile. You sound like a nouveau riche, Shen Mengqing said, both amused and exasperated. I can't help it. I've grown weary of being poor, Chu Yang laughed heartily. Soon, the manager brought forth 2 outfits, a dark suit for men and a pink gown for women. The prices were indeed staggering. The suit was priced at 888, while the gown was even more extravagant, costing 12,000. Together, they amounted to a staggering 20,000. Even though Shen Mengqing was the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, she had never splurged on garments of such exorbitance. She typically favored a low-profile lifestyle and would never purchase overly expensive clothing. I'll try this on first, Chu Yang said as he took the clothes into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged wearing the suit. The moment everyone laid eyes on him, Their expressions brightened simultaneously. It must be said, clothes do indeed make the man. Chu Yang usually dressed quite ordinarily. Though handsome, he lacked the magnetism that could captivate a crowd. However, clad in this suit, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The tailored attire accentuated his well-proportioned, elongated frame, coupled with his newfound wealth of billions. He exuded an air of a domineering CEO, causing all the onlookers of the opposite sex to steal glances at him. What do you think? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Not bad, very handsome, Shen Mengqing replied, her face beaming. As your boyfriend, I must look somewhat dashing, Chu Yang chuckled. That is true. Shen Mengqing giggled. You should hurry and change as well. Chu Yang encouraged, holding up the gown. All right, Shen Mengqing agreed, not one to refuse. After all, their relationship was now established, and she had already accepted an 880,000 necklace. Purchasing a 12,000 outfit was hardly a concern. It was only natural for a girlfriend to accept gifts from her boyfriend. Shen Mengqing took the gown into the fitting room. Soon, she emerged, radiating brilliance. As if stars had descended into the room. To everyone present, she was the most luminous star. The pink gown fit her like a glove, neither too tight nor too loose. It showcased her perfect curves exquisitely. As a refined young lady, the gown enhanced her regal presence. Standing there, she resembled a celestial being, evoking admiration from afar, yet leaving others hesitant to approach. You are simply stunning. I feel incredibly fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend, Chu Yang thought, his heart racing as he gazed at Shen Mengqing. In his previous life, she had been his dream goddess. Now, in this second chance at life, he had transformed his dream into reality. Surely, he was the protagonist of a gratifying tale, he mused with immense pride. You sure know how to flatter, Shen Mengqing said, her cheeks flushing, though she couldn't help but feel a thrill from her boyfriend's compliments. How do you know I'm sweet with words? Have you tasted it? Chu Yang asked with a mischievous grin. You are insufferable, Shen Mengqing said, flustered by his teasing as she playfully punched his chest with her delicate fists. To onlookers, it appeared as if a young couple was playfully bickering, eliciting envious glances from others. Some men even cast jealous looks at Chu Yang. What is so impressive? Just looks a bit handsome and has some money. It's infuriating. It must be said, the woman was indeed exquisite. After selecting their outfits, the time had come to depart. Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing left the mall and drove to Chinu Villa. Upon arrival, they found an array of luxury cars already parked outside. Chapter 29, Cloud Lake Villa. Cloud Lake Villa, truly the most opulent venue in Tianjin City. The entrance was filled with an assortment of luxury vehicles. BMWs and Mercedes had become commonplace, while Ferraris and Porsches were plentiful. This villa, nestled by the lake, was enveloped in vibrant flora and greenery. The architecture, reminiscent of Jiangnan gardens, imparted the sensation of stepping into a quaint Jiangnan town. Countless elegantly dressed, successful individuals came and went, elevating the venue's prestige further. Standing at the entrance was Qin Mo, seemingly awaiting someone. He was a prominent figure in Tiannan's business world, well known to nearly everyone. The sight of Qin Mo waiting at the entrance sparked surprise among the crowd. Who could warrant such attention that Qin Mo would personally await their arrival? Curiosity piqued. Onlookers lingered at the entrance, eager to discern the identity of the awaited guest. The person Qin Mo awaited was none other than Chu Yang, concerned that Chu Yang might encounter a similar situation as during the stone gambling incident. He had come early to wait. Soon, a Bentley 728 slowly approached and parked at the entrance of Cloud Lake Villa. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the vehicle. A Bentley 728? Someone actually bought this car. I've heard it costs over 10 million. It's not that I can't afford it. I just think it's unnecessary. Indeed, a car costing over 10 million is rather extravagant. Those present were all wealthy individuals. Extracting 10 million to purchase a car was not beyond their means. However, in 2002, 10 million still held significant value. More so than a billion would 2 decades later. Upon seeing the Bentley, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. He had been present when Chu Yang purchased the vehicle, thus immediately recognizing it. He promptly moved forward. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. Qin Mo was there to greet the owner of this luxurious car. Many were intrigued to learn who this owner was, to warrant such a personal reception from Qin Mo. The doorman swiftly approached and opened the car door, revealing a young man in his 20s, dressed in a suit. This young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an unexpected air of maturity for his age. Upon exiting the vehicle, he made his way to the passenger side and opened the door. A pair of elegantly long legs, encased in high heels and strikingly fair, gracefully emerged from the car door. All eyes widened in amazement. Such exquisite legs, neither too thick nor too thin, glistening like freshly fallen snow. Truly, a masterpiece of the creator. The onlookers found themselves irresistibly tempted to reach out and touch them. Anticipation surged within the crowd. What kind of stunning beauty would grace those beautiful legs? Soon, the woman stepped out of the vehicle. The moment she appeared, every male present felt their breath catch in their throats. This woman instantly became the most dazzling focal point of the event, rendering all the other women pale in comparison. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a visage that could rival the most enchanting of goddesses and a dignified aura befitting a true socialite. Who were these striking individuals? They appeared unfamiliar. Could they be signs for a wealthy family from afar? Speculations about their identities buzzed through the crowd. At that moment, Qin Mo approached the pair. Chu Yang, Miss Shun, you have arrived. He greeted them with a broad smile. The two individuals were none other than Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing. Thank you for waiting for us here, old Qin. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, Chu Yang said with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. It is worth the wait to prevent you from encountering troubles like last time, Qin Mo replied with a chuckle. He suddenly leaned closer to Chu Yang and whispered, Chu Yang, regarding the oil market last time, was it you who made over 4 billion as a retail investor? How did you know? Did Li Chunjin mention it? Chu Yang inquired, his brow furrowing. If Li Chunjin's lips were that loose, he would need to reconsider his partnerships, Qin Mo remarked. No, I asked him. And while he did not confirm it was you, he also did not deny it. After all, he wouldn't dare deceive me, so I surmised it was you, though I couldn't be certain. I see. Indeed, it was me, Chu Yang acknowledged without denial. After all, these people had vast networks of information. No matter how much he tried to conceal it, they would eventually uncover the truth, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Truly, young talent is formidable. Qin Mo gasped in astonishment. To turn 30 million into over 4 billion. Such an achievement was unfathomable, even for seasoned veterans of the financial market. Chu Yang was merely in his 20s. While many of his contemporaries languished in a haze of indulgence or struggled at the bottom rungs of society. Yet, he had already amassed a fortune of over 4 billion through his own prowess. It was indeed awe-inspiring. One should aspire to be like Chu Yang. Qin Mo silently mused. His own grandson, of a similar age, paled in comparison to Chu Yang's accomplishments. Old Qin, you flatter me. It's merely luck. I hope you can keep this under wraps. Chu Yang said with a smile, preferring that as few people as possible knew of his financial prowess. Do not be modest. I am well aware of your capabilities. Come. Let's proceed inside. Qin Mo beckoned, leading Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing towards Yunhu Mountain Villa. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by a lush array of flowering shrubs and verdant greenery. The lawns appeared like emerald carpets, while the lake shimmered with gentle waves. Beautiful scenes abounded, such as the dragon-spirited locust trees, the pine peaks listening to the waves, and the bamboo streams observing the fish, each landscape a delight to behold. Amidst the greenery stood a magnificent white house, seamlessly integrated with the grass, lake, and gardens. It was truly a picturesque setting where the colors of a lake danced vividly, creating an enchanting spectacle. As they entered the banquet hall, they were met with an opulent interior. Countless crystal chandeliers radiated a crisp luminescence. Within the hall, many elegantly attired individuals engaged in lively conversation, while dozens of servers weaved through the crowd. Tables overflowed with an exquisite array of delicacies, each more luxurious than the last. Observing this, Chu Yang felt a profound sense of awe. So this is what high society looked like. At last, he had stepped into this realm. Yet, he recognized this was not his destination, but merely the beginning. His ambitions soared high. One cannot confine the sky within a single roof. As Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing entered, they immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Their appearance and demeanor were simply too captivating, particularly considering their youth. Most attendees were middle-aged in their 40s or 50s, and while their companions might have been youthful, Chu Yang stood out as the youngest man present, truly an anomaly. Chu Yang, what bad luck to run into you again. A caustic voice suddenly called out. Chu Yang frowned at the sound of it. It was as if a specter followed him, for he could not escape her presence. Upon looking up, he saw it was Li Shaoqin, though this time, the man beside her had changed. Now, it was Yang Yanhai. Lin Dongheng trailed behind Yang Yanhai, resembling a mere subordinate. Alongside Lin Dongheng, Yang Ming also approached, his eyes ablaze with animosity upon seeing Chu Yang. Having always enjoyed a smooth-sailing life, he was accustomed to being revered by those around him. Only in Chu Yang's presence had he suffered such a significant blow. Meeting again felt akin to confronting a sworn enemy. Yet Chu Yang did not cast a glance in his direction. A mere frivolous scion was hardly worthy of his attention. Li Shaoqin, I never imagined you'd switch partners again, Chu Yang remarked with a mocking grin. He now found Li Shaoqin utterly repulsive. a sentiment exacerbated by memories of sharing a bed with her for over a decade in his previous life, enough to make him nearly retch. Chu Yang, you spineless coward. Whoever I choose is 10 times better than you. Li Xiaoqin retorted, her expression darkening. With your caliber, anyone would consider you disposable. Chu Yang replied with a cold smirk. What do you mean by that? Li Xiaoqin demanded, her face falling. Once worn, you simply discard, he said nonchalantly. The impact of his words, though not lethal, was deeply insulting, causing laughter to erupt among the onlookers. Li Xiaoqin's face flushed with fury, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Her insecurities were already heightened among these high-society individuals, and Chu Yang's words had stripped away her facade, leaving her utterly exposed. Chu Yang, your tongue is far too foul. Yang Yinhai interjected with a disdainful snort. Ah, it's you, Mr. Yang. What a surprise to see you again. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Chu Yang, to speak such crass words in such an elegant place is inappropriate. Lower-class individuals will always remain beneath notice, Yang Yinhai scoffed. Mr. Yang, your standards seem quite elevated. I would feel embarrassed to accept the 50 million you just handed me, Chu Yang retorted sarcastically. At this, the crowd's curiosity piqued. 50 million? What 50 million? Did Yang Yinhai actually lose 50 million to this young man? They murmured in disbelief. How could someone of Yang Yunhai's stature possibly be bested financially? Yang Yunhai's expression darkened instantly. Preposterous. If it weren't for your tricks, I would never have lost to you. Yang Meng couldn't help but interject. The crowd quickly understood. It was Yang Meng's money that had been lost, explaining everything. After all, he was merely a frivolous young master, often lacking in intellect and prone to mischief. However, this time he lost 50 million. His father truly dug a deep hole. Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, Yang Yunhai's expression darkened. This is not a place for your words. Go away, he said with a grim face. Were it not for the fact that this was in a public setting, he would have long since delivered a resounding slap. Hearing this, Yang Meng dared not utter another word and could only silently stand to the side. Chu Yang, did you not deceive my son out of 50 million in a cunning manner? That hardly counts as a skill, Yang Yinhai scoffed. What? Do you wish to seek retribution for your son? Chu Yang coldly inquired. Indeed, do you dare to wager with me? Yang Yinhai asked nonchalantly. What shall we wager on? Chu Yang slowly responded. The U.S. stock market should be open now. Let us each select a stock and see who can yield the most profit within an hour. The victor shall be determined by that. Yang Yinhai said with a mocking grin. It was evening here, and naturally, the stock market was closed. However, in the Eagle Nation, it was daytime, and the market was very much in operation. Moreover, the U.S. stock market had no limits on rises or falls, making it all the more exhilarating. U.S. stocks? Chu Yang frowned. Since his rebirth, he had yet to engage in trading U.S. stocks. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, hurry over here and kneel down to pay your respects, Yang Meng sneered. I recall someone owed me 3 kowtows 3 days ago. Why not come over now and repay them? Chu Yang asked slowly. At this, Yang Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. Ever since encountering Chu Yang, he had never won in their verbal sparring, which left him feeling utterly frustrated. Step aside. Is it not enough to be humiliated? Yang Yinhai kicked Yang Meng aside. He then turned to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, do you dare gamble? What is the stake? Chu Yang asked mildly. 100 million, what do you say? Do you have the guts? Yang Yinhai extended a finger, casually asking. 100 million? No problem. Chu Yang replied without hesitation. Given his current wealth, 100 million truly held little weight. He could afford to lose it. Moreover, with his divine insight, he was certain he would emerge victorious. Chu Yang, stop boasting. Do you even possess 100 million? Li Xiaoqin suddenly interjected with a cold laugh. Her impression of Chu Yang was still rooted in the day of the antique auction, where he had perhaps made 30 to 40 million. The leap to 100 million seemed a vast chasm. Now, he was audaciously proposing to engage in a wager exceeding 100 million, and she felt compelled to expose him. How do you know I lack 100 million? Chu Yang glanced at Li Xiaoqin, asking with a blank expression. Did you not merely get lucky and earn over 30 million at the auction? I see you as having only that amount. Li Xiaoqin retorted with a scoff. 30 million? Is that all? With such meager wealth, why do you have to be here? You are lowering the standards of this establishment. The crowd regarded Chu Yang with disdainful glances. Chu Yang, you truly cannot produce 100 million? Do you intend to gamble without any stake? Yang Yinhai mocked. What? Do you wish to verify my assets? Chu Yang inquired coolly. Of course, I need to see if you are qualified to gamble with me. Yang Yinhai replied icily. Suit yourself. Call a bank representative. Chu Yang remarked nonchalantly. No need for verification. I can guarantee Mr. Chu absolutely possesses the capacity to present 100 million, a voice interjected. Chapter 31. Never have I encountered such arrogance. The crowd looked up to see Qin Mo, whose high standing made his words beyond reproach. Li Xiaoqin's expression darkened at this revelation. She had not anticipated that Chu Yang had become increasingly affluent, capable of producing 100 million. The thought that her former admirer had transformed into a billionaire after leaving her felt more painful than death. Regret flooded her mind. Had she known, she would not have broken up with him. Had they remained together, that 100 million would have been hers to spend as she pleased. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and Li Shaoqin could only silently bear her remorse. Yang, is asset verification still necessary? Chu Yang asked slowly. Since Elder Qin has vouched for you, it naturally is not required. Yang Yunhai replied with indifference. Very well, Elder Qin. I would appreciate it if you could act as a notary. Chu Yang produced a check for 100 million and handed it to Qin Mo Yang Yunhai. Unwilling to be outdone, likewise wrote a check for 100 million and placed it in Qin Mo's hands. The 200 million wager naturally captured the attention of all present. They had simply come to attend a gathering, yet they were about to witness such an exhilarating spectacle. Qin Mo worked quickly, and within 10 minutes, he had set up 2 laptops connected to the internet. Additionally, he arranged 2 projectors to display the screens of both participants' computers, allowing everyone to observe their trading activities in real time. By 2002, the internet had begun to flourish, though the speeds were akin to a snail compared to later years. However, Yuna Mountain Villa was the most prestigious of venues, boasting the highest bandwidth available at the time. So there was no concern regarding connectivity issues. Chu Yang and Yang Yunhai each sat before their laptops, which had the necessary software for trading U.S. stocks pre-installed. They swiftly registered their accounts. Mr. Yang, how much will you invest? Chu Yang inquired calmly. 10 million. Yang Yunhai responded. Very well. Let us purchase together once we have made our selections. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Yang Yunhai snorted derisively but remained silent, opening the software to search for his desired stock. Chu Yang also opened the software, relieved to find that the stocks were already translated into Chinese. Otherwise, he might have struggled to recognize them. Sofidac, current price 1136, projected to plummet by 20 in the next hour. SCME Machinery, current price 389, projected to rise slightly by 1 in the next hour. Chu Yang reviewed each stock. Most of the stocks did not meet his expectations, as he sought those with an increase of no less than 20% within the hour to ensure victory. I have made my selection. How about you? Yang Yunhai's voice interrupted his thoughts. Just a moment, Chu Yang replied without looking up. You seem to be stalling. Why not just concede? Yang Meng sneered. Yet, Chu Yang ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. Yang Meng seethed with anger at being disregarded, but he could do nothing but stand there fuming. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you have not made your selection by then, you will be deemed the loser, Yang Yunhai declared coldly. Chu Yang continued to ignore Yang Yunhai and persisted in choosing his stock. As the 3-minute mark approached, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He had spotted a stock, and a line of text floated before his eyes. Finny Technology, currently priced at 1,025, is projected to surge by 50 within the next hour. A faint smile graced Chu Yang's face. An increase of 50 in just 1 hour. This is undeniably a stock with extraordinary potential. Investing 10 million could yield a profit of 5 million. Earning 5 million in merely an hour is an irresistible prospect. It is no wonder that countless individuals are eager to flock to the stock market. The notion of amassing wealth with little effort is a dream cherished by many. Alas, in the realm of stocks, it is perpetually the institutional investors and market makers who reap the rewards. Ordinary people are merely fodder for the grinder. Chu Yang, you have just 3 minutes left. If you do not make a choice, you will forfeit, Yang Yunhai remarked coldly. I have already made my selection, Chu Yang replied, revealing the stock he intended to purchase. Yang Yunhai glanced at the projection screen and burst into laughter, a sound brimming with disdain and mockery. Do you dare to buy this stock? Are you aware that this company teeters on the brink of bankruptcy and restructuring? This stock could be delisted at any moment. Investing in it is akin to courting disaster. Hearing this, Shen Mingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Concern etched across her face. She looked at Chu Yang. Sensing her anxiety, Chu Yang gestured for her to remain calm. After a moment's thought, Shen Mingqing reassured herself. After all, Chu Yang boasted over 4 billion in savings. Even if he were to lose more than 100 million, it would not cripple him. Which stock did you invest in, Mr. Yang? Chu Yang inquired slowly, lifting his gaze to the display. Yang Yunhai had purchased shares in a company called Nevada Heavy Industries, a clear blue-chip stock. Chu Yang scrutinized this stock, and words soon appeared before his eyes. Nevada Heavy Industries. Current share price 736 yuan, with a projected increase of 20 within the hour. Chu Yang felt a wave of surprise at this revelation. It seemed that Yang Yunhai possessed some degree of skill and insight, for he had managed to select such a stock without any supernatural foresight. Truly, this was a rare feat. If he lacked such insight, he would surely face ruin. Mr. Yang has a keen eye. He He has indeed chosen a commendable stock. Chu Yang remarked slowly. Chu Yang, do you understand the stock market? Stop pretending to be a wise wolf. I assure you. Your 100 million is as good as lost today. Yang Meng interjected coldly. Chu Yang, disinterested in his taunts, turned back to Yang Yunhai. Shall we begin? Do you wish to reconsider your stock? I can offer you this opportunity to avoid a humiliating defeat. Yang Yunhai scoffed. No need. I have never lost in trading. Quite the coincidence. Neither have I, Yang Yunhai replied dismissively. That is because you have yet to confront me, Chu Yang declared, his expression brimming with confidence. I have never encountered someone so arrogant, Yang Yunhai retorted with a disdainful huff. Now you have, Chu Yang replied slowly. Since you insist on pursuing your demise by investing in this worthless stock, let us commence. Begin, Qin Mo announced promptly. Simultaneously, Chu Yang and Yang Yunhai executed their trades, depleting their accounts of 10 million yuan, now converted into stocks. All eyes were riveted on the large screen, where the fluctuations of the stocks unfolded before them. Yang Yunhai's Nevada Heavy Industries began to rise immediately after purchase, gaining 2 within a mere 5 minutes. Conversely, Chu Yang's Finny Technology plummeted by 5. The disparity between the two was already evident. Chu Yang, I warned you that your trading skills are lacking. Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Relying on luck will not sustain you. Today, you are destined to lose, Yang Ming gloated, reveling in his triumph. Indeed, Chu Yang, this 100 million is likely all you possess. Should you lose, you will revert to your former state of insignificance, Li Xiaoqin chimed in, her expression filled with perverse delight. In this world, she harbored the deepest desire for Chu Yang to lose everything. The more wealth he amassed, the more it reflected her own lack of discernment. She longed to see him reduced to his previous state of poverty, which would bring her a sense of balance. It has only been a few minutes. The outcome is still undecided. Why the rush? Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Still clinging to bravado? I eagerly await the moment you lose 100 million, Yang Meng sneered. As time progressed, the chasm between the two stocks widened. Half an hour later, Nevada Heavy Industries had surged by 10, while Finny Technology continued to falter, down by 8. No one believed Chu Yang could stage a comeback. The expressions on Yang Ming and Li Xiaoqin's faces were suffused with unbridled arrogance. Miss Shun, do you think Chu Yang will lose? Qin Mo asked in a hushed tone, concern evident in his demeanor. Rest assured, Chu Yang has never lost, neither in the past, nor now, nor in the future, Shun Mengqing asserted with unwavering conviction. With her understanding of Chu Yang, she was certain he would not engage in a venture without confidence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, that stock is beginning to rise. Everyone turned to look. Indeed, Finny Technology, which had been in decline, was now showing signs of recovery, rapidly turning positive within a mere 10 minutes. With only 20 minutes remaining, Nevada Heavy Industries had climbed by 15. Despite the resurgence of Chu Yang's stock, Yang Yunhai remained unimpressed, his expression still steeped in scorn. There are still 20 minutes left. It has only just begun to rise. It's too late for a comeback. It's akin to starting a sprint after your opponent has already covered 60 meters. Even if you had Usain Bolt, you could not hope to turn the tide. Not only Yang Yunhai thought this way. The sentiment was shared by all present, with the exception of Shin Mengqing. 5 minutes later, Nevada Heavy Industries had surged by 18, while Finny Technology had climbed by 8. The gap remained at 10. With 10 minutes left on the clock, Nevada Heavy Industries reached a 20 increase, its upward trajectory appearing to plateau. Despite this, the substantial rise was enough to earn the admiration of onlookers. 200,000 earned in an hour was akin to robbing a bank. Everyone was convinced that this wager worth 200 million had already reached its conclusion. Yang Yunhai is indeed formidable. How audacious of this young man to challenge him in stock trading. It is tantamount to courting death. This is 100 million, not a trivial sum. Even if he possesses wealth, such a loss could prove devastating. Li Xiaoqin wore a ghastly smile, relishing the prospect of Chu Yang's downfall. Chu Yang, you are finished. You will forever remain a penniless wretch and a spineless failure. Yang Ming, equally smug, added, Chu Yang, if you bow to me 3 times and call me grandfather thrice, I might persuade my father to reduce your losses. What are you so gleeful about? There are still 10 minutes remaining. The game is not over yet, Chu Yang replied with a calm demeanor. Only 10 minutes left. And you still harbor hopes of a comeback? Yang Yunhai scoffed. He genuinely could not comprehend how Chu Yang maintained such unwarranted confidence. Even at this juncture, he remained composed. Was this mere bravado, or did he possess some truly exceptional resolve? Until the final minute, the outcome remains undetermined, Chu Yang stated slowly. Very well. Let me struggle for the last 10 minutes, Yang Yunhai remarked with a cold smirk. Look, a massive order has just come in. Suddenly, someone shouted in astonishment. The crowd quickly turned their gaze to the large screen. There, Finny Technology was inundated with a colossal order worth billions. The stock surged as if it had ingested a blue pill, with the curve rapidly climbing. In just 1 minute, it ascended by 10%, then 15, 20, and finally 25%. Amidst the collective astonishment, the stock skyrocketed by 50% in the final minute. Chu Yang's account balance swelled to 15 million. Inside the hall, a profound silence ensued. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. They were rendered speechless, the only sound being the sharp intake of breath echoing around. A singular thought consumed their minds. He truly turned the tables. Even Yang Yunhai was left in a daze, fixated on the screen, unable to comprehend how he could possibly lose. The thought of losing 100 million made his heart bleed. In just a few days, he had lost 150 million, and it was all to the same person. This was an unprecedented event for him. Qin Mo was equally astonished, gazing at Chu Yang in disbelief. He had indeed triumphed. With expertise in antique appraisal, stone gambling, and stock trading, what else could this young man possibly excel at? His brilliance was almost otherworldly. Shen Mengqing looked at Chu Yang with a radiant smile. Even after winning 100 million, he maintained an air of calmness, as if his composure was unshakable. This demeanor captivated her immensely. This is my man. He is simply extraordinary. Elder Qin, please announce the results, Chu Yang said slowly. His words jolted Qin Mo from his stupor. Chu Yang's stock surged by 50%, while Yang Yunhai's only rose by 20%. In this battle, Chu Yang is the victor, Qin Mo proclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yang Yunhai had actually lost. A 42% increase in 10 minutes was unexpected, especially against such a monstrous stock. Who was this young man that even Yang Yunhai could not rival? At this moment, Qin Mo had already placed the check in Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang accepted it with a broad smile, saying, "Thank you, General Manager Yang." Chapter 33. The wind rises, and the Yang family faces ruin. Yang Meng remained utterly bewildered. He still couldn't fathom how they had suddenly lost. Everything had unfolded too swiftly for him to react. As for Li Shaoqin, her heart felt as if it were being sliced apart. The more wealth Chu Yang amassed, the deeper her regret grew. It was all due to her inability to recognize a billionaire when she saw one. For Chu Yang himself, the 100 million had lost its significance. Having previously earned over 4 billion, a mere million now seemed trivial to him. He finally understood why the old Wang from later generations referred to 100 million as a small target. Indeed, it was a small target, achieved in just an hour. Today, you were fortunate. I accept defeat gracefully. But next time, I shall not be so courteous. Yang Yunhai stated with an ashen face before turning to depart. He truly could not bear to remain any longer. Subsequently, the crowd's attitude towards Chu Yang underwent a complete transformation. Previously, they regarded him merely as a junior to Qin Mo, hardly paying him any mind. Now, this young man had managed to win 100 million from Yang Yunhai, clearly marking him as no ordinary youth. As the banquet commenced, everyone took turns toasting Chu Yang, and his hands soon overflowed with business cards. To his surprise, even after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, he felt only a slight warmth in his face, with no signs of inebriation whatsoever. Had his rebirth somehow enhanced his tolerance for alcohol? That certainly seemed a fortuitous development. Chu Yang, how did you know that stock would succeed? Shen Mengqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just keep an eye on the newspapers, Chu Yang replied slowly. What newspapers? Shen Mengqing asked, puzzled. This morning, I read a report stating that Eagle Nation's giant software technology intends to acquire Finny Technology for 100 billion, Chu Yang explained with a smile. He had stumbled upon this news by chance and hadn't given it much thought. However, it served perfectly to deflect Shen Mengqing's inquiries. The eye of heaven was his greatest secret, one he could never allow anyone, not even his own parents, to learn about. He could not bear the thought of being taken by a mysterious organization for research. You base your conclusion solely on that news? Shen Mengqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, and in addition, I relied on my intuition. The fact of proving my instincts correct, Chu Yang stated confidently. It is often said that confident men possess the most charm. Observing Chu Yang's self-assured demeanor, Shen Mengqing felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing. This fellow seemed to grow increasingly handsome with each passing moment. At that moment, Qin Mo approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s, somewhat portly in build. Chu Yang, this is my friend, Mr. Zhang Daqiang, who owns an antique shop. Qin Mo introduced. Mr. Chu, I witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. You are indeed a formidable young talent. Zhang Daqiang raised his glass with a beaming smile. You flatter me, Mr. Zhang. In stock trading, luck plays a significant role, Chu Yang said as he clinked glasses with him. You're far too modest, Mr. Chu. Zhang Daqiang remarked with an expression of admiration. Had it been any other 20-something, earning 100 million in an hour would have likely led to arrogance and pride. Yet Chu Yang remained composed, as if the fortune was of no consequence to him. Such equanimity in a young man was indeed a little frightening. Mr. Zhang, there must be a reason for your visit. Chu Yang, adept at reading expressions from his 2 lifetimes, inquired. Mr. Chu, your forthrightness is refreshing. I have something to discuss. Zhang Daqiang replied, revealing a hint of surprise. He explained that a person had come to his shop the previous day with a porcelain vase, eager to sell it for 10 million. Having run an antique store for many years, Zhang Daqiang had a keen eye and instantly recognized the vase as genuine. His appraiser confirmed its authenticity and advised him to purchase it without delay. However, for reasons he couldn't articulate, Zhang Daqiang felt uneasy and hesitated. The seller appeared anxious to finalize the sale, which only heightened Zhang Daqiang's wariness. Learning of Chu Yang's expertise in antique appraisal, he sought his counsel. When will that individual return? Chu Yang inquired slowly. I scheduled him to come back the day after tomorrow, so I was hoping Mr. Chu could assist me in assessing its authenticity. If it is confirmed to be genuine, I intend to buy it, Zhang Daqiang replied. All right, no problem. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. After all, it was a matter of convenience. He had no reason to refuse. Thank you so much, Mr. Chu, Zhang Daqiang exclaimed with delight. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Daqiang took his leave. Chu Yang, today you have caused Yang Yinhai to suffer greatly. He is unlikely to let this matter rest. So you ought to exercise caution, Qin Mo said slowly. Rest assured, old Qin, I have no intention of letting him off lightly either, Chu Yang responded with a smile. What do you plan to do? Qin Mo inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a cool breeze wafted in through the window, bringing a hint of chill to the otherwise warm hall. Chiang's dark locks danced in the gentle wind as a leaf fluttered in from outside, gracefully landing before him. The wind has risen. Let the Yang family face bankruptcy, Chu Yang remarked, extending his hand to grasp the leaf. Bankrupt the Yang family? With a fortune of 10 billion. That seems quite improbable, Qin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. I never consider my opponent's wealth. None can rival mine, Chu Yang dismissed nonchalantly, discarding the leaf. These words revealed to Qin Mo the youthful ambition that resided within Chu Yang. Truly formidable. It appears the Yang family is indeed doomed, Qin Mo mused. The banquet concluded 2 hours later. Despite Chu Yang's impressive drinking capacity, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Fortunately, Shun Mengqing had abstained from alcohol. Thus the responsibility of driving fell upon her shoulders. The two exited the Yunhu villa when suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. Upon recognizing the individual, Chu Yang's expression darkened, and he asked curtly, what do you want? Chu Yang, I wish to speak with you. Is that permissible? Li Xiaoqin pleaded, her demeanor pitiful. It seems we have nothing to discuss, Chu Yang retorted coldly. Chu Yang, can you truly be so heartless? Tears brimmed in Li Xiaoqin's eyes. I'll retrieve the car. You two can converse, Shun Mengqing interjected, sensing the tension and stepping aside. Speak swiftly if you have something to say, Chu Yang urged, his expression indifferent. Chapter 34. 500,000? You are not worth that amount. A rare softness graced Li Xiaoqin's face. Such a smile was one Chu Yang had never witnessed on her before in 2 lifetimes. Chu Yang, I have been reflecting during this time, and I've realized that I still love you the most. Now that you have earned a fortune, if you could provide me with 500,000 as a betrothal gift, I would agree to marry you. What do you think? Li Xiaoqin flirtatiously twirled her hair, exuding confidence. In the past, whenever she softened her demeanor, Chu Yang would acquiesce to her whims. Now, having amassed over 1 billion, he was considered exceptionally wealthy. Being the legitimate partner of a rich man must surely be far superior to being a mere mistress. 500,000? A smile played on Chu Yang's lips. Seeing his smile, Li Xiaoqin's heart leaped with joy, believing he was inclined to agree. Indeed, just 500,000, and we can start anew. Does this not prove that I still love you? 500,000? Do you believe you are worthy of such an amount? Chu Yang scoffed. What do you mean by that? Li Xiaoqin's smile faltered, replaced by shock. I have no habit of collecting refuse. A public toilet like you disgusts me, Chu Yang replied coldly. You scoundrel. How dare you speak to me like that? Li Xiaoqin's face flushed with anger. Facts are facts. I prefer the tight. You have become loose. I favor the fair. You have turned dark, Chu Yang stated calmly. Li Xiaoqin was momentarily stunned, processing his words. After a prolonged silence, she erupted, Chu Yang, you despicable wretch. How dare you insult me so? You are unworthy of my contempt. I need not degrade you further, Chu Yang responded dismissively. You stingy miser. 500,000 is nothing for you. Can you not part with it? Li Xiaoqin seethed, her teeth clenched. You are not worth 500,000, Chu Yang replied slowly. Do not think that your newfound wealth makes you remarkable. A waste is a waste. In my eyes, you will always be a waste. No one will want you but me, Li Xiaoqin exclaimed in frustration. I want him, a voice interjected. It was Shun Mengqing, who had driven up in her luxury vehicle. Seeing the car, Li Xiaoqin felt a pang of anguish. That car should have been hers. The woman before her had taken everything. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. You are equally after Chu Yang's money, Li Xiaoqin accused Shun Mengqing, her expression bitter. I may desire Chu Yang's wealth, but he is willing. What do you do about it? Shun Mengqing retorted, unfazed. Chu Yang, did you hear that? She admits to being with you for your money. Li Xiaoqin turned to Chu Yang, urgency in her voice. Chu Yang replied coolly. Li Xiaoqin, if she desires my wealth, I am more than willing to oblige. It is clear we have no future together. Take care of yourself, and do not seek me out again. With that, he stepped into the car. Thank you, Li Xiaoqin, Shun Mengqing said with a bright smile. What are you thanking me for? Li Xiaoqin asked, bewildered. Thank you for your lack of discernment, which allowed me to secure such a fine man, Shun Mengqing chuckled. With that, she afforded Li Xiaoqin no chance for retort, pressing the accelerator and driving away, leaving a cloud of dust that made Li Xiaoqin cough incessantly. In a fit of rage, Li Xiaoqin shouted, I curse the two of you to suffer misfortune. I will not let this go. She raged like a madwoman, her voice echoing. Bystanders avoided her, while Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing, now distant, remained oblivious to her furious cries. Inside the moving car, silence enveloped Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing, creating an atmosphere that felt both awkward and stifling. After a considerable pause, Shun Mengqing broke the silence. Chu Yang, can you tell me about her? Chu Yang understood that she referred to Li Xiaoqin. There's really nothing much to say. Back then, I was impoverished, and she only knew how to spend extravagantly, often expecting me to financially support her family, particularly her brother. Such a woman, I would rather not speak of. Sighing, Chu Yang continued, it is all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. I will always be by your side from now on. Shun Mengqing suddenly grasped Chu Yang's hand and softly declared, I will always be with you. Chu Yang smiled and reciprocated her grip, the warmth of her touch spreading through his palm, stirring his heart. The air within the car thickened with an intimate atmosphere. They continued in silence until, after nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at Chu Yang's residence. Please return the car first. Come pick me up at the stock exchange tomorrow, Chu Yang instructed as he exited the vehicle. Certainly, but Mr. Chu Yang, residing in this place does not quite suit your status as a billionaire, Shun Mengqing remarked with a smile. You are right. Accompany me to view some properties tomorrow. Chu Yang replied with a nod. With his current assets, purchasing several villas would be effortlessly attainable. Remaining here would only invite further entanglement with Li Xiaoqin, which would undoubtedly be a headache. Thus, it was indeed time to consider relocating. After ensuring the bankruptcy of the Yang family tomorrow, Chu Yang contemplated viewing the properties. With this thought, he returned home. Time swiftly passed, and the following day arrived. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Shun Qingming drove to the building below. Once Chu Yang entered the vehicle, he assumed the role of the driver, while Shun Qingming settled into the passenger seat. The duo made their way to the bank adjacent to the stock exchange. Upon entering the bank, Chu Yang transferred the sum of 100 million from the check in his bank card. Ding! The card reflected a deposit of 100,000,000, with a balance of 4,282,600,000, China Construction Bank. Previously, Chu Yang had purchased a mermaid's tear and a gown for Shun Qingming, amounting to 900,000. Now, with an additional 100 million in his account, he mused about the excess of wealth. There was simply too much to spend. Fortunately, others were unaware of his intentions. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be outraged. After finalizing the financial matters, Chu Yang and Shun Qingming proceeded to their private room. With half an hour remaining until the stock market opened, Shun Qingming procured breakfast, and they began to eat. What brings you here today? Shun Qingming inquired with curiosity. What is the stock of the Yang Yunhai family? Chu Yang asked slowly. It is this one, Qinghe Real Estate. Shun Qingming promptly found the stock on her computer. It turned out that the Yang Yunhai family was involved in real estate. Chu Yang smiled and remarked, at present, the stock price stands at 2,017 yuan, and it is undoubtedly a premium stock. Upon seeing this stock, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Qinghe Real Estate, premium stock, with a projected price increase to 4,023 yuan in a month. A stock poised to double, it was clear many investors were interested. Until now, Chu Yang had merely followed market trends in his trading. Now, with sufficient capital at his disposal, he intended to execute a significant market manipulation. I mentioned last night that today I would bring about the downfall of the Yang family. A sinister smile crept across Chu Yang's face. Are you planning to crash the stock? Shun Qingming exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Chu Yang replied calmly. However, this stock has a substantial volume. If you wish to crash it, you will need at least 500 million in funds. Shun Qingming cautioned gravely. 500 million is merely a trifling amount. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, 500 million was deposited into a stock account. At his behest, the entire sum was utilized to purchase shares of Qinghe Real Estate, making him the largest stakeholder in this stock. In reaction to the substantial order, Qinghe Real Estate's stock price swiftly reached its upper limit, climbing to 2,217 yuan. Chu Yang's account instantly swelled by 50 million. Yet, this did not attract any attention. After all, Qinghe Real Estate was a premium stock, and price limits were commonplace. Observing the situation, a cold smirk appeared on Chu Yang's face. Let the games begin. Let's sell half. Without hesitation, Shen Qingming clicked the mouse. Meanwhile, within the Yang household, the atmosphere had turned oppressively tense. After returning home last night, Yang Yunhai's countenance had darkened. Losing 100 million would dampen anyone's spirits. Given Yang Yunhai's wealth, the loss, while significant, would not cripple him entirely, but it would certainly sting for some time. Father, what should we do now? Yang Ming cautiously inquired. Of course, we cannot simply let this slide. My money is not so easily taken, Yang Yunhai replied coldly. Why not kidnap Shen Qingming and force Chu Yang to pay a ransom? A glint of malice flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. As a developer, the Yang family had connections to the underworld, particularly useful during demolition projects when employing such contacts could expedite resolutions. Very well, go ahead and handle it, Yang Yunhai said, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The Yang family had previously executed demolition work with remarkable efficiency, primarily due to their modus operandi of abducting the families of those being relocated and coercing them into signing low compensation contracts, thereby profiting from the government compensation differential. Yang Yunhai had employed this tactic for years with great success. Rest assured, father, while I may not excel at other matters, this is my forte, Yang Ming chuckled ominously, envisioning the possibilities after abducting Shen Qingming. An intoxicating warmth surged within him as he thought, Shen Qingming, just wait. I will make you submit beneath me, lost in ecstasy. At that moment, a figure rushed in hastily. President Yang, it's bad. Our stock price has suddenly plummeted. This individual was the financial director of Qinghe Real Estate. What is happening? Yang Yunhai's expression shifted dramatically. Qinghe Real Estate was his lifeblood. A stock price drop would result in significant asset loss. Today, someone has been frantically selling our stock, causing panic selling among retail investors. The stock price is nearing its limit down, the financial director reported, his face pale. Unbelievable. It seems someone is intentionally crashing the stock. Summon all the traders to my study. Yang Yunhai's face darkened ominously. Minutes later, everyone gathered in Yang Yunhai's study. The computer displayed that Qinghe Real Estate's stock price had fallen to 1,896 yuan, with countless sell orders flooding in. As the largest shareholder, Yang Yunhai had lost at least 200 million. Who dares to do this? Who has the audacity to crash my stock? Yang Yunhai roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the room, causing discomfort to everyone present. Trembling in fear, the onlookers exchanged anxious glances. President Yang, what should we do now? The financial director asked cautiously. How much liquid capital do we have available? Yang Yunhai inquired sternly. There's still 300 million. The financial director responded promptly. Transfer it all here. We will absorb whatever the opponent sells. We must maintain the stock price. If it collapses, I will be ruined, Yang Yunhai declared decisively. The financial director wasted no time. Within mere minutes, 300 million had been transferred to the stock account. Purchase 100 million immediately, Yang Yunhai commanded. The traders, not daring to hesitate, clicked a few times, and the 100 million entered the market without delay. With this substantial buy order, the stock price of Qinghe Real Estate finally halted its descent and even began to show signs of recovery. Seeing this, the occupants of the study collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in a private room at the stock exchange, Shen Qingming had already sensed the anomaly in the stock. The stock is beginning to rise. It seems Yang Yunhai is attempting to prop it up. Let us continue to crash it, she stated. A cold smile spread across Chu Yang's face. Having already profited from the high sell-off, even if he incurred losses on the remaining shares, he would still walk away with a gain. Let's sell another 200 million worth of stock, Chu Yang said nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Shen Qingming executed the order. As this substantial sell order was placed, the stock price, which had begun to rise, plummeted once again like a waterfall. The opponent had offloaded another 200 million. Seeing this, the traders exclaimed, unbelievable. Who would dare to do this? Do they truly intend to annihilate us? Yang Yunhai roared in uncontrollable rage, with the opponent dumping 200 million in shares. He would likewise need an equal amount to absorb their sell-off. Previously, he had only stabilized the price with 100 million and had not fully absorbed the opponent's sell-off. If in this round he fails to absorb all of the opponent's stock and resorts to the method of stabilizing the share price with 100 million, it will no longer be effective as the volume of shares being offloaded by the opponent is overwhelmingly large. 100 million is merely a drop in the bucket. Accept it all. I refuse to believe that the opponent would deliberately expend hundreds of millions to undermine my position. Yang Yunhai, now cornered and left with no choice, can only respond to the onslaught. His eyes are bloodshot, resembling a gambler who has reached the end of his rope. Chapter 36. He is the mysterious retail investor. With Yang Yunhai's command, the trader immediately sprang into action. Utilizing the 200 million in the bank account, he swiftly absorbed the 200 million worth of shares that Chu Yang had cast off. As soon as these shares were devoured, the stock price of Qinghe real estate indeed stabilized and even began to exhibit a gentle upward trend. Witnessing this, Yang Yunhai finally allowed a sigh of relief to escape his lips. This wave of plummet had inflicted grievous losses upon him. However, as long as the stock price is stabilized, it will eventually recover over time, and the assets he has lost will return after a while. He now possesses no chips left in his hand. Should the opponent continue to bombard the market with capital, he would be left powerless to prevent the stock from hitting the limit down. Even more terrifying is the fact that he has no funds left to purchase the shares. Tomorrow, the stock price is likely to plummet once more, leading him to face the specter of bankruptcy. Such an outcome is what he most fervently wishes to avoid. All he can do now is pray that his adversary is equally bereft of resources. Unfortunately, how could Chu Yang possibly accommodate his wishes? Observing Yang Yunhai consuming his offloaded shares, a cold smirk played upon Chu Yang's lips. It seems Yang Yunhai has run out of chips. Let us offload the remaining 50 million. Chu Yang spoke slowly. This 50 million will be the final straw that breaks Yang Yunhai's back. Very well. I fear that Yang Yunhai might resort to taking out a loan from the bank to protect his position. That would create complications, Shen Mengqing remarked with concern. That is not out of the realm of possibility, Chu Yang nodded. Though he lacked for nothing financially, it was unnecessary to inflict a self-wounding blow while attempting to bring about Yang Yunhai's downfall. Such an approach would be a losing proposition. What do you intend to do, Chu Yang? Shen Mengqing inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Presently, if Yang Yunhai approaches you for a loan, do not grant it. It turned out that Chu Yang was calling Li Chunjiang. Upon receiving Chu Yang's call, Li Chunjiang was taken aback, uncertain when Chu Yang had come to be at odds with Yang Yunhai. Nevertheless, Chu Yang was now his benefactor. He would naturally comply with whatever Chu Yang instructed. Of course, no problem, Li Chunjiang quickly replied. Also, contact the presidents of other banks and instruct them not to lend to Yang Yunhai. In return, I will deposit 100 million in each of their banks, Chu Yang said nonchalantly. The other bank presidents referred to were those of the four major banks. A deposit of 100 million in each would amount to 400 million. For Chu Yang, this was merely a trifling sum. However, for these banks, it constituted a substantial business deal. Leave it to me. I will handle this matter, Li Chunjiang agreed promptly. After hanging up, Chu Yang turned to Shen Mengqing and said, All right, we can proceed with the sale. This time, I intend to ensure Yang Yunhai cannot recover. Without hesitation, Shen Mengqing clicked her mouse and liquidated all the stocks in the account. The sudden appearance of a massive sell order for 50 million sent the previously stabilized stock into a tumult once again. All retail investors, upon witnessing such an enormous sell order, were gripped by panic and began to offload their shares. The stock price, which had begun to stabilize, plummeted once more, hitting the limit down with no signs of recovery. In Yang Yunhai's study, an eerie silence had descended. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the computer screen, their faces etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that the opponent still possessed chips. What grudge or enmity could justify such a deliberate attempt to undermine Yang Yunhai's position with 500 million? As for Yang Yunhai, his eyes were now bloodshot, his breathing rapid, resembling a gambler who had lost all his stakes. How could this happen? Who is this person to expend 500 million to obliterate my position? Yang Yunhai roared in fury. This incident had directly resulted in losses exceeding 500 million for him. The stock hitting the limit down cost him 200 million, and to stabilize the market, he incurred an additional 300 million in losses. Coupled with the 100 million he lost to Chu Yang the previous day, he had effectively lost 600 million in just 2 days. Even with Yang Yunhai's considerable wealth, this was a devastating blow. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was robust. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. President Yang, what shall we do now? If we do not devise a plan, the stock is likely to hit the limit down again when trading opens tomorrow. The chief financial officer said, his face pale. Should Yang Yunhai face bankruptcy, his own prospects would not be bright either. The only viable course of action left was to hasten to the bank for a loan. After a moment's reflection, Yang Yunhai replied, with my assets, the bank will surely not refuse my loan request. His repayment ability was still deemed reliable. He immediately dialed the agricultural bank, only to be met with a refusal. When he inquired about the reason, he was simply told to consult Li Chunjiang. Refusing to give up, he called the other bank presidents, only to receive the same response. Ask Li Chunjiang. Yang Yunhai's anger flared. How dare merely Chunjiang play tricks behind his back? This was utterly outrageous. He gritted his teeth and called Li Chunjiang. President Li, what is the meaning of this? Yang Yunhai coldly questioned. President Yang, I merely wish to inform you that you have provoked someone you should not have. Li Chunjiang replied apathetically. Who exactly is that? Yang Yunhai's expression shifted as he asked. With President Yang's intellect, do you truly need to ask who it is? Li Chunjiang inquired slowly. Are you implying that it is Chu Yang? Yang Yunhai's face darkened as he asked. Indeed, President Yang is as astute as ever, Li Chunjiang replied with a smile. This is absurd. Why would you all heed the words of a mere boy to collectively target me? Yang Yunhai exclaimed in outrage. Mr. Chu has stated that as long as we do not lend to you, he will deposit 100 million in each of the banks. Li Chunjiang replied nonchalantly. What? Who is he? How can he possess such wealth? Yang Yunhai asked, his face a mask of shock. To pour 500 million into the market and still have the capacity to deposit 100 million in each of the 5 major banks. That amounted to a staggering 1 billion in cash. The notion of a single individual wielding 1 billion in cash was terrifying. Although he claimed to have a net worth of 1 billion, his actual cash reserves had never exceeded that amount. Only now did he finally grasp the chasm that lay between himself and Chu Yang. President Yang, have you heard about the recent surge in oil futures, where a mysterious retail investor reportedly made 40 billion on his own? Li Chunjiang inquired casually. Of course. I have heard. Are you suggesting? Yang Yunhai quickly connected the dots, gasping in astonishment. Indeed, Mr. Chu is that mysterious retail investor, Li Chunjiang stated slowly. Chapter 37. How do you know I can't afford a house? Upon hearing this statement, Yang Yunhai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood frozen, utterly dazed, oblivious to his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. A sense of dread surged within him for the first time. He finally comprehended the nature of the formidable entity he had provoked. A super-rich magnate with assets exceeding 4 billion. To toy with someone of such stature was alarmingly effortless. Father, what is wrong with you? At that moment, Yang Meng, who had just exited, re-entered the room and cautiously inquired. Slap. A resounding slap struck Yang Meng's face, sending him staggering several paces back before he collapsed onto the floor. The force of the blow left him momentarily dazed, even causing one of his front teeth to loosen. Father, why did you hit me? Yang Meng asked, shielding his face, his expression filled with grievance. I could almost wish to strike you dead. It's all your fault. Constantly stirring up trouble, and now you've entangled us with someone we shouldn't have crossed, jeopardizing the company's very existence. This is all due to your insubordination. Yang Yunhai shouted furiously, delivering several kicks as he raged. Within the confines of the study, the air was filled with Yang Meng's anguished cries and pleas for mercy. Father, I won't dare again. Please stop hitting me. After receiving a dozen kicks, Yang Yunhai's fury began to subside. He realized that he could not remain passive. His only recourse was to beseech Chu Yang for forgiveness. It was his only glimmer of hope. Though it was profoundly humiliating, it was a matter of survival, and he would swallow his pride. He promptly picked up his phone from the ground and dialed Li Chunjiang once more. President Li, could you assist me in contacting Mr. Chu? I wish to speak with him in person. Yang Yunhai inhaled deeply as he spoke. Li Chunjiang did not refuse. He promptly reached out to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, Yang Yunhai wishes to meet with you in person, he conveyed. Very well. I was planning to visit his Qinghe real estate this afternoon to view properties. You may direct him to come. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Mr. Chu, are you truly considering entering the real estate market? Li Chunjiang inquired cautiously. Indeed, the real estate sector is poised to be the most lucrative industry over the next 2 decades. If I do not capitalize on this opportunity, it would be a grave oversight, Chu Yang replied slowly. It turned out that Li Chunjiang had divulged the information about Chu Yang being a mysterious retail investor at Chu Yang's behest. The plummeting stock prices were merely the first step. Once Qinghe real estate was rendered a penny stock, he could acquire it at a fraction of its value, thus seamlessly entering the real estate arena. As someone who had been reborn, he was acutely aware of the frenzy surrounding real estate in the years to come. Countless individuals amassed fortunes through property speculation, with prices in every city soaring tenfold over 2 decades. First-tier cities even saw increases in the multiples of tens. Chu Yang certainly could not forego this monumental opportunity. Are you really that confident? Li Chunjiang asked, somewhat astonished. Absolutely. If you trust me, I suggest you procure several properties at once. It will undoubtedly secure your future, Chu Yang advised earnestly. Very well, I believe you, Li Chunjiang declared, gritting his teeth. After hanging up, Li Chunjiang relayed Chu Yang's words to Yang Yanhai. Upon hearing this, Yang Yanhai immediately affirmed his intention to attend. This was his final chance, and he must grasp it with both hands, even if it meant bowing to Chu Yang in apology. After the phone call, Li Chunjiang truly exhausted his savings to purchase 5 properties. Those 5 properties later appreciated tenfold in value, but that was a tale for another time. The morning trading halt soon arrived. Chu Yang did not instruct Shen Mengqing to transfer the funds from their account. Upon reflection, this stock market plunge had not only spared him losses, but had instead netted him over 20 million, a veritable windfall. Before the morning trading pause, he advised Shen Mengqing on 5 stocks, premium shares poised for substantial growth. He requested that she invest 100 million in each, allowing them to sit back and await their profits. According to the market indicators, these 5 stocks could be held long-term for a month, ultimately yielding a total return of 500 million. Shen Mengqing acted swiftly, acquiring the 5 stocks before the trading pause. All right, let us go have lunch. And this afternoon we will visit Qinghe Real Estate to view properties, Chu Yang said, stretching leisurely. After their meal, the two drove to the sales center of Qinghe Real Estate. Standing at the entrance, Chu Yang felt an exhilarating surge of ambition. After today, this place would become his domain. The entire real estate market in Tiannan would soon fall under his monopoly. His aspirations extended beyond Tiannan to the provincial capital and even the capital city itself. Having been granted a second chance at life, it would be a disservice to the heavens to not ascend to the pinnacle and savor the view. With Shen Mengqing's hand in his, he entered the sales center. Having confirmed their romantic relationship, Shen Mengqing allowed him to hold her hand without hesitation. As they entered, they attracted the attention of the sales staff. However, upon noticing their modest attire, the staff's interest waned. Only a timid-looking girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, approached and asked, "Excuse me, sir, miss, are you here to look at properties?" Chu Yang glanced at the girl, and then at her name tag, which read in turn salesperson Guo Sohua. Such a simple name, instantly reminiscent of pickled vegetables. "Are you new here?" Chu Yang inquired gently. "Yes, I just started 3 days ago," Guo Sohua replied nervously. "Do not be anxious. We are indeed here to view properties." Chu Yang reassured her with a calm demeanor. "What type of property are you interested in? I can provide you with information." Guo Suihua eagerly offered. "Suihua, don't waste your breath. It's evident these two cannot afford a property. Introducing them would be a futile exercise," interjected a heavily made-up saleswoman, standing with an air of disdain. Chu Yang glanced at her name tag, top salesperson Lin Xiao Xiao. She was indeed attractive, but her entire demeanor reeked of a worldly attitude, leaving an uncomfortable impression. "How can you be so certain that I lack the means to purchase a property?" Chu Yang countered coolly. "I've been a salesperson here for 3 years. I can spot who can afford a property and who cannot with a single glance." Lin Xiao Xiao scoffed. "What a pity. It seems you've misjudged today. Take me to see the villa area," Chu Yang said with a cold laugh. "Villa area? It's obvious you're just putting on a brave face. I can tell you 1T be able to afford even a single brick of the largest villa." Lin Xiao Xiao sneered. However, Guo Sohua disregarded Lin Xiao Xiao's comments and said, "All right, sir, please follow me. 5 million requires a mortgage? Just pay in full." Country bumpkins are simply unworldly, believing every word they hear. They don't heed my advice. It's truly hopeless, Lin Xiao Xiao mocked, her face filled with scorn. Yet, Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing chose not to engage with such individuals. The more attention they paid to them, the more emboldened they would become. The best course of action was to purchase the villa and then deliver a resounding slap to her face, silencing her once and for all. "Sir, this is the layout of our villa area. Each villa comes with its own private garden, standing 3 stories tall, with an approximate area of 500 square meters." Guo Zuihua explained patiently. "Let us skip the general villas. I want the largest and most expensive villa you have here," Chu Yang stated slowly. "Even now, you're still putting on a brave front. You probably can't afford even a single brick of the largest villa." Lin Xiao Xiao scoffed dismissively. "Sir, are you certain you want the most expensive and largest villa?" Guo Zuihua asked, her expression one of astonishment. "Indeed. Which one is the largest villa on your premises?" Chu Yang inquired nonchalantly. "Please follow me." Guo Zuihua promptly guided Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing to a secluded area. Before them lay an independent floor plan, showcasing a solitary villa. The illustration revealed that the villa not only boasted a spacious courtyard, but was also encircled by an artificial lake, with lush woodland surrounding it. The expansive grounds gave an impression of grandeur. "Sir, this villa is the crown jewel of our properties, covering over 2,000 square meters, featuring 5 floors and a private swimming pool. I hope it meets your expectations," Guo Zuihua articulated slowly. Indeed, I am quite fond of it. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. What use is your satisfaction if you cannot afford it? How amusing, Lin Xiao interjected with a mocking expression. What is the price of this villa? Chu Yang inquired nonchalantly. The total is 5 million. If you wish to apply for a mortgage, we can offer you a discount, Guo Zuihua replied. 5 million requires a mortgage? Who do you think I am? I shall pay in full, Chu Yang remarked indifferently. This statement left everyone present in stunned silence. In this era, 5 million is undeniably a substantial sum. Those capable of producing such an amount in one go are undoubtedly of wealthy stature. The expressions of those around shifted as they regarded Chu Yang, a seemingly ordinary man, with newfound awe. Was he feigning modesty? Are you truly intending to pay in full? Guo Zuihua asked, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. It was worth noting that she earned a 5% commission on each sale, meaning a sale of this villa would net her a staggering $250,000. As a rural girl, she had never encountered such wealth. At that moment, it felt as though fortune had fallen upon her from the heavens, nearly overwhelming her with joy. A $250,000 was a sum she could never hope to accumulate in her lifetime back home. Allow me to prepare the contract for you, Guo Zuihua exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You, as an intern salesperson, are not equipped to handle this. Let me serve this gentleman, Lin Xiao interjected, her demeanor suddenly shifting as she approached. The moment she did, Guo Zuihua's expression darkened significantly. It was clear that Lin Xiao intended to usurp her commission. Who wouldn't he be tempted by a sum as large as a $250,000? Yet, Guo Zuihua dared not voice her discontent, retreating to the sidelines. Her face a mask of frustration, yet silent. After all, she was merely an intern, while Lin Xiao had seniority. A single word from the latter could jeopardize her position. Thus, she endured in silence. However, Chu Yang furrowed his brow. This woman was quite ungracious, looking down on him initially, only to attempt to steal another's business. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. He spoke slowly. I require her service. Should there be a change in personnel, I shall withdraw from the purchase. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. If her actions led to the collapse of this sale, she would indeed face dire consequences. Despite her internal turmoil, she could only force a smile and retreat. Thank you, sir, Guo Zuihua expressed her gratitude profoundly. It is nothing. I appreciate your service. Thus I willingly relinquish the commission to you, Chu Yang replied calmly. I shall prepare the contract for you. Guo Zuihua turned and departed. After a brief interval, she returned with the purchase contract and a POS terminal. Sir, the contract is ready. All that is required is your signature and card swipe, she smiled. Shouldn't I see the house before payment? Chu Yang asked slowly. How forgetful of me. Please follow me. Guo Zuihua responded immediately. Subsequently, Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing followed her to the villa. Set against a backdrop of mountains and water, surrounded by trees, the villa was shrouded in privacy. It offered an exceptional degree of seclusion. Even should Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing play cards in the courtyard, they would remain unseen. The interior was extravagantly luxurious, exhibiting a Gothic architectural style with a distinct vintage feel. Chu Yang was thoroughly pleased with the villa. Upon returning to the sales hall, Chu Yang declared, I am enamored with this villa. Let's proceed with signing the contract. Excellent, Guo Zuihua exclaimed in sheer delight. At that moment, a boisterous voice interrupted. This is outrageous. I was the first to view this villa. How dare anyone attempt to snatch it from me? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang looked up to see a middle-aged man, around 50, striding toward them with fury etched on his face. Chu Yang's brow furrowed at the sight of the man, who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Yanhai. Could he be a brother of Yang Yanhai? Mr. Yang, what brings you here? Lin Xiao approached with an ingratiating smile. Xiao, what is the meaning of this? I intended to purchase this villa as a wedding gift for my son. How dare someone else seek to claim it? The middle-aged man inquired, irritation evident on his countenance. Sir, this is not my fault. Blame this intern salesperson from the countryside. She took it upon herself to sell the villa to someone else for the commission. Lin Xiao quickly pointed at Guo Zuihua. How dare you sell something I have my eyes on? You're fired, get out. The middle-aged man glared at Guo Zuihua, whose face paled at the implication of his authority. Although she did not recognize him, Lin Xiao's attitude suggested he was a high-ranking company official. Bring me the purchase contract to sign, he commanded coolly. Of course, I will fetch it right away. Lin Xiao rushed toward Guo Zuihua, her expression jubilant. If this middle-aged man purchased the villa, the commission would be entirely hers. However, a hand suddenly blocked her path. This villa was first viewed by me. On what grounds do you claim it? Chu Yang asked coldly. You insolent brat, do you know who I am? The middle-aged man shot a glare at Chu Yang. I care not who you are. This villa is mine to purchase today. Not even Jesus could stop me, Chu Yang stated indifferently. Sir, He is Yang Yunhai's brother. Yang Yunha. The entire Qinghe real estate belongs to their family. He can claim any property he desires. You cannot compete with Mr. Yang, Lin Xiao sneered. The crowd gasped in unison. Yang Yunhai was a name of considerable renown in Tiannan, associated with a criminal background that instilled a sense of fear. As Yang Yunhai's brother, Yang Yunha had long enjoyed a position of unchecked power in Tiannan, with no one daring to provoke him. He had long had his sights set on this villa, planning to solicit it from Yang Yunhai at a low price. Today, he had come for this very purpose, only to discover someone attempting to thwart his plans. Given his temperament, he would not permit such an affront. Yang Yunhai's brother? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Are you intimidated? I advise you to withdraw. Otherwise, should you offend Mr. Yang, you will find it impossible to survive in Tiannan, Lin Xiao taunted. What audacity! Even Yang Yunhai would not dare to behave so recklessly in my presence. What more mere brother? Chu Yang scoffed. How dare you speak of my elder brother in such a manner? Are you courting death? Security, throw him out. Yang Yunha roared in fury. As he finished speaking, 3 security guards approached. Naturally, they recognized Yang Yunha and immediately made their way toward Chu Yang, intending to escort him out. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Why had Yang Yunhai not yet arrived? If the guards truly intended to handle him forcefully, he might find himself unable to resist. It seemed he would have to consider hiring a bodyguard. Chu Yang mused to himself. After all, he was now a billionaire and had reached a level where personal security was warranted. For instance, with the security guards closing in, he found himself at a loss for options. The prospect of hiring a personal bodyguard certainly needed to be prioritized. Just as Chu Yang's frown deepened, a sudden, authoritative shout rang out. Stop! Everyone turned to see that it was Yang Yunhai. In Tiannan, he was a figure of considerable renown, frequently appearing on television, earning him the status of a celebrity entrepreneur. Brother, you're here. Yang Yunha quickly greeted him. What on earth are you doing, second brother? Yang Yunhai glared at Yang Yunha, his tone rife with discontent. Yet, Yang Yunha failed to perceive the underlying tension, instead pointing at Chu Yang and exclaiming, brother, this guy just said you were nothing before him, entirely disregarding you. Did he truly say that? Yang Yunhai inquired slowly. Indeed, I am not lying. Everyone heard it. Yang Yunha replied promptly. Mr. Yang, I too heard him say it. He truly did. Lin Xiao chimed in from the side. Impudent brat. My brother is here. Let's see how arrogant you dare to be. Yang Yunha declared with immense pride. And so what if your brother is here? I stand by my words. In my eyes, your brother is nothing. Chu Yang retorted disdainfully. He was aware that Yang Yunhai had come to bow before him today, and thus felt no need to hold back. How outrageous! How dare you be so bold? Brother, summon someone to teach him a lesson. Yang Yunha's expression shifted. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Yang Yunha was sent spinning 3 times, utterly stunned. Not only Yang Yunha, but the onlookers were equally bewildered. What was happening? Why was Yang Yunhai striking his own brother? Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Yang Yunha, clutching his face, looked at Yang Yunhai in disbelief. Brother, why did you hit me? I hit you for being a troublemaker. Now get out of my way. Yang Yunhai kicked Yang Yunha to the ground and quickly approached Chu Yang. In full view of the crowd, Yang Yunhai bowed deeply, his posture radiating humility. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. My brother is utterly inept. I hope you will not take offense. The hall fell into a profound silence, every eye wide with astonishment, gasps echoing throughout. Could it be that Mr. Yang was bowing to this young man? Surely, they were not imagining it. Who is this young man? Consider this. Anyone capable of summoning 5 million to purchase a house is hardly an ordinary individual, Lin Xiao thought, her complexion paling dramatically as she realized the gravity of her situation. Meanwhile, Yang Yunha, still nursing his face, gaped in shock. He could not comprehend why his typically formidable brother would demean himself before a young man. Mr. Yang, your brother certainly wields considerable influence. Chu Yang remarked coolly. I am deeply sorry. It is my failure in discipline. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Mr. Chu. Yang Yunhai dared not lift his head. Mr. Yang arranged for me to meet you through President Li. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chu Yang inquired slowly. With a sudden thud, Yang Yunhai fell to his knees before Chu Yang, leaving the onlookers once again in a state of shock. The fearless Yang Yunhai, kneeling before someone else, was indeed an astonishing spectacle. What are you doing, Mr. Yang? Why this sudden display of reverence? Chu Yang questioned, his tone laced with mockery. Please, Mr. Chu, grant me mercy. Yang Yunhai pleaded, his forehead pressed to the ground, not daring to raise his gaze. Your words elude me somewhat, Chu Yang replied coolly, clearly savoring Yang Yunhai's predicament. This only served to infuriate Yang Yunhai, yet he had no choice but to endure the humiliation given the current situation. Mr. Chu, I know you were behind the stock market crash this morning, Yang Yunhai stated bluntly. Ah, so you are aware, Chu Yang replied with a broad smile. Please, Mr. Chu, spare me. If my stocks continue to plummet, I will be bankrupt within 3 days. All the blame lies with me. I prostrate myself before you. Yang Yunhai began to bow, each impact of his forehead striking the ground, soon drawing blood. Though it was a humiliating act, it was preferable to facing bankruptcy. I might consider sparing you, but I have a condition, Chu Yang said, looking down at Yang Yunhai. Speak, what is it? Yang Yunhai immediately responded. I want to Qinghe real estate, Chu Yang stated matter-of-factly. What? Is this your plan? Yang Yunhai's face turned pale as the realization dawned upon him. He had been ensnared in Chu Yang's scheme all along. It was laughable that he had struggled, unaware that all his actions were meticulously orchestrated by Chu Yang. Indeed, Mr. Yang, what will it be? Will you sell or not? Chu Yang inquired, leaving no room for negotiation. He made it clear that whether Yang Yunhai wished to sell or not, he would be compelled to do so. Mr. Chu, Qinghe real estate is my life's work. Please, have mercy, Yang Yunhai begged from the ground. Since it seems there is no room for negotiation, I shall proceed to continue my market manipulation tomorrow. I am curious to see how long you can hold out. By then, Qinghe real estate will be worthless, and I will not even want to buy it, Chu Yang concluded, turning to leave with Shun Mengqing. Wait, I will sell, Yang Yunhai called out urgently, realizing that if Chu Yang continued his assault, he would not last. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. Mr. Yang is a wise man. Chu Yang replied with a beaming smile. Yang Yunhai was engulfed in despair. He never imagined that after navigating the business world for so long, he would fall into the hands of a young man at such a steep price. Mr. Chu, how much are you willing to offer for Qinghe real estate? Yang Yunhai asked cautiously. Chu Yang remained silent, raising a single finger. Yang Yunhai assumed this meant 10 billion, given that Qinghe real estate's current market valuation was 11 billion. However, understanding that Chu Yang was in a position of power, he thought it reasonable for him to negotiate. A deduction of 1 billion would be acceptable to Yang Yunhai. 10 billion would suffice. With that, he could rise again. Fine, 10 billion it is. I will have the stock transfer documents prepared immediately. Yang Yunhai reluctantly nodded. You are mistaken. It is not 10 billion, but rather 1 billion, Chu Yang stated slowly. You are taking advantage of me, Yang Yunhai exclaimed, springing to his feet. 10 billion for a company, and Chu Yang only wished to pay 1 billion? This was nothing short of robbery. Mr. Yang, if you're not careful within 3 days, your stocks may not even be worth 1 billion, Chu Yang replied coolly. Chu, you are going too far. Be cautious lest we both perish in this endeavor. Yang Yunhai roared in fury. Are you even qualified to perish together with me? Chu Yang scoffed. Mutual destruction is only conceivable under conditions of equal strength. When the disparity in power is so vast, the notion of dying together becomes nothing but a farce. Brother, there's no need to waste words with such a person. Just have the security throw him out, Yang Yunhai interjected, sensing the negotiation had reached an impasse. He waved his hand, and the nearby security approached menacingly once more. You needn't trouble yourselves. I shall take my leave on my own, Chu Yang retorted coolly, turning to Yang Yunhai. Mr. Yang, are you absolutely certain you won't sell? A mere 100 million from my Qinghe real estate is nothing more than a pipe dream. I would rather leave from the building and shatter my bones than sell. Yang Yunhai gritted his teeth in frustration. Very well, should you come to regret this decision, the price will no longer be the same. Chu Yang laughed derisively, taking Shun Mengqing by the hand and departing. As he walked away, Yang Yunhai's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Chu Yang with a venomous glare. If mere glances could kill, Chu Yang would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Brother, this insufferable brat is pushing it too far. Yang Yunhai seethed, wincing as he inadvertently touched his bruised face. Father, we cannot let him off the hook. Yang Meng chimed in, his expression filled with indignation. Have you arranged the matters I instructed? Yang Yunhai asked darkly. Rest assured, everything is in order, Yang Meng replied, his eyes brightening. Good, let's commence our actions. This time, I not only want Chu Yang to bleed profusely, but also to kneel at my feet and lick my toes, Yang Yunhai said grimly. You can count on me. I will ensure it is handled impeccably, Yang Meng replied, exhilaration evident in his voice. He was already envisioning the scenario of tormenting Shun Mengqing in front of Chu Yang, relishing the thought of Chu Yang's despair. After Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing left, they returned to the private room of the stock exchange. Once the afternoon trading session commenced, under Chu Yang's deft manipulation, Qinghe real estate remained firmly locked at its lower limit, showing no signs of recovery. Countless shareholders were left in despair, their sell orders hanging in the air with no buyers in sight. Unless someone could muster billions to stabilize the stock, it was destined to become a stagnant pool. However, Chu Yang had no intention of investing to prop it up. As for Yang Yunhai, he found himself devoid of funds, with banks refusing to extend any loans. He could only watch helplessly, paralyzed in his inaction. Meanwhile, Chu Yang sat leisurely in the private room, casually enjoying some fruit. The failure to acquire a property today did not dampen his spirits in the slightest. After all, Qinghe real estate would eventually be his. Once he secured it, the luxurious villa would fall into his hands without any expenditure. He was confident that within 3 days, Yang Yanhai would crack under pressure and would beg him to purchase Qinghe real estate. However, by that time, the property would no longer be worth a mere 100 million. As the clock struck 3, the stock market closed for the day. Chu Yang stretched lazily and sighed contentedly. Another profitable day. Today, the 5 stocks he purchased for 500 million had all hit their upper limits, netting him a staggering 250 million in just one afternoon. Earning money had never felt so effortless. You only know how to flaunt your success, Shen Mengqing remarked with a hint of annoyance. Let's go eat, Chu Yang suggested with a smile. Naturally, Shen Mengqing did not decline and followed him out. They opted not to drive, as there were plenty of upscale restaurants nearby. As they made their way to a restaurant, they passed by a hospital where a commotion erupted at the entrance. Doctor, I beg you, do not discharge my sister. A man in his 30s was kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately. Beside him sat a frail-looking girl in a wheelchair, her face pale and devoid of color, clearly gravely ill. In front of them stood a doctor in his 50s, his expression dripping with disdain. Move along, this is not a charity. Without medical fees. We cannot keep you here, the doctor said impatiently. Please, just grant me 2 more days. I will surely gather the funds for her treatment. The man implored, tears streaming down his face. I've already heard this 3 days ago. We have been exceedingly patient. The hospital is not a benevolent institution. Without money, you cannot afford to be ill. Leave now and do not disrupt the hospital's order, the doctor retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed visible discontent. Illness is not something one can control. Who in this world wishes to fall sick? This doctor is utterly heartless, Shen Mengqing exclaimed angrily. Alas, the harsh reality remains. Wealth opens doors, while poverty constrains one's every step, Chu Yang replied thoughtfully, recalling a time in his past when his mother fell ill, and he was utterly bereft of funds. That feeling was akin to living hell. In this new life, he vowed never to be burdened by financial woes again. He would always remember the iconic line from The Wolf of Wall Street. You can choose to be rich or choose to be poor. But I will always choose to be rich. This powerful sentiment resonated with him even in his rebirth, leaving an indelible mark upon his psyche. But my sister requires dialysis daily. Skipping even 1 day could be fatal. I beg you, Dr. Liu, I will do anything. Please show leniency. The man continued to bow his head, eventually drawing blood from his forehead. Dr. Liu remained unmoved, his face devoid of empathy. He casually cleaned his ears and waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is hospital policy. Your pleas are futile. Brother, let it go. There's no point in begging him anymore. Let us just go home. The girl in the wheelchair spoke up, her voice weak and frail, as if each word drained her of energy. Your sister is right. It's time to return home. Enjoy what little time you have left. Eat and drink. Do not dwell on anything else, Dr. Liu said, arms crossed, an expression as cold as ice. Realizing further pleas would yield no results, the man stifled his sorrow, wiped his tears, and stood up. At that moment, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. The man was remarkably strong. He admired that. Previously, as the man knelt, his physique had gone unnoticed, but now that he stood, his towering height of at least 6 feet 5 inches and his robust build were evident. He walked with a straight posture, exuding an air of ironclad resolve, clearly a veteran. Chu Yang was in search of a bodyguard, and this individual before him was the perfect candidate. The man was about to push his sister away from his place, his face etched with despondency. Just then, a figure obstructed his path. He looked up to find a young man in his 20s standing before him. This young man appeared somewhat frail, yet for reasons unknown, the man felt an overwhelming aura of confidence radiating from him, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. This young man was none other than Chu Yang. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? The man inquired, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. His mood was currently rather foul, and should the young man seek trouble, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Greetings, I am Chu Yang. May I inquire your name? Chu Yang asked slowly. My name is of no concern to you. Kindly step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite. The man replied darkly. If you share your name with me, I would be willing to cover your sister's medical expenses, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. Young man, you are rather audacious. Do you have any idea how much her treatment costs? Dr. Liu interjected with a cold laugh. How much? Chu Yang inquired. Your sister suffers from kidney disease, requiring dialysis daily at over 400 yuan per session. Furthermore, if a suitable kidney donor is found, the surgery will cost 400,000 yuan. Are you certain you can afford that? Dr. Lu asked icily. That is merely a trifling amount. I have no issues with that, Chu Yang replied indifferently. His words caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. Who was this young man to regard 400,000 as mere pocket change? Did he speak out of bravado, or was he truly wealthy? Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that he was simply modest. Are you here to mock us? Dr. Lu's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of hostility. I earn upwards of several 100,000 per minute, and I have no time to waste on frivolity, Chu Yang retorted disdainfully. How will you prove your ability to pay? Dr. Lu pressed, his voice low. In response, Chu Yang produced his car keys and pressed a button, causing the Bentley parked nearby to respond with a series of beeps. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Oh my heavens, a Bentley 728 and a custom long version no less. I'm not well versed in cars. Could someone enlighten me on its price? Indeed, what is the price? Just give me a figure to disillusion me. I've seen this model mentioned in books. It seems to be priced around 10 million. The sheer figure left everyone in a stupor. I've never even seen 10,000 yuan, let alone 10 million. If I had 10 million, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. To purchase a car for 10 million. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. Chu Yang turned to Dr. Lu and asked calmly, Do you believe me now? Dr. Lu, who had also been momentarily stunned, regained his composure upon hearing this and immediately donned a fawning expression. Of course, I'll arrange everything at once. Please provide the best single room and the most expensive medications. If a suitable kidney donor is found, we will expedite the surgery without delay. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Dr. Lu replied without hesitation. With wealth comes the privilege of ease. Yet, the man's face bore no trace of joy. He understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be ulterior motives behind such generosity. But he was utterly impoverished and could not fathom what he might offer in return. Now, may I ask for your name? Chu Yang inquired with a smile. Chapter 42. Li Yunlong becomes a bodyguard. My name is Li Yunlong, the man said after a moment's silence. Li Yunlong? What a splendid name. Chu Yang responded with a grin. At this time, the television series The Rising Sun had yet to air, thus the name Li Yunlong was not widely recognized. Mr. Chu, I must ask, why are you helping me? What do you seek in return? Li Yunlong asked solemnly. He was acutely aware that no one offers assistance without expecting something in return. Have you served in the military? Chu Yang questioned. I served for 8 years. Transitioning to civilian life 2 years ago, Li Yunlong replied. Have you trained in martial arts? How proficient are you? Chu Yang continued. I have practiced martial arts since childhood and became a special forces soldier after enlisting, so I can easily handle multiple opponents, Li Yunlong said, a glimmer of pride crossing his face. Perfect. I wish to hire you as my personal bodyguard. Would you be willing? Chu Yang asked with a broad smile. A personal bodyguard? Li Yunlong's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that Chu Yang's assistance stemmed from this intention. Indeed, as you can see, I possess considerable wealth, and individuals like me often find themselves at odds with others, hence the need for a skilled protector. If you agree, I can offer you a salary of 10,000 yuan per month. What do you say? Chu Yang proposed slowly. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. In this era, the average salary hovered around 1,000 yuan. 10,000 was an unattainable aspiration for many. They regarded Li Yunlong with expressions of deep envy. 10,000? Such a sum? Li Yunlong exclaimed in astonishment. Your role is to protect me, so a monthly salary of 10,000 is rather modest. Do you agree? Chu Yang asked calmly. I accept, Li Yunlong said, glancing at his sister before nodding in agreement. He understood that Chu Yang had already covered the medical expenses, ensuring his sister's treatment. Future costs for her recovery would not fall solely on Chu Yang. A salary of 10,000 yuan would suffice for him and his sister to live comfortably. Very well. Let us proceed with the admission process. Chu Yang's smile grew increasingly radiant. Fortune was indeed on his side today. He had managed to acquire an impressive bodyguard. The admission procedures were completed swiftly. Chu Yang paid 1 million yuan directly at the hospital, prompting Dr. Lu to treat them with even greater deference. Vowing that once a kidney donor was available, Li Yunlong's sister would be prioritized for surgery. Chu Yang took down Li Yunlong's phone number and shared his address before departing with Shun Mengqing. After enjoying a meal together, they returned home separately, and the night passed without incident. The following day, early in the morning, Chu Yang received a call from Li Yunlong. It turned out that Li Yunlong was already waiting downstairs. After freshening up, Chu Yang descended to find Li Yunlong standing upright, his posture a testament to the indelible mark of military discipline etched into his being. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Li Yunlong greeted warmly upon seeing Chu Yang. Good morning. How is your sister settling in? Chu Yang inquired gently. She is well taken care of, with a caregiver assigned to her. The best medications are being used during her dialysis. And for that, I'm deeply grateful to you, Li Yunlong expressed, a hint of gratitude gracing his features. Had it not been for Chu Yang's intervention, his sister might have been left to languish in despair at home. There's no need for thanks. Can you drive? Chu Yang asked, patting him on the shoulder as he retrieved his car keys. I obtained my license while in the military, Li Yunlong replied. Excellent. You shall drive? Chu Yang said, handing the keys to Li Yunlong. Typically, a bodyguard also serves as a part-time chauffeur. Since Chu Yang had already paid the salary, he naturally would not hold back with Li Yunlong. After picking up Shen Mengqing, Li Yunlong drove straight to Zhang Daqiang's antique store. Zhang Daqiang's shop is situated in a place called Miao Street in the southern suburbs of Tianjin City. This Miao Street is essentially an antique street, bustling with vendors hawking antiques. Some operate shops, while others set up stalls. Many individuals come with the hope of striking it rich. But the odds of finding a hidden treasure here are even slimmer than winning the lottery. Thus, numerous people leave empty-handed. After all, not everyone possesses the unique advantage that Chu Yang does, having been reborn and awakened with a celestial eye. Following the address provided by Qin Mo, Chu Yang parked a car in front of Zhang Daqiang's antique store. The establishment was quite grandly decorated, exuding an aura of antiquity that transported one back in time. The sign above bore the gilded characters Pinjin Pavilion, elegantly inscribed by a master calligrapher. Flanking the entrance were couplets. The first read, "Summer Ding merchants and ye have flowed through the ages," while the second proclaimed, "Qin bricks and Han tiles are arrayed in a hall." Such bold claims made Chu Yang chuckle. At that moment, Qin Mo and Zhang Daqiang emerged from the shop, welcoming Chu Yang inside. Once inside, the interior of the antique shop unfolded before Chu Yang's eyes. Directly opposite the entrance stood a wooden screen over 2 meters tall, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, clearly worth a considerable sum. Beyond the screen, there was a table reminiscent of those used in ancient taverns for collecting payments. As Chu Yang surveyed his surroundings, he noticed redwood shelves lining both sides of the shop, displaying a variety of ceramic artifacts. As he scanned these ceramics, lines of information materialized before his eyes. Song Dynasty official kiln, priced at 2 million. Qing Dynasty official kiln, priced at 500,000. Ming Dynasty embroidered spring knife, priced at 130,000. To his surprise, the majority of the antiques in the store were authentic, with only a few fakes. It appeared that Zhang Daqiang was indeed a relatively conscientious businessman, avoiding the practice of selling inferior goods. Any counterfeit items on display were likely due to Zhang Daqiang's own oversight. Mr. Chu, do any of these items catch your eye? Zhang Daqiang inquired with a beaming smile. They are all quite commendable, Chu Yang replied with a nod. He had no intention of pointing out the fakes. In the antique business, success relies heavily on one's own discernment. If one finds a treasure, it is their skill. If one misjudges, it is merely misfortune. To suggest otherwise would disrupt the established etiquette. Mr. Chu, we still need to wait for someone to arrive. Would you like to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? Zhang Daqiang asked cheerfully. I will visit the restroom first, Chu Yang replied leisurely. Under Zhang Daqiang's guidance, he made his way to the restroom. Just as he was about to relieve himself, he heard someone approaching, prompting him to instinctively hide in a stall and close the door. Before long, he discerned footsteps outside. Chapter 43. Now, what do you have to say? Why haven't you arrived yet? Fine. Once you get here, let us coordinate and aim to sell that item in your possession for 3 million to Zhang Daqiang. We will split the 3 million evenly. The voice outside was unmistakably on a phone call, although Chu Yang couldn't see the person. He had already deduced that this individual was likely the appraiser from Zhang Daqiang's shop, conspiring with an outsider to swindle Zhang Daqiang. The tone of the voice suggested that this person was certainly not of good character. It seemed that today, this ceramic would not require appraisal. It was undoubtedly a fake. A cold sneer formed in Chu Yang's heart. After concluding the call, the individual exited the restroom. However, Chu Yang did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited for 5 minutes before sauntering out. Upon entering the main hall, he noticed 2 additional individuals present. One was dark-skinned and dressed plainly, appearing to be a simple, honest rural man, holding a long wooden box that likely contained ceramics. The other was in his 40s, clad in traditional Tang attire, idly toying with a piece of jade in his right palm. His face was round, yet his chin was sharp, giving him a somewhat mean appearance. However, upon seeing Chu Yang, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with hostility, clearly harboring animosity toward Chu Yang's arrival. Mr. Chu, this is Tang Bin, our expert appraiser. Tang Bin, this is Mr. Chu, whom I invited to assess the antiques, Zhang Daqiang introduced. Zhang, what do you mean by this? Do you not trust my judgment? Have you brought in a mere novice to belittle me? Tang Bin asked with a darkened expression. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yang confirmed that this was indeed the same person who had been on the phone in the restroom. Tang Bin, having an extra pair of eyes makes for greater assurance. I felt uneasy about this appraisal, which is why I invited Mr. Chu to lend his expertise, Zhang Daqiang replied. Aware of Tang Bin's frustration. Zhang, this novice knows nothing about appraising antiques. What level of expertise could he possibly have? Tang Bin scoffed disdainfully. Mr. Chu's appraisal skills are commendable. I can vouch for that. Tang Bin, do you doubt my word as well? Qin Mo interjected casually. I wouldn't dare question Mr. Qin's words. Tang Bin hastily responded, his expression shifting as he recognized Qin Mo's esteemed status within the antique community. Clearly, if even Qin Mo acknowledged Chu Yang's capabilities, there was merit to it. However, my item is exquisitely crafted, and most cannot discern its quality. Even you and Qin Mo are no exception to this. Tang Bin thought to himself with a smirk. Since there are no objections, let us proceed, Zhang Daqiang said slowly. With 3 antique appraisal experts present today, there will be no issues. The rural man opened the wooden box, revealing a stunning porcelain vase, a piece of blue and white porcelain with vibrant colors and elegant form, adorned with a depiction of a graceful dancing lady. It was utterly captivating. As Chu Yang glanced at it, an inscription appeared before his eyes. Modern craft item. Valued at 500 yuan. The surface had been coated with imitation Ming Dynasty glaze, and upon washing with salt water, its true nature would be exposed. A cold smile crept across Chu Yang's face. It was indeed a fake. They dared to price a 500 yuan item at 3 million? Their greed was astounding, especially Tang Bin, who had no qualms about deceiving his own employer. After examining the item with an air of feigned seriousness, Tang Bin slowly declared, I maintain my view. This is Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and 3 million is a fair price. Qin Mo nodded after scrutinizing it. Zhang, with Mr. Qin endorsing this, you should have no reservations now. Tang Bin internally relished the moment, quickly asking, Mr. Chu, what do you think? A modern craft item, worth at most 500 yuan. Chu Yang stated flatly. This declaration left everyone astonished. They had not anticipated Chu Yang would utter such a statement. Tang Bin and the rural man turned ashen, bewildered by how Chu Yang had discerned flaws. Preposterous. Even Mr. Qin believes this to be genuine. Do you suppose your skill surpasses? Tang Bin exclaimed, agitated as if his tail had been stepped on. My skills, of course, do not rival those of Elder Qin. It is entirely plausible that both of you conspired to deceive him without him realizing it. Chu Yang spoke slowly. I did not comprehend your words. Tang Bin's expression changed dramatically, and he spoke in a flustered manner. Mr. Chu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Daqiang inquired, perplexed. Zhang, allow me first to reveal the true nature of this item, and then I shall explain the situation to you, Chu Yang replied with an air of indifference. I am eager to see what tricks you intend to employ, Tang Bin scoffed, his confidence unshaken by Chu Yang's assertion, convinced that his forgery was too meticulously crafted to be unveiled. Mr. Zhang, please fetch me a bowl of salt water and a cloth, Chu Yang instructed Zhang Daqiang, who, without hesitation, complied and sent someone to procure the items. 2 minutes later, a bowl of salt water was presented. Chu Yang dipped the cloth into the salt water and began to cleanse the ceramic piece. To everyone's astonishment, after merely a couple of wipes, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The areas touched by the salt water transformed from a brilliant blue and white porcelain to a darkened hue. Although it remained ceramic, the color had diverged drastically from the original blue and white. How can this be? Zhang Daqiang exclaimed, utterly shocked. I cannot believe it is indeed a counterfeit, Qin Mo remarked with a sigh. This marked the second time he had been deceived in front of Chu Yang, the first being a Han Dynasty jade seal, and now a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Even he had to concede that Chu Yang's expertise in appraisal far surpassed his own, capable of discerning such hidden techniques, which was truly terrifying. Soon enough, Chu Yang restored the ceramic to its original state. The attendees, all seasoned antique enthusiasts, immediately recognized that this artifact was nothing more than a modern imitation, devoid of any collectible value. Tang Bin, elucidate this matter to me, Zhang Daqiang demanded, his countenance darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Bin. I'm not certain. I must apologize for my oversight, Tang Bin stammered, his face betraying a hint of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure and bravely acknowledged his error. After all, in this line of work, mistakes were commonplace. Who among those appraising antiques had not erred on occasion? It was hardly a grievous offense. Tang Bin, do you still intend to feign ignorance? Chu Yang inquired with a cold smile. What do you mean by that? Tang Bin's face paled as he questioned. You colluded with this individual to deceive Mr. Zhang. Do you think I am unaware? Chu Yang replied, his tone measured. Is there truly such a conspiracy? Zhang Daqiang's complexion shifted dramatically as he glared fiercely at Tang Bin. Even the rustic man beside them appeared increasingly anxious. Mr. Zhang, he is slandering me. He is slandering me. Tang Bin quickly defended himself. Should this accusation be substantiated, it would spell his ruin. Collaborating with others to defraud his employer was an act of profound unprofessionalism. If word got out, he would find it impossible to maintain his standing in the industry. Slander? I overheard your entire conversation in the restroom. Do you wish to deny it? Chu Yang recounted the words he had heard. The hall fell silent, and the expressions of all present turned grave. Tang Bin and the rustic man were now ashen-faced, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads, while Zhang Daqiang's visage darkened with fury. He had not anticipated that a trusted associate would betray him. If it had been an outsider's deception, he could have chalked it up to misfortune. However, being betrayed by his own left him infuriated. Tang Bin, I have always treated you well. Why would you betray my trust? Zhang Daqiang inquired, his tone ominous. Mr. Zhang, Tang Bin was visibly flustered, struggling to find his words. With the plot unveiled, he was left with nothing but guilt. Eloquence was beyond his reach now. This is your personal affair. How you choose to handle it is your prerogative, Chu Yang responded, his tone measured. You may leave. Do not let me see you in Tiannan again. Seek your fortune in another city, Zhang Daqiang said after a moment's contemplation, dismissively waving his hand. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I shall depart immediately and will not return to Tiannan. Tang Bin's face relaxed into a look of relief. It was evident that Zhang Daqiang had chosen to show him mercy, opting not to publicize his transgressions, allowing him to retain a foothold in the industry. Chu Yang observed this with a slight furrow in his brow. It was unwise to let a person of such moral flexibility off so easily, as they would likely continue to harm others in the future. Zhang Daqiang had indeed shown a degree of leniency that was unwarranted. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a matter for his own household, and Chu Yang felt it was not his place to interject. Tang Bin and the rustic man hastily fled, clutching the counterfeit ceramic. Elder Qin, Mr. Chu, I apologize for the embarrassment, Zhang Daqiang sighed. It is of no consequence, as long as you have not incurred a loss. That is a blessing. Elder Qin chuckled heartily. Thanks to Mr. Chu, I would have been thoroughly deceived today, Zhang Daqiang remarked, his expression one of deep gratitude as he turned to Chu Yang. You are too modest. It was simply my duty to assist, Chu Yang replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. As a token of my appreciation, might I suggest you select an item from the shop? Zhang Daqiang asked with a broad smile. Select it, will? Chu Yang inquired, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Certainly, Zhang Daqiang affirmed with a generosity befitting the occasion. After all, having helped him avert a loss of over 3 million, it was only proper to show gratitude. Failing to do so would be quite ungracious. Then I shall not be polite, Chu Yang nodded, pleased at the prospect of earning several 100,000 once again. A few 100,000 was not insignificant for him at present, yet one can never have too much wealth. Thus, he began to search for his target. He had already glanced at the items in the cabinet, so he intended to inspect other areas. With each item he scrutinized, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Republican-era painting, priced at 20,000. Qing Dynasty folk kiln, priced at 50,000. Ming Dynasty katana, priced at 100,000. In no time, an inconspicuous object in the corner caught Chu Yang's attention. It was quite unremarkable, coated in a layer of dust, indicating that the items here were largely of little value. As he approached and examined it, he found it to be a peculiar copper artifact, roughly the size of a palm and weighing around 15 grams. Its shape resembled a fork with 2 prongs, and it bore 3 small holes, along with engravings of 2 ancient characters entirely unfamiliar to him. Upon seeing this item, a line of text appeared in his vision. Qing Dynasty 3-hole coin, valued at 10 million. Chu Yang inhaled sharply, astonished that such a valuable piece was relegated to such an unremarkable spot. It was truly a diamond in the rough. It seemed Zhang Daqiang was entirely unaware of its significance as a relic from the Qing Dynasty. He was fortunate to have stumbled upon such a gem. Since this was the item Zhang Daqiang had invited him to choose, the latter could hardly retract his offer, regardless of his feelings. I will take this, Chu Yang declared, holding up the 3-hole coin. This piece. Mr. Chu, are you certain? Zhang Daqiang asked, frowning. Absolutely certain, Chu Yang replied without hesitation. This item was something I acquired for a mere few dozen dollars from a rural farmer. I had it appraised, and it holds no real value. Perhaps you should select another, Zhang Daqiang suggested, somewhat helplessly. That's enough, let's leave it at this, Chu Yang said nonchalantly. Chu Yang, isn't this item rather simple? Qin Mo, well acquainted with Chu Yang, inquired with surprise. Could it be that this fellow has stumbled upon something significant again? If that is the case, his luck is indeed extraordinary. Indeed. It's true that Elder Qin understands me well, Chu Yang replied with a smile. Surely not. I've had this item for over a year, and no one has recognized what it is. Zhang Daqiang expressed his skepticism. Chu Yang, do enlighten us, Qin Mo urged, his face brimming with curiosity. Very well. This object is a 3-hole coin from the Qin Dynasty. Observe the characters engraved upon it. They are in a large seal script, rugged and ancient, with strokes varying in thickness. The coin's surface uneven and marred by numerous chisel marks, all of which align perfectly with the style of the Qin people. Chu Yang elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, expressions of utter astonishment adorned every face present. None had anticipated that Chu Yang, in a casual manner, would produce an artifact from the Qin Dynasty. Such discerning vision seemed almost preternatural. Are you absolutely certain this is a Qin-era currency? Qin Mo asked, his face a mask of shock. Certain beyond any doubt, Chu Yang replied without hesitation. Is it truly our fault that we couldn't discern it? Authentic Qin artifacts are exceedingly rare in circulation, and our studies have largely been confined to ceramics, with little focus on ancient coins, Zhang Daqiang lamented. So, what might this item be worth? Qin Mo immediately questioned. 10 million, Chu Yang stated matter-of-factly. What, 10 million? Zhang Daqiang exclaimed in disbelief, regret flooding through him. It was worth noting that he had unearthed this copper coin at a mere cost of a few dozen yuan. This was akin to having stumbled upon a fortune. Yet, he had already declared that whatever Chu Yang selected would be his. Even if he wished to retract his statement now, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the 10 million yuan coin was taken away by Chu Yang. In modern terms, this was a catastrophic loss. While it may not equate to a billion, it certainly amounted to a 10 million loss, which would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Mr. Zhang, if you have regrets, I can return this copper coin to you and select another item, Chu Yang offered slowly. He wanted to gauge Zhang Daqiang's character. If Zhang truly demanded the item back, he would avoid dealings with him in the future. Conversely, if he handled it honorably, he could be a worthy ally. Mr. Chu, how could you say such a thing? Once an item is given, it should not be reclaimed, let alone it's worth 10 million. Even if it were worth 100 million, if you chose it, it rightfully belongs to you. I, Zhang Daqiang, am a man of my word, Zhang Daqiang replied, his expression darkening. If that is the case, then I am grateful, Mr. Zhang, Chu Yang said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. It seemed Zhang Daqiang was indeed a person of integrity. At worst, he could find an opportunity to compensate him later. Chu Yang, would you sell me this copper coin? Qin Mo inquired gently. Of course, there is no issue. Please take it. Chu Yang placed the coin into Qin Mo's hands. In this era, electronic transfers were non-existent, and they could only conduct transactions at the counter. Qin Mo assured him he would transfer the funds once he returned home. Chu Yang, unperturbed, had no concerns about Qin Mo defaulting on the payment. After lingering for a little over 10 minutes, Chu Yang departed with Shun Mengqing and Li Yonglong. As the trio reached their vehicle, suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the shadows. These men bore fierce expressions and wielded steel pipes, with Tang Bin leading the charge. You little rascal. We meet again, Tang Bin sneered. What do you want? Chu Yang asked coolly. Let us find a secluded place to talk, Tang Bin suggested nonchalantly. No problem, Chu Yang replied. Had this encounter occurred yesterday, he would have felt a twinge of fear. However, today he had Li Yonglong by his side. With such a formidable bodyguard, there was no need to fear this ragtag group. They arrived at a very secluded alley, a dead end with no escape routes. In this place, Tang Bin believed he could fully dominate Chu Yang, and his smug smile grew increasingly pronounced. Speak, what do you want? Chu Yang inquired with calm detachment. You spoil my plans. Today, unless you produce 5 million, you shan't leave here, Tang Bin stated coldly. It's already shameless enough to set a trap to swindle money. Now you wish to rob me? I hold people like you in utter contempt. There's no skill involved, Chu Yang scoffed. Stop the idle chatter. Hand over 5 million and crawl through my legs, and this matter will be settled, Tang Bin retorted with a cold snort. He even produced a POS machine, indicating this was not his first time engaging in such antics. And if I refuse? Chu Yang asked slowly. Then don't blame me for being rude. Attack him until he is willing to pay, Tang Bin sneered. The thugs immediately raised their steel pipes and charged at Chu Yang and his companions. As the thugs advanced aggressively, Shun Mengqing, filled with fear, hid behind Chu Yang. Yonglong, it's your turn, Chu Yang said calmly. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I got this, Li Yonglong replied solemnly. This was his first battle as Chu Yang's personal bodyguard, and it had to be executed flawlessly. Like a fierce tiger, he sprang forward. The alley erupted in a cacophony of punches and kicks, with cries of pain echoing throughout. Li Yonglong plunged into the fray, akin to a tiger among sheep. Each punch felled a thug, leaving them powerless to retaliate. In mere seconds, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony, while Li Yonglong stood there, composed and seemingly untouched. Chu Yang observed this with great satisfaction. A bodyguard like this, at a monthly cost of 10,000, was an absolute bargain. Meanwhile, Tang Bin stood there, utterly shocked, as if he couldn't comprehend the unfolding events. So many against one, and the lone individual was dominating. Was this a scene from a movie? The Return of a King? As he was lost in thought, he noticed Li Yonglong striding toward him. Faced with the fierce expression of Li Yonglong, Tang Bin's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Spare me. Don't hit me. I won't dare again. He pleaded desperately. I'm not accustomed to seeing you like this. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Chu Yang remarked with a grin. I wouldn't dare, Mr. Chu. You are magnanimous. Spare me this once, and I shall never dare again, Tang Bin begged, his face a mask of fear. From this day forth, do not show yourself in Tianan. If I see you again, I will break your legs, Chu Yang warned in a low voice. Rest assured, I'll leave immediately and never return to Tianan, Tang Bin promised frantically. You better keep your word. Take your men and get lost, Chu Yang said coolly. Tang Bin dared not protest, leading his gang away in haste, not daring to look back. Well done, Chu Yang said, patting Li Yonglong on the shoulder with a smile. You flatter me, Mr. Chu. It is my duty. Besides, I've only fought against elite fighters before. Dealing with these small fry posed no challenge, Li Yonglong replied modestly. Very good. Let us head home, Chu Yang said slowly. After they boarded the vehicle, Chu Yang's phone chimed softly. Upon glancing at it, he realized that Qin Mos 10 million had been successfully transferred. He merely cast a fleeting glance before slipping the device into his pocket. To him, 10 million was now a trifling sum, incapable of stirring any emotional response within him. Mengqing, you should resign from your job at the bank, Chu Yang stated calmly. Resign? Are you going to support me? Shen Mengqing replied with a teasing smile. Do you think I can't afford to take care of you? Chu Yang asked with unwavering confidence. This declaration rendered Shen Mengqing momentarily speechless. The wealth of the man before her could easily sustain her for 10 lifetimes. But why should I quit? I have no desire to be a kept woman, Shen Mengqing inquired slowly. I plan to establish a company in the future, and I'm not comfortable with just anyone managing it. You would be the ideal candidate, Chu Yang elucidated. Are you considering venturing into real estate? Shen Mengqing asked. Real estate is merely one facet. I intend to create an investment firm, investing in lucrative projects and holding shares to allow others to earn for me. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Much like the illustrious Ma from later times, who not only presided over a vast corporation, but also engaged in continuous investments, holding stakes in nearly all his ventures. Even in slumber, he amassed wealth effortlessly. This is the model I envision for my future earnings. Of course, for now, real estate remains paramount. So, you want me to be your financial overseer? Shen Mengqing jested. Precisely. Are you willing? Chu Yang nodded, inquiring. Just to clarify, my salary will be quite substantial. Shen Mengqing responded with a measured tone. Money is no object. Whatever you desire is inconsequential. If funds run dry, I shall offer my body as collateral. Chu Yang chuckled. Who asked you to do that, you rogue? With others present, do you not fear being the subject of ridicule? Shen Mengqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. The others she referred to were, of course, the driver, Li Yunlong. Miss Shen, do not worry. My hearing is rather poor. Li Yunlong interjected with a cough. This remark only deepened Shen Mengqing's embarrassment. Blushing, she turned to Chu Yang and chided. It's all your fault. I can't face anyone now. In this era, young women were relatively conservative compared to later generations, where public displays of affection were commonplace. All right, it's all my fault. Go ahead and resign quickly. Chu Yang said slowly. Fine, I will go to the bank this afternoon to handle the resignation paperwork. Shen Mengqing assented, nodding. She was aware that Chu Yang was destined to become a super-rich individual. Being his supportive partner would indeed be a challenging and rewarding endeavor. Shall I accompany you? Chu Yang inquired gently. No need. You should focus on monitoring the stocks in the private room this afternoon. Should Yang Yunhai employ any tactics, you must be prepared to respond. I can manage on my own. Shen Mengqing declined, shaking her head. Very well. I shall await you in the private room for dinner. Chu Yang confirmed with a nod. Resigning would not take much time, so he did not dwell on it further. After finishing their lunch, they parted ways. Chu Yang returned to the private room at the stock exchange, while Shen Mengqing headed to the bank to process her resignation. In the afternoon, as trading commenced, Qinghe Real Estate's stock remained firmly capped at the limit down, showing no signs of recovery. Observing this, a profound satisfaction spread across Chu Yang's face. As long as the status quo persisted, within a day or two, Yang Yunhai would be unable to maintain his position. He would either face acquisition or bankruptcy. Either way, both paths were dead ends for him. Chu Yang was assured of Qinghe Real Estate's downfall. Not even Jesus could save it. Chu Yang glanced at the other 5 stocks he had purchased, which were nearing the limit up. It was merely a matter of time before they reached the maximum. These 5 stocks had already yielded him several hundred million in profits, and a limit up would likely endure for 2 more days. Profiting from stock trading was exhilarating. A mere click of the mouse brought in wealth. It was akin to earning money while reclining comfortably. Of course, this ease was attributed to Chu Yang's unique foresight. For anyone else venturing into the stock market without knowledge, they would likely suffer catastrophic losses. Just as Chu Yang settled in to await the market's close at 3 o'clock, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up to see that it was a call from Shen Mengqing. "Hello, why haven't you arrived yet? How come resigning takes so long?" Chu Yang asked upon answering. To his astonishment, the voice on the other end was not Shen Mengqing's, but rather that of Yang Yanhai. "Chu Yang, I trust you are well." Yang Yanhai spoke ominously. "Yang Yanhai, what are you doing? Where's Mengqing?" Chu Yang's expression darkened. "Your woman is, of course, in my custody." Yang Yanhai sneered. "You dare to kidnap someone? That is a crime." Chu Yang asserted, his voice low. "Do not threaten me. If you make my life unbearable, do not blame me for being ruthless." Yang Yanhai replied nonchalantly. "What do you want?" Chu Yang asked coldly. "You have half an hour to arrive at the abandoned warehouse in the northern outskirts of the city. I will be waiting for you. Do not call the police. If you do, or if you fail to arrive within half an hour, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. My son has always had a fondness for your woman," Yang Yanhai warned, followed by a sinister chuckle. "Do not act recklessly. I am on my way. If you harm a hair on Mengqing's head, I will ensure you pay dearly." Chu Yang felt an intense wave of anxiety wash over him. "Chu Yang, those are your words. You wish to perish together with me, but you lack the qualification. Hurry here. You have 29 minutes and 40 seconds left." Yang Yanhai scoffed before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, Chu Yang's expression darkened to a near black. He could not believe that Yang Yanhai would resort to kidnapping. It was evident that his adversary was truly desperate. Fortunately, with Li Yunlong present, he felt somewhat reassured about attending the meeting alone. He quickly made his way outside the stock exchange, where Li Yunlong was waiting. He approached immediately. "Mr. Chu, are you leaving? Mengqing has been kidnapped." Chu Yang said in a low voice. "What? Who did this?" Li Yunlong's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired hastily. "It was Yang Yanhai. I fear I must rely on you this time," Chu Yang replied, his demeanor serious. "Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you and Miss Shun," Li Yunlong declared resolutely. Having saved his sister's life, he felt indebted to Chu Yang. "Let us go to the abandoned warehouse in the northern outskirts of the city," Chu Yang said, patting Li Yunlong's shoulder. The two swiftly got into the car and sped toward their destination. Inside the warehouse in the northern outskirts, Yang Yanhai, Yang Yunhai's son, and Yang Meng gathered, alongside a dozen or more thugs. These thugs had been specifically recruited by Yang Meng for the task of kidnapping. Shen Mengqing was bound to a chair, her face etched with terror. "You dare to kidnap me? This is illegal. You will be imprisoned. Let me go." Shen Mengqing struggled against her restraints. "Shen Mengqing, you might as well save your breath. Today, both you and Chu Yang are doomed." Yang Meng approached, a smug expression on his face. "What do you want from us?" Shen Mengqing's face paled as she asked. Chapter 47. He has arrived. He truly has come. What now? Certainly. I shall have Chu Yang kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Yang Meng laughed heartily. "You are all despicable," Shen Mengqing said, her face ashen. "Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. What can you do to us?" Yang Meng replied nonchalantly. "I advise you to release me. I assure you I will not report this to the authorities, and we can all move on peacefully," Shen Mengqing said, struggling to maintain her composure. "Move on? It's not that simple. My company is on the brink of bankruptcy. All thanks to Chu Yang. Today, I will make him wish you were never born," Yang Yanhai said coldly. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Mengqing's complexion changed dramatically. "In a moment, I will toy with you in front of him, allowing him to feel the despair of watching his woman being violated while being powerless to intervene. That should be quite delightful." Yang Meng laughed incessantly, a hint of perversion creeping into his demeanor. "You're nothing but a beast." Shen Mengqing's face turned an even deeper shade of white. She could sense that Yang Meng was not joking. He intended to act on his threats. A wave of despair washed over her. "What being a beast? I pursued you for so many years, yet you dismissed me without a second glance. Only to set your sights on that pretty boy, Chu Yang, and pretend to be all pure," Yang Meng snarled, gripping Shen Mengqing's chin with a menacing expression. "Chu Yang is 100 times, 1,000 times better than you. You are nothing compared to him." Shen Mengqing forcefully shook her head, freeing herself from Yang Meng's grasp. Her attitude resolute. "Very well. After I have had my fun with you, I will let my brothers have their turn as well. Then I shall see if Chu Yang will still have any interest in you." "You worthless wretch," Yang Meng sneered. The thugs nearby exhibited expressions of uncontained excitement. Shen Mengqing, both in appearance and demeanor, was an exquisite being. To have a taste of such a woman would indeed be worth 10 years of life. Even if I die, I will not let you go, Shen Mengqing said, her face etched with despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. If such a thing were to occur, she would have no face left to continue living in this world. She would choose to end her own life. How much time is left? Yang Yunhai asked indifferently. 5 minutes, Yang Ming replied, glancing at his watch. If Chu Yang has not arrived in 5 minutes, you may do as you please. Yang Yunhai's expression remained apathetic. If Chu Yang does not show, it will be quite dull, Yang Ming retorted with a cold laugh. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and Chu Yang did not arrive. Shen Mengqing, it seems your judgment is lacking. You chose a cowardly man, Yang Ming mocked. Do not attempt to sow discord here, Shen Mengqing replied, her expression complex. She did not wish for Chu Yang to risk himself for her, yet his absence left her feeling despondent. Does he truly not love me? Whether Chu Yang came or not, today I shall possess you. If I cannot have your heart, I shall at least have your body. And that is no loss for me, Yang Ming said, a cold smirk adorning his face. With that, he reached out towards Shen Mengqing. Panic flooded her expression. What are you trying to do? Do not act recklessly. She struggled desperately, but her bindings were too tight to allow any movement. All she could do was watch as Yang Ming's lecherous hands reached for her. His hand quickly grasped her clothing. With a derisive laugh, he tore it apart. The fabric ripped with a sound, revealing her bare skin before his eyes. Yang Ming, you scoundrel, may you meet a terrible end, Shen Mengqing yelled. Her face streaked with tears, overwhelmed by despair. Yang Ming had long coveted Shen Mengqing. Witnessing such a scene, he could hardly contain himself. His eyes turned bloodshot and, with a low growl, he lunged forward. Just then, Shen Mengqing's phone began to ring. The phone had been in Yang Yunhai's possession. He picked it up and saw the caller ID. Stop? Dad, what is it? Yang Ming asked, clearly frustrated at the interruption. Yet, he dared not vent his anger towards Yang Yunhai, feeling extremely stifled. Chu Yang has arrived. Halt your actions for now, Yang Yunhai stated coolly. This guy arrives at the most inconvenient time, Yang Ming grumbled. Shen Mengqing's face brightened with hope upon hearing this. He has come. He truly cares for me, she thought, though she wondered why he would come to such a perilous situation. Enough. Saving the company is far more important than your reckless pursuits. Though I hate to admit it. Chu Yang is indeed far superior to you, Yang Yunhai said in a deep voice. Dad, how can you belittle yourself like this? Yang Ming protested. Enough. Open the door and let him in, Yang Yunhai commanded. The door opened swiftly, revealing two figures entering, Chu Yang and Li Yunlong. Yang Yunhai furrowed his brow at the sight of Chu Yang bringing someone along, but relaxed upon realizing it was only one other person. He dismissed it, knowing that an additional person would not stir up much trouble. Chu Yang, Shen Mengqing cried, unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streaming uncontrollably. Upon seeing Shen Mengqing's tattered clothing, Chu Yang's expression darkened. Yang Ming, did you do this? He asked, his voice heavy with anger. Indeed, it was I. What do you do about it? Soon, I will have my way with her right in front of you, allowing you to taste the bitterness of despair, Yang Ming boasted, gripping Shen Mengqing's hair triumphantly. Get your filthy hands off her, or I will not hesitate to make you pay, Chu Yang warned, his eyes blazing with fury. You are in no position to threaten me. Take care of your own affairs first, Yang Ming retorted, unconcerned by Chu Yang's threat. As he reached towards Shen Mengqing's torn clothing, intending to humiliate Chu Yang and ensure he would never hold his head high again. Chu Yang's eyes widened in fury. He wanted to rush forward to stop Yang Ming, but he was too late. Just then, Yang Yunhai interjected, Enough, let us pause for now. Dad, why? Yang Ming asked reluctantly. We need to discuss matters first. If we cannot come to an agreement, do as you wish, Yang Yunhai replied. His main objective today was to secure funds from Chu Yang to save Qinghe real estate, not to humiliate Shen Mengqing. If Yang Ming went too far, it could jeopardize their goal. Mr. Yang, state your demands. What must be done for you to release Mengqing? Chu Yang asked coldly. Chapter 48, Dare to touch my woman, and I will break your hands. Yang Yunhai disregarded him and turned to Chu Yang, saying, Chu Yang, agree to 2 conditions, and I will release her immediately. Go on. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. First, provide me with 1 billion. Second, bow 3 times and apologize. If you agree to these 2 conditions, you may take your woman and leave. Yang Yunhai stated slowly. What if I refuse? Chu Yang queried, knowing full well that these conditions were exceedingly unreasonable. If you refuse, then I shall no longer be able to control what my son wishes to do, Yang Yunhai coldly responded. Hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with delight. Chu Yang, I advise you to comply. Otherwise, your woman will be in grave danger. Once I have had my fill, I will ensure my brothers enjoy her as well. You will wear this green hat for a lifetime. Yang Ming, Your lack of decorum is astonishing. I stand by my words. At your age, you still have not matured. Chu Yang retorted icily. How dare you maintain your bravado at this juncture? I see you're only capable of recognizing danger when it is too late. Attack. Beat them severely and bring him to me. I want him to witness how I will treat his woman, Yang Ming bellowed in fury. The gang members erupted in agreement, brandishing steel pipes as they charged at Chu Yang and Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong, are you ready? Chu Yang asked calmly. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, there is absolutely no issue. Li Yunlong replied, and in an instant his massive frame surged forward. His speed was astonishing, creating a gust of wind that tousled Chu Yang's hair. In no time, Li Yunlong was engaged with the thugs. He swiftly disarmed one of them, kicking the steel pipe away, and then charged towards the remaining ruffians, wielding the pipe like a weapon of vengeance. Inside the warehouse, cries of agony echoed in rapid succession. Li Yunlong, brandishing the steel pipe, resembled a god of war, overpowering every thug that dared to confront him. Even when a couple of them attempted a sneak attack, striking him from behind, they found their efforts utterly futile. Li Yunlong, a former Special Forces soldier, possessed physical prowess far superior to the average man, rendering their blows inconsequential. Within half a minute, all the thugs lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Yang Yunhai and Yang Ming were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that such a ruthless individual stood by Chu Yang's side. One man had dispatched so many thugs. An onlooker might think they were witnessing a scene from a movie. At that moment, Chu Yang had picked up a steel pipe and was slowly advancing towards Yang Ming, emanating an aura of menace that filled Yang Ming with boundless terror. What do you intend to do? Yang Ming stammered, his face ashen. Chu Yang remained silent, continuing to approach. With each step closer, Yang Ming's fear intensified. When Chu Yang finally stood before him, he was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. What are you doing, Chu Yang? Yang Yunhai exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Which hand did you use to touch my woman? Chu Yang asked, his face devoid of emotion. Yang Ming, now pale with fear and his mind blank, instinctively raised his right hand. In an instant, Chu Yang swung the steel pipe forcefully, striking Yang Ming's right arm with a resounding crack. The sound of a bone fracturing echoed through the air. A life of luxury had left Yang Ming unprepared for such agony. With a pain scream, he lost consciousness. The warehouse fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixed on Chu Yang, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Even those thugs who had previously been wailing in pain ceased their cries. Li Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the seemingly calm Chu Yang harbored such a fierce side. Dare to touch my woman. And this is the price you pay? Chu Yang stated coldly. Shen Mengqing was moved to tears, never having imagined that Chu Yang would become so furious for her sake. She felt reassured in her choice of partner. Chu Yang, you dare to harm my son. I will not let this go unpunished. Yang Yunhai roared in anger. Rest assured, I will not let this go unpunished either. I shall return shortly to deal with you. Chu Yang replied before approaching Shen Mengqing and untying her bonds. I apologize for arriving late. You have endured so much, he said softly, eliciting a flood of emotions from Shen Mengqing, who suddenly broke down and wept in his embrace. Do not fear. It is all over now, Chu Yang gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. This ordeal had been a direct consequence of his desire to acquire Qinghe real estate. Otherwise, such calamity would never have befallen Shen Mengqing. Seeing her in such distress filled Chu Yang with profound sorrow. After 2 minutes of tears, Shen Mengqing had finally released all her pent-up emotions. Her tears soaking Chu Yang's shirt. It is all right. You should rest for a moment while I handle some matters, Chu Yang said, draping his coat over her shoulders. Shen Mengqing nodded and returned to her chair. Chu Yang then approached Yang Yunhai, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon him. Chu Yang, you have injured my son. I will not let this slide. Yang Yunhai spat, his bravado faltering. Coincidentally, I shall not let it slide either. Chu Yang replied with a scoff. What do you intend to do? Yang Yunhai asked, swallowing hard. Chapter 49 Indeed. I am taking advantage of your misfortune. Sell Qinghe real estate to me, or I shall call the police, Chu Yang stated slowly. Call the police? Do you have any evidence? I have connections at the police station. You cannot outmaneuver me, Yang Yunhai sneered. Who said I lack evidence? Look here. Chu Yang gestured his collar. A small black device dangled there, causing Yang Yunhai's pupils to constrict in alarm. A pinhole camera. Panic flickered across Yang Yunhai's face. If solid evidence of his kidnapping emerged, even his connections would not dare protect him. He would face imprisonment and utter disgrace, unable to recover or profit from his company again. You lack honor. Using a pinhole camera, Yang Yunhai's face darkened with displeasure. I am merely employing your own tactics against you. Shall we discuss this now? Chu Yang asked with a broad smile. With Yang Yunhai now at his mercy, Chu Yang held the upper hand, possessing a secret that could bind Yang Yunhai for life. All right, present your terms, Yang Yunhai said reluctantly. I have two conditions for you as well. First, sell Qinghe real estate to me. Second, vacate Tiannan and never return. Chu Yang stated steadily. If I refuse, will you then call the police? Yang Yunhai asked darkly. Do you still possess the luxury of choice? Chu Yang queried with a mocking laugh. Fine, I agree. You want 1 billion for Qinghe real estate? I will sell. Yang Yunhai relented, albeit begrudgingly. After all, 1 billion was better than prison. I believe you are mistaken. 1 billion was yesterday's price. Your Qinghe real estate is worth far less now. Chu Yang replied slowly. What do you mean? Yang Yunhai's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. I will only offer 50 million, and I shall not entertain any negotiations. Chu Yang stated, extending 5 fingers with an impassive demeanor. 50 million to acquire my Qinghe real estate? You are nothing short of a highway robber. Yang Yunhai bellowed in fury. He had not anticipated that merely a day later, Chu Yang would slash the price in half. One could not deny the ruthlessness of his opponent's maneuver. Indeed, I am taking advantage of your misfortune. Now, I must ask you, will you sell or not? Chu Yang inquired. Hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. I want to sell, Chu Yang. You are truly overstepping your bounds, Yang Yunhai retorted, his face flushed with anger. With a swift motion, Chu Yang delivered a resounding slap to Yang Yunhai's face, causing him to see stars. Cupping his cheek in disbelief, Yang Yunhai glared at Chu Yang. You dare strike me? And what of it? This is not a discussion for you to interrupt. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall have him break your limbs, Chu Yang remarked, indicating Li Yunlong with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Yang Yunhai's complexion drained of color. He had just witnessed Li Yunlong's formidable prowess, and he certainly did not wish to provoke him further. Chu Yang, do you truly intend to pursue this to the bitter end? Yang Yunhai's face contorted in a tumult of emotions, clearly grappling with an internal conflict. You were the first to act unjustly. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Today you have a choice. Sell me Qinghe real estate or face imprisonment. Choose wisely. Chu Yang stated with a placid facade. Fine, I will sell. Chu Yang, I concede. Yang Yunhai ground out through clenched teeth. Prepare to sign the equity transfer agreement, then? Chu Yang replied, his tone measured. Must we do it so hastily? Can't we sign tomorrow? Yang Yunhai questioned coldly. Delays invite complications. Let us sign now. Who knows what tricks you might devise by tomorrow? Chu Yang retorted with a disdainful scoff, unwilling to afford Yang Yunhai any opportunity for a comeback. But there is no contract here. How can we sign? Yang Yunhai furrowed his brow in confusion. A contract? I have been prepared for this. Chu Yang produced 2 copies of the agreement, his expression unyielding. Clearly, you have awaited this day for quite some time, Yang Yunhai remarked darkly. Indeed, since the day I decided to make my move, I was ready with this contract, for I knew that Qinghe real estate would inevitably be mine, Chu Yang replied, tossing the documents before Yang Yunhai. Sign it. What are you waiting for? With trembling hands, Yang Yunhai signed his name and affixed his seal. Upon completing the contract, he felt as though a decade had been stripped from his life. A company he had nurtured for years was now in another's grasp. Regret flooded his heart. He lamented ever crossing paths with Chu Yang. Alas, in this world, there are no remedies for regret. Enough. I give you until the end of the day to vacate Tiannan. Do not let me see you again, Chu Yang stated as he stowed the contracts away. With that, he lifted Shen Mengxing and departed with Li Yunlong. Brother, what now? Are we truly leaving Tiannan? Yang Yunhai asked, his face etched with resentment. Staying would serve no purpose. Do you have any other options? This rebellious child has brought us nothing but trouble. And now look, we've lost everything, Yang Yunhai fumed, his complexion ashen with rage. Then I shall book a flight. Yang Yunlong sighed resignedly. After Yang Yunhai paid the thugs a portion of their medical expenses, he instructed Yang Yunlong to carry Yang Meng away from the scene. They took Yang Meng to a hospital for a brief examination of his arm before slipping away into the night, unwilling to linger in Tiannan any longer. After all, Chu Yang held leverage over them, and they dare not take that risk. Chu Yang, however, did not linger on their debt. Upon returning, he transferred the 50 million to Yang Yunhai without hesitation. Such a paltry sum was not worth his dishonor. This news swiftly spread through the community. Yang Yunhai had offloaded Qinghe real estate at a mere 50 million and departed Tiannan, sending shockwaves through the business world. Everyone was left astounded, speculating about the mastermind who had so decisively brought Yang Yunhai to his knees, denying him any chance of recovery. Acquiring a company valued at over 10 billion for a mere 50 million was akin to highway robbery. Yet, many failed to connect the dots to Chu Yang. Only a select few aware of their enmity would suspect him. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, he remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing outside as he returned home with Shen Mengxing. Throughout the journey, Shun Mengxing clung to his arm like a frightened bird, eliciting great sympathy from him. However, she soon succumbed to slumber. He gently placed her in her room, tucking her beneath the covers, preparing to leave when suddenly, a soft hand grasped his. Chapter 50. I will cook for you for a lifetime. It was Shun Mengxing's hand. Chu Yang, don't leave me. I'm so scared, she murmured in her sleep, her face a mask of panic. Clearly, the events of the day had inflicted a profound psychological wound upon her. Fear not, I shall not leave. I will remain here with you. Chu Yang reassured her softly, his heart heavy with guilt. He sat back down at her bedside, allowing her to hold his hand, too afraid to move lest he wake her. Thus, Chu Yang spent the night sitting beside her. When dawn broke and sunlight streamed through the window, Shun Mengxing stirred, slowly opening her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was Chu Yang, who had dozed off at her bedside. Her hand had remained firmly grasping his throughout the night. As she gazed at the sleeping Chu Yang, memories of the previous day flooded her mind, stirring within her a wave of sweetness. After all that transpired, she realized her growing dependence on him. A person willing to risk everything for you is indeed worthy of lifelong trust. The sunlight illuminated the chiseled features of Chu Yang's face, causing Shun Mengxing's heart to flutter. She marveled at how he appeared more handsome than ever, reflecting on how she had failed to notice it during their school days. Just then, Chu Yang shifted, awakening to find Shun Mengxing's radiant face before him. You're awake. How do you feel? He inquired with genuine concern, fearing that the events of yesterday might have left her traumatized. A troubling prospect indeed. In this day and age, the profession of psychology had yet to gain traction. In the eyes of many, those seeking a psychologist were deemed mentally unstable. This stigma led to a reluctance to seek help, contrasting sharply with the normalization of such practices 2 decades hence. I'm much better. Thank you for yesterday. Shun Mengxing expressed her gratitude. It is I who am to blame. I failed to protect you. Chu Yang lamented, a shadow of guilt crossing his face. It's not your fault. I'm fine now, see? Shun Mengxing quickly reassured him. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Chu Yang sighed heavily. I've told you it's not your fault, and I was deeply moved by your bravery in saving me yesterday. I am grateful and happy, Shun Mengxing said softly. Are you hungry? Let me prepare breakfast for you, Chu Yang said, rising to his feet. However, he had forgotten that Shun Mengxing was still gripping his hand tightly. In his attempt to stand, he failed to notice the powerful tug, causing both of them to lose their balance, and Chu Yang found himself tumbling atop Shun Mengxing. The atmosphere instantly became suffused with tension. Although the two had established a romantic relationship, they had never been this close before. For a moment, it felt as if their very breaths had ceased. Their eyes locked, and both could sense the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of dopamine. Shun Mengxing's face flushed crimson as she suddenly shut her eyes tightly. Chu Yang, not a novice himself, and having lived 2 lives, was well aware of Shun Mengxing's intentions. With the ambience reaching such a pivotal moment, it would be a pity not to pursue it further. Thus, he leaned in without hesitation. Shun Mengxing's body trembled slightly, instinctively responding to him. As the saying goes, innocent kisses between young hearts, unawakened to the complexities of love. Little do they know that the world's sorrows are eternal, and love is fleeting. At this juncture, both of their minds were blank, consumed solely by affection for one another. After what felt like an eternity of over a minute, they finally parted. In the aftermath, silence enveloped them, transforming the once intimate atmosphere into one of profound awkwardness. Chu Yang, savoring the delightful moment, contemplated leaning in for another kiss. However, a sudden gurgling noise interrupted the silence. It turned out to be the sound of Shun Mengxing's stomach growling. Her face deepened in hue at the realization. Having been startled the previous night and skipping dinner, she was now quite famished. Are you hungry? Chu Yang inquired softly. Yes, I'm a bit hungry, Shun Mengxing replied, covering her face with the blanket, her voice barely above a whisper. The events that had just transpired left her feeling shy, and she found it difficult to meet Chu Yang's gaze. The once intimate atmosphere had been utterly shattered. Even though Chu Yang wished to continue, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. All right, I'll prepare breakfast for you, he said, rising to leave the room. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, Shun Mengxing would eventually be his partner. There would be ample time for meals together in the future. After Chu Yang departed, Shun Mengxing's heart continued to race. My first kiss is gone just like that. How utterly embarrassing. But how could his technique be so refined? Surely, he has practiced with his ex-girlfriend. What a loss for me. She felt her face burning with heat, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. After about 10 minutes, Chu Yang's voice resonated from outside. Come out for breakfast. Shun Mengxing exited her room and entered the living area, where breakfast had already been laid out on the table. The meal was not extravagant, consisting of 2 bowls of millet porridge, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of pickled vegetables. The golden-hued porridge looked quite appealing and tantalized her appetite. As a privileged young lady, Shun Mengqing had never experienced such a simple breakfast. Come, taste my culinary skills. Millet porridge is gentle on the stomach, and breakfast should not be too greasy, Chu Yang said with a smile. Shun Mengqing nodded, lifting a bowl to take a sip. The moment the porridge touched her lips, her eyes sparkled. A subtle fragrance of rice filled her palate, leaving behind a hint of sweetness after swallowing. This flavor was simply irresistible. This millet porridge is delicious, she exclaimed genuinely. As long as you enjoy it. Add some peanuts and pickles to the porridge for an even more delightful taste, Chu Yang suggested with a grin. Following his advice, Shun Mengqing paired her porridge with peanuts and pickles, eagerly devouring it. In a matter of moments, she finished a bowl of porridge, a small grain still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Unaware of it, she extended her bowl toward Chu Yang. Another bowl, please. Chu Yang chuckled and promptly served her another helping. Shun Mengqing dug in once more, slurping her porridge with abandon, completely shedding the demeanor of a refined young lady. Chu Yang found this unrestrained side of her surprisingly charming. She devoured 3 bowls of millet porridge, leaving the peanuts and pickles clean, and finally let out a satisfied burp. Chu Yang, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Shun Mengqing sighed contentedly. If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you for a lifetime, he replied with a smile. Having taken on all household duties in his previous life, his culinary skills were honed over 20 years. All right, but you must keep your promise, Shun Mengqing said cheerfully. Chapter 51. I am a new boss. Of course, I absolutely keep my promises, Chu Yang assured her. They finished breakfast amidst an atmosphere charged with unspoken intimacy. After the meal, Shun Mengqing asked, where are we going today? We are heading to take over Qinghe real estate. Chu Yang replied slowly. All right, let's go together, Shun Mengqing exclaimed immediately. Do you want to rest a bit more? Chu Yang asked with concern. No need, I'm fine now, and I feel safer with you. Being alone at home makes me a bit anxious, Shun Mengqing shook her head. Chu Yang, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of her words. He then called Li Yunlong, requesting him to come pick them up. Li Yunlong arrived shortly thereafter. As they drove to Qinghe real estate, the news of Yang Yinhai selling the company was still fresh, circulating only among the higher-ups. The lower-level employees at Qinghe real estate were unaware that they had a new boss. As Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing entered, a figure suddenly blocked their path. I can't believe you two are so proud now that you dare to come here after what you did to General Yang. The speaker was Lin Xiaoqiao. Why shouldn't I come here? Chu Yang asked nonchalantly. You offended General Yang the day before yesterday. His influence in Tiannan is formidable. It won't be long before he deals with you. If I were you, I would hide like a turtle, yet you still dare to show your face. Lin Xiaoqiao said with a mocking smile. Yang Yinhai has already left Tiannan. This company has a new owner now, Chu Yang stated calmly. Impossible. Who is a new owner? Lin Xiaoqiao asked in surprise. It's me. Chu Yang pointed to himself. However, this declaration was met with laughter from Lin Xiaoqiao. You're the new boss? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child that easy to deceive? Security, come here and throw them out, she commanded loudly. The commotion drew the attention of prospective buyers. Who is this young man? How dare he cause a scene here? He came the day before yesterday, and Yang Yinhai even kneeled before him. But it ended on a sour note. Did Yang Yinhai really kneel before him? Is that true? The crowd displayed expressions of utter shock. Everyone knew Yang Yinhai's standing in Tiannan. To make him kneel meant this young man was anything but ordinary. Soon, 3 security guards approached them. Upon recognizing Chu Yang, they were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the young man who caused trouble yesterday? Why is he back again today? Throw them out. Otherwise, if General Yang sees this, he will surely blame you for dereliction of duty, Lin Xiaoqiao ordered imperiously. The security guards, realizing her status as a top sales agent, did not dare to delay. They approached Chu Yang and his companions. Stop. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man rushed in, panting heavily from running too fast, his forehead glistening with sweat. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiaoqiao's haughty demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme servility. Manager Fong, what brings you here? There are some disturbances, but we are on the verge of resolving them. So please rest assured, Lin Xiaoqiao said with a beaming smile. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Manager Fong struck Lin Xiaoqiao, leaving her momentarily stunned. Even her meticulously arranged hair tumbled down to her shoulders. A swelling appeared on Lin Xiaoqiao's face almost instantly. Manager Fong, why did you hit me? She asked, incredulously covering her face. For being such a blind fool, Manager Fong retorted darkly. He then quickly donned a sycophantic expression and approached Chu Yang. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Fong De Tong, the manager here. Chu Yang replied coolly. It seems you're already aware. Yes. I received a call from General Manager Yang last night, informing me that from today onwards, you are the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate, Fang Datong stated earnestly. This revelation caused an uproar among the onlookers. Could it be? This young man is the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate, with a market valuation exceeding 10 billion. It's astounding that he can take over. It's simply unbelievable that Yang Yanhai would part with Qinghe Real Estate. At this moment, Lin Xiaoqiao's face drained of color. She could hardly believe that Chu Yang's words were true, realizing that she had offended the new owner. A wave of despair washed over her. You know what's best. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, your position will remain secure, Chu Yang stated slowly. Thank you, Mr. Chu. You can trust that I will work diligently. Fang Datong replied, his expression brightening. The saying goes, a new emperor brings in new ministers. His greatest concern was that Chu Yang, as the new authority, would swiftly replace him. With Chu Yang's assurance, he felt a sense of relief. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please forgive me this once. Lin Xiaoqiao hurriedly approached with a face full of trepidation, bowing repeatedly. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Fang Datong. I do not wish to see this person again, Chu Yang stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoqiao was utterly despondent, collapsing to the ground. What are you still standing there for? Remove her from here, Fang Datong commanded the security personnel, who promptly reacted by escorting Lin Xiaoqiao away. The commotion finally came to a close. Dear esteemed customers, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I am Chu Yang, the new president of Qinghe Real Estate. Regardless of any changes, our principle remains that the customer is king. Please continue viewing the properties. Chu Yang addressed the gathered crowd with a warm smile. Fang Datong stood nearby, his expression one of deep admiration. In just a few succinct words, he had appeased the customers. It seemed that although this new owner was youthful, his adeptness in handling situations was remarkably astute. By the way, I recall there was an intern sales representative named Guo Suihua, who I haven't seen today? Chu Yang inquired thoughtfully. She was dismissed the day before yesterday, Fang Datong quickly replied. Bring her back. She is quite competent, Chu Yang remarked casually. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Allow me to show you to the president's office, Fang Datong said with a smile. Chu Yang had no objections, and he, along with Shun Mengqing, followed Fang Datong to the president's office. The office was spacious, exceeding 100 square meters, equipped with various facilities, including a gym and a small golf course. In addition to the office itself, there was a reception area and a conference room, as well as a large lounge. Chu Yang chuckled. Yang Yanhai certainly knows how to indulge. Chapter 52. Meeting the parents? Mr. Chu, what directives do you have for the company's forthcoming development? Fang Datong asked as he poured 2 cups of tea and set them before Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing. Rest assured, I am aware that the municipal government will soon auction a plot of land. I intend to acquire it, Chu Yang stated slowly. What? The municipal government will auction a plot of land? I was unaware of this. How did you come by this information? Fang Datong inquired, astonished. I naturally possess insider information. Chu Yang replied with a mysterious smile. The upcoming land auction was an event from Chu Yang's memories. In just a week, the Tiannan municipal government would auction a plot of land in the western part of the city, though currently inconspicuous. This location would eventually become the most prosperous area in Tiannan. Securing this plot would undoubtedly yield immense profits, catapulting him into billionaire status without question. He recalled that in his previous life, this land was purchased by a wealthy man surnamed Zhang for 5 billion. The foresight afforded by his rebirth was his greatest advantage. However, acquiring the land would necessitate significant capital. I'm afraid I'm lacking in funds, Fang Datong said, his face etched with concern. Money is not an issue. Just prepare in advance, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Understood, I will begin drafting a proposal, Fang Datong nodded. There's one more thing I need you to handle. Since I have acquired this company, it requires a name change, Chu Yang said slowly. What name do you have in mind? I will rush to the Market Regulation Bureau to file it, Fang Datong responded without hesitation. Changing a company's name is no trivial matter. The business license and legal representative must all be amended, a rather tedious process. However, as the new owner, Chu Yang's word was law. Let us name it Qingyang Real Estate, Chu Yang suggested, glancing at Shun Mengqing. Upon hearing this, Shun Mengqing felt a warm sensation in her heart. The name cleverly combined their names, serving as an unusual expression of Chu Yang's feelings. It was quite romantic. No problem. What will the registered capital be? Fang Datong asked immediately. 10 billion, Chu Yang replied coolly. Fang Datong gasped, realizing that the new owner's financial prowess was indeed formidable. To casually mention 10 billion was nothing short of terrifying. Very well, I will handle it today, aiming to secure the new business license within a week, Fong Datong assured. Chu Yang was thoroughly pleased with Fong Datong's attitude. Subsequently, he finalized the acquisition of the prestigious building. Now that the company was his, securing this villa was a mere formality. Fong Datong efficiently handled all the contracts, and within half an hour, Chu Yang had the property deed in hand. After reiterating several important matters, as they made their way back, Shun Mengqing suddenly spoke. Chu Yang, there's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Chu Yang asked slowly. My father wishes to meet you, Shun Mengqing said, her gaze lowered. Your father? Chu Yang was taken aback. Are we meeting the parents so soon? It was well known that Shun Mengqing's father was Shun Qingzong, the wealthiest man in the province. Even if he faced bankruptcy years later, he still commanded immense respect as a tycoon. Given my father's capabilities, how could I possibly keep a boyfriend from him? Shun Mengqing sighed. What? Are you worried I won't pass your father's scrutiny? Chu Yang asked with a smile. That does not concern me. Your wealth now rivals his. You just isn't aware of it yet. Shun Mengqing replied thoughtfully. When shall we meet? Chu Yang inquired coolly. Tomorrow morning. But there is something else that may require your assistance, Shun Mengqing stated. Go ahead, what is it? Recently, my father has embarked on a collaborative development project, investing all his funds into it. I have an unsettling feeling about this venture, yet he refuses to heed my concerns. I hope you can persuade him when the time comes, sighed Shun Mengqing. What project? Chu Yang inquired, his expression shifting with curiosity. Upon hearing Shun Mengqing's description, Chu Yang recalled a certain incident from memory. It pertains to a real estate development project in the southern district of the provincial city, into which my father has already poured all his resources. If this project fails to yield profit, my father, though not facing bankruptcy, would undoubtedly suffer significant financial wounds. Shun Mengqing lamented. This development, it wouldn't happen to be the Lantian community, would it? Chu Yang asked, his brow furrowing in concern. How did you know? Shun Mengqing gasped in surprise. Indeed, my initial suspicion was correct. It is that very project Chu Yang mused internally. He recalled that this project had been halted indefinitely due to a tragic accident that resulted in the deaths of 3 workers, ultimately rendering it a failed endeavor. Consequently, Shun Qingzong's fortunes declined, leading to his eventual bankruptcy and subsequent suicide a few years later. Moreover, Shun Mengqing herself vanished without a trace. It seems that fate is at play here. Now that I have been reborn, I am determined to alter Mengqing's tragic destiny. Very well. I shall certainly speak with your father. I am aware that this project is destined for trouble, and if he does not withdraw in time, he risks a complete financial loss, Chu Yang replied slowly. Thank you so much, Shun Mengqing smiled in gratitude. By the way, what kind of gifts does your father appreciate? Chu Yang inquired nonchalantly. He has a penchant for collecting antique calligraphy and paintings, Shun Mengqing considered thoughtfully. All right, I shall purchase a piece of calligraphy this afternoon as a token of our meeting. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Are you planning to shop at Mr. Qin's store? Shun Mengqing asked curiously. Of course not. The thrill of hunting for antiques lies in discovering hidden treasures. It would be rather unfortunate to find something rare at Mr. Qin's shop. Chu Yang shook his head. You are quite the rascal. I find it rather delightful. Shun Mengqing giggled, covering her mouth. After having lunch, Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing made their way to the antique street. They visited several shops, yet Chu Yang found nothing suitable. Upon entering the 5th store, he scanned the offerings only to remain disappointed. Just as he was about to leave with Shun Mengqing and Li Yunlong, a humble-looking villager entered, carrying a black cloth bag. Excuse me, do you buy calligraphy and paintings? The villager asked cautiously. Of course, let me see what you have, the shopkeeper replied slowly. The villager carefully extracted the artwork from his bag. Chu Yang instinctively looked over and gasped as he recognized the significance of the piece. Chapter 53. Zhang Zifeng. It was an authentic ink bamboo painting by Zheng Banqiao, concealed within this very artwork, valued between 2 to 3 million. Shock flickered across Chu Yang's face, and his heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated discovering an original work by Zheng Banqiao today. He composed himself, striving to mask his astonishment. The surface of the artwork was a piece attributed to Tang Bohu, yet it was evident that it had been merely replicated by later generations. Worth perhaps a mere 100,000 at best. However, it was no secret that this antique shop owner, Dong Buren, was a notorious opportunist. Feigning disinterest, Dong Buren glanced at the artwork and remarked, "This piece is hardly worth anything. I cannot purchase it. Sir, I have inquired at several stalls outside, and they all said your shop is the fairest. I truly need the money. Please help me," the villager implored. Chu Yang's understanding deepened. It appeared Dong Buren had skillfully influenced the surrounding stall owners to bolster his business, suggesting that the painting was not worth much. Seeing your plight, I will offer you 500 yuan. I'm taking a loss here, all right? Dong Buren sighed. 500? Such a generous amount. Thank you, kind sir. The villager's face lit up with joy as he accepted the money and left with a spring in his step. Chu Yang frowned at the scene. For a peasant, 500 yuan represented a substantial portion of a year's income. No wonder the man was so grateful. Yet, it was disheartening to witness Dongburen's unscrupulous dealings. However, Chu Yang remained silent. He had no obligation to intervene in their transaction. Yet, he was keen on acquiring the painting. This piece was worth at least 100,000, an extraordinary find indeed. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Meiqing, what brings you here? A fashionable young man, around 25 or 26, entered the shop, his face somewhat puffy, indicating a lifestyle of indulgence. He was accompanied by a bodyguard whose physique rivaled that of Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong glanced at the bodyguard, then turned his attention elsewhere, unimpressed, as it was clear the bodyguard was no match for him. This is Zhang Zifeng, the one who has been persuading my father to invest in that real estate project. Shun Mengqing whispered to Chu Yang, her proximity suggesting an intimate rapport. This gesture did not escape Zhang Zifeng's notice, darkening his expression and igniting hostility towards Chu Yang. Mengqing, who is this? Zhang Zifeng inquired, his tone icy. This is Chu Yang, my boyfriend, Shun Mengqing replied, linking her arm with Chu Yang's. When did you acquire boyfriend? Zhang Zifeng snapped, fury etched across his face. Zhang Zifeng, you are being utterly unreasonable. What business is it of yours? Do I need to report my relationship to you? Shun Mengqing retorted, her displeasure evident. Mengqing, only I am worthy of you. Our backgrounds are compatible. Not just anyone can be with you, Zhang Zifeng said, glaring at Chu Yang. Listen here, kid. I don't care who you are. You'd best stay away from Mengqing, or I won't be so forgiving. Who do you think you are, barking orders here? Chu Yang replied coldly. How dare you speak to me like that? Zhang Zifeng seethed, smoke practically billowing from his ears. You covet my woman, and you expect me to treat you with kindness? Get lost, and don't let me see your face around here again. Chu Yang shot back with disdain. You're not aware of who you're dealing with, are you? My family is influential. Cross me, and you'll find no refuge in Jiangnan province, Zhang Zifeng shouted, his anger palpable. Zhang family? I've never heard of it. Spare me your bluster. Leave before I get sick just looking at you, Chu Yang retorted dismissively. Zhang Dapio. Teach him a lesson. Zhang Zifeng barked at his bodyguard, unable to contain his rage any longer. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's lips twitched. What a situation. With Li Yunlong and Zhang Dapio present, it felt as if he had stumbled into a hornet's nest. Zhang Dapio was daring enough to confront Li Yunlong, an act of rebellion indeed. Of course, at this time, the brigade had yet to err, leaving only Chu Yang, a reborn soul privy to these connections. Zhang Dapio stepped forward, glaring coldly at Chu Yang. You dare offend my young master, and you'll pay the price. He launched a formidable punch directly at him. The sheer ferocity of the blow was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, a testament to its immense power. The frail Chu Yang could never withstand such an assault. Zhang Zifeng wore a cold, mocking smile, as if he could already envision the devastating aftermath of Chu Yang being struck. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed through the air. A tall figure stepped in front of Chu Yang, sending Zhang Dapio flying with a swift kick that crashed him heavily against the wall, leaving a visible crack in the surface. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with everyone staring, dumbfounded, at Zhang Dapio. Shock was etched across Zhang Dapio's face as he gazed at Li Yunlong, about to speak when suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly having sustained internal injuries. With your meager strength, daring to harm Mr. Chu is nothing short of foolishness, Li Yunlong remarked disdainfully. How can this be? Zhang Zifeng questioned, incredulous and unable to accept the scene unfolding before him. Zhang Dapio was his meticulously selected bodyguard, a retired veteran, known to handle 10 foes with ease. To think he would be defeated in a single move today was beyond belief. Silence now, or I shall deal with you too, Chu Yang stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng's expression shifted, and he swallowed hard, utterly hesitant to utter another word. Boss, how much do you want for that painting in your hand? Chu Yang inquired, directing his gaze at Dongburen. You wish to purchase this painting? Dongburen responded with surprise. Indeed, name your price, Chu Yang replied slowly. A firm price of 180. 000, Dongburen declared without hesitation. Boss, are you out of your mind? You acquired this painting for merely 500, and now you dare to ask for 180, 000? Shun Mengqing exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. Miss, it's my price. If you're unwilling to buy, I shall not insist, Dongburen replied coolly. Chapter 54. Could this painting conceal secrets? You are nothing but a swindler, Shun Mengqing retorted, her face flushed with anger. Mengqing, you cannot speak like that. If you lack the funds, you may borrow from me. A mere 180,000 is within my reach, Zhang Zifeng scoffed. He then turned to Dong Buren, stating, Boss Dong, I am here to collect my items. Certainly, I shall fetch them for you, Dong Buren replied promptly, producing a cloth bag. Inside lay an antiquated brush washer. Young Master Zhang, this is a Ming Dynasty brush washer, an absolute genuine article, Dong Buren beamed. Indeed, thank you, Boss Dong. Purchasing a Ming Dynasty brush washer for 300,000 is truly a bargain, Zhang Zifeng said, holding the brush washer with immense satisfaction. He then proceeded to pay without hesitation. Spending 300,000 on an item worth only a few hundred, young Master Zhang is truly a fool. Chu Yang's mocking voice echoed. It turned out that upon glancing at the brush washer, information had appeared before him. Modern craftsmanship, worth 200. Ridiculous. I painstakingly sourced this. How could it possibly be a counterfeit? Dong Buren's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Indeed, who are you to claim superiority over Boss Dong in matters of antiques? Zhang Zifeng sneered. I am certain I possess more knowledge than he does, Chu Yang replied slowly. Preposterous. I have operated an antique shop for over 20 years. Having handled countless artifacts, I can discern authenticity with a mere glance. Your audacity to claim superiority is utterly outrageous, Dong Buren scoffed. Precisely, Mengxing. Your choice in boyfriends is utterly unreliable. I fail to comprehend what attracted you to him, Zhang Zifeng remarked disdainfully. A fool who refuses sound advice is destined for ruin. If you choose not to heed my words, so be it, Chu Yang shrugged. Mengxing, you didn't come here merely to purchase a gift for your uncle, did you? Zhang Zifeng suddenly queried. Could it be that you are? Shen Mingqing's expression shifted. Indeed, I plan to discuss matters with my uncle tomorrow and present him with this small token. Will he be attending as well? Zhang Zifeng asked nonchalantly. Yes. Mengxing invited me to meet her family, so I must prepare a gift, Chu Yang replied slowly. This statement nearly sent Zhang Zifeng into a fit of rage once more. However, upon seeing the injured Zhang Dapio and glancing at Li Yunlong beside Chu Yang, he forcibly quelled his anger. What do you intend to give to Uncle Shen? Surely it isn't this painting? Zhang Zifeng questioned with a sneer. Indeed, I shall present this painting, Chu Yang affirmed, nodding as he addressed Dong Buren. Is this painting for sale? Chu Yang, do not purchase it. This painting was acquired for 500, yet he dares to demand 180,000. It's outright robbery. Shen Mengxing interjected immediately. Regardless, I desire this piece. Chu Yang smiled, producing his card. You truly wish to buy it? Dong Buren asked, visibly taken aback. Indeed. Chu Yang replied steadily. Very well, it's a deal. Dong Buren hastily processed the transaction, eager to finalize it before Chu Yang could change his mind. In that moment, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Selling a painting purchased for 180,000 was sheer profit. Chu Yang accepted the painting, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Acquiring it for 180,000, a piece valued at 2 to 3 million, was nothing short of a steal. Even as others regarded him with incredulous gazes, he remained unfazed. After all, securing wealth silently is the true path to success. Mengxing, it appears your choice in this boyfriend is rather questionable, spending 180,000 on a painting worth 500. I'm curious to see if you will indeed gift it to your father tomorrow. I eagerly anticipate the meeting. Zhang Zifeng laughed heartily. Should Chu Yang actually present the painting to Shun Qingzong, Shen Mengxing would surely be humiliated. In the end, Shun Qingzong would surely favor Zhang Zifeng, as it was always meant to be. With that, Zhang Zifeng departed, his expression one of utter disdain. To him, someone like Chu Yang was unworthy of being his rival, for he deemed him intellectually deficient. One day, Shen Mengxing would undoubtedly cast him aside. Let's take our leave, Chu Yang decided, preparing to exit. Sir, do take care. We hope to see you again. Dong Buren's voice dripped with schadenfreude. He relished the thought of every customer being as gullible as Chu Yang, ensuring his coffers would overflow. At that moment, a figure entered. Chu Yang, I never expected to see you here. I thought I was imagining things. The newcomer was none other than Qin Mo. It turned out he had spotted Chu Yang upon entering the shop, and, intrigued, decided to follow. Every encounter with Chu Yang had brought delightful surprises, and he eagerly anticipated what marvels awaited this time. Qin Lao, is this your friend? Dong Buren, noticing Qin Mo's changed expression, hurried over with a respectful demeanor. Indeed, Mr. Chu is a dear friend of mine. Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. Nothing much. I merely came to select an item, Chu Yang replied slowly. Have you already made your selection? May I take a look? Qin Mo's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired. Chu Yang had no objections, opening the painting for Qin Mo to examine. After a few glances, Qin Mo's brow furrowed, for with his expertise, He instantly recognized the painting as a counterfeit. He simply could not fathom why Chu Yang would purchase this painting. Did it conceal some hidden mystery? Yet, after scrutinizing it for a considerable time, he discerned nothing unusual. Could it be that even Chu Yang had misjudged this time? Qin Mo pondered silently. Chu Yang, how much did you pay for this painting? Qin Mo inquired. His brow furrowed. Old Qin, you must judge fairly. This proprietor acquired the painting for 500, yet dares to sell it for 180,000. How outrageous. Shen Mengqing exclaimed indignantly. Miss, how can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? In commerce, one party is willing to buy while the other is willing to sell. I did not force your boyfriend to purchase it. It was he who insisted on acquiring this painting. Dong Buren retorted with wide eyes, feigning innocence. Qin Mo fell silent. Although Dong Buren's actions were questionable, his words held an undeniable truth. Chu Yang, it appears you have also misjudged this time. Qin Mo remarked with a hint of lament. Who would have thought that even someone as formidable as Chu Yang could err? How do you know I misjudged? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Chapter 55. Startled from a deathly illness, the fool is myself. Could this painting conceal some mystery? Qin Mo's expression shifted as he inquired. Naturally, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Dong Buren's face. If even someone of Qin Mo's caliber could not discern anything amiss, how could Chu Yang possibly uncover it? If only Dong Buren had witnessed Chu Yang's extraordinary abilities, he would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. But I examined it thoroughly. It appears to be a rather worthless counterfeit. Qin Mo questioned, his face riddled with confusion. Since old Qin is curious, allow me to enlighten you. Chu Yang chuckled, addressing Dong Buren. Boss Dong, could you please fetch me a bowl of water? Though unaware of Chu Yang's intent, Dong Buren felt obliged to comply. He promptly returned with a bowl of water. As Chu Yang accepted the bowl, the onlookers were left in a state of shock as he poured the water over the painting. After all, this was an artwork purchased for 180,000. Would it not be ruined beyond repair? Chu Yang, what are you doing? Qin Mo asked, his brow knitted in concern. Mr. Chu, we cannot be held responsible for any damage incurred during such actions, Dong Buren stated sternly. Rest assured, this painting now belongs to me. It has nothing to do with you, Chu Yang responded coolly. With that, he began to inspect the edges of the painting. Soon, he discovered a small tear. Cautiously, he began to peel away at the tear, and, as it widened, the outer layer of paper was completely removed. To everyone's astonishment, another painting lay hidden beneath. This hidden artwork bore striking resemblance to the one just unveiled, a bamboo painting by Zheng Banxiao, but this version was far more vivid and soulful. The bamboo depicted stood proudly, its noble essence captured in just a few strokes. Dong Buren's expression finally shifted, revealing a hint of panic. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this painting actually possess significant value? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, the others remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Chu Yang with disbelief. Did this man possess X-ray vision? How could he perceive the hidden layers within the painting? Old Qin, please verify this, Chu Yang said slowly. Qin Mo stepped forward, scrutinizing the artwork intently. After several minutes, an expression of profound excitement lit up his face. Indeed, it is the genuine work of Zheng Banxiao. This is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Dong Buren's complexion drained of color. Old Qin, how much do you think this painting is worth? Approximately 3 million, Qin Mo sighed. It was evident that getting a misjudgment past someone like Chu Yang was a Herculean task. Such a person could only be described as a prodigy. The crowd collectively gasped. 180,000 had transformed into 3 million. This was more thrilling than robbing a bank. Dong Buren's face turned a deep shade of anger. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his 500 to 180,000 profit. Now he was confronted with an unimaginable loss. Startled from a deathly illness, the fool is myself. I demand that painting back. I will return your 180,000. Give me back my artwork. Chu Yang's expression darkened. Boss Dong, are you jesting? The transaction was completed. This painting is now my private property. Dong Buren's audacity was appalling. That painting rightfully belongs to me. You deceived me. He insisted obstinately. The crowd was taken aback by Dong Buren's shamelessness. I have never encountered such blatant audacity. Chu Yang scoffed. Boss Dong, do you have no sense of propriety? Should you continue this way in business, be wary of me uniting with others to blacklist you. Qin Mo's expression was equally grim. If every antiquities dealer on this street conducted business like Dong Buren, who would dare to engage in trade? The rules of antiquities are clear. Once the transaction is complete, both parties are free of obligation. If you found a bargain, that is your skill. If you misjudged, you must accept your misfortune. Lingering over past mistakes only disrupts the established order. Dong Buren's face fell as he recalled that Chu Yang was a friend of Qin Mo, someone he could not antagonize. Cold sweat broke out on him as he regained his composure. It seemed he could not retrieve the painting directly. If all else failed, he would have to resort to other means. Old Qin, Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake. Dong Buren lowered his head. At least you recognize your place. Qin Mo replied with a cold huff. However, he failed to notice the flicker of malice that crossed Dong Buren's face. Let us go, Chu Yang said dismissively, preparing to leave. Chu Yang, would you consider selling me this painting? Qin Mo suddenly asked. I'm afraid not. I intend to gift it. Chu Yang shook his head. Very well. Should you come across any treasures in the future, please notify me at the earliest opportunity, Qin Mo said, not pressing the matter further. Certainly. Chu Yang smiled and agreed. The group departed, leaving behind a visibly agitated Dong Buren. The saying goes, endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Retreat a step, and the anger deepens. The thought of Chu Yang acquiring a painting worth 2 to 3 million for 180,000 gnawed at him like a knife. At last, he turned to a shadowy corner. Scarface, summon a dozen men and retrieve what is rightfully mine. My money is not easily earned. Understood, boss. A bald man with a long scar on his face emerged from the shadows, his naturally fierce visage becoming even more menacing. This Scarface was Dong Buren's loyal enforcer, known for his ruthless methods. Every time Dong Buren suffered a misjudgment, he would employ Scarface to reclaim his losses. This was not the first time he had resorted to such tactics. Scarface swiftly departed. Meanwhile, outside the antiquities shop, Qin Mo had intended to invite Chu Yang to his establishment for a visit, but Chu Yang politely declined, not wishing to press the matter. Qin Mo departed on his own. Chu Yang, accompanied by Shen Mengqing and Li Yunlong, made his way toward the parking area. Just then, suddenly, a group of over a dozen burly men surged from the street, encircling them menacingly. Each of these ruffians wielded steel pipes, their faces contorted with ferocity. At the forefront stood the Scar-faced leader. Observing this, Li Yunlong instinctively positioned himself in front of Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang extended his hand to halt him. What do you intend to do? Chu Yang inquired coolly. Shall we find a secluded spot to discuss? The scar-faced man replied nonchalantly. Chu Yang glanced at Li Yunlong, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us seek a quiet place for our conversation, Chu Yang assented. At least you possess some sense. A triumphant smirk spread across the scar-faced man's face. Thus, with the trio surrounded by these thugs, they made their way toward the nearby alley. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by passers-by. Those three are doomed. He caught the attention of the scar-faced man. They murmured. These brutes are notorious for their thievery around here. They've truly become a malignant presence. Lower your voice. If the scar-faced one hears you, you can forget about setting up shop here, others warned. Everyone believed that misfortune awaited Chu Yang and his companions. For those previously targeted by the scar-faced man had met grim fates. Upon entering the alley, Chu Yang regarded the thugs with an air of composure, unperturbed by the situation. His confidence stemmed from Li Yunlong's presence. With Li Yunlong at his side, dealing with such rabble was hardly a challenge. Speak, what is it that you desire? Chu Yang asked slowly. The scar-faced man appeared taken aback. While he had encountered such situations before, he had never seen someone maintain their composure under such duress. Previously, those who found themselves in similar predicaments were often paralyzed by fear. Without much effort, he had easily extorted valuables from them. Hence, Chu Yang's demeanor greatly displeased the scar-faced man. Hand over that painting, he demanded coldly. Are you one of Dong Buren's men? Chu Yang furrowed his brow and queried. Knowing too much can be detrimental to your health. Be wise and relinquish the painting, or else I shall not be gentle, the scar-faced man warned ominously. And what if I refuse? Chu Yang retorted with a cold laugh. If you refuse, the implements in my brother's hands are not mere toys. Should you and your girlfriend end up missing limbs, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, the scar-faced man cackled. At this moment, Li Yunlong stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing. I recognize you. You are a wanted criminal, he stated firmly, locking eyes with the scar-faced man. You've mistaken me. Seize him and take the painting, the scar-faced man commanded, a flicker of panic crossing his face, swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. Thoughts of silencing witnesses began to brew in his mind. The thugs immediately brandished their steel pipes and charged. Yet, Li Yunlong stood his ground, advancing toward the ruffians without flinching. Observing this, the scar-faced man sneered. I know you're formidable, but you're just one man. He had previously witnessed Li Yunlong's prowess against Zhang Dapio in a store, but underestimated both their capabilities. It didn't take long for him to realize his grave miscalculation. In less than half a minute, Li Yunlong had dispatched all the thugs to the ground, their cries of agony echoing in the alley. The scar-faced man's face turned ashen, his fear rendering even the scar on his cheek to tremble. Chu Yang, witnessing this, wore an expression of immense satisfaction. 10,000 yuan for such an exceptional bodyguard is truly a bargain. Who exactly are you? The scar-faced man stammered, his voice quivering. A rabble such as yours is utterly insignificant. As a wanted criminal, you are unworthy of knowing my identity. Today, I shall ensure you reach your rightful destination. Li Yunlong replied coolly. The destination for a wanted criminal, of course, was the police station. The scar-faced man's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee without a second thought. However, Li Yunlong would not let him escape, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a kick to the scar-faced man's leg. With a sickening crack, the scar-faced man collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. It was a scene of utter despair. Chu Yang had already retrieved his phone to call the authorities. The police arrived promptly within minutes. After relaying the events to them, Chu Yang departed. At that moment, Dong Buren remained oblivious to the fact that the scar-faced man had been apprehended by the police. He continued to wait for news from the scar-faced man in his shop, yet an inexplicable sense of anxiety nagged at him. He felt an ominous portent looming. Why hasn't he returned yet? This is taking far too long. In a state of agitation, Dong Buren paced back and forth in the hall, glancing occasionally at the entrance. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. A flicker of hope crossed Dong Buren's face. Finally, he has returned. However, to his dismay, the newcomers were several uniformed police officers. Upon seeing them, his heart sank, and his complexion drained of color. The officers approached him and inquired, "Are you Dong Buren?" "Why, yes," Dong Buren stammered, swallowing hard, his anxiety palpable. "You are suspected of harboring a wanted criminal. We request that you accompany us to the station for questioning," one officer stated flatly. This declaration struck Dong Buren like a thunderclap, rendering him weak-kneed and collapsing to the ground. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Completely over. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, he had no interest in these developments. His immediate concern was ensuring that his meeting with Shun Chengzong the next day went smoothly. The following day arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Chu Yang set out in a vehicle, first picking up Shun Mengqing, and together they proceeded to the location of Shun Chengzong. Shun Chengzong resided in a private estate located in the outskirts of Tiannan, approximately 3 kilometers from the city center. The estate sprawled over 2,000 square meters, resembling more of a clubhouse than a mere residence. It boasted comprehensive facilities, including dining, cinema, and various entertainment options, alongside sports amenities such as a golf course and basketball court. Even a clandestine casino was tucked away within, accessible only to familiar patrons. This locale served as a prime venue for many affluent individuals to conduct business. At this moment, Shun Chengzong sat within the casino, not engaging in gambling, but rather nursing a drink in a private room. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing soon arrived. This marked the first occasion in this lifetime that Chu Yang observed the province's wealthiest man up close. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed him on television. The proximity offered Chu Yang a distinctly different impression. Seated there, Shun Chengzong emanated an oppressive aura befitting his status as the province's wealthiest individual. Nevertheless, Chu Yang remained unfazed, his expression serene. After all, in terms of wealth, he was not inferior to Shun Chengzong. Money begets courage. With wealth comes boldness. His mental fortitude was commendable. Shun Chengzong regarded Chu Yang with surprise. "Dad, I've missed you so much," Shun Mengqing exclaimed as she approached and linked her arm with his. "You've gone off to pursue a boyfriend. Why would you think of this old man?" Shun Chengzong retorted with playful annoyance, lightly poking Shun Mengqing's forehead. "Dad, please don't speak nonsense." Shun Mengqing immediately became indignant. Her charming face flushed with an intense crimson. "This was your first time bringing a boyfriend home. Shouldn't you introduce him?" Shun Chengzong turned his gaze towards Chu Yang and inquired slowly. "Dad, this is Chu Yang. He is my boyfriend," Shun Mengqing promptly replied. "Greetings, uncle. I am Chu Yang. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I have a small token for you. I hope you will accept it graciously." Chu Yang presented a painting by Zheng Banqiao with both hands. "What is this?" Shun Chengzong asked with a puzzled expression. "Dad, this is a painting by Zheng Banqiao. You do enjoy collecting calligraphy and paintings, don't you? This was specially purchased for you by Chu Yang," Shun Mengqing said with a smile. "The genuine work of Zheng Banqiao? I dare say it cannot be inexpensive," Shun Chengzong inquired slowly. "Indeed, it is quite costly. This painting was bought for a sum of 180,000, she replied. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected. Everyone looked up to see Zhang Zifeng entering the room. 180,000? Is a painting by Zheng Banqiao truly so affordable? Shun Xingzong's brow furrowed. Uncle Shun, you may be unaware, but this painting was acquired by the antique shop owner for merely 500. who then sold it to him for 180,000. He must surely be a fool, Zhang Zifeng remarked, eyeing Chu Yang with a disdainful expression, thinking to himself how he would triumph over him. Is this true? Shen Qingzong's expression darkened noticeably. He certainly did not wish for his daughter to be involved with a man of questionable intelligence. Such a person was unworthy of his daughter, and his opinion of Chu Yang plummeted instantaneously. Dad, do not listen to his nonsense, Shen Mengqing exclaimed, her face changing color. Mengqing, you know whether I speak the truth. To present a painting worth only 500 to Uncle Shen is deceitful behavior. Zhang Zifeng sneered. Dad, that is not how it is. In fact, this painting... Shen Mengqing began to explain, but Shen Qingzong waved his hand, his expression darkening as he interrupted her. Enough. Can I not discern truth from lies? At this moment, he harbored no goodwill towards Chu Yang, barely able to spare him a glance. This left Shen Mengqing in a state of utter anxiety. She looked at Chu Yang, hoping he would promptly defend himself. However, Chu Yang showed no intention of speaking, instead gesturing for her to remain calm. After all, the truth would eventually reveal itself. Seeing Chu Yang maintain his silence, Zhang Zifeng assumed it was due to embarrassment from being exposed, which only inflated his sense of triumph. Uncle, today I also brought you a piece of antique, a Ming Dynasty brush washer. Zhang Zifeng produced the brush washer and handed it to Shen Qingzong. The brush washer appeared ancient and imbued with a strong sense of history, seemingly a valuable antique at first glance. Dad, that brush washer is worth only a few hundred. Do not let him deceive you. Shen Mengqing interjected immediately. She had previously heard Chu Yang claim that the brush washer was worth merely a few hundred. Nonsense. Do you think I cannot recognize an antique? Shen Qingzong's expression soured. Mengqing, Chu Yang is himself a fool. How can you trust his words? You ought to be more discerning and cautious in your judgments, Zhang Zifeng scoffed. That is utter nonsense. Chu Yang's expertise in antique appraisal far exceeds yours, Shen Mengqing retorted. Then how could he possibly spend 180,000 on a painting worth only 500? Zhang Zifeng laughed heartily. What do you know? This painting. Shen Mengqing's face reddened with indignation. Enough. Be silent. If you continue to argue, I will have you both thrown out. A young lady should exhibit a modicum of decorum, Shen Qingzong asserted sternly. Shen Mengqing, taken aback by his outburst, felt tears welling up in her eyes. You would rather believe a stranger than your own daughter? Then I shall leave and never return, she declared, feeling utterly wronged. With that, she grasped Chu Yang's hand, ready to depart. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Come in, Shen Qingzong said, expecting a waiter. To his surprise, it was none other than Qin and old Qin. What a pleasant surprise. I did not expect to see you here, Shen Qingzong exclaimed, recognizing the antique enthusiast. I did not know you were here, Shen. I hope all is well. Qin Mo replied with a smile. You did not come to find me? Shen Qingzong asked, furrowing his brow. You entered my private room without seeking me? How peculiar. I came to find Chu Yang, Qin Mo stated with a smile. You know him? Shen Qingzong asked in astonishment. Of course, Chu Yang is my dear friend. Qin Mo nodded affirmatively. Old Qin, how did you know I was here? Chu Yang inquired with a smile. I was dining with friends and happened to pass by this room, catching sight of you, so I decided to come in and greet you, Qin Mo explained leisurely. The door of the private room typically featured a glass panel, allowing Qin Mo to see Chu Yang as he walked by. Ah, I see, Chu Yang said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Mo noticed the painting by Zheng Banqiao resting on the table. Chu Yang, yesterday you mentioned wanting to give this painting away. I see now it is intended for President Shen, he exclaimed. Indeed, Chu Yang nodded in affirmation. What do you mean by this, old Qin? Shen Qingzong's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Yesterday, I offered 300,000 to purchase this painting, but Chu Yang declined, stating he intended to give it away, which I found surprising. Qin Mo's face bore an expression of disappointment. What? 300,000? Shen Qingzong stood frozen in place. How is that possible? This painting was clearly acquired by the owner for 500. How could it suddenly be worth 300,000? Zhang Zifeng interjected, his disbelief evident. You left early yesterday, thus missing the unfolding drama, Shen Mengqing sneered, recounting the subsequent events. 300,000? How could that be? Zhang Zifeng's face reflected shock, unable to accept such a reality. In the presence of a painting valued at 300,000, his 30,000 brush washer appeared utterly worthless. Old Qin, is this painting truly valued at 300,000? Shen Qingzong inquired gravely. Indeed, it is worth at least 300, Qin Mo confirmed. I wanted to purchase it yesterday, but he refused, stating he would give it away, which turned out to be to you. As this revelation sank in, both Shen Qingzong and Zhang Zifeng fell silent. The leap from 180,000 to 300,000 was far too significant. Zhang Zifeng's complexion turned ghostly pale as he realized he had lost, and lost spectacularly. Shen Qingzong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had completely misjudged Chu Yang and had even scolded his daughter. His previous actions left him wishing for a hole to hide in. Who would have thought this painting was so precious? Clearing his throat, he forced a smile. Dad, do you still dare call yourself a collector? Your eye for value seems terribly lacking, Shen Mengqing remarked with indignation. Having suffered earlier, she now felt vindicated and had no intention of being courteous to Shen Qingzong. Xiaomeng, do not blame me. You know my skills in antique appraisal are lacking. I often misjudge, Shen Qingzong said, softening his tone and smiling apologetically. Your misunderstanding of me is one thing, but misjudging Chu Yang is another. If you do not apologize to him, I will never speak to you again, Shen Mengqing retorted, rolling her eyes. Chu Yang, I must apologize. It seems my eyes have failed me, and I failed to recognize that this painting is indeed an authentic piece, Shen Qingzong said with a beaming smile. His perception of Chu Yang underwent a complete transformation. Someone who could effortlessly part with 3 million for a painting surely hailed from an affluent background. Such a person certainly had the merit to be considered as his son-in-law. Uncle Shen, Yu Yist. It is quite natural for anyone dealing with antiques to occasionally misjudge a piece. There's no need to take it to heart, Chu Yang replied with a smile, extending a modicum of courtesy to his future father-in-law. Indeed, Chu Yang speaks wisely. Even I have made mistakes in judgment, Qin Mo chimed in, skillfully smoothing over the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Zifeng's countenance darkened considerably. The shift in Shen Qingzong's attitude towards Chu Yang left him feeling like an outsider, a sensation that suffocated him internally. Old Qin, Zifeng just gifted me a Ming Dynasty brush washer. Would you mind taking a look at it? Shen Qingzong inquired, lifting the brush washer with a smile. A Ming Dynasty brush washer? Let me see it, Qin Mo exclaimed, visibly astonished as he hastily accepted it. He held the brush washer in his hands for quite some time, his expression twisting into an oddly peculiar visage. This reaction prompted a sense of foreboding to rise within Zhang Zifeng. 30,000, Zhang Zifeng stated, his confidence waning. 30,000? Surely you jest. Qin Mo's eyes widened, staring at him as if he had lost his wits. Old Qin, he indeed spent 30,000. Dream Qin, and I bore witness to it, Chu Yang said slowly. Master Zhang, it appears you have been taken for a ride. This brush washer is worth at most 300, Qin Mo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. 300? Old Qin, you must be mistaken, Zhang Zifeng exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. How dare you question my judgment? Qin Mo's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Master Zhang, I cautioned you yesterday that this brush washer was worth merely a few hundred. You chose to ignore my warning, and now you are suffering the consequences, Chu Yang said. Shaking his head, do refrain from gloating, Zhang Zifeng retorted with a cold snort. He turned to Shen Qingzong, his face brimming with contrition. Uncle, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea this brush washer was a forgery. It's quite all right. The sentiment is what matters, Shen Qingzong replied with a measured tone. Witnessing Shen Qingzong's indifferent demeanor caused Zhang Zifeng's expression to darken further. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he smiled, saying, Uncle Shen, I shall check on the preparations at the gambling venue. Very well, go ahead, and do call for me once everything is ready, Shen Qingzong nodded. Zhang Zifeng acknowledged and promptly departed. Qin Mo, recognizing the inappropriateness of his continued presence, also took his leave. Within the private room, only Shen Qingzong, his daughter, and Chu Yang remained. Xiao Chu, are you truly adept at appraising antiques? Shen Qingzong inquired with curiosity. Father, Chu Yang's expertise in antique appraisal eclipses even that of old Qin. What more could you possibly doubt? Shen Mengqing interjected immediately. Such insolence, my dear girl. I was merely inquiring. Must you so readily side with a stranger? Shen Qingzong replied with a weary smile. Did you not just assist a stranger in chastising me? Shen Mengqing pouted in response. Very well, my little ancestor. I shall refrain from such behavior in the future, if it pleases you, Shen Qingzong said with a rueful expression. Chu Yang observed the exchange, stifling a chuckle. He could discern the warmth in their father-daughter relationship. At that moment, Shen Qingzong bore little resemblance to the wealthiest man in the province. Rather, he appeared as a devoted father entirely under his daughter's sway. Is there a gambling session planned later, father? Shen Mengqing inquired. Indeed, let's partake in a round. Perhaps Xiao Chu would like to join us as well. Shen Qingzong nodded. For the affluent, gambling transcends mere monetary stakes. It often serves as a means to cultivate connections. Uncle Shen, I have heard that you are collaborating with the Zhang family on a new real estate project. Is that correct? Chu Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed. It is the Lantian Community Project, which holds promising prospects, Shen Qingzong replied thoughtfully. Uncle, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice, Chu Yang said softly. What is it you wish to convey? Shun Qingzong asked, furrowing his brows. I fear the Lantian community project may incur losses, Chu Yang stated with a measured tone. Xiao Chu, you do not comprehend the intricacies of business. Such matters are best left unspoken, Shun Qingzong remarked coolly. Father, Chu Yang is only looking out for your best interests. Shen Mengqing interjected promptly. Enough. You are both young and inexperienced. It is wise to refrain from expressing opinions lightly, Shun Qingzong said with a hint of impatience. Uncle Shun, in terms of profitability, my acumen is not inferior to yours, Chu Yang replied with an inviting smile. Such bravado, appraising antiques, and conducting business are entirely different realms. I have navigated the commercial landscape for years. Do you presume to instruct me? Shen Qingzong inquired with a scowl. Father, I implore you to heed Chu Yang's perspective. Shen Mengqing said with a sigh. Very well, let him speak. I am curious to hear what he has to say, Shun Qingzong huffed. Uncle, is it not the case that the progress of this project has been rather sluggish? Zhang Zifeng always seems to provide various excuses to delay. Chu Yang queried with deliberation. He claims that many procedures remain pending, hence the slow progress. However, I have visited the site and noted that some areas have commenced construction, Shun Qingzong replied, his brow furrowing. That is precisely where the issue lies, Chu Yang stated calmly. Generally, a real estate development begins only when all necessary procedures are complete. How can construction commence without proper authorization? Chu Yang elaborated. The development of a real estate project involves a myriad of intricate procedures. From land acquisition to design plans, and ultimately to construction, is a prolonged endeavor. If the requisite approvals are lacking, construction is categorically prohibited. Moreover, it is customary to sell units in advance, allowing the public to pay for their homes ahead of time. Tell me, has a single unit in this project been sold thus far? Chu Yang continued. Evidently not. Shun Qingzong's expression shifted, finally registering the disquiet. Zhang Zifeng had never communicated the current sales status of the project. He had only insisted on completing various procedures. I suspect this development company is merely a shell. Zhang Zifeng's true intention is to siphon off your funds, Chu Yang stated matter-of-factly. Yet you present no tangible evidence. I must see credible proof, Shun Qingzong replied slowly. That is straightforward. Simply inquire about the sales status of the Lantian community project. If he can produce concrete documentation, that would indicate no issues. Otherwise, Chu Yang left the thought hanging. However, Shun Qingzong understood the implication perfectly. Very well. I shall question him shortly, he affirmed with a nod. At that instant, Zhang Zifeng returned to the private room. Uncle Shun, everyone has arrived. We may proceed, he announced. Zifeng, I wish to inquire about something. Shun Qingzong began slowly. Please, feel free to ask, Zhang Zifeng replied, taken aback. I would like to review the current sales status of the Lantian community project. May I? Shun Qingzong asked, fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Zifeng's expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng's countenance faltered, revealing a hint of discomfort. That very flicker of unease did not escape Shun Qingzong's keen observation. Internally, he scoffed. Indeed, there is something amiss. This realization ignited a surge of rage within him. His business focus does not lie in real estate, rendering him unfamiliar with the industry. This provided Zhang Zifeng with an opportunity to exploit. Fortunately, Chu Yang offered a timely warning. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Zhang Zifeng's scheming. Of course, that poses no issue. I can have someone organize it and deliver it to you in a couple of days. What does that sound? Zhang Zifeng's eyes darted as he resorted to a strategy of delay. Still need to organize it? Shun Qingzong furrowed his brow. Indeed, the sales situation has been exceedingly robust, necessitating some time to sort it out before bringing it over. Zhang Zifeng replied with a nod. Very well, then bring it over in a couple of days, Shun Qingzong stated coolly. No problem, I'll wait for you at the casino. Zhang Zifeng said before turning to leave. Once outside the private room, Zhang Zifeng's expression darkened significantly. How outrageous! What on earth is happening? How did that old fox, Shun Qingzong, figure it out? It seems I must expedite my plans. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Let's commence the plan the day after tomorrow. Find 2 scapegoats. His intention was to orchestrate fatalities on the construction site, thereby allowing the project to be indefinitely halted. In this way, he could rightfully seize Shun Qingzong's 500 million, leaving Shun Qingzong powerless to retaliate. Inside the private room, Shun Qingzong's demeanor had turned thoroughly grim. It appears what you said holds true. Father, what should we do now? Shun Mengqing inquired, her face etched with concern. Chu Yang, what do you think? Shun Qingzong turned to him for insight. If I were Zhang Zifeng, I would certainly engineer an accident at the construction site, leading to an indefinite halt. This way, he could brazenly claim your 500 million under the pretext of the situation, Chu Yang responded slowly. In his memory, 2 days hence, 2 workers indeed perished at the site. The project was suspended indefinitely, and Shun Qingzong, faced with a severed financial chain, fell into despair. Years later, unable to sustain the burden any longer, he ultimately faced bankruptcy and took his own life. What shall we do? If we lose this 500 million, my financial chain will collapse, and the consequences would be dire, Shun Qingzong asked gravely. Fear not, it's merely 500 million. I can cover that when the time comes. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. You possess 500 million? Shun Qingzong exclaimed, taken aback. Father, you may not be aware, but the mysterious retail investor who made 40 billion in the crude oil market recently is none other than Chu Yang, Shun Mengqing declared with immense pride. What? That mysterious investor is you? Shun Qingzong's eyes widened in astonishment. Many had speculated about the identity of the enigmatic investor, with most conjectures centering on the nation's top investors. No one expected that the one who amassed 40 billion would be a young man. Indeed, it is I, Chu Yang smiled and affirmed. Youthful talent is formidable. Shun Qingzong regarded Chu Yang with a complex expression. He had previously thought Chu Yang's claims of financial acumen were mere bravado. It now appeared that Chu Yang was far more modest than he had presumed. He certainly did not possess the ability to earn 40 billion in a single day. Father, I've always said that Chu Yang is exceptionally capable, Shun Mengqing said, brimming with confidence. Yes, capable indeed, you ungrateful wretch. You've forgotten your father now that you have a boyfriend. Shun Qingzong retorted with mild irritation. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? I will never forget you. Shun Mengqing pouted, linking her arm with his. All right, let us head to the casino. Once we enter, refrain from speaking indiscriminately, Shun Qingzong advised gently. The trio exited the private room and arrived at the casino. This establishment was quite expansive and adorned with lavish decor, unlike the disreputable underground casinos, which attracted lower social strata clad in tattered clothing. Here, even those who suffered losses exhibited restraint, refraining from any excessive displays of emotion. Naturally, Shun Qingzong would not gamble in the main hall. He led Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing through the lobby to the second floor, where an exclusive private room awaited them. Entry to this room was reserved for those with a minimum of 50 million in cash, verified prior to admission. As Shun Qingzong approached, the security personnel at the entrance recognized him and did not impede their entrance. Remember, once we're inside, regardless of what transpires, you must not speak. Shun Qingzong reiterated before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Chapter 60. Little did he know, the divine I could see through the cards. Upon entering the private room, they found it impressively spacious, over 100 square meters, with opulent decorations. The floor was covered in exquisite carpets, and the ceiling adorned with luxurious crystal chandeliers. The walls showcased numerous luminous pearls, while several waitresses in black stockings and short skirts stood attentively nearby. In the center, a card table was set up, already occupied by 4 individuals, one of whom was Zhang Zifeng. Uncle Shun, you finally arrived. Let us get started. Zhang Zifeng greeted warmly, standing to acknowledge him. Mr. Shun, you won so decisively last time. I'm here to reclaim my honor, remarked a middle-aged man with white hair, seated to Zhang Zifeng's left. This individual was Lei Dong, a renovation company owner with a fortune of 13 billion. Indeed, last time Mr. Shun was unstoppable, and we suffered grievously. This time, we must win, chimed in a middle-aged man to Zhang Zifeng's right, smoking a pipe and sporting a mustache. This man was Zhao Liang, who made his fortune in transportation, boasting a wealth of 15 billion. After losing 80 million to Mr. Shun last time, my only request this time is to win it back. A fair-skinned middle-aged man sitting next to Zhao Liang stated. This individual was Lu Qi, involved in aquaculture, also worth 13 billion. Chu Yang nodded, noting that those who could enter this room were indeed of substantial means. However, he did not pay much mind to it. In terms of wealth, he could confidently declare that all present were beneath him. I managed to win against all of you last time, and I shall do so again. Shun Qingzong proclaimed with immense confidence. My father played with these individuals once before and won 2 billion. He was overjoyed, hence this second meeting, Shun Mengqing explained slowly. Chu Yang furrowed his brow at this revelation. Was earning 2 billion so effortlessly achievable? Something felt amiss. It seemed plausible that they might be lured in with a few small victories before being dealt a devastating blow. This tactic appeared to be a common gambling scam. With Zhang Zifeng present, such a possibility could not be dismissed. However, Chu Yang did not intervene, as it was clear that even if he voiced his concerns, they would not be heeded. Gamblers, once on a winning streak, often believe themselves to be favored by destiny, dismissing any negative commentary. Should Shun Qingzong indeed suffer a loss, he could merely cover the shortfall himself, which might also curry favor with his future father-in-law, an advantageous position. After all, his bank account was steadily increasing. At this juncture, Shen Qingzong had taken a seat directly opposite Zhang Zifeng. Each participant had been allotted 100 million in chips, and the dealer had begun to distribute the cards. The initial round of cards was dealt swiftly, and as Chu Yang sat nearby, a sudden inspiration struck him. He wondered if the divine eye could discern the cards. Instinctively, he glanced at the whole cards in Shen Qingzong's hand. Soon, a line of text materialized before his eyes. The whole card was the Ace of Diamonds. A look of astonishment spread across Chu Yang's face. He had not anticipated that the heavenly eye could indeed see through the playing cards. Coupled with his other card, the King of Diamonds, he could confidently assert that he held a formidable hand. He glanced over at Zhang Zifeng's whole card, only to discover it was the Ace of Spades. Lei Dong possessed the Queen of Hearts. Zhao Yang held a Jack of Clubs, and Lu Qi had a Queen of Clubs. It could be said that Shen Qingzong's whole card was the second strongest. The strongest hand belonged to Zhang Zifeng, who had both the Ace and King of Spades, effectively eclipsing Shen Qingzong's hand. Mr. Zhang spoke up. The dealer announced, "Then let us make it 10 million. Zhang Zifeng replied nonchalantly. Observing this, Lei Dong, Zhao Yang, and Lu Qi recognized that Zhang Zifeng's audacious bet likely stemmed from a strong hand, presumably the Ace of Spades. They promptly folded, conceding the round. "Uncle Shen, will you also fold?" Zhang Zifeng inquired with a smile. "Why fold in the first round? It's merely 10 million. Let's play a hand," Shen Qingzong declared, tossing in 10 million in chips. The dealer continued to deal the cards. Zhang Zifeng received the Queen of Spades, while Shen Qingzong obtained the Queen of Hearts. Both had a flush, but Zhang Zifeng's hand was still superior. "It's my turn to speak again. I apologize." 20 million, Zhang Zifeng said with a smile. "Call," Shen Qingzong replied without hesitation, throwing in 20 million in chips. After 2 rounds of dealing, Zhang Zifeng had a spade flush, while Shen Qingzong had a heart flush. The pot on the table had exceeded 100 million. Both Shen Qingzong and Zhang Zifeng contributed 50 million each. "Uncle Shen, it's time to reveal your cards," Zhang Zifeng remarked with a grin. "I have a flush. I find it hard to believe you have one as well." Shen Qingzong flipped over the Ace of Hearts, revealing a flush of hearts from Ace to 10. This was already the second strongest flush. Only a spade flush could defeat it. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yang subtly shook his head, realizing that Shen Qingzong had indeed run into misfortune. Zhang Zifeng, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of a cold smirk. "Uncle Shen, your hand is indeed impressive, but I'm afraid my whole card is the Ace of Spades." Zhang Zifeng triumphantly revealed his whole card. The smile on Shen Qingzong's face instantly froze. Chu Yang's intuition had proven correct. Ever since he won 200 million last time, he had been convinced of his own destiny, leading him to place unwavering trust in his instincts. He firmly believed Zhang Zifeng was bluffing and that his whole card could not possibly be the Ace of Spades. If he just held on, victory would be his. Little did he know, his intuition had led him astray. Zhang Zifeng indeed had a spade flush. This hand cost him half of his chips, darkening Shen Qingzong's expression. His once overflowing confidence now faced a heavy blow. Indeed, in the time that followed, regardless of the strength of Shen Qingzong's hand, he was consistently outmatched by the other 4 players. The chips in front of him dwindled alarmingly. An hour later, he was left with a mere 5 million. Shen Qingzong's complexion turned increasingly ashen, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. "Uncle Shen, your funds are running low," Zhang Zifeng remarked slowly. "It's just money. Will I ever be without it?" Shen Qingzong scoffed, promptly retrieving his bank card to exchange for another 100 million in chips, resuming his gambling spree. However, it was evident that Lady Luck had abandoned him today. An hour later, his 100 million was reduced to just over 10 million. This scene filled Shen Mengqing with acute anxiety. "Chu Yang, what is happening? Why is my father continuously losing?" Shen Mengqing queried, glancing at Chu Yang. Chapter 61. You're doomed. You've fallen in love. "These individuals are orchestrating a scheme, colluding to siphon your father's money," Chu Yang replied with a cold smile. "Surely not. Last time my father played with them, he won over 2 billion, Shen Mengqing exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of shock. "If one loses on the first gamble, would they dare to gamble a second time?" Chu Yang replied with a knowing smirk. "Of course not. So you mean they intentionally lost to my father last time?" Shen Mengqing's realization dawned upon her. "Exactly. They first gave you a taste of victory, luring you into the trap they had laid," Chu Yang explained slowly. "How did you deduce this?" Shen Mengqing asked, puzzled. "These 4, along with the dealer, are all in cahoots. This dealer consistently dealt favorable cards to your father, making him believe he could win, thus compelling him to wager recklessly in hopes of recouping his losses. Yet, this dealer ensured that the other 4 always received superior cards, causing your father to lose by the narrowest of margins," Chu Yang stated calmly. It truly is the case. That Zhang Zifeng is utterly despicable. He has already extorted 5 billion from my father through property development and now seeks to drain my father's wealth at the gambling table, Shun Mengqing remarked, seething with anger. Indeed, it appears Zhang Zifeng has ensnared your father in a web, and the time for reaping is fast approaching, Chu Yang said slowly. At that moment, a frustrated shout from Shun Qingzong broke through. Damn it, my 2 pairs have lost. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing quickly turned to see that Shun Qingzong's hand consisted of a pair of tens and a pair of queens, while Zhang Zifeng had 3 fives, decisively defeating Shun Qingzong's 2 pairs. Shun Qingzong's remaining 1 million chips vanished once again. Thus far, he had lost 300 million, while Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing conversed. Shun Qingzong had exchanged for another 100 million in chips, only to lose it all in a remarkably short span. Uncle Shun, don't be anxious. Luck ebbs and flows. Perhaps your fortune will turn soon, Zhang Zifeng said, unable to suppress his smug expression. You're right. I will definitely win against you all soon, Shun Qingzong replied, his eyes now intensely bloodshot. He resembled a gambler who had lost his mind, clutching even the last chip in a desperate hope for a comeback. Uncle Shun, you're out of funds, Zhang Zifeng remarked slowly. Let us wager another 100 million, Shun Qingzong declared, producing his bank card. With a hint of arrogance, Zhang Zifeng responded, allow me to cover this 100 million. At that moment, Chu Yang approached and interjected, Chu Yang, what are you doing? Shun Qingzong furrowed his brow. Uncle, if luck isn't on your side, taking a break might help. Why not let me play a few rounds? Chu Yang inquired gently. Indeed, Dad, take a break. Let Chu Yang play a few rounds. Shun Mengqing quickly chimed in, aware that Shun Qingzong only had 100 million in liquid assets left. If he lost again, it would truly be disastrous. While Shun Qingzong was the wealthiest man in the province, with a fortune exceeding 30 billion, assets and liquid cash are distinct matters. Even in later years, those who possessed fortunes in the hundreds of billions might struggle to have 1 or 2 billion readily available. Ladies and gentlemen, may I step in for a couple of rounds? Chu Yang asked slowly. All eyes turned towards Zhang Zifeng. Observing this scene, Chu Yang's heart was filled with cold amusement. It was clear that this scheme had indeed been orchestrated by Zhang Zifeng. However, he was merely a pawn in a larger game. Someone significant must be pulling the strings behind him. The identity of that person required no elaboration. The Zhang family was quite renowned throughout the province, possessing influence and wealth that rivaled Shun Qingzong's. If this scheme were to successfully eliminate Shun Qingzong, then the Zhang family would undoubtedly ascend to become the wealthiest in the province. The stakes of this game are indeed monumental. Yet, Shun Qingzong remains blissfully unaware of the trap he has fallen into. Such cunning tactics are undeniably masterful. Chu Yang finally comprehended the reason behind Shun Qingzong's sudden bankruptcy in his past life. It was orchestrated by the Zhang family. Fortunately, in this life, Shun Mengqing encountered him. He has the power to completely alter Shun Mengqing's tragic fate from her previous existence. Of course, there is no problem, Zhang Zifeng remarked with a smile. After all, the dealer is his ally, and he has already secured an invincible position. Regardless of who takes the place, he will ultimately emerge victorious. Very well, you may proceed. Shun Qingzong reluctantly conceded. He still believed that his losses today were merely due to an unfortunate run of luck. Perhaps after a brief respite, he could replicate his previous triumphs. He rose and took a seat at Shun Mengqing's position. Shun Mengqing promptly relayed Chu Yang's earlier words to him. So that is how it is. How outrageous. That scoundrel dares to deceive me in such a manner. Shun Qingzong's expression shifted dramatically, brimming with fury. Father, you must absolutely refrain from gambling any further, Shun Mengqing pleaded earnestly. Very well, I shall not gamble anymore. But can Chu Yang truly prevail? A look of concern crossed Shun Qingzong's face. The opposition comprises a unified front. In this gambling bout, Chu Yang could be seen as pitted against 5. Even the most skilled gambler would find it challenging to triumph in such circumstances. Father, rest assured, since Chu Yang dares to take a seat, he must possess confidence. I have faith in him, Shun Mengqing declared with unwavering resolve. You wretched girl, you are in for a world of trouble. You have fallen in love. Shun Qingzong said with a bitter smile. After nurturing this cabbage for so many years, it has suddenly been uprooted by an unknown pig. What father would not feel displeased? Even the wealthiest man in the province remains an ordinary father, unable to suppress a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing his daughter's admiration for another man. Father, he truly is an exceptional person. I believe he is someone worthy of my lifelong commitment. Shun Mengqing gazed at Chu Yang, her eyes brimming with affection. Very well. As long as you are happy, I assure you, I will not interfere in your relationship, Shun Qingzong sighed. Thank you, father. Shun Mengqing exclaimed with overwhelming joy. But do not rejoice too soon. Let us see if he can navigate through this group of individuals. Sun Qingzong's expression turned serious. At this moment, Chu Yang had already occupied Sun Qingzong's seat in exchange for 100 million in chips. I never expected you to dare come forward. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Even your undergarments? Zhang Zifeng sneered. We haven't even begun. To discuss winning or losing at this point is rather premature. Chu Yang replied coolly. Soon you will realize that sitting at this gambling table is the gravest mistake of your life. Zhang Zifeng scoffed. Then let us wait and see. Chu Yang retorted indifferently. He could not believe that his extraordinary abilities would falter against these mere mortals. Are you prepared? If so, let us commence the dealing. Zhang Zifeng signaled to the dealer. As the dealer prepared to distribute the cards, Chu Yang suddenly interjected. Hold on. Chapter 62. Your audacity is astonishing. What are you planning? Zhang Zifeng inquired with a furrowed brow. Chu Yang paid him no heed, instead surveying the surroundings. At that moment, a stunningly attractive waitress passed by him, causing his eyes to light up. Shun Mengqing, noticing this, felt a surge of irritation. How could this guy be so shameless? Even at this moment, he is still distracted by beautiful women. Do not be hasty. Perhaps he has other intentions. Sun Qingzong reassured her. Chu Yang, if you wish to admire beauty, could you perhaps choose another location? Zhang Zifeng mocked. The waitress was left feeling a bit awkward under Chu Yang's gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she stood there, unsure of how to react. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of joy. Those who appeared in this setting were either affluent or influential figures. The young man before her, not only youthful but also handsome, could very well elevate her status if he truly took an interest in her. It is often said that every man harbors a dream of heroism, yet every woman secretly longs for a life of luxury. Chu Yang continued to disregard Zhang Zifeng, addressing the waitress instead. Miss, could you please deal the card for us? This request caused Zhang Zifeng and his companions to exchange incredulous glances. Could it be that this fellow has already uncovered their scheme? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Mengqing's expression transformed from anger to delight. So, he merely wants her to assist with the dealing. Indeed, if we change the dealer, they will be unable to employ any tricks. It seems you misjudged him. Shen Qingzong remarked with a knowing smile. I did not intend to. He had been fixated on that woman, which would lead anyone to misconstrue the situation. Shen Mengqing's face flushed as she quickly defended herself. The waitress's expression shifted to one of profound disappointment upon realizing that she was not the object of Chu Yang's interest, but rather a mere facilitator in the game. It seemed that her aspirations of soaring to greater heights were merely fanciful dreams, for in reality, dreams encompass all possibilities. But I cannot deal, the waitress said, her face filled with distress. What I require is precisely your inability to deal. Chu Yang smiled, turning to Zhang Zifeng and the others. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? No objections, Zhang Zifeng replied, his face darkening. Should they refuse, it would certainly appear suspicious. If Chu Yang were to depart with his winnings, their plans would be thwarted. Even with a different dealer, they could still easily overwhelm him, given their numerical advantage. The other three, seeing Zhang Zifeng's consent, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Let us begin dealing, Chu Yang stated coolly. The waitress began shuffling and dealing the cards. Her handling was somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, yet her familiarity with the rules from years of observation prevented any major mistakes. Soon, all 5 players at the table received 2 cards. Chu Yang's whole card was a 2 of diamonds, the smallest possible card, while his visible card was an ace of spades, the highest. He glanced at the other 4 players, taking in their cards. Zhang Zifeng's whole card was a 10 of spades, and his visible card was also a 10 of hearts, a strong hand. Lei Dong held a 9 of spades and a jack of diamonds. Zhao Yang had a queen of spades and a 10 of clubs, while Lu Qi possessed a king of clubs and a jack of hearts. In terms of visible cards, Chu Yang held the largest. However, in terms of whole cards, Zhang Zifeng held the strongest hand. An ace of spades speaks, the waitress addressed Chu Yang. With such a high card, you must raise the stakes significantly. 50 million, Chu Yang declared, tossing out a substantial wager. This prompted a change in expression among the other players. To bet so heavily in the first round, could he possibly hold a pair of aces? The likelihood seemed quite high. After a moment of hesitation, they all folded, opting to discard their hands. The dealer was no longer one of their own, thus they could not maintain their confidence in Chu Yang's cards. Is this how you choose to fold? Chu Yang shook his head, a mocking smile on his face as he revealed his whole card. Just a mere 2. Are you all too cowardly to continue? You actually played a trick. Zhang Zifeng's expression turned grim, while the other 3 shared equally disheartened looks. They had not anticipated being so easily intimidated by Chu Yang. The derisive expression on Chu Yang's face, along with his condescending gaze, left them feeling utterly vexed. Shen Mengqing could not suppress her laughter. Chu Yang was truly incorrigible, employing such a trick. Shen Qingzong remarked, "Indeed, the youth is formidable. At his age, I was far less accomplished. Perhaps he can truly teach these fellows a lesson." Shen Mengqing said with a look of eager anticipation. "There are no rules against cheating at the gambling table, are there?" Chu Yang replied slowly, "Consider yourself fortunate. Let us continue." Zhang Zifeng, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Though the monetary loss this round is not substantial, the humiliation is profound." It was evident that Chu Yang was toying with him and the other three like puppets. The second round commenced. The 5 players each threw in 10,000 as the ante. The female dealer began to deal the cards. After receiving his 2 cards, Chu Yang glanced at the bottom card and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed in 50 million chips, declaring, 50 million. This left Zhang Zifeng and the others utterly flabbergasted. "Are you employing that trick again?" Zhang Zifeng asked, his face dark with displeasure. "Is that not permissible? It's a spade king. Surely, none of you possess a greater card?" Chu Yang inquired nonchalantly. The group exchanged glances and, after a brief hesitation, chose to fold. "You lot are rather timid. My bottom card is merely a spade 3, yet you dare not contest." Chu Yang mockingly revealed his bottom card to them. Zhang Zifeng was so stifled he nearly spat blood. This was the second time Chu Yang had played him for a fool. Each round's financial loss was minimal, yet the sheer humiliation was unbearable. "Let us continue." Zhang Zifeng gritted his teeth as he pushed another 10,000 chips into the pot, suppressing his fury. In the next hand, he resolved to match Chu Yang no matter the stakes. The third round began swiftly. After the first round of dealing, Zhang Zifeng found himself with the strongest hand, a spade queen as his bottom card and a heart queen as his visible card, while Chu Yang's visible card was merely a spade 2, pathetically weak. "At last, it's my turn to speak," Zhang Zifeng sneered. "Speak your mind," Chu Yang replied coolly. "Chu Yang, your hand is so feeble, I fear that after I place my bet, you might not dare to follow." Zhang Zifeng scoffed. "Rest assured, regardless of your wager, I will match it," Chu Yang stated calmly. 30 million, Zhang Zifeng declared, placing his chips on the table. Seeing this, Lei Dong and the others understood that Zhang Zifeng intended to battle Chu Yang head-on and wisely folded, preparing to observe from the sidelines. "I'll match," Chu Yang remarked as he glanced at the dealer's hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he matched the 30 million. "Impressive. Let us continue dealing," Zhang Zifeng replied with a cold chuckle. The dealer proceeded to deal the next card. Zhang Zifeng's hand strengthened with a club queen, now forming a pair, while Chu Yang received a spade 3. Zhang Zifeng's confidence soared. 30 million. "Do you dare to match?" he challenged, tossing in the chips with a provocative gaze. "I'll match," Chu Yang declared without hesitation, adding 30 million to the pot. The total chips on the table reached a staggering 120 million. "Isn't that a touch reckless?" "Chu Yang, do you truly believe you can compete?" Shen Qingzong asked, frowning. "Father, I trust that Chu Yang has his reasons. Have faith." Shen Mengqing advised gently. "Very well, I shall await the outcome." Shen Qingzong nodded. "Chu Yang, you truly possess audacity, actually daring to match," Zhang Zifeng sneered. "I stated I would match, thus I shall," Chu Yang replied coolly. "This round, I intend to ensure you lose everything," Zhang Zifeng retorted with a sinister grin. "Who wins and who loses remains to be seen," Chu Yang responded, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, as if everything were under his control. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I see you have 40 million left on the table, so I shall raise it by 40 million. Do you dare to follow?" Zhang Zifeng coldly inquired. "Of course I dare," Chu Yang replied without a moment's hesitation, pushing forth the 40 million. The pot surged to 200 million, marking the highest stakes of the day. "You truly fear nothing. Soon you will understand just how humiliating your defeat will be." Zhang Zifeng signaled to the dealer to deal the final cards. The dealer swiftly completed the deal. The penultimate card revealed for Chu Yang was a spade 4, while Zhang Zifeng received a diamond queen, giving him 4 queens. However, uncertainty crept into his mind as Chu Yang's hand appeared to be a straight flush. The odds of such a hand were exceedingly rare. Zhang Zifeng recalled Chu Yang's previous actions and was convinced the latter was attempting to cheat once more. This time, he could not allow it to succeed. The final card was revealed, a spade 5 for Chu Yang, truly forming a straight flush. A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Zifeng's mind. If Chu Yang's bottom card was a spade ace, then his 4 queens would be insignificant. That 100 million would be surrendered to Chu Yang. As he unveiled his last card, his eyes lit up. "Spade ace. With the spade ace in my possession. You cannot possibly have a straight flush," Zhang Zifeng bellowed, laughter echoing in triumph. "Not so fast. Do not celebrate prematurely. Let us reveal the cards," Chu Yang said calmly. "I have 4 queens, Let us see how you can win against that. Zhang Zifeng mocked, a smug smile creeping onto his face. For queens? It seems you are convinced of your victory. Shun Qingzong sighed, finally relinquishing hope. Even with the spade ace in Zhang Zifeng's hand, the probability of Chu Yang having a straight flush is virtually impossible. Impossible. He remains so composed. He cannot possibly lose, Shen Mengqing asserted. Chu Yang, surely you have nothing left to say. That money is mine. Zhang Zifeng laughed heartily, reaching for the chips. Not so fast. I have yet to reveal my hand. Chu Yang replied coolly. With the spade ace in my hand, can you truly defeat me? Zhang Zifeng taunted. Who says one cannot have a straight flush without a spade ace? Ladies and gentlemen, behold my straight flush. Chu Yang smiled as he revealed his bottom card. The onlookers gasped in shock as Zhang Zifeng stood frozen in disbelief, his face contorted with incredulity. A spade six? How could it possibly be a spade six? This is inconceivable, Zhang Zifeng roared, appearing to lose all rationality. The fall from grace can sometimes occur in the blink of an eye, a reality he struggled to accept. It's quite normal to have a spade six, Chu Yang stated calmly. Thus, you initially held a mere 2 and a 6. Yet you dare to continue matching my bets. Pray tell, what has bestowed upon you such audacity? Zhang Zifeng's countenance darkened, his mind enveloped in confusion. A pair of low cards such as these could almost warrant a fold. Yet, Chu Yang refrained from discarding his hand, ultimately forming a straight flush. Could it be that this individual possesses the gift of foresight, or is he capable of deciphering the cards? Fortunately, Chu Yang remained oblivious to Zhang Zifeng's inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would surely have clapped him on the shoulder and declared, Brother, you have uncovered the truth. The reason for Chu Yang's steadfastness, despite his poor hand, lay in his ability to perceive the cards held by the waitress, leading him to deduce that he could attain a straight flush. With a hand as formidable as that, he naturally felt emboldened to confront Zhang Zifeng. Of course, such revelations were not something he would disclose to Zhang Zifeng. Thank you, young Master Zhang. I shall gladly accept this money, Chu Yang proclaimed as he stood, scooping up the entire pot from the table. In an instant, the chips before him swelled to an astonishing 200 million. Zhang Zifeng's expression soured further upon witnessing this turn of events, his heart swelling with frustration to the point of nausea. I'm done, he declared angrily, rising to his feet. Young Master Zhang, are you truly so quick to concede? Chu Yang taunted. Say what you will. After all, I have won over 2 billion today, Zhang Zifeng retorted with a cold smirk. Should you choose not to continue, then return Uncle Shen's money, Chu Yang stated coldly. On what grounds? Zhang Zifeng demanded, his expression darkening. For the very reason that you orchestrated a scheme to swindle Uncle Shen out of his money, Chu Yang replied slowly. Be cautious with your words. You lack evidence. Zhang Zifeng warned, his demeanor shifting. Whether it is true, only you know in your heart, Chu Yang replied with a disdainful snort. At this table, victory and defeat rely solely on skill. I have no intention of relinquishing this money. Even if you refuse to return it today, I assure you, you will eventually pay every last cent, Zhang Zifeng threatened coldly. Anyone can boast. I eagerly await to see what means you possess, Chu Yang replied, unfazed. Zhang Zifeng laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively as he departed. Gentlemen, do you wish to continue? Chu Yang inquired, glancing at Lei Dong and his companions. I just remember my cat is about to give birth. My gas tank is empty. My sister-in-law is in labor. The trio hastily replied, eager to escape. Soon, the private room was left with only Chu Yang, his 2 companions, and the dealer waitress. Miss, you have worked hard today. Please accept this tip, Chu Yang said, tossing a 10,000 yuan chip her way. The waitress's face lit up with excitement. After all, her monthly salary was only 2,000. Chu Yang's generosity was akin to a windfall, amounting to nearly half a year's wages. Thank you, sir. She beamed at him, her eyes sparkling. Had it not been for Shen Mengqing standing beside Chu Yang, she might have thrown herself into his arms. With such wealth, she would not have minded spending an evening with him. All right, you may leave now. Chu Yang gestured, prompting the waitress to exit. I never imagined that after years of navigating the business world, I would be outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Indeed, I am growing old, Shen Qingzong sighed. Uncle, do you truly believe that a mere Zhang Zifeng could orchestrate such a grand scheme? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Are you referring to Zhang Qianyang? Shen Qingzong's expression darkened. Zhang Qianyang was the head of the Zhang family, father to Zhang Zifeng. It is undoubtedly him, Chu Yang affirmed, recalling his indelible impression of Zhang Qianyang. Following the Shun family's bankruptcy, Zhang Qianyang had ascended to become the richest man in the province for over 20 years. Only now did he realize that this man was the mastermind behind the Shun family's downfall. This old fox never ceases to conspire against me. Shen Qingzong scoffed. Father, Please refrain from gambling in the future, Shin Mengqing advised. Very well, but the 5 billion invested in that development project may be difficult to retrieve, Shun Qingzong replied. Concern etched across his features. Rest assured, uncle, in a few days I believe you will take action, and I shall respond accordingly, Chu Yang assured him calmly. If you succeed in this endeavor, I shall no longer interfere in your matters with Mengqing, Shun Qingzong conceded. Do not worry, uncle. I will ensure that the 5 billion is returned in full, Chu Yang declared confidently. After a discussion spanning several minutes, the group prepared to depart. Upon stepping outside, Shun Qingzong and Shun Mengqing left together, as she expressed her desire to return home for a few days. Chu Yang had no objections and resolved to visit Qinghe Real Estate to attend to some matters, as it was his first company and deserved his attention. Arriving at the entrance of Qinghe Real Estate, Chu Yang had already spoken with Fang Datong beforehand, thus avoiding any awkward encounters with security regarding the new owner. Fang Datong stood at the entrance, ready to welcome him into the president's office. President Chu, the business license has been processed. This company shall henceforth be known as Qingyang Real Estate, Fang Datong announced, presenting the license before Chu Yang. Upon inspecting it, Chu Yang noted the company name, Qingyang Real Estate, with functions including real estate sales and property development, and himself listed as the legal representative with a capital infusion of 1 billion. A satisfied expression graced Chu Yang's face. Fang Datong's efficiency was commendable. Well done, he remarked lightly. This is my duty. By the way, President Chu, here is the intention letter for the land auction. Please review it, Fang Datong said, handing over a neatly organized document. Previously, Chu Yang had mentioned a government auction of land. Despite not receiving any updates, Fang Datong diligently executed his tasks, thereby earning the trust of his new employer. Such diligence is what makes a strong team. It was only 3 days since Chu Yang had first broached the topic. I shall ensure that the matters you instructed are handled with utmost care, Fang Datong stated promptly. Excellent, let me take a look, Chu Yang replied as he lowered his gaze to the intention letter. After a thorough examination lasting over 10 minutes, he finally completed his review. Are there any issues with the intention letter, President Chu? Please let me know, and I will rectify them immediately, Fang Datong inquired cautiously. The letter seems satisfactory. It appears you're no novice at this, Chu Yang remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, I have managed all aspects of land auctions for the company in the past. Fang Datong responded with a beaming smile. It seems Yang Yinhai knows how to employ talent effectively, Chu Yang observed with a chuckle. You flatter me, President Chu. If you find the intention letter to be acceptable, I will finalize it, Fang Datong said humbly. Proceed with the finalization, Chu Yang instructed. May I inquire when the notification for the land auction will be issued? Fang Datong asked curiously. Chu Yang glanced at the calendar, recalling that the notification was indeed slated for release today. However, the specific time eluded his memory. After all, he was not omniscient. Today is the day. It should be imminent, Chu Yang spoke slowly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Datong's phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Fang Datong looked at Chu Yang with immense excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Mr. Chu, you truly possess the gift of foresight. The government has indeed issued an announcement regarding the auction of land. Despite his youth, it appeared that this Mr. Chu had remarkable connections, able to obtain insider information ahead of time. In business, the essence lies in the war of information. It seems that working under such a visionary leader promises a bright future. Prepare well. If we successfully acquire the land this time, I shall reward you with a bonus, Chu Yang said gently. The best way to motivate employees is not through empty promises, but through financial incentives. As long as the compensation is adequate, employees would willingly toil for you. They come to work to earn a living, not to forge friendships. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will certainly give my all, Fang Datong exclaimed with fervor. By the way, how is my house coming along? Chu Yang inquired calmly. Chapter 65. I am, in fact, the new owner here. After purchasing the company, Chu Yang promptly acquired the penthouse, as the villa was already furnished, albeit lacking in decor. He entrusted Fang Datong with the task of selecting appropriate furnishings. The furniture has been procured. Would you like to take a look? Fang Datong asked eagerly. All right, let's go see it. If it's satisfactory, I shall move in directly, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. The previous residence was far too cramped. Now that he had the opportunity to inhabit a grand villa, who could possibly adapt to a smaller abode? Fang Datong promptly escorted Chu Yang to the location of the property. This community was an exceptionally upscale enclave in Tian'an City. Even after more than 20 years, it remained a haven for the affluent. In his past life, every time Chu Yang passed this area and witnessed the luxurious cars coming and going, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. However, at that time, He could do nothing but watch. With the Li family's exploitation, he had been forced to endure a life of poverty. Now, having been reborn, he finally resided here, in the penthouse no less. The feeling was indescribably exhilarating. This community was named Ziyun Jinfufu. The environment was quite splendid, with excellent greenery and various facilities impeccably maintained. After all, those who reside here possess a certain status, and the surroundings must reflect that. Moreover, the security personnel were imposing and robust, quite unlike many places that merely hire elderly individuals to maintain appearances. One might wonder how those aged guards would protect anyone in the event of an actual crisis. As they reached the entrance, Fong Datong greeted the security guard, who then granted them access. Guided by Fong Datong, Chu Yang finally stood before his villa. The residence was indeed vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, surrounded by water and hidden among verdant trees. The picturesque environment was undeniable. "Mr. Chu, I've already purchased the furniture. Here are the keys. You may move in at your convenience," Fong Datong said, presenting the keys. "Thank you for your efforts," Chu Yang replied, accepting the keys. "You're welcome. Please go ahead inside." "I must return to the company," Fong Datong said, pleased to see Chu Yang's satisfaction. A happy boss surely meant a better life for his employees. With that, he took his leave. Chu Yang gazed at the villa before him, feeling a surge of excitement. In his past life, owning such a grand residence was merely a dream. To think that in this life he had truly acquired it. This illustrates that for an ordinary person to defy fate, the only avenues available are through time travel or reincarnation. For those interested, perhaps it is worth a try. Just as Chu Yang was about to approach the villa, a startled voice called out, "Chu Yang, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yang furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with it. It belonged to Li Shaoqin. Looking up, he saw her entwined with a man in his 50s standing not far away, accompanied by Wang Guimei and Li Xiaoping. "What I do here is of no concern to you," Chu Yang replied coolly, as he had no desire to engage with that family, and continued toward the villa. "Wait, you can't just wander around. This villa is the penthouse. Not just anyone can enter," Li Shaoqin interjected immediately. "This is my house. Of course I can go in," Chu Yang stated calmly. "Chu Yang, you really enjoy boasting, don't you? How could a good-for-nothing like you possibly afford this villa?" Li Xiaoping scoffed. "You are the true good-for-nothing. Yet you dare label others as such," Chu Yang retorted with a cold smile. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Xiaoping exclaimed, nearly hopping in frustration. "Am I mistaken? Back then, you got that woman pregnant, and I had to pay for the abortion. You incurred gambling debts, and I had to settle them. You even expected me to buy a house for your wedding. Had it not been for your sister's nightly escapades, you would have starved long ago," Chu Yang said dismissively. "You are slandering me." Li Xiaoping seethed, nearly choking on his anger. "Chu Yang, how can you speak to my brother like that? When we were together, you were supposed to help him. After you became wealthy, you abandoned me. You are the quintessential scoundrel," Li Xiaoqin immediately countered. "Indeed, you are a coward. Now that you have made money, you still refuse to provide the 50,000 in dowry and a house. Men like you are truly beneath contempt," Wang Guimei said, her face contorted in indignation. "Enough. I do not wish to waste my breath on you wretches. It is utterly disgusting," Chu Yang said with a look of disdain, continuing toward the villa. "Wait." The middle-aged man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "And you are?" Chu Yang asked, furrowing his brow. "This is my fiancé, Ji Chong. He is in the building materials business. The supplier for this community is him," Li Xiaoqin said proudly, linking her arm with the middle-aged man. "I see. And what do you want from me?" Chu Yang asked coldly. "I heard that this villa was purchased by the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate. So I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Be cautious not to provoke him," Ji Chong said gravely. He had come here today upon hearing that the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate was residing in this villa, intending to pay a visit and maintain business relations. After all, Qinghe Real Estate was a large company, and each property development was significant in scale. If he could secure this business, it would be immensely profitable. "Is that so? I forgot to mention that I am, in fact, the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate," Chu Yang said slowly. The moment those words left his lips, everyone stood stunned for 3 seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter. They laughed until tears streamed down their faces, their expressions rife with derision. "You are the new owner? Chu Yang, can you stop boasting?" Li Xiaoping laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. "Chu Yang, I once thought of you as an honest person, but I never imagined you would now resort to fabricating lies," Li Xiaoqin scoffed. "Qinghe Real Estate is valued at over 10 billion. Do you possess such wealth?" Ji Chong asked with a disdainful snort. "Darling, at most, he has earned a mere billion by sheer luck. How could he possibly have over 10 billion? You actually believe his nonsense," Li Xiaoqin said dismissively. Being young with 1 billion in assets is already quite impressive. Ji Chang nodded in agreement. But that still pales in comparison to you, Li Xiaoqin said with a teasing smile. Over the years, Ji Chang has amassed a fortune of nearly 5 billion yuan through Qinghe real estate, rendering Chu Yang's mere 1 billion assets insignificant in his eyes. You don't believe it? Chu Yang inquired nonchalantly. Of course not, Ji Chang retorted with a derisive laugh. Very well, from this day forth, the collaboration between Qinghe real estate and you is hereby terminated, Chu Yang stated slowly. Shouldn't we have an explanation? This remark elicited a fresh wave of laughter from the crowd. You truly believe yourself to be the owner of Qinghe real estate? To simply declare the termination of our partnership? I'm genuinely terrified. Ji Chang exaggeratedly patted his chest, feigning fear. Indeed, Chu Yang, there must be a limit to your bravado. With such a meager sum, how could you possibly afford Qinghe real estate? Li Xiaoqin scoffed. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yang had made over 4 billion through futures trading. Otherwise, she might have been driven to madness. People are often like this. When an X surpasses them, it feels worse than death itself. Naturally, Chu Yang would never boast about his earnings of over 4 billion. If such information attracted unwanted attention, it could prove detrimental. Human nature can be quite vile. Those who believe the world is a beautiful place often meet their demise swiftly. This does not concern you, since you choose not to believe. I shall make a phone call, Chu Yang declared, retrieving his phone to dial Fang Datong. Come to my residence. You dare call this your home? Your audacity knows no bounds, Li Xiaoqin sneered. Chu Yang unlocked the villa door with a key, casually responding, I possess the key. How can it not be my home? The crowd was left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Chu Yang truly held the key. Did you steal that key? Li Xiaoping asked incredulously. Fool! Conversing with you is lowering my IQ, Chu Yang replied disdainfully. Chu Yang, Xiaoping has a point. That key must have been stolen. You should confess, or I shall call the police, Li Xiaoqin warned with a cold huff. Truly, not a single family member is wise. Your brother is a fool, and so are you. Be gone. I find your presence distasteful, Chu Yang replied with an impassive expression. Dare to enter, and I shall report you for trespassing, Li Xiaoqin threatened immediately. Suit yourself, Chu Yang responded, his good mood thoroughly soured by Li Xiaoqin's family. After all, he had come to view his new house, only to encounter such a repugnant family, much like discovering a fly in one's meal. Just as Chu Yang was about to step inside, Fang Datong rushed over, panting. He had dropped everything upon receiving Chu Yang's call. In this vast world, the boss reigns supreme. The boss's matters are of utmost importance. What brings you here? Ji Chang asked, a hint of surprise in his voice upon seeing Fang Datong. Dear, who is this? Li Xiaoqin inquired, curious. He is Fang Datong, the department manager at Qinghe Real Estate, a figure of considerable authority within the company, Ji Chang replied. What a coincidence. His presence could easily expose Chu Yang's true identity. Li Xiaoqin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, now that someone from Qinghe Real Estate is here, I look forward to watching this coward charade unravel, Li Xiaoping proclaimed with great satisfaction. Ji Chang nodded, promptly approaching Fang Datong. Mr. Fang, it's been a while. I trust you are well. Ah, Mr. Ji, what a surprise. What brings you here? Fang Datong responded with a broad smile. I heard you have a new boss residing here, so I thought I would pay a visit. To my astonishment, I discovered someone impersonating your boss and attempting to unlawfully enter a private residence. Such a person must be reported to the authorities, Ji Chang articulated slowly. What? Such a thing has occurred? Where's this person? We must apprehend him. Fang Datong's expression shifted to one of anger. It's him. Hurry, seize him. Li Xiaoping shouted, pointing at Chu Yang. Fang Datong followed the direction of the finger and immediately recognized Chu Yang standing helplessly at the entrance. He quickly understood why Chu Yang had summoned him. He had encountered a group of fools. However, Fang Datong felt a surge of satisfaction. The fact that Chu Yang had called him to resolve the situation indicated that he held a respected position in Chu Yang's eyes. Without delay, Fang Datong hurried toward Chu Yang. The onlookers assumed he was going to confront Chu Yang, their faces alight with smugness. Chu Yang, your time is up. Let us see how you maintain your facade now, Li Xiaoping sneered coldly. Chu Yang, you should apologize immediately, or you may find yourself imprisoned, Li Xiaoqin added, relishing the unfolding drama. How dare you impersonate the owner of Qinghe Real Estate? Such audacity is unbelievable, Ji Chang mocked. What a pack of fools, Chu Yang remarked indifferently. Even now, you still cling to defiance. Soon, you will find yourself in tears, Li Xiaoqin scoffed. Fang Datong swiftly reached Chu Yang's side and bowed deeply, addressing him with utmost respect. Boss. This single word reverberated like thunder in the ears of Ji Chang and the others, leaving them utterly stunned. Their smiles froze in place, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Chu Yang truly was the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate. Regret gnawed deeper at Li Xiaoqin's heart. Owning Qinghe Real Estate implied that Chu Yang possessed at least 10 billion in assets. Had she known, she would have treated him better. If they had not broken up, all that wealth would be hers, and she would be the CEO's wife. The thought was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart, leaving her in agony. Ji Chang, on the other hand, was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with a single phrase. It was over. He had never anticipated that the person he came to visit would be Chu Yang. This meeting had ended before it even began. When Chu Yang announced the termination of their collaboration, it could mean the end of his company, sending waves of panic through him. Impossible. He is merely a coward. How could he be the owner of Qinghe Real Estate? Li Xiaopeng shouted, struggling to accept the reality before him. How absurd. Am I truly so blind as to not recognize my own boss? Fang Datong erupted in fury. With a resounding slap, he struck Li Xiaopeng across the face, leaving him dazed and his cheeks swollen. You imbecile, do you still not grasp the gravity of the situation? Ji Chang bellowed angrily, revealing himself as the source of the slap. Li Xiaopeng clutched his face, utterly speechless. Mr. Ji, you claimed Mr. Chu was an imposter. Should you not provide an explanation? Fang Datong inquired darkly. Chapter 67, A Call from Father. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang crumpled to the ground, fully aware that he had fallen into a deep pit. If Chu Yang did not forgive him, he might never recover. In desperation, he knelt and pleaded, Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your worth. Please, spare me. What nonsense is this, Mr. Ji? Did you not threaten to call the police on me? I await their arrival. Chu Yang replied coolly. What? Call the police? Ji Chang, you are exceedingly bold. Fang Datong's fury flared instantly, his eyes fixed on Ji Chang with intensity. Mr. Fang, I must have been blinded by greed earlier. You must explain the situation to Mr. Chu. Ji Chang lamented with a woeful expression. Boss, how do you intend to handle him? Fang Datong disregarded Ji Chang and instead inquired of Chu Yang. From now on, we must exercise stringent scrutiny over our suppliers. We shall no longer collaborate with those of inferior quality, Chu Yang stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang felt as if struck by lightning and stood frozen in place, fully aware that Chu Yang had just pronounced his sentence. Mr. Chu, please grant me another chance. I shall never err again. I can offer a rebate of 30% on profits. Please do not terminate our partnership. Ji Chang was desperate. A 30% rebate meant he would earn at least several million less with every supply. A 30% rebate? Boss, what do you think? Fang Datong was equally astonished by Ji Chang's audacity. Mr. Ji certainly has grand ambitions. Chu Yang remarked with a knowing smile. As long as I can continue collaborating with you, this is a trivial matter. Although Ji Chang felt the sting of the sacrifice, he could only force a smile. Qinghe Real Estate is the largest property company in Tiannan, having developed numerous projects. Even with the reduced earnings, the substantial demand from Qinghe Real Estate would ensure his continued profitability. If he were to work with a smaller company, the lack of business would render high prices meaningless. Ji Chang, having built such a substantial enterprise, was no fool. However, even the wisest can make foolish mistakes. This single misstep had cost him dearly. Given Mr. Ji's sincerity, how can we refuse? Datong, please draft a new supply contract, Chu Yang said with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Rest assured, I will enforce stringent quality controls and become your most reliable supplier, Ji Chang exclaimed, elated, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He could feel the sweat soaking his back. Fortunately, he had mustered the courage to make sacrifices, or he might not have survived this ordeal. Very well. I shall await your performance, but I have a piece of advice for you, Chu Yang said slowly. Please share, Mr. Chu, Ji Chang replied, lowering his head in a display of humility. In the future, be more discerning in your choice of companions. Do not settle for any low-quality individuals, Chu Yang remarked, glancing at Li Xiaoqin. With that, he paid no further attention to the group and entered the villa. Li Xiaoqin was still reeling from the shock of Chu Yang purchasing such an extravagant villa, and it took her a moment to process being called low quality. Regret flooded her heart. Had she not parted ways with Chu Yang, she could have been the mistress of this villa. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and no amount of lamentation would change her fate. Fang Datong glanced at Ji Chang and said, Mr. Ji, please attend to your personal matters. I shall await you at the company to sign the contract. With that, he turned and left. Chu Yang's final remark before entering the house was one he believed Ji Chang would comprehend. If he did not, then there was little reason to continue the partnership. Darling, Li Xiaoqin said cautiously, glancing at Ji Chang. At that moment, Ji Chang's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at her. Slap! A resounding blow struck Li Xiaoqin's face, causing her meticulously styled hair to fall apart. 5 distinct finger marks appeared on her fair cheek. Why did you hit me? She stammered, incredulous. My company nearly went bankrupt because of you, you jinx. We're done. You have until today to move your things out of my house. Ji Chang's face was clouded with anger as he declared. With that, he stormed away, leaving Li Shaoqin and her family standing in disarray. From his vantage point in the villa, Chu Yang observed this scene through the window, a cold smile gracing his lips. This family truly reaped what they sowed. However, he chose to disregard them. After all, he and Li Shaoqin's family belonged to entirely different worlds. To entangle himself further with them would only tarnish his own standing. Chu Yang turned his attention back to exploring his villa. The opulence of this residence was staggering, spanning 5 stories. Each floor exceeded 500 square meters. The ceiling on the first floor even surpassed 5 meters in height, lending an air of grandeur to the villa. The floors were laid with marble, and all furnishings were of renowned brands. Various exquisite crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling. Their different colors illuminated the living room in a kaleidoscope of hues, as if one were transported to a vibrant stage. The walls were adorned with an array of valuable paintings and calligraphy. However, to Chu Yang's discerning eye, these artworks bore no antique value. They were all contemporary pieces, with the most expensive among them fetching no more than 300,000. Yet, Chu Yang was indifferent. For him, appraising antiques was merely a means of making a profit. Just then his phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from his father, Chu Song. A look of surprise crossed Chu Yang's face. He had not expected his father to travel from their rural hometown to Tianan. His hometown was a remote village situated 50 kilometers from a city. Like many children from rural backgrounds, Chu Yang had come from humble beginnings, navigating through high school and university. He had lived an ordinary life in the big city, struggling with a girlfriend who was a burden. In his previous life, had it not been for his parents' support, he might have ended up homeless. Reflecting on the past evoked a pang of sadness in his heart. In this life, he had attained wealth and was determined to ensure his parents enjoyed a good life. He was just preparing to wrap up the land auction and bring his parents to live with him. Dad, what is the matter? Chu Yang asked, adjusting his mood as he answered the call. Yang, your mother and I are in Tianan, Chu Song replied. What? You're in Tianan? Where are you now? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. Your aunt called us over. We're having lunch together later. She'll be picking us up shortly, Chu Song explained. Aunt? Chu Yang frowned at the mention. His aunt, Chu Wan, was notoriously superficial, especially since her daughter had landed a general manager from a publicly listed company. Her arrogance had soared. She frequently boasted in front of Chu Yang's parents, subtly belittling him. In his previous life, due to the influence of Li Shaoqin's family, he had lived in poverty, and his parents had often been subjected to Chu Wan's disdain. Considering the timeline, his cousin must have already secured a relationship with that general manager. Hence, his aunt was eager to summon his parents. This aunt was truly insufferable if she couldn't boast for a day. Chu Yang shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, this life was different. Today, he planned to address his aunt's obnoxious habits firmly. Were you having lunch? I'll come find you, Chu Yang asked slowly. I believe it's at the Qingyang Grand Hotel, Chu Song replied. Though not the most opulent hotel in Tianan, the Qingyang Grand Hotel was still quite pricey. It seemed his aunt was willing to spend lavishly to save face. All right, I'll head over shortly, Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, I decided to have my parents stay, thus sparing myself the trip back to my hometown. Chu Yang departed from the villa, driving his Bentley to the Qingyang Grand Hotel. Strictly speaking, the Qingyang Grand Hotel could be classified as a 3-star establishment. In this era, where automobiles were a rare sight, any vehicle parked here could be deemed luxurious. There were numerous BMWs and Mercedes, yet all paled in comparison to Chu Yang's Bentley 728. He parked his car in a designated spot beside a blue BMW 1 Series, which appeared diminutive in its presence. However, in this age, anyone able to afford a BMW was certainly the envy of many. As soon as he parked, Chu Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Song. Yang, where are you? Chu Song inquired. I'm downstairs and heading up now, Chu Yang replied. Previously, Chu Song had already informed him of the private room number. Chu Yang made his way to the room, and just before entering, he happened to catch a glimpse of Shun Mengxing passing by. What brings him here? Shun Mengxing wondered, promptly sending a text message to Chu Yang. Upon entering the private room, Chu Yang's phone buzzed, but he chose not to check it until he was seated. Inside, 5 individuals were already present. A modestly dressed, sun-kissed middle-aged couple sat together, his parents, Chu Song and Lin Suifan. Beside them was a middle-aged woman adorned in extravagant jewelry, who bore a slight resemblance to Chu Song. She was Chu Wan. Additionally, there was a young couple, a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The young woman, of similar age to Chu Yang, was fashionably attired, also bedecked in opulent accessories. with a designer handbag at her side and an air of unwarranted superiority upon her face. This young woman was none other than Chu Yang's cousin, Zhao Ying. Upon Chu Yang's entrance, all heads turned towards him. "Younger, you've arrived," Lin Suifan exclaimed, her face illuminating with a warm smile. In that moment, the sight of Lin Suifan's smile stirred a pang of bittersweet nostalgia within Chu Yang as he recalled the tribulations of his previous life. It was his own impotence and timidity that had subjected his parents to such hardships. This time around, he vowed never to allow such circumstances to recur. "Dad, Mom, how have you been?" Chu Yang inquired with a smile as he settled in. "We're doing well. Come greet your aunt," Lin Suifan replied cheerfully. "Xiao Yang, I must say, you look increasingly vibrant after all these years," Chu Wan remarked with a smile. "Aunt, you two are looking more youthful. And cousin seems more beautiful than ever," Chu Yang responded slowly. Zhao Ying merely offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent, clearly unimpressed by Chu Yang's family. Her demeanor radiated reluctance, as if she was obliged to attend merely to satisfy Chu Wan's vanity. Observing this, Chu Yang internally shook his head, reflecting on how Zhao Ying, who once eagerly followed him in their childhood, had transformed. The world, akin to a grand dye vat, tainted hearts with myriad hues, stripping away the innocence of bygone days. "Your words are ever so sweet, Xiao Yang," Chu Wan chuckled. The young man seated beside Zhao Ying was her fiancé, Lu Lin, a department manager at a publicly traded company, earning an annual salary exceeding 300,000. Such an income was indeed considered high in this era. Although Chu Yang had encountered Lu in his previous life, he feigned unfamiliarity now. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yang took a seat and glanced at his phone, noticing a text from Shun Mengqing, which revealed that she too was present. He promptly informed her of the situation in the room. Upon receiving Chu Yang's message, Shun Mengqing's eyes widened in surprise. She anticipated that Chu Yang's parents would be dining here. As his girlfriend, it would be rather inappropriate for her not to make an appearance. Thus, she promptly instructed the staff to send some beverages and exquisite dishes to Chu Yang's private room. A task easily accomplished, as this hotel was part of her family's business. Moreover, she took the time to prepare herself, wishing to make a favorable impression on Chu Yang's parents during their first meeting. Meanwhile, the gathering in the private room had already commenced. Chu Wan turned to Chu Yang and asked, "Xiao Yang, what are you currently working on?" "I am presently unemployed," Chu Yang replied. His statement was not entirely inaccurate. After all, being a boss does not equate to traditional employment. "Oh dear, not working at your age? How will you support a family or find a girlfriend?" Chu Wan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Aunt, you need not worry. I will certainly seek employment diligently," Chu Yang replied, unaffected by her tone. "Perhaps you could ask Xiaoan for some assistance," Chu Wan suggested slowly. "Mom, my fiancé works for a publicly traded company, and they don't hire just anyone." Zhao Ying interjected, visibly displeased. "We are all relatives. We should help one another," Chu Wan responded nonchalantly. "What qualifications does your cousin possess?" Luan coughed, inquiring. "Just an ordinary second-tier degree," Chu Yang answered. "In that case, I'm afraid I cannot assist. My company only hires graduates from 985 or 211 universities. My apologies." Luan replied, a hint of disdain evident on his face. "That's all right. I'm not in a rush to find work," Chu Yang said calmly. "However, you're not too young anymore. You ought to consider finding a girlfriend," Chu Wan urged earnestly. "Aunt, rest assured, I already have a girlfriend," Chu Yang replied slowly, revealing that Shun Mengqing had indeed texted him earlier about coming over. "Younger, didn't you mention you had broken up with Xiaoqin last time?" Chu Song asked, puzzled. "Yes, I did. I found a new girlfriend, one who is 100 times more beautiful than Li Xiaoqin," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "You're bragging. With your standing, it's a miracle that someone like Li Xiaoqin would even want you, let alone breaking up with her. Do you really think a woman 100 times more beautiful would take notice of you?" Zhao Ying scoffed, looking at Chu Yang with disdain. She found it incomprehensible that he would so boldly fabricate such absurd claims. "Indeed, Xiao Yang, I understand you wish to spare your parents any worry, but one should not resort to falsehoods." Chu Wan shook her head, her expression reflecting disappointment. "Aunt, I assure you it's true. She just texted me, saying she would be arriving shortly, and you will see for yourselves," Chu Yang said, a smirk forming within as he perceived Chu Wan's feigned piety, which likely concealed her inner delight at his misfortunes. "Is that so? I shall await the arrival of your girlfriend, who you claim is 100 times more beautiful than Li Xiaoqin," Zhao Ying retorted with a huff. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a dozen servers entered, bringing with them an array of exquisite dishes: matsutake mushrooms, Boston lobster, caviar, foie gras, and a bottle of Lafite. The lavish spread left everyone in a state of astonishment. Luan swallowed hard, taken aback by the opulence before them. If all these dishes were to be served, wouldn't this meal cost tens of thousands of yuan? Especially the Lafite, which is worth several tens of thousands. He was reluctant to spend such an extravagant amount on a meal for his less affluent relatives. Consequently, he promptly exclaimed, "I did not order these dishes. Nor did I request the wine. Rest assured, sir, all these dishes are complimentary today," the head waiter replied with utmost respect. "Wow, darling. Do you know the owner of this hotel?" Zhao Ying asked with surprise. "Well, it's somewhat the case," Luan replied with a dry smile. "My son-in-law is quite impressive. He even knows the owner of this grand hotel, and we get to dine here for free." Chu Yang's proud smile became increasingly difficult to conceal. "Sister, you are truly fortunate," Chu Song remarked with a grin. "Indeed, if my sister-in-law's good fortune to have found such a capable husband. Thus, a man must possess abilities. Those who merely boast without substance are of no worth." At this moment, Chu Yang's vanity had inflated to its peak, completely disregarding the Chu Yang family. Chu Song and Lin Suifan remained meek and did not dare to speak. Only Chu Yang harbored a cold laugh in his heart, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by Shan Mengqing and had nothing to do with Luan. However, he chose to remain silent. Knowing how excited Chu Yang's family was now, they would soon find themselves in an embarrassing predicament. Luan genuinely believed that this meal was complimentary due to his influence, and thus grandly waved his hand, opened that bottle of red wine. "Since it's free, we might as well enjoy it. It's rare to have such fine wine." "I apologize, sir. This meal is not complimentary because of you," the head waiter stated slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into stunned silence, particularly Chu Yang's family, whose smiles had completely frozen. Luan's face turned crimson, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "Then why are we receiving this complimentary meal?" Chu Yang asked, swallowing hard. The head waiter ignored her and turned to Chu Yang. Shin Mengqing had already clearly instructed him, even providing a photo of Chu Yang. He recognized that this young man was the boyfriend of the young lady, and thus dared not show any disregard. "Mr. Chu, may I ask if we can open this wine?" The head waiter inquired respectfully. Witnessing this, the faces of the crowd displayed sheer astonishment. Gasps echoed within the private room, as everyone regarded Chu Yang as if he were an extraterrestrial being, including his parents. What on earth is happening? Chu Yang was dumbfounded, utterly unwilling to accept the reality before her. "This was arranged by my girlfriend," Chu Yang stated slowly. "Your girlfriend? What does she do?" Chu Yang asked curiously. "This hotel belongs to her family," Chu Yang replied with a smile. With a gasp, the crowd was taken aback, their chairs sliding several centimeters across the floor, producing a jarring sound against the tiles. They never anticipated that Chu Yang had found such a wealthy girlfriend. "A woman of such means would not possibly choose you unless you were exceptionally unattractive," Zhao Ying sneered suddenly. "I have already mentioned that my girlfriend is 100 times more beautiful than Li Shaoqin," Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. "Do you expect me to believe your words? Your girlfriend hasn't shown up for so long. Could it be because she is too ugly to face anyone?" Zhao Ying said darkly. Throughout this time, she had been flaunting her superiority, believing her status completely overshadowed that of Chu Yang's family. However, with Chu Yang's revelation of Lu An's embarrassment and his wealthy girlfriend, her sense of superiority dissipated in an instant, leaving her feeling as sour as if she had consumed a lemon. "Xiao Yang, you weren't taken in by an older woman, were you? If that were the case, your parents would return home with their heads hung low," Chu Wan remarked with a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. "Xiao Yang, have you truly been taken in?" Chu Song asked wide-eyed. In rural areas, a man becoming a son-in-law is seen as a disgrace, and especially for traditional individuals like Chu Song, it is utterly unacceptable. "Dad, what are you saying? My girlfriend is my high school classmate. She is about my age. You'll find out soon," Chu Yang said, half amused, half exasperated. "Do you think this is a web novel? The Dragon King becomes a son-in-law and then fights back? I want to see what your girlfriend is truly like." Zhao Ying retorted with a cold laugh. "Mr. Chu, shall we open the wine?" The head waiter respectfully asked. "Yes," Chu Yang nodded. The head waiter uncorked the red wine, pouring it into a glass. Once opened, red wine requires a few minutes to breathe to enhance its flavor. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Chapter 70, From Now On, You Will Be My Wife. Everyone looked up to see a young woman in her 20s walk in. The moment she entered, she captured everyone's attention with her striking beauty. She wore a pink floral dress that perfectly accentuated her flawless figure, as if she were a masterpiece of creation. Any excess would render her plump. Any deficiency would make her gaunt. Her visage was even more stunning, with skin as white as snow, unmarred by a single blemish. Almond-shaped eyes and a delicate nose gave her an air of unparalleled perfection. As she gracefully approached, she seemed to descend from the heavens, exuding an aura of nobility that made her untouchable. Zhao Ying, whose looks were already commendable, was rendered insignificant in comparison to this woman. This woman was none other than Shen Mengqing. Chu Yang, watching Shen Mengqing, felt a wave of admiration wash over him. He realized she must have dressed up to meet his parents, which deeply touched him, for it showed how much she valued his family. Not dismissing them merely because they hailed from a rural background. "I'm sorry for being late," Shen Mengqing said with a bright smile. Her smile illuminated the room, eclipsing even Lu and S' astonishment. Seeing this, Zhao Ying, displeased, kicked Lu in, snapping him back to reality. "Yang, who is this?" Lin Suifan inquired, her eyes wide. She wanted to ask if this was Chu Yang's girlfriend, but hesitated. The woman's beauty was beyond anything she had ever seen. How could someone so exquisite possibly be her son's girlfriend? She feared that asking would lead to a disappointing answer. "Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Shen Mengqing," Chu Yang said naturally, taking Shen Mengqing's hand and smiling. The expressions on everyone's faces transformed to sheer shock, their mouths agape. It dawned on them that Chu Yang had not been boasting. This woman truly surpassed Li Shaoqin by 100-fold in beauty, and she was wealthy too. Thus, her family background was 100 times stronger than Li Shaoqin's. "Xiaoming, these are my parents," Chu Yang introduced, pointing to Chu Song and Lin Suifan. "Hello, uncle." "Aunt," Shen Mengqing said, her cheeks flushed. Meeting Chu Yang as parent for the first time made her feel somewhat nervous. "Oh, hello," Chu Song said, visibly anxious, his hands unsure of where to rest. Lin Suifan, on the other hand, was much more composed. She promptly removed a bracelet from her wrist and said, "Xiaoming, for our first meeting, please accept this as a token of our greeting." "Aunt, I cannot accept this." Shen Mengqing quickly waved her hands in refusal. "You must accept this. It was passed down to me by Yang's grandmother, and now I bestow it upon you. From this moment forth, you shall be the daughter-in-law of my family," Lin Suifan said with a smile. "This," Shen Mengqing glanced at Chu Yang. "It was given to you by my mother, so just take it." Chu Yang replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Auntie," Shen Mengqing said, her cheeks flushed as she accepted the bracelet and adorned her wrist with it. "Once you wear the bracelet, you are my wife, and there shall be no escaping that for a lifetime," Chu Yang murmured. "How absurd. Who is your wife?" Shen Mengqing playfully punched Chu Yang's shoulder. The playful banter between the two was unmistakably flirtatious, bringing immense joy to Chu Song and Lin Suifan. Meanwhile, the expressions of Chu Wan's family darkened significantly. They had never anticipated that Chu Yang could attract such a beautiful and affluent girlfriend. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yang introduced Chu Wan's family, after which Shen Mengqing took her seat. The waiter then poured red wine for everyone. Chu Yang took a sip. It was sweet, with a rich, mellow aftertaste. "I must admit, this wine is exceptionally delightful," Luan exclaimed, astonished. "Mengqing, how much does this wine cost?" Chu Wan inquired curiously. "Not much. Just over 30,000 for this bottle," Shen Mengqing replied with a smile. "Just over 30,000? That's quite extravagant." The incredulity in her tone was palpable. A bottle of wine priced at 30,000 seemed excessively luxurious, and Shen Mengqing's demeanor suggested that the price was no more significant than 300. Except for Chu Yang. Everyone else gasped in astonishment. They had not expected such exorbitance for a single bottle of wine. Although Luan's income was considered high, it was still insufficient to afford such a luxury in a month. This was his first experience tasting wine of such value. What on earth is her background? Clearly, her family is not merely wealthy. Chu Yang's parents were equally taken aback, nearly losing their grip on their wine glasses. They were accustomed to living modestly. Not only had they rarely encountered a bottle worth 30,000, but they were also bewildered by the sheer opulence of it. "This wine is simply too expensive for us to indulge in." Chu Song's voice trembled. "Auntie, it's nothing to worry about. The wine is quite reasonably priced," Shen Mengqing reassured with a smile. At her words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched once more. To deem a 30,000 yuan bottle of wine as not expensive was an assertion of immense wealth. "What business does Miss Shen's family engage in?" Luan inquired with curiosity. "My father has numerous ventures. I can't say for certain what they all are, but you might have heard of him," Shen Mengqing responded slowly. "Wait, your surname is Shen. Is your father?" Luan's expression shifted from confusion to shock as he grasped the implication. "Indeed, my father is Shen Qingzong," Shen Mengqing confirmed with a smile. Chu Wan and her family were not well versed in the business world, hence they regarded Luan with puzzled expressions. "Shen Qingzong is the richest person in the province," Luan elaborated. This revelation struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they gazed at Shen Mengqing. They had surmised that she was the daughter of a wealthy family, but never had they imagined she was the daughter of the wealthiest individual. Even Luan felt a tinge of jealousy towards Chu Yang. What merit does Chu Yang possess to attract such a stunning and affluent partner? If only he could become Shun Chengzong's son-in-law. He would at least save 30 years of hard work. It must be his charm or his skills. Lewin mused silently as he observed Chu Yang. At that moment, Chu Wan and Zhao Ying's expressions soured significantly. No matter how superior they felt, they were mere trifles in comparison to Shun Mengqing. Chu Wan had intended to flaunt her status, only to find herself metaphorically trampled underfoot. Zhao Ying felt even more uneasy. What was so impressive about merely securing a wealthy partner? Even Chu Song and Lin Suifan felt a pang of anxiety. Would Shun Mengqing as parents accept their son when he had found such a wealthy girlfriend? Mengqing, the disparity between you and Xiao Yang is quite significant. Do you think your parents would approve? Chu Wan asked slowly, subtly implying that Chu Yang was unworthy of Shun Mengqing. Love between mismatched backgrounds seldom leads to happiness. Perhaps Shun Mengqing's father would disapprove of their union. Auntie, you need not worry. He has already met my father, and my father is quite pleased with him. Shun Mengqing replied with a smile. This statement left everyone in stunned silence. Chu Wan's family scrutinized Chu Yang from all angles, unable to discern any exceptional qualities. Why would even the richest man express satisfaction with him? This revelation rendered Chu Wan speechless. Both families had met, and her father had been particularly impressed. Despite her inner turmoil, she found herself at a loss for words. As the evening progressed, despite the exquisite and delectable dishes served, Chu Wan's family found the meal utterly tasteless. Their plans for boasting had been thoroughly dashed. Meanwhile, Shun Mengqing was exceedingly attentive toward Chu Song and Lin Suifan, continually serving them food and addressing them as uncle and auntie, which elicited peals of laughter from them. Having such a beautiful, wealthy, and kind-hearted daughter-in-law was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chu Wan was reluctant to remain overshadowed by Chu Yang's family. She rolled her eyes and suddenly exclaimed, Lewin, I heard you're planning to look at houses after dinner? Yes, Annie, I'm preparing to visit the Ziyun Jinfu community, Lewin replied promptly. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing exchanged surprised glances. Wasn't that a project developed by Qinghe Real Estate? Of course, Qinghe Real Estate had since rebranded as Qingyang Real Estate. The Ziyun Jinfu community is a luxurious area. It's all villas, Chu Wan exaggeratedly declared. Indeed, there's a penthouse there priced over 5 million, Lewin said, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. My son-in-law is truly capable. He can buy a villa with his own merit. Chu Wan boasted once more, subtly mocking Chu Yang's lack of genuine ability and reliance on his girlfriend. Oh, so you plan to buy a property in Ziyun Jinfu? What a coincidence. I'm quite familiar with the developer. I could put in a good word for you and secure a discount, Chu Yang said casually. He refrained from revealing that he was the developer himself, as no one would believe it, including his parents. Do you know the owner there? Is he another friend of Miss Shen? Zhao Ying asked, her brow furrowed. One could say that, Chu Yang replied, glancing at Shun Mengqing. Not just a friend, but also a boyfriend. The members of Chu Wan's family suddenly realized the implication. Their disdain for Chu Yang growing. A grown man relying solely on his girlfriend was hardly commendable. If there's a discount available, I would appreciate your assistance, Lewin smiled. A discount on a property is no ordinary concession. Even a 5% discount could save tens of thousands. Lewin would certainly not refuse. All right, let's go after dinner, Chu Yang said slowly. Half an hour later, everyone finished their meal and exited the hotel. Chu Yang, did you drive here? Chu Wan asked slowly. I did. Chu Yang nodded. What kind of car do you have? Our Lewin drives a BMW, Chu Wan said proudly. Lewin produced his keys and pressed a button, prompting a beep. Chu Yang turned to find that the blue BMW 1 Series parked beside him was indeed Lu An's. What a coincidence. This is my car, Chu Yang said, pulling out his car keys and pressing a button. Another beep echoed as the vehicle beside the blue BMW responded. Upon witnessing this, Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, a Bentley 728. How could you possibly drive such an exquisite vehicle? Xiaoan, filled with curiosity, inquired, how much does this car cost? Mom, this car is worth at least 10 million. Wan gulped, his voice barely above a whisper. The group nearly collapsed in shock at the revelation. Wan's BMW was already regarded as a luxury vehicle, but in comparison to this $10 million masterpiece, it seemed rather insignificant. Wan felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Having a wealthy girlfriend was indeed a blessing, especially one generous enough to bestow such an extravagant gift. Truly, as the daughter of the wealthiest tycoon, her generosity was unsurpassed. Others shared Wan's thoughts, surmising that the car must have been a present from Shun Mengqing to Chu Yang. However, Chu Song and Lin Suifan remained indifferent. Conversely, Chu Wan and Zhao Ying's disdain for Chu Yang deepened. Xiao Yang, this car couldn't possibly be a gift from Miss Shan, could it? Chu Wan asked with a furrowed brow. Auntie, you're mistaken this time. This car was purchased entirely with Chu Yang's own funds. I did not contribute a single penny, Shen Mengqing interjected promptly. Yet, Chu Wan and Zhao Ying were entirely unconvinced. They were well aware of Chu Yang's family's financial situation and found it implausible that he could afford such an expensive vehicle. They speculated that Shen Mengqing was merely attempting to shield Chu Yang's pride with her words. Nevertheless, they refrained from arguing, choosing instead to harbor their silent contempt for Chu Yang. The group departed the hotel, heading towards the sales office of Qingyang Real Estate. Chu Yang's parents climbed into the Bentley, their first experience in such luxury, feeling remarkably awkward and reserved. They sat there, hands and feet tucked in, as if afraid to soil the pristine interior. Chu Yang could only shake his head in resignation, understanding that his parents were accustomed to a life of modest means and would need time to adjust. While en route, Chu Yang had already placed a call to Fan Datong. Although Chu Wan's family exhibited a degree of vanity, they were not entirely ill-intentioned. Chu Yang remembered how, upon his acceptance into university, Chu Wan had gifted him a red envelope, albeit containing only a few hundred yuan, but it was a gesture he appreciated nonetheless. Thus, when Luan was purchasing a property, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. They soon arrived at the Qingyang Real Estate Sales Center, only to find a throng of people awaiting them at the entrance. The sight startled Chu Wan's family. What on earth is happening? Chu Wan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Chu Yang chuckled inwardly, bemused by Fan Datong's flair for drama. As they approached the entrance, every individual bowed and greeted in unison, "Greetings, boss." This display left everyone, aside from Shen Mengqing, utterly flabbergasted. "Who's our boss?" Wan asked, bewildered. "Chu Yang is their boss," Shen Mengqing replied with a smile. The realization hit like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd in a state of disbelief as they stared at Chu Yang, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. Qinghe Real Estate was valued at over 10 billion, and he was its proprietor? Luan nearly choked on his own saliva. If the car could have been a gift from Shen Mengqing, this multi-billion-dollar company could hardly be something she could afford to give. Even Shen Qingzong could not be so lavish. The only plausible explanation was that Chu Yang had built this company through his own endeavors. It was only then that Luan comprehended how insignificant his own position as a so-called general manager of a listed company was in comparison to Chu Yang. It was laughable that Chu Wan and Zhao Ying had been flaunting their superiority all this time, revealing their utter lack of awareness. What? Over 10 billion? Chu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the enormity of the statement. Zhao Ying, her lips pursed, betrayed her astonishment with a quivering mouth. "Datong, come here," Chu Yang said slowly. Chapter 72. Things indeed came to pass. Fan Datong promptly approached, respectfully inquiring, "Boss, how may I assist you?" "This is my aunt, cousin, and brother-in-law. They wish to purchase a property at Zijin Yunfu. Please guide them in selecting the best options with the most favorable discounts," Chu Yang replied calmly. "Rest assured, boss. I will handle it with utmost care," Fan Datong assured him, then turned to Chu Wan's family to introduce himself before leading them to the Zijin Yunfu community for a property tour. "Dad, Mom, coincidentally, my house is also in Zijin Yunfu. Let's go together," Chu Yang suggested gently. "Xiaoyang, you bought a house here too?" Chu Wan inquired immediately. "Indeed. The penthouse that Luan mentioned is my home." Chu Yang nodded with a smile. The group was once again taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated that Chu Yang would acquire the coveted penthouse. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He was the owner of the company, after all. "Xiaoyang, may I visit and see it?" Chu Wan asked, her tone somewhat bashful. "Of course, you're always welcome," Chu Yang replied affirmatively. Thus, they arrived at Chu Yang's villa. Upon entering, they were struck by the opulence within. After touring the premises, Chu Wan and Zhao Ying could no longer maintain their previous airs of superiority. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, you're truly fortunate to have a son like Xiaoyang and a daughter-in-law like Mengqing," Chu Wan remarked, her expression a mixture of admiration and envy. "These matters belong to the younger generation. We know little of them," Chu Song chuckled. "Indeed, as long as the children get along. We elders prefer to stay out of it," Lin Suifan added with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with Shen Mengqing. "Datong, please assist my aunt and her family in selecting a house, ensuring they receive a 10% discount," Chu Yang stated casually. A villa at a 10% reduction was quite a substantial saving, amounting to nearly 100,000 yuan. This gesture filled Luan with immense gratitude toward Chu Yang. Chu Wan's family eagerly set about choosing their new home, leaving only Chu Yang's family in the villa. "Dad, Mom, now that you're here, why not stay and make this your home?" Chu Yang suggested gently. "Living here? I'm afraid I might not be able to adjust," Chu Song replied, gazing at the extravagant house, feeling as though it were surreal. "Yes, we are accustomed to rural living. How could we ever adapt to such luxury? Besides, we still have a few acres to tend to," Lin Suifan chimed in. "Dad, Mom, I've earned enough money now, why are you still farming? Chu Yang asked, exasperated. Farming is all we know. What else would we do? Chu Song countered. You could spend your time leisurely strolling about or practicing Tai Chi in the nearby park. And Mom, you could grow some vegetables in the yard. It would be just as fulfilling, Chu Yang replied with a smile. The villa's yard was spacious enough for Lin Suifan to cultivate whatever she wished. But living here feels so unfamiliar, Chu Song lamented, his face etched with a frown. Having spent his entire life in rural toil, the sudden shift to idleness was disconcerting. Noticing his parents' reluctance, Chu Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Mengqing. Understanding his unspoken cue, Shen Mengqing spoke up. Uncle, Annie, please stay here. I promise to visit you often. Chu Yang tells me your cooking is exceptional, and I would love to enjoy your meals frequently. Seeing their future daughter-in-law express such a desire, Chu Song and Lin Suifan found it difficult to refuse. Good child. If you wish to eat my cooking, I will gladly make it for you, Lin Suifan said with a radiant smile. Thank you, Auntie. My mother passed away when I was very young, so seeing you reminds me of her, Shen Mengqing said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Good child from now on. Treat me as your own mother. If that insufferable brat dares to bully you, just let me know, and I shall take care of him, Lin Suifan declared, promptly grasping Shen Mengqing's hand. Their affectionate display might lead one to believe they were mother and daughter by blood. Chu Yang felt a surge of joy within. If Shen Mengqing could bring such delight to Lin Suifan, he need not worry about any potential mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts in the future. Thus, Chu Song and Lin Suifan settled in. Shen Mengqing remained there until evening, and after sharing dinner, she returned home. Chu Yang had already prepared rooms for his parents, ensuring their comfort. The following day, as Chu Yang arrived at the office, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Shen Mengqing. Chu Yang, something terrible has happened at the Lantian community construction site. Her voice was filled with urgency. Chu Yang's expression darkened. It seemed that events were unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Don't panic. I will head over immediately, he replied before hanging up and rushing to his vehicle. Guided by Li Yunlong, they soon arrived at Shun Chengzong's residence, a grand estate situated on the outskirts of the provincial city. The estate sprawled over 3,000 square meters, adorned with a myriad of rare plants and flowers. Upon entering, they traversed a lengthy driveway, and after a short while a magnificent 5-story villa came into view. The villa, characterized by its Gothic European architecture, exuded a classical charm reminiscent of a medieval castle, evoking a profound sense of historical gravitas. As he parked at the entrance, Shen Mengqing was already awaiting him. You've finally arrived. Hurry in and meet my father, she urged, taking his hand and leading him inside. The villa's interior was extravagantly decorated, rivaling even his own residence. Surrounding them were genuine antiques, each a treasure of considerable worth. Without pausing, Shen Mengqing ascended to the 5th floor, where Shun Chengzong's study awaited. He was there, but his expression was far from pleasant. Uncle, Chu Yang greeted as he approached. Chu Yang, it appears everything has unfolded just as you predicted a couple of days ago, Shun Chengzong remarked, his face revealing a hint of astonishment. He was taken aback by Chu Yang's foresight, having seemingly unraveled Zhang Zifeng's scheme. It turned out that Zhang Zifeng had called Shun Chengzong earlier that day to report that 2 workers had tragically died at the construction site. Due to the safety violations leading to these fatalities, the site was to be indefinitely shut down. Quite typical. In order to seize your 500 million, Zhang Zifeng had to resort to such underhanded tactics, though it is a pity for the 2 innocent lives lost. Chu Yang shook his head, stating, even with foreknowledge, he could not have intervened. If he had outright stated that there would be fatalities at the site, no one would have believed him. Thus, some events, regardless of attempts to prevent them, are destined to occur. How outrageous! To harm 2 innocent lives for the sake of money. We must report him to the authorities. Shen Mengqing exclaimed indignantly. That would be futile. We lack the evidence, Chu Yang countered, shaking his head. What then shall we do? Shun Chengzong asked in a grave tone. At that moment, Shun Chengzong's butler entered the room. Sir, young Master Zhang has arrived. Chapter 73. 500 million is merely pocket change. He dares to show up here. Shen Mengqing's face darkened, filled with fury. There's no need for concern. Let him in, Shun Chengzong replied calmly. Soon, Zhang Zifeng, escorted by the butler, entered the study. Upon seeing Chu Yang, his expression soured momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Uncle Shun, a tragedy has struck at the construction site. 2 workers have died, and it will likely be indefinitely shut down, he lamented, feigning sorrow. Spare us your insincerity. You know precisely why those 2 workers perished? Shen Mengqing retorted angrily. Mengqing, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Zhang Zifeng frowned, confused. Those 2 workers were undoubtedly your responsibility, Shen Mengqing stated coldly. Mengqing, while we may be familiar, you cannot slander me like this. Defamation is a crime. Zhang Zifeng's expression shifted. Enough? Mengqing refrained from speaking out of turn. Shun Qingzong admonished. Uncle Shun, the situation is dire. The construction site must be indefinitely shut down. So I've come to inform you, Zhang Zifeng said slowly. Will I be able to retrieve the 500 million I invested? Shun Qingzong inquired, his tone indifferent, though he already had a sinking feeling about the answer. Regrettably, it seems unlikely. With the site shut down indefinitely, my funds are tied up in it as well, let alone yours, Zhang Zifeng sighed, shaking his head. Zhang Zifeng, do you realize that if I cannot recover that 500 million, my father's financial chain will face enormous issues? Shen Mengqing glared at him. I understand, but there is little I can do. Zhang Zifeng replied helplessly. You are utterly despicable. Shen Mengqing exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Enough, Mengqing refrained from further remarks. Shun Qingzong warned. Father, do you not understand that if the financial chain breaks, we will be unable to pay our suppliers, and our company will be finished? Shen Mengqing pressed. Mengqing, there is a way to recover that 500 million, Zhang Zifeng said, a smug grin spreading across his face. What are your terms? Shun Qingzong asked flatly. Uncle Shun, my family can still afford that 500 million, provided you agree to marry Mengqing to me. I can facilitate the funds, Zhang Zifeng declared, brimming with arrogance, as if he had already secured Shun Mengqing's hand. It became clear to everyone present that Zhang Zifeng's true intention was to take advantage of the situation to claim Shen Mengqing as his bride. Marry you? You must be dreaming. Shen Mengqing rejected him without hesitation. Mengqing, consider carefully what will happen if you refuse to marry me, Zhang Zifeng sneered. I would rather beg for alms than marry someone like you. Shen Mengqing huffed disdainfully. What does Uncle Shen think? Zhang Zifeng turned to Shun Qingzong. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood, hence she rarely heeds my counsel, Shun Qingzong remarked nonchalantly. Since Uncle Shun has stated it so, do not blame me for not intervening. I await the day you come to plead with me. Zhang Zifeng laughed heartily. Is 500 million truly just a trifling sum? I can afford it, a voice interjected. Zhang Zifeng looked up to find that it was Chu Yang who had spoken. It's you? You are merely a spineless leech living off Mengqing. How could you possibly come up with 500 million? Do you even realize how ridiculous you sound? Zhang Zifeng scoffed. Whether I am boasting or not is of no concern to you. You currently owe Uncle Shen 700 million. If you are unwilling to pay, I shall personally come to collect, Chu Yang stated calmly. The sum of 700 million included the 200 million Shen Qingzong had won from him at the casino. Should you dare to approach my home, that is your affair. However, you will never reclaim your money. Zhang Zifeng was unconvinced by Chu Yang's words. Is that so? We shall see, Chu Yang replied slowly. Very well, I shall wait for your arrival, and then I will have you thrown out. Zhang Zifeng retorted as he turned to leave, laughing as he went. What an insufferable individual. Shen Mengqing fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. There's no point in getting worked up over such a person. He is not worth it. Chu Yang chuckled softly. Chu Yang, you previously mentioned you would compel him to return the money. What is your plan? Shen Qingzong inquired solemnly. Indeed, he currently lacks the liquidity. Although Chu Yang had managed to help him recover 100 million at the casino last time. However, the significance of this 100 million is virtually non-existent. Master, something is amiss. At that moment, the butler hurriedly rushed in, his face a portrait of utter disarray. What is it? Shen Qingzong inquired, his brow furrowed. Rumors have surfaced, alleging that your company's financial chain has collapsed, and now suppliers are demanding immediate payment for their goods, the butler replied. It must be Zhang Zifeng's doing. A layer of frost enveloped Shun Mengqing's countenance. Her animosity towards Zhang Zifeng had reached a boiling point. Remove the must, Chu Yang spoke slowly. Zhang Zifeng possesses some cunning. In his previous life, he was not particularly familiar with the details surrounding the Shun family's downfall. Now, immersed in the situation, he comprehended the true extent of the Shun family's peril. What shall we do now? He is clearly intent on driving us to ruin, Shen Mengqing asked anxiously. If all else fails, we can seek a loan from the bank to weather this crisis. Shun Qingzong responded with unwavering composure. Having experienced numerous storms in his journey to becoming the wealthiest individual in the province, he remained far from flustered in the face of adversity. He understood that Chu Yang could certainly produce 500 million, yet he would refrain from soliciting his assistance unless absolutely necessary. Issues that could be resolved independently did not warrant external help. After making several phone calls, the butler's expression darkened once more. Master, these banks claim they cannot lend you any money. Shen Qingzong's demeanor shifted. How outrageous. These opportunistic scoundrels, who fawn over me like dogs in times of plenty, now scatter at the first sign of trouble. It seems Zhang's family is behind this. Chu Yang remarked thoughtfully. The Zhang family has come prepared, intent on utterly annihilating me. Shen Qingzong scoffed. Do not worry. 500 million is merely a trifling sum. I shall cover it for now, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. The butler stood by, utterly astonished. Who is this young man to speak so boldly? To him, 500 million was merely pocket change. I never imagined I, Shen Qingzong, would find myself borrowing money from others. Shen Qingzong sighed heavily. Uncle, do not dwell on it. Everyone encounters misfortune at times. If we endure today, we shall have our revenge, Chu Yang replied with an air of calm determination. Chapter 74. All men are great bores. Chu Yang promptly transferred 500 million to Shen Qingzong's bank account. With this influx, Shen Qingzong visibly exhaled in relief. Old Zhang, ensure that all outstanding payments are settled, and inform these demanding suppliers that I shall no longer be working with them, Shen Qingzong said coldly. Naturally, he would blacklist any partners who sought to take advantage of him in his time of need. Yes, master, I will arrange it immediately, the butler responded before departing. Chu Yang, I shall repay you this 500 million as soon as possible, Shen Qingzong said earnestly. No need to rush. I shall swiftly reclaim 700 million from Zhang Zifeng, rendering repayment moot, Chu Yang replied calmly. By reclaiming this 700 million, he planned to return 200 million to Shen Qingzong, effectively settling his debt. What are your plans? Shen Qingzong inquired, puzzled. I have heard that the Zhang family operates a rather clandestine casino. Is that correct? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Indeed, this casino is located within the Zhang family's Xianting Hotel, frequented by many wealthy patrons from the provincial capital. It generates billions in revenue for the Zhang family annually. Shen Qingzong nodded in agreement. Chu Yang considered this. Billions in revenue might not seem substantial in the future, but in 2002, it was remarkably impressive. In this era, possessing a fortune of several billion could land one on the rich list, he mused, contrasting it with the billionaires of over 2 decades later. This makes our task simpler. A smile graced Chu Yang's face. Are you suggesting we recover our funds through gambling? Shen Qingzong asked, frowning. Indeed, it is the quickest way to generate income. Faster than stock trading, Chu Yang affirmed. But that seems rather unreliable, Shen Qingzong replied, still skeptical. Did you not witness my gambling skills the other day? Chu Yang chuckled. With his clairvoyance, victory was assured. Yet gambling has never guaranteed success. Shen Qingzong remained apprehensive, clearly affected by his previous experience. Father, have faith. Chu Yang knows his limits and will not undertake any reckless ventures, Shen Mengqing interjected promptly. Very well, but should anything seem amiss, we shall withdraw immediately. Shen Qingzong reluctantly conceded. Rest assured, I have this 700 million secured. Not even Jesus could keep it from me, Chu Yang declared with unwavering confidence. Shen Qingzong regarded Chu Yang with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment, unable to fathom the source of his unwavering self-assurance. Nevertheless, with Chu Yang's decision made, he felt it unwise to oppose him. When do you intend to depart? Shen Qingzong inquired slowly. In the evening. Who would gamble during the day? Chu Yang replied. Subsequently, he and Shen Mengqing arrived at a private room within the securities exchange. Recently, due to stock trading, his account had been swelling at an alarming rate. Despite having previously deposited 100 million with each of the 4 major banks and transferring 500 million to Shen Qingzong, he still maintained a staggering 35 billion in his bank account after these expenditures. For him, stock trading posed no challenge whatsoever. As long as he invested, the stocks invariably reached their peak. He entrusted the trading operations to Shen Mengqing while he busied himself with peeling fruit and playfully teasing her, reveling in the joy of their banter. As the afternoon wore on, Chu Yang had netted over 100 million in profits from the stock market. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Chu Yang summoned Li Yunlong and Shen Mengqing, and together they made their way to the Xianting Hotel. At 8:30 in the evening, the lights illuminated the surroundings. As the capital of Jiangnan province, this city was decidedly more vibrant than Tian'an. This hour marked the onset of the nightlife. The Xianting Hotel, a gem of the Zhang family, was extravagantly adorned. A myriad of luxury vehicles lined the entrance, and those entering and exiting were impeccably attired. The welcoming staff, dressed in elegant cheongsams, accentuated their alluring figures, causing passing gentlemen to salivate in admiration. Soon, a Bentley 728 appeared in the distance and parked in a designated spot. Even among the array of luxury cars, this one stood out remarkably, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. My heavens, a Bentley 728 and a customized extended version at that. Can someone enlighten me on its price? Over 10 million. Goodness, you truly lack knowledge. All you can say is goodness? The Bentley's door swung open, and out stepped a towering figure nearing 2 meters tall, clearly a bodyguard, He promptly opened the door for the young couple inside. The man was dashing, while the woman radiated beauty, their distinguished aura unmistakable. Bystanders watched in envy as the trio walked into the Xianting Hotel, their silhouettes fading from view. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Indeed, that young lady's figure and poise are simply exquisite. And that bodyguard's physique, if I were to confront him, he would surely beg for mercy. Of course, such remarks went unheard by Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing as they entered the Xianting Hotel, where a staff member promptly approached to assist them. "Excuse me, sir and madam, are you here to dine or to lodge?" The server's smile, though somewhat formulaic, radiated a sweetness that enveloped one like a gentle spring breeze. "Neither dining nor lodging. We are here to engage in games," Chu Yang replied slowly. This was the clandestine signal of the establishment, known only to frequent patrons, as Shun Chengzong had visited this place on several occasions. Upon hearing this, the server's expression momentarily shifted, but she quickly restored her charming smile. "Ah, I see. Please follow me." She led Chu Yang and his companions up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered an inconspicuous hidden door. Entering through it, they traversed a long corridor. After walking for over 2 minutes, the scene before them suddenly opened up to reveal a vast hall, measuring at least 300 square meters. The hall was adorned with a plethora of various gambling tables, numbering over a dozen. Additionally, there were numerous gambling machines situated nearby. The gamblers here were all impeccably dressed, exuding an air of affluence. Most striking were the alluring women clad in black stockings, adorned with rabbit-ear headbands, creating a dazzling spectacle. "Don't stare too much." Shen Mengqing gently nudged Chu Yang with her foot. "I wasn't staring," Chu Yang protested, feeling aggrieved. "Men are such pigs. I can hardly believe it," Shen Mengqing retorted, baffled as to why men were so enamored with black stockings. Unfortunately, Chu Yang was oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have informed her. Black stockings are the ultimate. "All right, let us exchange our chips first, then find a place to begin," Chu Yang said slowly. "What game do you intend to play?" Shen Mengqing inquired, her gaze flitting over the myriad of tables, feeling somewhat dazzled. "I prefer something more exhilarating," Chu Yang chuckled. "Which game would that be?" Shen Mengqing asked. Puzzled. "Betting on big or small?" he replied, and just then a voice called out. Chu Yang glanced toward the dice table, smiling as he said, "Let us play that." Dice games require no cerebral exertion, relying purely on luck, making it the simplest and most straightforward option. This was indeed the most suitable choice for him, especially since his celestial eye allowed him to discern the numbers within the dice cup. Thus, he could swiftly reclaim his losses. However, this also posed a significant drawback. Should word of his exploits spread tonight, he would be blacklisted from all casinos, prohibited from entry. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned, as his primary endeavors lay in stock trading and investments. Amassing wealth through gambling held little interest for him. After all, it was not a legitimate enterprise. Profiting from stock investments was the true path, both lawful and lucrative. Approaching the chip exchange, Chu Yang said, "I would like to exchange for chips, please." "How much would you like to exchange?" the staff inquired. 100 million. Initially taken aback, the staff quickly masked their surprise, as the clientele here were typically affluent. While not many exchanged chips worth over 100 million, it was not unheard of. Thus, the staff remained composed, accepting Chu Yang as cash and providing him with the chips. With the chips in hand, Chu Yang made his way directly to the dice table, where a game had just concluded. As the dealer revealed the dice cup, some patrons cheered while others lamented, presenting a vivid tableau of human emotion. Observing the table, Chu Yang noted the words big and small, clearly demarcated by a line. Above these words, a graphic of a pair of dice showing sixes was prominently displayed. A win on a pair of sixes paid 4-1, while betting on big or small yielded even odds. However, the likelihood of rolling a pair was exceedingly low, whereas the odds of rolling big or small stood at 50%. Most players prefer to gamble on that 50% chance, hoping for a greater opportunity to win. Standing before the dice table, Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing attracted the attention of many gamblers, who couldn't help but admire Shen Mengqing's beauty. Some unscrupulous individuals contemplated inching closer, but upon catching sight of Li Yunlong's imposing physique, they swiftly abandoned the idea. "Sir, do you wish to play this game?" the dealer inquired with a smile. "Of course. What else would I be here for?" Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. "Very well, let us begin." The dealer promptly began to shake the dice cup. With each shake, the anticipation among the crowd intensified. After several shakes, the dealer placed the cup on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets." At this prompt, everyone began to wager. However, it was curious that all bets were placed on small, with no one opting for big. "Why is everyone avoiding big?" Chu Yang asked, intrigued. "It's already been 5 consecutive rolls of big. Who would dare bet on it again?" Statistically, it's due for a middle-aged man's side. Sir, once bets are placed, they cannot be changed, the dealer cautioned, fearing Chu Yang might reconsider, as he too believed the next roll would likely be small. Winning back Chu Yang's wager would significantly enhance his commission. Very well, I shall not change my bet, Chu Yang nodded. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of pity and derision, thinking, what a fool to wager 100 million. They could hardly fathom why the beautiful woman would be interested in him. It seemed this young man, despite his handsome visage, was utterly lacking in sense. Bet placed. Let S roll. The dealer promptly unveiled the dice cup. All eyes were fixed on the outcome. Upon revealing the numbers, a wave of frustrated gasps echoed through the crowd. 445 big. The dealer was taken aback, never anticipating yet another big roll. The odds of rolling big 6 times consecutively were astronomically low, and he had never witnessed such an anomaly before. If I had known, I would have bet big as well. Another loss. This is infuriating, murmured the bystanders, now acutely aware that the young man with a 100 million bet would soon be rewarded. Shock and envy washed over the crowd as they gazed at Chu Yang. To win 100 million in a single round was nothing short of terrifying. Those who had previously looked down upon him now regarded him with admiration. Though they too were wealthy, none had ever achieved such a remarkable victory in a single gamble. I have won. Now pay up, Chu Yang stated calmly. The dealer, now sweating profusely, realized that compensating him 100 million exceeded his authority. However, failing to pay would tarnish the casino's reputation. The dealer wiped his brow, unsure of how to respond. What is this? I've won, and the casino refuses to pay? Are you running a shady establishment? Chu Yang sneered. Indeed, pay up promptly. If you don't, we shall bring ruin upon your casino. The crowd echoed, their collective outrage drawing attention from other tables. The innate curiosity of the Chinese people drew a crowd in no time. Upon grasping the situation, they too were filled with righteous indignation. Gamblers are inherently passionate and possess a profound sense of empathy. Imagine if I were the one to win that 100 million, while the casino refused to compensate. How furious I would be. Consequently, the crowd erupted in a chorus of scathing rebukes directed at the dealer. The dealer, confronted by the multitude, was rendered utterly flustered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He understood that if he did not compensate soon, the casino would indeed be in jeopardy of being demolished by the irate patrons. Yet, compensating 100 million was well beyond his authority. Just as the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, a gravelly voice broke through. The casino operates to conduct business. Regardless of the winnings, we will compensate accordingly. Chapter 76. While others are intoxicated, I remain sober. The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged man, approximately in his mid-40s, approaching with a deliberate gait. He sported a crew cut and possessed a sun-kissed complexion, his features bearing a somewhat fierce demeanor. Though not particularly tall, he emanated an aura that commanded respect. The moment he appeared, the previously agitated throng fell silent. Awe glimmered in their eyes as they regarded this man. It was none other than the legendary ghost Han Shifeng. Who would have thought even he would be stirred into action in the realm of gambling? Who hasn't heard the tales of Shifeng? Known as Ghost Hand, his unparalleled skill in dice tossing was the stuff of legends. It seemed the casino was now serious about handling the situation. Naturally, a casino without at least 1 or 2 formidable figures would be at risk of dire losses. Chu Yang regarded Shifeng with an inscrutable expression. He remained unfazed by the man's reputation. In the presence of his celestial perception, all were beneath his scrutiny. Shifeng approached the gambling table and instructed the dealer to step aside. The dealer, eager to escape, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shifeng then turned to Chu Yang and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "Chu," came a response. "Can I take a turn at rolling the dice?" Shifeng asked casually. "Less talk, more compensation," Chu Yang replied with an indifferent demeanor. "Indeed, let us expedite the compensation process. After all, what sort of casino would operate if it cannot afford to pay?" The crowd, once subdued, erupted once more in fervent agreement. Shifeng, observing the commotion, declared, "When patrons gamble, we shall compensate them based on their winnings." He promptly retrieved 100 million in chips and handed them to Chu Yang, who now found himself in possession of 200 million in chips, inciting envy among the onlookers. "Mr. Chu, may I now roll the dice?" Shifeng asked, his tone measured. "Of course, go ahead," Chu Yang nodded, unfazed by who would take the turn. Upon receiving permission, Shifeng placed the dice into the cup and began to shake it with a dexterity far surpassing that of the previous dealer. His hands moved rhythmically, as he presumed Chu Yang to be a professional gambler capable of discerning the dice's landing positions by ear. Thus, he attempted to disrupt Chu Yang's auditory focus. Alas, he had grossly underestimated Chu Yang's abilities, which would lead to catastrophic losses for him. Fang shook the cup for a full 3 minutes before finally setting it down. He placed his hand over the cup and announced loudly, "Bets are locked in." Chu Yang gazed at the cup, and numbers manifested before his eyes. 4, 6. 6. A total of 16. A large win once again. Today was indeed peculiar. He placed all his 200 million chips on big. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "You dare to bet on big again despite the previous rounds?" They murmured, incredulity etched on their faces. It's sheer impulsiveness, they thought. Shaking their heads. "I urge you to follow my lead. You will undoubtedly profit." Chu Yang spoke softly, but no one dared to place their bets alongside him. They believed his previous one was merely a stroke of luck. Soon, some began to place their chips on small, and others followed suit, leaving Chu Yang as the sole bettor on big. He shook his head, bemused by their reluctance to seize an opportunity to profit. "In this world, while others are intoxicated, I remain sober. Bets are locked in, rolling now." Fang bellowed, lifting the cup. All eyes converged on the dice within. A collective wail of despair erupted as the result was revealed. Indeed, it was a big win. "If only I bet on big too." Lamentations filled the air. What a monumental error. The crowd, heads and hands, was overtaken by regret, consumed by the singular thought. Had I only followed his lead? Regrettably, there exists no remedy for such remorse, and it was too late to change their fates. Fang's countenance darkened, his disbelief palpable as he realized he too had lost. For 6, 6, 16, a complete slaughter. Despite his reluctance, he called out, "As per our policy, we compensate based on winnings." While many had bet on small, their combined stakes hardly amounted to 20 million, whereas Chu Yang's losses totaled 200 million, a staggering blow. "Pay him," Chu Yang stated matter-of-factly. "Naturally, you win what you are owed." Fang conceded, albeit begrudgingly, handing over the 200 million in chips. He leaned over to the dealer and whispered urgently, "Quickly, call young Master Zhang." The dealer, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly stepped aside to dial Zhang Zifeng. "Young Master Zhang, a man named Chu Yang has arrived at our casino," the dealer stammered. "He has. Who is dealing with him?" Zhang Zifeng inquired sharply. "Ghost Hand," the dealer replied. "With Fang handling him, he is bound to lose." "How much has he lost?" Zhang Zifeng asked, relieved. 300 million, the dealer replied. "Lost 300 million? Excellent. I shall relish this spectacle." Zhang Zifeng chuckled. "Young master, he did not lose 300 million. Rather, we lost 300 million. The dealer's voice quaked. "What? We lost 300 million? What on earth is Fang doing?" Zhang Zifeng was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "What shall we do now?" The dealer's face paled. Anxiety etched on his features. 300 million is nearly equivalent to our annual profit. If Chu Yang continues to win, the casino may very well face bankruptcy. "I am on my way," Zhang Zifeng declared, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. At that moment, the third round commenced. Fang's expression had turned grave as he shook the dice cup, his movements now more intricate than before. The dice rattled within, capturing the attention of all present. Silence enveloped the hall, with only the sound of the dice rolling echoing throughout. Fang's hands moved with such speed that they appeared to blur, aiming to further disrupt Chu Yang's auditory perception. Little did he know, Chu Yang relied on his keen eyesight rather than hearing. All his efforts would ultimately prove futile. After a full 5 minutes of vigorous shaking, Fang finally placed the dice cup on a gambling table. The stakes were set. Chapter 77. I said I would retrieve the 700 million, and I shall keep my word. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Yang. Following the previous 2 rounds, they had become utterly convinced of Chu Yang's extraordinary abilities. This time, they resolved to follow him in placing their bets. "Mr. Chu, please place your bet." Fang intoned gravely. Chu Yang glanced at the dice cup, noting the numbers inside. 3, 6, 6, a total of 15. Once again, a large outcome. The dice today seemed almost enchanted, consistently rolling high. A bemused chuckle escaped him. Without hesitation, he placed 400 million in chips on the big side, betting on big. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Another bet on big. How many times had they seen this outcome? Forget it. Life's too short to hesitate. I'll follow him in. All in, one exclaimed. I missed the last chance. I refuse to let this one slip by as well. Let me big. I'm all in. 2 million. If I win this round, I'll recoup all my previous losses. Though many believe the odds of another large roll were slim, they gritted their teeth and decided to take the plunge. Consequently, they piled their chips onto the big side. In an instant, the area for betting on big was overflowing with chips. Aside from Chu Yang's 400 million, the other players had collectively wagered another 100 million. A staggering total of 500 million in chips made Fang's heart race with anxiety. Chu Yang, however, felt no burden. If he won this round, he would reclaim the 700 million from Shenxing Zone. He was confident that Zhang Zifeng was already on his way. Is everyone finished placing their bets? Then let us roll, Chu Yang asked calmly. Observing his utterly composed demeanor, Shi Fang's heart raced. Could it be another large outcome? Surely, the odds were too coincidental. Although he possessed the ability to listen to the dice, he had shaken them with all his might, so much so that even he could not discern the numbers. He doubted Chu Yang could hear them either. Yet, seeing the multitude of chips, all betting on large, made even someone seasoned like him feel a twinge of nervousness. Let us roll. Hurry up. Whether we win or lose hinges on this round, he urged. What is the matter? Afraid to roll? The crowd's excitement escalated. This was their first encounter with such exhilarating gambling. 500 million on the line. It was bound to be thrilling. Shi Fang was now sweating profusely. However, with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Swallowing hard, he trembled as he lifted the dice cup. The instant the numbers appeared before the crowd, a chorus of cheers erupted. It's big. Once again, it's big. I've won. I lost 2 million earlier, but now I've recovered it all. I bet 5 million this time. Not only have I recouped my losses, but I've also made an additional 3 million. I just arrived and placed a 10 million bet. This is truly a windfall. The hall was filled with ecstatic cheers, while the casino staff stood in stunned silence. Their faces were ashen. They had lost 500 million in one single round, plus the 300 million just paid to Chu Yang. In less than half an hour, they had incurred losses amounting to 800 million, an amount exceeding the casino's profit for an entire year. The individuals present, including Shi Fang, were unable to bear such a cost. Losing 500 million was beyond Shi Fang's authority, for he had always been the one to win. Having navigated the casino world for years, he found it hard to accept being thoroughly defeated, especially by a young man. Meanwhile, Shun Mengqing, who had remained silent, was now speechless in astonishment. Chu Yang had consistently stated his intent to help her father reclaim that 700 million, and now it had been accomplished so swiftly. Once the 400 million was returned, it would equal exactly 700 million, not a penny more or less. I've won. Now pay up, Chu Yang said coolly. Indeed, pay up. I demand 3 million. I want 4 million. Quickly, pay up. Don't even think about shirking your responsibility, or I'll demolish this place. The crowd immediately began to shout. It must be said, winning money was exhilarating. At that moment, everyone viewed Chu Yang as their benefactor. They had firmly resolved to follow him in the next round of betting. As long as they stayed with him, they were certain to rake in profits. However, Shi Fang had fallen silent. Having already lost 200 million, that was his limit. If he continued to incur losses, he would lose his standing. Yet with the crowd in an uproar, failing to pay up could lead to dire consequences. He could only pray for Zhang Zifeng to arrive quickly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zhang Zifeng finally arrived. Upon observing the situation, his face darkened ominously. He had no desire to pay out. Yet he understood the consequences of refusing to do so could be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly compensated the crowd. Chu Yang, you're ruthless, Zhang Zifeng stated, his face pale after paying out. I've stated that I would retrieve Shunbo's 700 million, and I intend to fulfill my promise, Chu Yang replied calmly. You've received your money. Now you can leave, Zhang Zifeng said coldly. He had not anticipated that Chu Yang's method of reclaiming the money would come to this. It left him with a pent-up frustration that had nowhere to go. Why should I leave? Is it customary for your casino to chase winning patrons away? That makes no sense, does it, everyone? Chu Yang sneered. Since he had come this far, he had no intention of leaving with just 700 million. His goal was to bankrupt the Zhang family casino. Since Zhang Zifeng dared to seize Shun Chengzong's money, he would not only reclaim his principal, but also demand interest. This statement incited a frenzy among the crowd. They were not about to let Chu Yang walk away so easily. He was their golden goose. Indeed, does a casino conduct business only to shoo away customers? Is it only permissible for the house to win while the players cannot? What kind of tyrannical rule is that? We could very well destroy your unscrupulous casino. The crowd glared at Zhang Zifeng, their expressions fierce. Even someone as shrewd as Zhang Zifeng found himself flustered in the face of such fervor. He hurriedly explained, I only want him to leave. You all can continue playing. If he leaves, how can we still win? Exactly. You only want to profit without losing. Where could you find such a good deal? Keep going. Don't stop. I haven't had enough fun yet. The crowd clamored. In an instant, the atmosphere grew chaotic. This only served to heighten Zhang Zifeng's panic. If they continued to gamble, they would lose even more money. Yet if they refrained, the bloodthirsty gamblers would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the entire casino. Zhang Zifeng found himself in a predicament. Everyone, please do me a favor. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the room. Chapter 78. When adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-40s, entered the room. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Zifeng, though his presence was far more commanding. As he surveyed the crowd, his eyes occasionally glinted with a chilling light, suggesting he was a person of considerable depth. It was evident who this individual was, the head of the Zhang family from the provincial capital, Zhang Qianyang. Within the province, Zhang Qianyang was indeed a figure of some renown. Regardless of the factions, he commands a modicum of respect. Upon his arrival, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush. Each individual regarded Zhang Qianyang with profound reverence, well aware of the peril in crossing him. Those who have dared to offend Zhang Qianyang have faced ruin, whether it be the loss of their fortunes or, in more dire cases, their very lives. He stood there, exuding an aura akin to that of a predatory eagle, unmistakably a figure of formidable prowess. Among the denizens of the provincial capital, none were immune to a modicum of trepidation towards Zhang Qianyang. As he spoke, the raucous crowd transformed into a sea of silence. Chu Yang, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his astonishment. He had not anticipated Zhang Qianyang's formidable presence. "Mr. Zhang, we certainly respect your authority, but isn't it a bit excessive to bar us from gambling?" inquired a rather corpulent middle-aged man, mustering his courage. "While our establishment typically welcomes patrons, we regret to inform you that due to a malfunction in our gaming apparatus, we shall not be operating today. However, each of you will receive 500,000 in chips as a token of goodwill, and we invite you to return tomorrow," Zhang Qianyang replied with an air of nonchalance. It must be said that his audacity was indeed remarkable. With such a multitude present, distributing 500,000 to each would amount to nearly 100 million. Yet Zhang Qianyang appeared unconcerned. As long as Chu Yang refrained from causing disturbances, this 100 million would eventually be recouped, and likely more. The immediate priority was to placate the crowd before addressing Chu Yang. Upon hearing this, the faces of the onlookers brightened with delight. With Zhang Qianyang's presence, they dared not gamble further. Yet the prospect of receiving free chips dissipated their previous discontent. The crowd jubilantly accepted their chips and departed, leaving only Chu Yang, Shen Mengqing, and Li Yunlong behind. "Xiaoming, it has been several years since we last met. You have blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty," Zhang Qianyang remarked, his gaze fixed on Shen Mengqing with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, I hope all is well," Shen Mengqing responded, her demeanor somewhat frosty, given that he had previously schemed against her father. "Are you the one who forced Yang Yanhai to sell Qinghe real estate?" Zhang Qianyang inquired, directing his attention to Chu Yang. "Indeed," Chu Yang replied coolly. "Truly a formidable youth, far superior to my own unworthy son," Zhang Qianyang commented with a hint of admiration. "Dad," Zhang Zifeng interjected, visibly agitated by his father's comparison. "Silence. Do you not acknowledge that you have suffered a catastrophic defeat today?" Zhang Qianyang glared at him. Despite his resentment, Zhang Zifeng dared not retort, instead casting a venomous glare at Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang paid him no mind, deeming him far too weak to be considered a rival. His true adversary was Zhang Qianyang. "Mr. Zhang, you wouldn't merely offer me 500,000 in chips to dismiss me, would you?" Chu Yang asked slowly. "You have already won 700 million. What more could you possibly want?" Zhang Zifeng blurted out in frustration. "Silence. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt," Chu Yang retorted dismissively. At this, Shen Mengqing could not contain herself and burst into laughter. "You." Zhang Zifeng was so incensed that he nearly spat blood, feeling belittled by someone of similar age. "Enough. Step aside and refrain from further comment," Zhang Qianyang ordered, his expression darkening. It was indeed shameful to lose composure over mere provocations from an opponent, and this only heightened Zhang Qianyang's regard for Chu Yang. The young man before him exuded an unsettling maturity that belied his age. Zhang Qianyang felt an uncanny sensation. He was not facing a 20-something youth, but rather a peer who had weathered the trials of the business world for decades. Chu Yang instilled in him a sense of dread even greater than that he felt when confronting Shen Qingzhou. Little did he know that Chu Yang had lived 2 lives, with a psychological age that surpassed his own. Such feelings were entirely understandable. "Chu Yang, what are your terms? Feel free to articulate them," Zhang Qianyang said slowly, well aware that 500,000 chips would hardly suffice to placate Chu Yang. "Very well, I ask for 300 million, and I shall take my leave immediately," Chu Yang stated, raising 3 fingers with a calm demeanor. With this sum, combined with the previous 700 million, he would reach his target of 1 billion. "Why not just rob a bank? You've already profited 700 million. Asking for 300 million is sheer audacity," Zhang Zifeng interjected. Chu Yang ignored him, instead fixing his gaze on Zhang Qianyang. "What do you think, Mr. Zhang? 300 million at your request seems somewhat excessive," Zhang Qianyang mused, furrowing his brow. Compared to your dealings with Uncle Shan, I consider my request rather lenient. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. And if I refuse? Zhang Qianyang asked coldly. Refusal would be straightforward. I would simply return daily, winning several hundred million until your establishment faces bankruptcy. Chu Yang replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips. The saying goes, a smile can be both charming and deadly. Zhang Qianyang felt a shiver run down his spine at Chu Yang's expression. He recognized that the young man's words were not mere bluster. Should Chu Yang truly come daily, within a week, his casino would indeed face ruin. A mere 300 million seemed a small price to pay for the peace of his establishment. Very well, I shall provide the 300 million, Zhang Qianyang conceded, his expression darkening. Today had been a staggering loss, totaling 1,100 million, which would certainly deplete the Zhang family's resources. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please proceed with the transfer. I will provide you with my account details, Chu Yang said with a smile. No need, I prefer cash. My casino, if nothing else, has an abundance of cash. Zhang Qianyang replied matter-of-factly. He waved his hand, instructing, prepare 300 million in cash. Seeing this, Chu Yang's face broke into a peculiar smile, his eyes gleaming with an icy light, as if he could see through everything. So, you wish to play it this way? How intriguing, he mused silently. Chapter 79. To capture the king, one must first capture the horse. Cash it is, bring it forth, Chu Yang said slowly. Shortly, 2 large cases were brought forth by the staff. As one worker opened the cases, they revealed a mound of colorful banknotes, each one 100 yuan. 300 million amounted to 3 million notes. Thankfully, the cases were sufficiently large to contain this sum. Shall we count it? Zhang Qianyang asked indifferently. No need. I trust your integrity, Mr. Zhang. Yunlong, carry the money, Chu Yang instructed calmly. The weight of 300 million was significant, and it was best handled by Li Yunlong. Zhang Qianyang asked casually, are you satisfied? Thank you for the 300 million, and rest assured, I will not return unless Chu Yang glanced at Zhang Zifeng, offering a cold laugh. Zhang Zifeng glared at him vehemently, but Chu Yang paid him no heed as he departed with Shin Mengqing and Li Yunlong. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Qianyang's expression darkened. Dad, are we really just giving him this 300 million? Zhang Zifeng asked, filled with resentment. It is your incompetence that has led to such a tremendous loss. You have truly disappointed me, Zhang Qianyang replied sharply. Zhang Qianyang spoke with evident displeasure. His words rendered Zhang Zifeng speechless, causing him to lower his head in silence. My money is not so easily acquired, Zhang Qianyang sneered. Father, what do you intend to do? Zhang Zifeng immediately inquired. Send Lin Hu and his men to retrieve the money, Zhang Qianyang replied slowly. May I accompany them? Zhang Zifeng's eyes brightened with a question. He yearned to create trouble for Chu Yang and humiliate him in front of Shin Mengqing. Do not embarrass yourself. Stay at home and do not venture outside, Zhang Qianyang admonished, glaring at him. Zhang Zifeng's expression changed, realizing he was effectively grounded. Though reluctant, he dared not defy Zhang Qianyang's command. At that moment, Chu Yang and his companions had boarded their vehicle and were preparing to start the engine. Suddenly, a group of over 10 individuals surged forth from the roadside, surrounding the car. Each of them brandished glinting steel pipes, their menacing demeanor palpable. Shin Mengqing gasped in shock. What is happening? What do these people want? As anticipated, Chu Yang replied with a cold smile. He had already deduced Zhang Qianyang's intention to provide only cash. So the appearance of these individuals was entirely within his expectations. The assailants shouted for them to exit the vehicle, threatening to vandalize it if they did not comply. Fortunately, it was late at night, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Had this transpired during the day, someone might have already alerted the authorities. Mr. Chu, what shall we do now? Li Yunlong asked. Let's step outside and converse. With you here, I have nothing to fear, Chu Yang replied calmly. He opened the car door and stepped outside, facing the fierce group without a trace of trepidation. Who would have thought that the esteemed Zhang Qianyang could falter? Truly disappointing. Chu Yang shook his head. He gazed up at the hotel, but the darkness obscured any view. Nonetheless, he believed that Zhang Qianyang was watching from a window above. We do not know who Zhang Qianyang is, so spare me your nonsense, the leader of the group, a burly man, growled. His imposing stature was comparable to Li Yunlong's. Yet his aura exuded mere ferocity, unlike Li Yunlong's, which radiated a steely resolve. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between a soldier and a thug. The former acts for the nation's welfare, while the latter pursues selfish desires without moral boundaries. In terms of presence, this leader had already been bested by Li Yunlong. And who might you be? What is your intention? Chu Yang inquired indifferently. Whether they acknowledged being Zhang Qianyang's men was of no concern to him. I am Lin Hu, and you may call me Brother Hu. Recently, my brothers have found themselves in a tight spot. Seeing you drive a luxury car, It's apparent you possess wealth. So we would like to borrow some money, Lin Hu said with a chilling smirk. So, it's a robbery. I have little respect for your kind. You lack any finesse, Chu Yang scoffed. Enough chatter. Hand over those 2 boxes from your vehicle, and you may leave. I assure you, no harm will come to you. Lin Hu retorted coldly, revealing his true objective. Chu Yang sneered in response. You come here for the boxes, clearly sent by Zhang Qianyang. Tell him I will not return the money I won through my own efforts. Refusing an invitation to drink, you shall face a penalty. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brothers attack. Lin Hu bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared, striking with the swiftness of a descending tiger, crashing heavily into Lin Hu. A piercing scream escaped Lin Hu as he was sent flying 3 to 4 meters before landing violently on the ground. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lin Hu, overwhelmed by the impact, lay on the ground, spitting blood, and lost consciousness. The thugs, who had intended to attack, stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. The assailant was none other than Li Yunlong. He stood tall and resolute, akin to a towering cypress, evoking a primal fear in those who beheld him. Get out of here with him, or face the same fate, Li Yunlong warned sternly. The thugs, terrified, hastily lifted Lin Hu and fled in disarray. In less than a second, they had vanished without a trace. To capture the leader first is to ensure victory. Well executed, Chu Yang remarked, patting Li Yunlong on the shoulder with immense satisfaction. If they had all attacked at once, it would have been challenging for Li Yunlong to guarantee both his and Shun Mingqing's safety. Thus, they had chosen to strike decisively at their leader, completely shattering the morale of the thugs, allowing them to subdue their enemies without a fight. It appears that even the seemingly brash Li Yunlong possesses an understanding of strategy. Chu Yang mused. Mr. Chu, you comprehend me well, Li Yunlong replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Let us return to the vehicle, Chu Yang said slowly. He gestured a thumbs up towards the darkened hotel before turning to enter the car, confident that Zhang Qianyang was observing the scene. How outrageous! What a bunch of incompetents! Unable to handle such a simple task. A furious roar echoed from a room in the hotel, accompanied by the sound of a glass shattering on the floor. Chapter 80. The auction begins. Father, please do not be angry. What should we do now? Zhang Zifeng asked timidly. What can we do? The money has been taken. Tell Lin Hu and his gang to leave the provincial capital and never return. If they do, I will ensure they do not see the light of day again. They are utterly useless, Zhang Qianyang said, his face ashen. Are we truly to suffer such a significant loss? Zhang Zifeng asked, his expression filled with discontent. Impossible. First, we must secure the land in Tianan City, and afterward, we will deal with Shun Chengzong, Zhang Qianyang replied with a cold snort. Given his position, obtaining insider information from the government was a simple task. Meanwhile, in the Bentley, Chu Yang handed the 2 large boxes to Shen Mengqing. This 300 million is for your uncle, he said slowly. But this is your prize money. Shen Mengqing frowned. Take it. What is mine is yours, Chu Yang insisted. Well then, I shall thank you on behalf of my father, Shen Mengqing said gratefully. With this 300 million, Shun Chengzong's recent losses would be fully compensated. We are family, no need for thanks. Whenever you have time, come to my house for dinner. My mother speaks of you daily, Chu Yang smiled. Is that so? I miss Annie as well. I will visit her tomorrow, Shun Mengqing replied promptly. Now my mother regards you as her own daughter, nearly forgetting about me, her biological son. Chu Yang remarked helplessly. What, are you feeling jealous? Shen Mengqing teased. Indeed, I am envious, Chu Yang affirmed earnestly. Then savor your jealousy, Shun Mengqing laughed brightly. The atmosphere in the car was filled with joy. It was nearly midnight when Chu Yang dropped Shen Mengqing off at her home before returning to his own. The following day, Chu Yang rode in a vehicle driven by Li Yunlong, arriving at Qingyang Real Estate. Upon entering the company, Fang Datong hurriedly approached him. His face bore a trace of excitement and astonishment. Mr. Chu, your foresight is truly remarkable, Fang Datong exclaimed with genuine admiration. What is the matter? It's early in the morning and you seem rather disoriented, Chu Yang replied with a smile. The municipal government has issued a notice. They intend to auction the land in the west of the city in 3 days, and they have already commenced the bidding process, Fang Datong informed him, grinning. I see. That was to be expected, Chu Yang remarked, his expression devoid of any surprise. This demeanor only deepened Fang Datong's respect for him. In business, the key is to exploit information asymmetry. With a boss capable of acquiring government insights ahead of time, how could the company not thrive and achieve new heights? Fang Datong suddenly felt a surge of confidence about his future. Boss, let us submit our bid immediately, he said without hesitation. Very well, go ahead. This time, We must secure that piece of land, Chu Yang replied slowly. This parcel of land would eventually become the most prosperous area in Tian'an City. Owning it would be akin to possessing a goose that lays golden eggs, far more formidable than the legendary chicken that could play basketball after 2.5 years of practice. Soon enough, he would find himself lounging at home, effortlessly entering the ranks of the wealthy. Moreover, he was already aware of his competitor's ultimate limits, placing him in an invulnerable position. Without delay, Fang Datong swiftly submitted the bid. Being the first to do so would surely leave an impression on the government officials, which could be advantageous for the auction's success. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family estate, Zhang Qinyang sat in his study, facing Zhang Zifeng. The announcement has finally been made. Zhang Qinyang said slowly, "Dad, how much do you plan to spend on acquiring that land?" Zhang Zifeng inquired. "That plot is quite remote. 5 billion should suffice." Zhang Qinyang remarked indifferently. "But Dad, why must you spend so much on that land?" Zhang Zifeng asked, puzzled. "What do you understand? I have insider information from the government. Although this land seems remote now, there are plans for substantial development in the future, along with generous policy support. Once we secure this land, we will undoubtedly reap enormous profits, surpassing Shunqing Zone with ease," Zhang Qinyang explained calmly. "This time, it's all that rascal Chu Yang's fault for causing us such losses," Zhang Zifeng said, gritting his teeth at the thought of Chu Yang. "If you cannot surpass others, what is there to be angry about? I hope this incident helps you mature quickly. A man's ambition should be to conquer the world, not to be a sycophant," Zhang Qinyang commented coolly. "Dad, I understand. Will you be attending the auction?" Zhang Zifeng asked. "Of course. Such an important auction requires my presence. I do not regard the local riffraff in Tian'an City, but I worry you might struggle to maintain control if I do not attend," Zhang Qinyang replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng felt a twinge of disappointment. His father's words implied a lack of trust in his abilities. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, as he was still under house arrest. "I fear that Chu Yang may also have designs on that land," Zhang Zifeng said, frowning. "That young fool is not a threat. The auction is not a casino. If he dares to challenge me, I have 15 billion on hand to play with him," Zhang Qinyang sneered. It was unfortunate that he was unaware of Chu Yang's 30 billion. Had he known, his confidence would have undoubtedly faltered. Chu Yang, of course, was oblivious to the fact that his involvement had already shifted the trajectory of the upcoming land auction. In the following 3 days, he refrained from visiting the stock exchange and instead focused on preparing for the land auction. As for the stocks, he entrusted Shun Mengqing to keep an eye on them. After all, the shares he had recently acquired were performing well, and he had no cause for concern. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the auction day arrived. On the eve of the auction, all participating companies received notifications regarding the time and location. The auction was to be held at Yunhu Villa at 10 in the morning. Having visited Yunhu Villa previously, Chu Yang was familiar with the place. At 9:40, a Bentley 728 arrived at the entrance. The area was bustling, filled with luxury cars, but the Bentley stood out among them. Shortly, a striking young couple emerged from the vehicle. Chu Yang, handsome and charismatic, alongside Shun Mengqing, whose beauty resembled that of an ethereal goddess. Some attendees recognized them, while others were seeing them for the first time. After greeting those he knew, Chu Yang made his way to the auction hall, which was already prepared with seating for the guests. "Chu Yang, Shun Mengqing, you audacious pair. How dare you show up here?" A venomous voice called out. Chu Yang frowned at the sound. He looked up to see Zhang Zifeng glaring at him, and Shun Mengqing with palpable malice. Chu Yang's expression darkened as he strode confidently toward Zhang Zifeng, fixing him with a cold stare. "What do you want?" Zhang Zifeng asked, feeling unnerved under Chu Yang's gaze. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Chu Yang delivered a sharp blow to Zhang Zifeng, causing him to stumble and his left cheek to swell instantly. "You dare strike me?" Zhang Zifeng exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. "I struck you, you loquacious little wretch," Chu Yang replied icily. While he could ignore Zhang Zifeng's insults, he would not tolerate any disrespect directed toward Shun Mengqing and felt compelled to teach this insolent individual a lesson. "I'll fight you," Zhang Zifeng shouted, losing all rationality as he lunged at Chu Yang. However, having lived a life of privilege, he was no match for the resourceful rural youth that Chu Yang was. Before he could make a move, another resounding slap landed on his face, even more forceful than the last, knocking him back several steps and causing blood to trickle from his mouth. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Who was this young man, daring enough to strike the son of Zhang Qinyang? You may not know, but this young man is the new owner of Qinghe Real Estate, the one who drove the ruthless Yang Yinhai to bankruptcy. One of the spectators whispered. "What? The new owner of Qinghe Real Estate?" he asked so young. Another gasped. "He was here last time, competing with Yang Yinhai in stock trading, and made the latter suffer a crushing defeat. Despite his youth, he is certainly not to be underestimated. Zhang Zifeng, having suffered 2 stinging slaps, felt a mix of fury and fear, realizing he could not afford to retaliate. After all, he was not a masochist. If you dare speak recklessly again, I will not hold back, Chu Yang warned coldly. Chu Yang, you have gone too far, striking my son in public. Zhang Qianyang approached, his expression dark and foreboding. In front of so many people, Chu Yang slapping his son was akin to slapping him directly. Mr. Zhang, your son has a loose tongue. I am merely teaching him a lesson, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. My son does not need outsiders to discipline him, Zhang Qianyang retorted, his face growing increasingly grim. A parent's failure to educate their child is a parent's fault. Perhaps you should inquire what your son has said, Chu Yang scoffed. What did you just say? Zhang Qianyang inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Zifeng. I merely uttered that they are a pair of shameless scoundrels, Zhang Zifeng replied, lowering his head. Smack! Zhang Qianyang retaliated with a resounding slap across Zhang Zifeng's face. Zhang Zifeng was momentarily taken aback. Father, why did you strike me? You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? Zhang Qianyang retorted angrily. Zhang Zifeng, now cowed, dared not speak further. Chu Yang, are you satisfied now? Zhang Qianyang asked, his expression darkening. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, your parenting methods are commendable. Let us consider this matter settled, Chu Yang remarked coolly. You are here today for that piece of land. Are you not? Zhang Qianyang asked in a low voice. Naturally, a man from the provincial capital, like you, has an interest in land here in Tianshan? Is running a business in the provincial capital not enough? Now you wish to meddle in Tianshan's affairs? Your reach is indeed extensive, Chu Yang responded, his face rife with derision. He recollected how, in his past life, the Zhang family had acquired this land, enabling them to dominate the province's wealth for over 2 decades. Today, Chu Yang was determined to prevent that from happening again. Engaging in a battle of wits was rather intriguing. His words were laced with evident provocation. As expected, upon hearing this, the local businessmen in Tianshan cast hostile glances at Zhang Qianyang. An outsider attempting to usurp their livelihoods was indeed a step too far. As for the land auction, it is open to those with strength. There are no stipulations that only locals may participate, Zhang Qianyang inquired blandly. That is indeed the case, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Then it is settled. At today's auction, we shall rely on our own abilities, Zhang Qianyang stated with an indifferent expression. Just as he spoke, the host's voice echoed through the room. The auction will commence in 1 minute. Companies participating are requested to take their seats as required. Upon hearing this, the attendees ceased their verbal sparring and hurriedly took their places. At that moment, Fang Datong also arrived. However, as his seat had been taken by Shun Mengqing, he had no choice but to stand behind Li Yunlong. An employee, of course, could not allow the boss's wife to remain standing. As Chu Yang approached the front of the room, he noticed a wooden paddle placed before him. During the auction, he would simply need to raise the paddle to place a bid. The minute passed swiftly, and the auction was about to begin. Given that this was a government-organized event, formalities were essential. Thus, prior to the auction, a motivational meeting was held. During this meeting, a leader from city government commenced his speech. First, we must fully recognize the significant implications of this auction. Second, we must absolutely adhere to the operational procedures of this auction. Third, we must exert every effort to ensure the fairness and impartiality of this auction. After articulating these 3 points, over half an hour had already elapsed. The meeting's presiding leader then summarized 3 additional points, consuming yet another half hour. The audience, overwhelmed by drowsiness, stifled yawns. Chu Yang felt helpless. Why did these leaders enjoy speaking so much? Their verbosity was truly excessive, surpassing even those in the future who penned lengthy online novels. Chu Yang recalled that in his previous life, many novelists wrote works spanning tens of millions of words, which was quite astonishing. An hour later, the auction finally commenced. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man ascended the stage, taking his place at the auction stand. This was Feng Tianyuan, the deputy director of the Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, responsible for presiding over the auction. Fang Datong immediately turned to Chu Yang and spoke. Chu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Having worked in this field for many years, it was not surprising that Fang Datong knew several officials. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Feng Tianyuan, your old acquaintance. Today's auction is for a piece of land located in the west of the city, measuring 33 acres, with a starting bid of 55 million. Each bid must exceed 5 million. The highest bidder will prevail. Let the bidding begin. Feng Tianyuan was succinct, avoiding unnecessary chatter and diving straight into the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, a paddle was raised. 60 million, 65 million, 70 million, 75 million. As time passed, the price swiftly escalated to 400 million. Neither Chu Yang nor Zhang Qianyang placed a bid. Both understood that bidding at this stage was futile. The competition would ultimately lie between the two of them. However, the intensity of this rivalry was unpredictable. In Chu Yang's original memory, Zhang Qianyang had acquired this land for 500 million. Yet, as a reborn individual, he was not omniscient. He could not foresee that his involvement would alter the auction's trajectory. In his previous life, the land's value was unrecognized, allowing Zhang Qianyang to secure it for a mere 500 million. Now, with Chu Yang's presence, Zhang Qianyang had a rival. This auction was destined to be tumultuous. When the bidding reached 450 million, the bidders finally paused, plunging the venue into silence. 450 million. Is there no higher bid? Feng Tianyuan inquired loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a paddle was raised. 500 million. The bidder was none other than Chu Yang. He still believed this was Zhang Qianyang's final offer. Thus, he preemptively called out that price, intending to stifle any further bids. After calling out the bid, he turned to Zhang Qianyang and said, Mr. Zhang, this land is quite remote. You surely wouldn't be interested. You might as well let me have it. I apologize, but I am quite fond of this piece of land, so I cannot grant you that favor, Zhang Qianyang replied, raising his paddle. 600 million. This response took even Chu Yang by surprise. What was happening? Had history diverged? It seemed the butterfly effect was indeed in play. It appeared that Mr. Zhang was resolute in his pursuit. Chu Yang chuckled and asked, is that so? Perhaps the youth should defer to the elder? Indeed, but why should the young cede their ambitions? Zhang Qianyang inquired slowly. In business, as in battle. Since you have made a move, I too must draw my sword. Let us rely on our own capabilities, Chu Yang replied with a smile, raising his paddle. 700 million. The youth indeed possesses vigor and audacity, yet it lacks the requisite composure. Zhang Qianyang scoffed, raising his paddle. 800 million. The elder must concede to age, regardless. Youth is an asset, Chu Yang retorted without hesitation, raising his own paddle. 900 million. The hall fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed on Chu Yang and Zhang Qianyang. They could not comprehend why such a seemingly insignificant piece of land warranted such extravagant expenditure. The words of the great are indeed profound. However, I am not yet old. The youth are eager to ascend. Is that not a tad too hasty? Zhang Qianyang said coolly. 10 billion, he declared. The young cannot afford to be complacent. Chu Yang shot back sharply. 11 billion. Enough with the idle chatter. I am determined to secure this land today, Zhang Qianyang asserted, his expression growing serious. Having previously lost 10 billion to Chu Yang, he was left with only 15 billion at his disposal. This meant that the land's price was perilously close to his limit. Now he could only gamble, wagering that Chu Yang could not afford to bid higher than 15 billion. 1.3 billion. This piece of land is firmly in my grasp, and no one shall snatch it away, Chu Yang declared, unwaveringly. Upon hearing Chu Yang bid 13 billion, Zhang Qianyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He recognized that this was his final opportunity. He could only raise his bid to 15 billion, gambling that Chu Yang would not be able to offer a price exceeding that amount. Thus, he opted to skip 14 billion and boldly announced 15 billion. Astonishment etched itself across the faces of the onlookers. To them, this land was worth at most 5 billion. Who would have anticipated such a staggering bid of 15 billion? It was a testament to the Zhang family of the provincial capital, capable of presenting such a sum. Yet, many wondered if the land truly warranted such a price, questioning if the years spent were merely for the sake of pride. The world of the affluent was beyond their comprehension. Surely, Chu Yang would concede. 15 billion was already an exorbitant figure. All eyes turned to him, convinced he would refrain from bidding further. The fact that Zhang Qianyang had bid so high was already a significant accomplishment. Little did they know the actual worth of the land. Even Zhang Qianyang was unaware of its future potential. Only Chu Yang comprehended the true value of this parcel. He could not possibly let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. Upon hearing Zhang Qianyang skip 14 billion in favor of 15 billion, a smile crept onto Chu Yang's face. It appeared this was Zhang's limit. He raised his paddle, declaring 15 billion and 5 million. Zhang Qianyang's countenance darkened instantly. He realized that Chu Yang's bid indicated he had surmised Zhang could not afford a higher amount. This was nothing short of humiliation. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. He had raised the bid again. 15 billion. Who would have thought he had that much liquidity? It seemed this young man's financial prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. While some in attendance possessed fortunes of 15 billion, few could actually produce that sum in cash. The distinction between having a net worth of 15 billion and possessing 15 billion in liquid assets was monumental. Chu Yang's audacious bid left the crowd utterly stunned. Mr. Zhang, Continue if you will. Regardless of your offer today, I shall accompany you to the end, Chu Yang taunted, confident that Zhang Qianyang could not muster more funds. Do you truly possess such wealth? Or are you simply making a ruckus here? Zhang Qianyang asked, his expression darkening. Since I dared to bid, I naturally have the means. Chu Yang replied with measured calmness. Originally, he had over 35 billion in his account. After lending 5 billion to Shun Qingzong, he retained 30 billion. However, just 3 days prior, he had won 7 billion at the Zhang family casino, supplemented by over 2 billion earned in the stock market over the last 3 days. His account now neared 40 billion, not accounting for the 3 billion gifted to Shun Qingzong. If that sum were included, his wealth would be even greater. Thus, 15 billion was but a trifling amount to him. Do you claim to possess such wealth merely because you say so? Zhang Qianyang scoffed. What do you intend to do about it? Chu Yang inquired, unfazed. Chapter 83. The auction concludes. I demand a verification of funds, Zhang Qianyang stated coldly. Why do you have to verify my funds? Chu Yang retorted with a derisive laugh. Director Feng, I suspect he does not possess the funds he claims. His high bid appears to be mere disruption. I ask for your support in verifying his funds, Zhang Qianyang implored, casting a glance at Feng Tianyuan, the only one present with the authority to intervene. Should verification reveal Chu Yang's lack of funds, the land would rightfully belong to Zhang Qianyang. This was his only glimmer of hope for a turnaround, no matter how slim that chance might be. Mr. Chu, for the sake of prudence, could you cooperate? Feng Tianyuan hesitated to ask. Currently, Chu Yang's bid stood as the highest, yet was not yet finalized. If he failed to produce the 15 billion and 5 million upon the hammer falling, the land would be left unsold, and Feng, as the auction's overseer, would bear the consequences. Though verification would likely displease Chu Yang, a cautious approach was always advisable. As a figure of authority, Feng Tianyuan was indifferent to Chu Yang's feelings. Director Feng, if you require verification, I am willing to comply, but I have one condition, Chu Yang stated slowly. What condition might that be? Feng Tianyuan inquired, puzzled. After the verification, I hope you will not disclose the amount in my account, Chu Yang replied. Revealing his near 40 billion in deposits would stir considerable trouble. Many present might covet his wealth and resort to underhanded tactics. Not a problem. I assure you that your account details will remain confidential, Feng Tianyuan promised without hesitation. Very well, let us proceed with the verification, Chu Yang said, retrieving his bank card. At the auction, bank personnel had been prearranged. Under Feng Tianyuan's direction, a staff member quickly approached Chu Yang with a POS machine. The bank representative took Chu Yang's card and processed it. Beep. The machine emitted a sound, soon producing a slip of paper. The bank employee's face morphed into one of sheer astonishment upon reading the slip. Feng Tianyuan, curious, took the paper for himself. As he beheld the balance, his eyes widened in disbelief. The long string of zeros nearly left him breathless. This young man was extraordinarily wealthy. It would be prudent to cultivate a relationship with him, encouraging more investments in the local economy to bolster Tiannan's financial landscape. Such a partnership could yield significant political achievements for Feng Tianyuan. The crowd, observing Feng Tianyuan's reaction, was rife with curiosity. Just how much did Chu Yang possess to elicit such a response? It was evident that his wealth surpassed 15 billion by a considerable margin, though the exact amount remained unfathomable. Witnessing Feng Tianyuan's demeanor, Zhang Qianyang's heart sank. He understood that victory was no longer within his grasp. Director Feng, what say you? Am I qualified? Chu Yang asked gently. This question snapped Feng Tianyuan from his stupor. Mr. Chu's verification poses no issues. Mr. Zhang, do you have anything further to say? Feng Tianyuan directed his gaze at Zhang Qianyang. Having said this, he handed the slip back to Chu Yang. The paper was not to be shown to others. Its contents were a matter of personal privacy. Chu Yang took the slip and tucked it away, leaving everyone in suspense while keeping its contents hidden from view. Zhang Qianyang dared not question Feng Tianyuan's integrity. To do so would jeopardize his future business prospects in Tiannan, in the world of commerce. The last individuals one could afford to offend were those in positions of power. Angering them could lead to dire consequences, regardless of one's wealth. After delivering his thoughts, he rose and departed, knowing that the outcome of the day had been decided and his presence was now pointless. Seeing this, Zhang Zifeng's expression turned exceedingly grim. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Chu Yang and declared, Chu Yang, this matter is far from over between us. If I couldn't best your father, what do you think you are? Chu Yang responded with a look of utter disdain. You. Zhang Zifeng was nearly spitting blood from anger at this retort. However, he felt he had no face left to linger any longer in this place, and thus followed Zhang Qianyang out. With the auction concluded, the dust had finally settled. Following the established protocol, Feng Tianyuan began the proceedings. 1,500,000,000 for the first time. 1,500,000,000 for the second time. 1,500,000,000 for the third time. Sold. Feng Tianyuan brought down the gavel. The land was finally secured by Chu Yang. He promptly made the payment, leaving him with over 2 billion in his bank account. Chu Yang couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected butterfly effect he had triggered. Land that could have been acquired for 500 million had instead cost him an additional billion. It became apparent that one should not rely solely on experiential knowledge, as it could easily lead to one's downfall. Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Tianyuan, Deputy Director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Feng Tianyuan approached with a beaming smile. Director Feng, you are too kind. Please, just call me by my name. Chu Yang responded, not daring to dismiss the other's cordiality. A young man who is neither arrogant nor impetuous is indeed commendable. We should keep in touch, Feng Tianyuan remarked with a smile. It would be my honor. Chu Yang replied promptly. Feng Tianyuan laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Chu Yang's demeanor. He patted Chu Yang on the shoulder before departing. This scene did not go unnoticed by onlookers, who immediately regarded Chu Yang with a heightened sense of esteem. After the auction concluded, many approached Chu Yang to exchange business cards. A figure of such wealth and influence, favored by leadership, was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Even if they could not become friends, they certainly could not afford to be enemies. After all, if even Zhang Xinyang was no match for him, what are the others? Before long, Chu Yang found his hands filled with business cards. He sighed, wishing for the convenience of the next 2 decades when adding contacts could simply be done via a messaging app. Unfortunately, the advent of smartphones was still a decade away. Mr. Chu, we have indeed secured this parcel of land. Feng Datong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Have the design plans initiated immediately. We must expedite the development of that site. Chu Yang stated calmly. Rest assured, I will take care of it right away. Feng Datong assented eagerly. Chapter 84. Are you quoting movie lines? Chu Yang proceeded to share his vision for the development of the land with Feng Datong, describing a large shopping center, luxurious residential complexes, and apartments atop the commercial spaces, alongside sports facilities in the surrounding parks. This was a blueprint for a commercial hub that was already quite mature in the future. Of course, in this era, the limitations of time meant that no one could yet conceive of such ideas. The more Feng Datong listened, the more his eyes sparkled, and an expression of profound admiration spread across his face. He had initially thought Chu Yang merely an outsider in this domain, but he was astounded by the brilliance of his ideas. If the land were truly developed as Chu Yang proposed, its value would be immeasurable. Mr. Chu, you are truly exceptional. My admiration for you flows like a relentless river, akin to the Yellow River in flood. Unstoppable, Feng Datong said, grinning. Enough of that. Are you reciting movie lines? Hurry and get things done. Chu Yang lightly kicked him, playfully admonishing. You can count on me. I will not fail in my mission. Feng Datong replied before hastily departing. Chu Yang, where shall we go now? Shen Mengqing inquired. To the stock exchange, Chu Yang replied after a moment's contemplation. He recalled that today was the final day for the stocks he had purchased and needed to return quickly to sell them. Shen Mengqing readily agreed. Li Yunlong drove them to the stock exchange. Upon entering the private room, Chu Yang opened his stock trading account. After today's limit up, his profits had soared past 300 million. A swift glance at the stocks revealed that they would begin to decline tomorrow, reverting to their original purchase prices. Without hesitation, Chu Yang directed Shen Mengqing to sell all those stocks, securing the profits. However, he did not intend to transfer the money back into his account. Instead, he opted to purchase several other stocks. After all, with his proven stock-picking prowess, he ought to continue investing rather than squander his talent. Just after acquiring the new stocks, Chu Yang's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from Qin Mo, Elder Qin. Is there something you need? Chu Yang answered. Chu Yang, are you free tomorrow at noon? Qin Mo inquired. Is there something on your mind? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. I have invited a few friends who share a passion for collecting antiques to a dinner at Qingyang Hotel tomorrow, and since they have all heard of your illustrious achievements, I would like you to join us and meet them, Qin Mo explained. Very well. I shall be there on time, Chu Yang agreed without hesitation. He had already met most of the antique community during the auction for the Han Dynasty jade seal, and since Qin Mo was looking to expand his network, this was an opportunity he should seize. He felt obliged to honor the invitation. As soon as he hung up, Shen Mengqing's phone also rang. After a brief conversation, she ended the call. Chu Yang had not caught who it was from, but he did hear her mention a class reunion. Is your university class having a reunion? He asked slowly. Not university. It's a high school reunion. Among our mutual classmates, Shen Mengqing clarified. High school reunion. What a time and place. Chu Yang's expression turned somewhat indifferent. He harbored a rather negative impression of his high school peers, having been looked down upon due to his family's poverty. The more temperamental students often bullied him, while the kinder ones simply distanced themselves. Thus, he held little interest in attending the reunion. He envisioned a gathering where the successful would boast and the less fortunate would envy, with some rekindling old flames and ruining their lives in the process. Utterly pointless. Tomorrow at noon, at Qingyang Grand Hotel, Shun Mengqing replied. What a coincidence! Chu Yang was taken aback, surprised. What coincidence? Shun Mengqing asked, puzzled. Elder Qin has invited me to a banquet at Qingyang Grand Hotel tomorrow at noon, Chu Yang informed her. In that case, you should meet them as well, Shun Mengqing suggested tentatively. She understood Chu Yang's aversion to his high school classmates, but figured that since it was a reunion, attending briefly would not hurt. If anyone sought to undermine Chu Yang, it would only be a self-inflicted humiliation. Fine, I'll stay for a few minutes, but my priority will be with Elder Qin. Chu Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At this moment, in the Zhang family study, the floor was littered with shattered porcelain fragments. Zhang Zifeng stood there, cowering and unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinyang's face was ashen, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. How dare that Chu Yang sabotage my plans? I shall not let him or Shun Qingzong go unpunished. Zhang Qinyang bellowed in rage. Father, please calm down, Zhang Zifeng cautiously soothed. Slap. Zhang Qinyang delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Zifeng, marking the fourth time today that he had endured such indignity. Within the auction venue, he had already received 2 slaps from Chu Yang, followed by another from Zhang Qinyang himself. Now, yet another slap had left both sides of his face painfully swollen, stripping away the usual charm and elegance associated with a young scion of a prestigious family. Father, why are you hitting me? Zhang Zifeng asked, covering his face, his expression laden with grievance. It's all your fault, you prodigal son. Had you not squandered that 1 billion at the casino, I would not be in this predicament today, Zhang Qinyang retorted with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng could only shield his face in silence, fearful that uttering another word would invite yet another slap. Given the circumstances, it appears we must commence our actions against Shun Qingzong, Zhang Qinyang declared solemnly. Father, in fact, we are nearly there. I have already acquired 45% of Shun Qingzong's company shares. With just 6% more, we will gain controlling interest of 51% and can convene a board meeting to dismiss Shun Qingzong, Zhang Zifeng replied, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Finally, a task accomplished. How many more days will it take? Zhang Qinyang nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring further. This individual is rather difficult to deal with. He is Lin Guoyang, Shun Qingzong's most trusted deputy. No matter how I threaten or entice him, he refuses to relinquish the shares in his possession, Zhang Zifeng admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. Confronted with someone impervious to threats or persuasion, we must exploit his weaknesses, Zhang Qinyang sneered. Are you suggesting? Zhang Zifeng furrowed his brow, questioning. Indeed, he has a wife and children. We could perhaps abduct them and compel him to sign, Zhang Qinyang remarked with an indifferent expression. Father, would that be a bit excessive? Zhang Zifeng hesitated to ask. Those who aspire to achieve great things must not be overly concerned with trifles. If you remain so timid, how will you ever take over for me? Shun Qingzong will convene a shareholders' meeting in 2 days. On that day, we must remove him from the position of chairman and seize complete control of his company. At that point, Shun Mengqing will be entirely at your mercy, Zhang Qinyang scoffed. Chapter 85. Gathering of the Antique Association. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Securing Shun Mengqing's affections was his greatest desire. He now felt compelled to acquire the shares held by Lin Guoyang. Rest assured, Father, I will ensure this matter is resolved, Zhang Zifeng declared before hastily departing. Neither Chu Yang nor Shun Mengqing was privy to these developments. The following day, Li Yunlong drove them to the Qingyang Grand Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, their high school classmates had yet to arrive, but Qin Mo and his companions were already present. Chu Yang suggested that Shun Mengqing wait in his office for a while he proceeded to the private room occupied by Qin Mo and the others. The room where Qin Mo was situated was the grandest suite on the top floor of the Qingyang Grand Hotel. Upon entering, Chu Yang discovered that a dozen people were already seated there, among them several familiar faces, including Feng Tianyuan, Ji Chong, and Zhang Daqian. Most of the others were individuals he had encountered at the previous auction, while some were strangers who regarded Chu Yang with keen interest. Chu Yang, you've arrived. Qin Mo immediately welcomed him. Apologies for the delay. Traffic was quite congested, Chu Yang replied with a smile. All of us here are driving Benzes and Rolls Royces. How could you possibly be caught in traffic? A man in his 30s scoffed. This man had fair skin and wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. However, his chin was sharply defined, giving him a rather acerbic appearance. He maintained an air of arrogance, as though he believed himself superior to all others present. Who is this? Chu Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. His name is Kai Yuan, a rising star in our province's antique association, with an impressive track record. He once purchased a Han Dynasty 9-dragon tripod for 300,000 and flipped it for a profit of 40 million, Qin Mo introduced. Ah, I see, Chu Yang nodded, finally understanding the source of the man's animosity towards him. It was simply youthful arrogance. You still haven't answered my question, Kai Yuan asked coolly. I took a taxi here. Are you satisfied now? Chu Yang replied, uninterested in engaging further with him. A taxi? No wonder you were stuck in traffic. Do you believe you have the right to be here? Kai Yuan dismissed scornfully. Elder Qin invited me, and he deemed me worthy, so I naturally belong here. Chu Yang stated calmly. With that, he ignored Kai Yuan and approached Feng Tianyuan. Director Feng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Mr. Chu, what a stroke of luck. When I heard your name earlier, I thought it was a coincidence, not realizing it was truly you, Feng Tianyuan replied with a smile. Shaking Chu Yang's hand, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chu Yang was acquainted with Feng Tianyuan. It seemed this young man had an impressive background. Chu Yang, you know Director Feng? Qin Mo asked in surprise. Indeed, yesterday Mr. Chu acquired the land in the west of the city for 15 billion. Allowing me to gain considerable face among the leaders, Feng Tianyuan chuckled. This sum of 15 billion significantly bolstered local fiscal revenue, naturally earning Feng Tianyuan the approval of the authorities. The attendees gasped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock as they regarded Chu Yang. 15 billion. Just how wealthy was this young man? Even Kai Yuan, who had been somewhat arrogant, now wore a grave expression, although he considered himself affluent. Such a colossal sum was beyond his wildest dreams. Damn it, who is this guy? How could he overshadow me like this? Kai Yuan thought bitterly. Since his debut, he had always enjoyed a smooth ride. However, hearing Chu Yang's name, he felt overshadowed. The younger man was not only wealthier, but also younger, which irked him greatly. Unbelievable. I must defeat him today, Kai Yuan resolved with a fierce determination. Director Feng, you are too kind. Just call me Chu Yang. Let us not stand on ceremony between us, Chu Yang smiled. All right, I'll take the liberty of addressing you by your name. Feng Tianyuan's regard for Chu Yang soared. A young man with such wealth who could remain so composed was indeed a rare find. Subsequently, Qin Mo introduced the other attendees to Chu Yang. All were members of the Antique Association, possessing exceptional skills in antique appraisal. Most had met at the last auction, though they had not interacted extensively. To Chu Yang's surprise, the president of the Antique Association was none other than Feng Tianyuan. While Feng Tianyuan's appraisal skills might not surpass those of the attendees, his status was the highest. The presence of an official figure as president elevated the association's stature significantly. Chu Yang could not help but admire Qin Mo's insight in recognizing this aspect. Today, I invited everyone here not only for a gathering, but also because Director Feng has an item he wishes to present for your appraisal, Qin Mo announced slowly. Chu Yang was not taken aback by this revelation. After all, writers convene to discuss literature, and members of the Antique Association naturally gather to examine antiques. With so many professionals present, the authenticity of any antique would be thoroughly scrutinized. Indeed, I recently acquired a piece, but my expertise is somewhat limited, so I seize this opportunity to present it to you all for your esteemed evaluation, Feng Tianyuan said, taking out a wooden box. Upon opening the box, a dark, indistinct object appeared before the eyes of the assembly. This object resembles an axe, featuring a prominent band beneath its edge, with a half ring attached to one side and a rounded blade devoid of angles. Its appearance is rather unremarkable, as if it had been excavated from a rural latrine. Everyone gazes at it with profound curiosity, murmuring amongst themselves. What could this be? It certainly exudes a sense of antiquity. However, not all items that possess an aura of age qualify as antiques. My expertise lies in calligraphy and paintings, and it is evident that this is a piece of bronze, a subject in which I'm not particularly well versed. My proficiency lies in the appraisal of porcelain, and this object eludes my understanding. It seems prudent to summon an expert in bronze artifacts for closer examination. Kai Yuan appears to be well versed in the authentication of bronze. Perhaps he could offer his insights. Gentlemen, if any of you can discern its value, please share your thoughts, Feng Tianyuan remarked slowly. An immediate silence enveloped the group. No one spoke. Feng Tianyuan is no novice. He is not easily deceived by mere pretense. Qin Lao, why not take the lead? He suggested, noticing the reticence of the others. I apologize, but my knowledge of bronze is limited. Kai Yuan is more qualified in this area. I believe it is best to defer to him, Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. Then I shall not hesitate. Kai Yuan eagerly stepped forward to examine the antique. Chu Yang glanced up at the object, and a line of text swiftly materialized before his eyes. Chapter 86. Young man, unaware of the vastness of the world. As Chu Yang focused on the artifact, the inscription became clear. Kong Ho bronze axe, an ancient relic from the Western Zhou dynasty, inscribed with the characters Kong Ho, covered in patina, valued between 60 million and 65 million yuan. Upon reading this, Chu Yang's heart raced with astonishment. What a remarkable find. A genuine artifact from the Western Zhou dynasty. Indeed, this is of considerable worth. 60 to 65 million may not seem substantial today, but in 2002, the cost of living was vastly different. The value of 60 million in that era equates to 600 million in the present day. Chu Yang was aware of the identity of Kong Ho. His studies in history had imparted some knowledge upon him. However, he chose to remain silent, observing what Kai Yuan would reveal. Kai Yuan scrutinized the bronze axe with an increasingly solemn expression, while the onlookers maintained an intense quietude, fully aware of the decorum that demanded complete silence during an appraisal. After a full quarter of an hour, Kai Yuan finally concluded his examination, exhaling deeply as he announced, "This is indeed a genuine piece, a bronze axe, likely dating from the spring and autumn period, valued between 45 million and 50 million yuan. Is that truly the case? How splendid. I stumbled upon this in my rural home-esque kitchen and sensed it was extraordinary, so I decided to bring it forth. It seems I have struck gold." Feng Tianyuan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Congratulations, Director Feng. Indeed, artifacts from the spring and autumn period are immensely valuable. If this were my shop, I would certainly showcase it as a prized possession." The crowd gazed at the bronze axe with shining eyes. "Director Feng, would you consider selling this piece to me? I can offer 50 million. What do you say?" Zhang Daqiang, also a dealer, inquired, clearly tempted. However, he lacked the depth of knowledge that Qin Mo possessed, particularly in terms of centerpiece. Seeing such a fine object, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianyuan's eyes brightened. As a public servant, his salary was modest, and he prided himself on his integrity, which had fostered his interest in collecting antiques, an endeavor to earn a supplementary income. After all, this is a legitimate means of earning, with no legal repercussions. 50 million is an amount he could never hope to amass through his salary alone, unless through illicit means. Now, with such a substantial legal sum before him, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Since you have made such an offer, I shall sell it to you. Feng Tianyuan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Wonderful. I shall transfer the funds shortly. I will set the item aside for now, Zhang Daqiang declared, his face brimming with delight. Feng Tianyuan had no objections. They were all acquaintances, and Zhang Daqiang would not dare default on such transaction. Director Feng, if you sell this artifact now, you may incur a loss of over 10 million, a voice interjected. The crowd turned to see that it was Chu Yang speaking. What do you mean by that? Kai Yuan retorted angrily, unable to contain his indignation. Chu Yang's assertion appeared to undermine his professional expertise, a notion he could not tolerate. Your insight is commendable, yet it is evidently lacking. There remains much for you to learn. Chu Yang, aware of Kai Yuan's disdain for him, responded without hesitation. What? Are you attempting to lecture me? Kai Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. One could say so. Unfortunately, your skills are indeed inadequate, Chu Yang affirmed, his expression grave. The onlookers were taken aback. It is a bold move for one man to declare another's capabilities lacking in such a public forum. This was akin to accusing a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom of being a fool, an exceedingly harsh insult. You dare say I am inadequate? I have been in this field for many years, and every artifact I have appraised has been authentic. I built my fortune of 300 million from the ground up through my expertise. On what grounds do you claim I am lacking? You have only been in the field for a few years, having stumbled upon a few lucky finds, and now you are arrogant? Kai Yuan smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. My assertion stems from the fact that you have misidentified this artifact entirely, Chu Yang replied coolly. Misidentified? Fine, then you demonstrate your expertise. I am eager to see what you can discern. But I warn you, do not regurgitate the knowledge of others, Kai Yuan said darkly. With your limited skills, do you truly believe I would need to emulate you? Your arrogance is astounding, Chu Yang scoffed. I am curious to see if your abilities are as formidable as your bravado, Kai Yuan shot back, a mocking smile on his face. Director Feng, may I take a look? Chu Yang inquired of Feng Tianyuan. He had already deduced the truth but feigned ignorance to avoid any suspicion. After observing the artifact for over 10 minutes, Chu Yang straightened, declaring, This is indeed a remarkable piece. That is a given, I stated that earlier. Surely you do not wish to assert that it is from the spring and autumn period? Kai Yuan sneered. Your vision is lacking. This piece actually dates back to the early Western Zhou, more than 500 years prior to the spring and autumn period, Chu Yang stated calmly. The early Western Zhou? Surely you jest. How can you be so certain? The crowd's curiosity was piqued, their expressions reflecting intrigue. You claim this is from the Western Zhou period. What evidence do you have? Kai Yuan scoffed, clearly skeptical. Chu Yang, do elaborate. Qin Mo urged, unable to contain his curiosity. This is the Kong Ho bronze axe. Inscribed with the characters Kong Ho, Chu Yang explained slowly. Nonsense. I examined it thoroughly just moments ago and saw no such inscriptions. Kai Yuan quickly countered. Chu Yang ignored him, instead taking a napkin and dabbing it with alcohol, beginning to gently clean the surface. The characters, obscured by patina, would only reveal themselves with the use of alcohol. The crowd watched in confusion, uncertain of Chu Yang's intentions. What charlatanry is this? Kai Yuan sneered. After a minute had passed, the characters began to emerge. Chinamo suddenly exclaimed, Look, there are indeed characters. Kai Yuan's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly looked up. To his astonishment, 2 ancient characters were indeed inscribed above, rendered in the Grand Seal script and shimmering in golden hues. This script was the official writing of the Zhou Dynasty, with the small seal and clerical scripts only gaining prominence during the Qin Dynasty. The Grand Seal script encompasses bronze inscriptions, seals, and stone drum inscriptions, with bronze inscriptions being prevalent during the Western Zhou period. This indirectly corroborated that the object was undoubtedly an artifact from the Western Zhou era. At this moment, Kai Yuan's face had turned ashen, a sinister premonition lingering in his heart. Everyone, please observe the 2 characters above, Chu Yang said slowly, pointing at the inscriptions. Chapter 87. I helped someone earn 60 million. The crowd gazed at the characters, but they were utterly unfamiliar with them. The Grand Seal script is markedly different from contemporary characters, making their ignorance entirely understandable. Chu Yang, could these characters possibly be Kong Ho? Feng Tianyuan inquired, perplexed. You are correct, Director Feng. They are indeed the characters for Kong Ho, Chu Yang affirmed with a nod. But who is Kong Ho? Qin Mo asked, puzzled. Kong Ho refers to Ji Feng, the younger brother of King Wu of Zhou, GFA. After Duke Zhou quelled the rebellion of the tyrant Zhou's son, Wu Gong, he infected him as the ruler of the state of Wei, with its capital in Xanadu Chaogu, allowing him to govern the remnants of the Shang Dynasty. His status during the Western Zhou was indeed highly esteemed, Chu Yang elaborated. The crowd turned to him, their faces reflecting profound admiration. While possessing the ability to authenticate antiques is not particularly rare, having such extensive historical knowledge is indeed exceptional. What do you have to say now? Chu Yang asked Kai Yuan. At this point, Kai Yuan was filled with despair, fully aware that he had been utterly defeated. Not only had Chu Yang identified the dynasty of the antique, but he had also uncovered its true provenance. The disparity was now evident. Yet, admitting defeat was a phrase he could not bring himself to utter, so he sat in silence. The others, witnessing this, wore expressions of disdain. He had been so boisterous before, yet now he could not bear to accept his loss. His character was clearly lacking. Chu Yang, how much can this object sell for? Feng Tianyuan asked eagerly. Approximately 60 to 65 million, Chu Yang replied slowly, assured that there was no error in what the heavenly eye revealed to him. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianyuan instantly rejoiced. Earlier, when Chu Yang had mentioned a potential loss of over 10 million, the reality proved to be devoid of exaggeration. Manager Zhang, do you still want this item? Since we are all familiar with each other, I will sell it to you for the minimum price of 60 million. Feng Tianyuan directed his gaze towards Zhang Daqiang. He could have easily set the price at 65 million, but chose not to, showcasing his high emotional intelligence. Chu Yang held him in great esteem. Indeed, as a man of stature, he conducted himself flawlessly, making one feel as if enveloped in a spring breeze. Zhang Daqiang's face revealed gratitude. Had Feng Tianyuan proposed 65 million, he would certainly have accepted. Saving 5 million was undeniably a favorable outcome. Thank you, Director Feng. It's a deal. I will transfer the funds to you shortly, Zhang Daqiang said, beaming as he carefully stored the bronze axe. At that moment, Chu Yang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find a text from Shun Mengqing, informing him that most of their classmates had arrived and were ready to descend. Director Feng, Elder Qin, I may need to excuse myself briefly, Chu Yang said slowly. What is the matter? Is there something urgent? Feng Tianyuan inquired, his mood buoyant as he smiled. It just so happens that I have a high school reunion today. They're in a private room downstairs. I will join them for a few minutes, and then return to accompany you all for drinks, Chu Yang replied with a smile. I see, no problem, go ahead. Feng Tianyuan nodded, unconcerned, as Chu Yang had already helped him earn 60 million. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and the waitstaff began to serve food. Head waiter, come here for a moment, Chu Yang beckoned. The head waiter, recognizing Chu Yang as the son-in-law of a prominent figure, approached without hesitation. "Mr. Chu, how may I assist you?" she inquired respectfully. "I will be covering this table," Chu Yang stated. "Chu Yang, it's my gathering. It seems inappropriate for you to take care of the bill," Qin Mo remarked, frowning. "No worries. Others would be fortunate to treat Director Feng. And I must take this chance." Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, the young lady has already instructed that this table is complimentary." The head waiter replied promptly. Chu Yang smiled, surprised that Shun Mengqing had anticipated this ahead of him. "Who is this young lady?" Qin Mo asked curiously. "It would be quite rude not to know the identity of someone who is covering the bill." "The young lady is my girlfriend, Shun Mengqing," Chu Yang responded. "So this is her family's establishment," Qin Mo realized. "Chu Yang, what is your girlfriend's background?" Feng Tianyuan inquired, intrigued. Owning such a large hotel indicates her connections must be significant. "She is the daughter of Shun Qingzong," Qin Mo answered with a grin. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd were filled with shock. "What? The daughter of the provincial tycoon?" Feng Tianyuan exclaimed, incredulous. "What? I thought she was someone impressive. Turns out she is just a gold digger," Kai Yuan scoffed derisively. His jealousy towards Chu Yang only intensified. Younger, wealthier, and more adept at identifying antiques. He was further infuriated by the fact that Chu Yang had a wealthy girlfriend. Each aspect of Chu Yang's life overshadowed his own, leaving him with a sense of profound inadequacy, prompting his sarcastic remarks. "Chu Yang is no gold digger. He himself owns a real estate company valued at over 10 billion. Otherwise, how could he possibly be the future son-in-law of the provincial tycoon?" Qin Mo interjected, somewhat displeased. "Indeed, anyone capable of investing 15 billion to purchase a plot of land is certainly not a gold digger," Feng Tianyuan added, immediately supporting Qin Mo. Chu Yang had assisted him in business matters yesterday and had been of help in personal matters today, elevating his opinion of Chu Yang significantly. "In that case, I will inform Mengqing that I will treat this meal, so there is no need for her to cover it. We must avoid any implications of being a gold digger," Chu Yang remarked, casting a glance at Kai Yuan. "Understood," the head waiter replied promptly. Chu Yang then rose and departed the private room, making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he spotted Shun Mengqing waiting for him. As she saw him, she smiled and approached, linking her arm with his. "Why did you arrive so late?" Shun Mengqing inquired. "I just helped someone earn 60 million, which is why I'm late," Chu Yang responded slowly. "Your bragging earns you a 9 out of 10. I dare not give you more for fear of inflating your ego," Shun Mengqing teased with a laugh. Had anyone else uttered such words, she might have dismissed them as boasting. However, having witnessed Chu Yang's miraculous ability to earn over 4 billion in a single day, she knew that earning 60 million was undoubtedly a trivial feat for him. "Let us go inside for a few minutes. I still need to return to entertain Director Feng and Elder Qin, as they are the more important guests," Chu Yang chuckled. Chapter 88. Is she blind? Over 40 individuals were already seated in the room, each visage adorned with radiant smiles. Naturally, their cheerful expressions were directed toward the young man positioned at the head of the table. This young man bore an air of haughtiness, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance, as if anticipating the arrival of someone significant. "Will our class monitor, Shun Mengqing, truly attend?" he inquired slowly. The class monitor was a bespectacled young woman with a slightly round face, her short hair giving her a remarkably competent appearance. This was Wei Mingyan, the class leader from Chu Yang High School. In her school days, she was quite a prominent figure, known for her vivacious personality and spirited demeanor. However, after facing the harsh realities of life, she had matured significantly. "I have spoken with her, and she assured me she would come," Wei Mingyan replied politely, her expression reflecting a sense of nostalgia as she gazed at the young man before her. This young man was named Chen Qi. In school, he was an unremarkable character, average in both academics and appearance, hardly noticeable among his peers. Unexpectedly, after graduation, he entered the bureaucratic sphere, rapidly ascending to the position of Deputy Section Chief in the Real Estate Management Department of the Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. He had indeed transformed into a veritable phoenix. This gathering of former classmates was orchestrated at his behest, though the logistics were primarily managed by Wei Mingyan. The attendees held Chen Qi in high regard due to his newfound status. Despite modest earnings, his position was undeniably esteemed, especially within an institution responsible for urban development. Chen Qi's motivation for organizing the reunion was primarily rooted in his lingering affection for Shun Mengqing. Throughout their school years, he had harbored a secret crush on her, fully aware of his own limitations, which prevented him from expressing his true feelings. Now, having transformed into a more accomplished individual, he yearned to showcase his success before the woman he admired, hoping to win her affection. Regrettably, Shun Mengqing had always been rather discreet, and few knew of her background as the daughter of a provincial tycoon. Otherwise, Chun-Shi might not have entertained such fanciful hopes. As long as she arrives. We shall wait, he said, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. The others, aware of his sentiments, began to tease him playfully. Chun-Shi, your devotion is truly commendable. I envy Shin Mengqing immensely. If a man were this devoted to me, I would marry him on the spot. Another chimed in. Dream on. Do you think you can compare to Shin Mengqing's beauty? It seemed they were poised to witness a romantic tale unfold. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Apologies for my tardiness, came a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells. The crowd turned to see a young woman in her 20s entering, clad in a pink floral dress, her long black hair pulled into a refreshing ponytail, enhancing her innocent allure. Her exquisite features, graceful demeanor, and crystal-clear gaze captivated all in attendance. So beautiful, they murmured in awe. No wonder Chun-Shi has remained enamored for all these years. However, their astonishment quickly morphed into disbelief as they noticed Shin Mengqing was entwined with a man whose face seemed eerily familiar. Good heavens, Shin Mengqing has a boyfriend, gasped one onlooker. Isn't that Chu Yang? What? Chu Yang, the impoverished wretch who wouldn't dare utter a word even when beaten? How did he win her over? Is Shin Mengqing blind? The crowd was collectively astonished at the sight of Chu Yang. It must be noted that Chu Yang had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once taciturn and gloomy, he now exuded a vibrant charisma. Had it not been for his unaltered appearance, they would scarcely recognize him as the same individual. Among those present, Chun-Shi's expression was particularly dark. His anticipation revolved solely around Shin Mengqing's presence, and he had envisioned a scenario where she would be enamored with him. The reality that his beloved had been claimed by another, particularly by a man who had once been his inferior, was intolerable. His glower directed at Chu Yang was filled with barely contained animosity. Shin Mengqing, you and Chu Yang. Wei Mingyan furrowed her brow, inquiring. Indeed, we are together now, Shin Mengqing replied without hesitation. Although the others had already surmised the answer, hearing Shin Mengqing confirm it elicited a murmur of shock and disbelief. They scrutinized Chu Yang, utterly perplexed as to where they had faltered. Is it merely a matter of handsomeness? Can good looks sustain a relationship? Wei Mingyan, upon hearing their exchange, shook her head in dismay. It was disheartening to see Shin Mengqing, a woman of such caliber, still ensnared by youthful notions of romance. In the realm of adulthood, one ought to seek partners of wealth or influence. A man like Chu Yang, devoid of any assets, money, property, or connections, was destined to languish at society's margins. She found it incomprehensible how Shin Mengqing could harbor feelings for him. Chu Yang, what makes you worthy of being with Shin Mengqing? Chun-Shi finally erupted, his countenance shadowed with disdain as he directed his ire towards Chu Yang. Chun-Shi, what do you mean by that? My relationship with Chu Yang is none of your concern, Shin Mengqing retorted, her expression hardening. How can a man who can barely afford to eat pickled vegetables 3 times a day claim to be worthy of her? Chun-Shi scoffed. Am I unworthy? And you? Do you truly believe you are? Chu Yang countered coolly. I am more than worthy. I am now the deputy section chief in the real estate management department of the Municipal Housing Bureau. I oversee all real estate project approvals across Tiannan. Only someone of my stature is deserving of Shin Mengqing, while you, a mere pauper, lack the means to provide her with happiness. I suspect you are relying on her for support. Chun-Shi sneered. You work at the Housing Bureau? Chu Yang asked, feigning surprise. Indeed, someone of my caliber is beyond your reach. I am destined for greatness, while you will be fortunate to find a factory job tightening screws, Chun-Shi proclaimed with arrogance. Then you must be acquainted with Feng Tianyuan, Chu Yang inquired slowly. Chapter 89, what of it? It is you I am addressing. Silence. How dare you directly invoke the name of my supervisor? You possess quite the audacity, Chun-Shi barked, his expression shifting dramatically. A significant portion of the crowd was unaware of Feng Tianyuan's identity. Upon hearing Chun-Shi's words, they were taken aback. If he was indeed Chun-Shi's superior, that meant he was a vice director, an undoubtedly high-ranking official. What of it? I was just chatting with him moments ago, Chu Yang stated, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the rising tension in the room. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere became palpably tense, as if time itself had paused. After a brief silence, laughter erupted, filling the room. You got me kidding. A vice director would sit and chat with you? That boast is simply preposterous. Chu Yang, what a farce this is. We all remember your past in school, and now you stand before us, boasting with such audacity. It is downright laughable, isn't it? A man so destitute and devoid of talent, yet he revels in grandiloquent claims. I truly cannot fathom what Shin Mengqing sees in him. They jeered, their faces marred by contempt, especially the male classmates present, many of whom had bullied Chu Yang during their school days. Even those who had not directly tormented him held him in disdain. The sight of him now pursuing the school beauty naturally ignited their jealousy. Chu Yang had spoken no falsehood. He had indeed been conversing with Director Feng just moments ago. However, no one chose to believe Shen Mengqing's words. They perceived her defense of Chu Yang as nothing more than an attempt to salvage his dignity. This only served to deepen their scorn for him. Shen Mengqing, when selecting a partner, one must be discerning. Seek a man capable of bestowing happiness upon you. To align yourself with someone who lacks both ability and humility in speech will lead to a life devoid of joy, Wei Mingyan remarked slowly. And who precisely is this capable man you speak of? Shen Mengqing inquired, her brow furrowed. Why, Qinshi, of course. He has admired you since our school days, and now holds a position of significant power, steadfastly devoted to you. Such a man is undoubtedly your ideal match. Wei Mingyan pointed towards Qinshi. Indeed, a paragon like Qinshi is a rare find. Shen Mengqing, you must seize this opportunity. Who knows, you may become a dignified wife of a powerful man. As for Chu Yang, a man of such little merit, it would be best to sever ties with him. Prolonging your association will only squander your precious youth. The crowd echoed in agreement. At that moment, Chun-Chi approached, cradling a magnificent bouquet of roses. Everything that transpired today had been meticulously orchestrated by him, save for the unexpected variable that was Chu Yang. Nevertheless, he regarded Chu Yang with utter disdain, just as he had in school. As the ambience shifted to a soothing, romantic melody, Chun-Chi, eyes brimming with affection, knelt before Shen Mengqing. Mengqing, I have long cherished you since our school days. Back then, I felt unworthy and hesitated to declare my feelings. But now, I possess the means to ensure your happiness. Therefore, I beseech you to be my girlfriend. These 99 roses symbolize my love for you, he proclaimed, lifting the flowers high. The atmosphere in the room transformed into one of pure romance, and at Wei Mingyan's prompting, the onlookers began to chant, together, together, together. All attention diverted from Chu Yang, who stood aside, treated as though he were invisible. Shen Mengqing, however, was furious, her face ashen. She had never anticipated that this reunion would devolve into such a spectacle, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. What do we do now, Chu Yang? I never expected it to turn out like this, she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. Her only concern was that if Chu Yang misinterpreted the situation, she would be at a loss for words. Fear not, I shall handle it, Chu Yang replied calmly, extending his hand to accept the roses from Qinshi. Mistakenly believing Shen Mengqing had taken the flowers, Chun-Chi looked up with a beaming smile, only for it to freeze upon seeing Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you, he began to question, but before he could finish, Chu Yang delivered a sharp slap across his face. The raucous crowd fell into stunned silence. Disbelief etched on their faces. The once boisterous room was now enveloped in an eerie quiet. Chu Yang had struck Qinshi. Where did he find the audacity? Qinshi, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure after a full minute, his face contorted with fury. You dare hit me? With a swift motion, Chu Yang slapped him again, leaving 2 distinct handprints on his cheeks. The force of the blow sent Qinshi sprawling to the ground, and the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of trepidation as they regarded Chu Yang, now transformed from the timid boy they once knew. What of it? When you profess your feelings to my girlfriend, consider this slap a mere light reprimand, Chu Yang scoffed, discarding the bouquet with force, the roses striking Chun-Chi's face with considerable weight. A pained cry escaped Chun-Chi's lips, blood staining his visage. The crowd swallowed hard, their earlier bravado evaporating. No one dared to provoke Chu Yang further. They feared that if he unleashed his wrath upon them, it would be too late for regrets. Chu Yang, must you be so uncouth as to leave Chun-Chi in this state? Wei Mingyan, the class monitor, stood to admonish him. Is it not justified to strike someone who harbors ill intentions towards my girlfriend? You, as class monitor, are nothing but a sycophant, pandering to the whims of those in power. Your behavior is utterly repugnant, Chu Yang retorted with disdain. For Shen Mengqing's happiness, I speak out. Men like you can never provide her with the joy she deserves. It would be in your best interest, as well as hers, to withdraw, Wei Mingyan declared loudly. Silence. Shen Mengqing suddenly shouted, her voice cutting through the tension. Shen Mengqing, you, Wei Mingyan stammered in disbelief at her rebuke. What of it? You have no right to meddle in my affairs. In my eyes, Chu Yang is the finest man in this world, unmatched by anyone. I am ashamed to associate with the likes of you all. From this moment on, we are strangers, she proclaimed darkly. But I'm only looking out for your best interests. Why can't you see my goodwill? Wei Mingyan protested. I am finished. How so? Chu Yang scoffed. incredulity lacing his voice. You call him a pauper? Indeed, you are done for, utterly finished, came Chun-Chi's voice as he rose, bloodied and seething with rage. His once refined demeanor was replaced by a menacing visage, twisted by anger. Chun-Chi, spare us your theatrics, Shen Mengqing warned, furrowing her brow. Do you doubt me? Assaulting a government official carries significant consequences. Surely you are aware of that. Chu Yang, I will have the authorities involved, and you shall find yourself behind bars. Chun-Chi hissed, a chilling grin spreading across his face. You provoked him first, which led to this confrontation, Shen Mengqing interjected. Is that so? Currently, I am the injured party. Who do you think the police will believe, him or me? Chun-Chi taunted, deliberately leaving the blood on his face to ensure that, when the police arrived, they would witness the extent of his injuries. You are utterly shameless, Shen Mengqing seethed, trembling with rage. If you wish for me to refrain from contacting the authorities, it is simple. Have him kneel and bow 3 times. Then compensate me with 200,000 in medical expenses. Only then will I consider letting him off, Chun-Chi sneered. Me kneel to you? You think you are worthy of such a demand? Chu Yang replied, his expression one of utter contempt. He had no fear of Chun-Chi's threats. Controlling the situation was as simple as summoning Director Feng. Feng Tianyuan is Chun-Chi's immediate superior, effortlessly exerting control over him. If you refuse to toast, then prepare for the penalty drink. Don't blame me for being impolite, class leader. Please do call the police. Chun-Chi sneered as he addressed Wei Mingyan. Very well. I shall report it immediately. Wei Mingyan promptly took out her phone. When the police arrive, I am eager to see how arrogant you remain, Chun-Chi asked, his face brimming with arrogance. Chu Yang, rest assured, my father has acquaintances in the Provincial Public Security Bureau. You will undoubtedly be unharmed, Shen Mengqing whispered to Chu Yang. Must your father intervene for such trivial matters? That would only serve to highlight my own ineptitude. Chu Yang chuckled, preparing to contact Feng Tianyuan. They had exchanged contact information at the conclusion of the previous auction. Just as Wei Mingyan was about to dial 110, the door to the private room was unexpectedly flung open. Over a dozen individuals entered, each exuding an extraordinary presence, clearly not ordinary folk. My goodness, it's Qin Mo, the owner of the largest antique shop on Miao Street, and Ji Chong, the CEO of Qiangqiang Building Materials. The others are all prominent figures as well. What brings them here? Everyone in the private room was taken aback. The individuals before them were all billionaires, people they could only dream of meeting in their everyday lives. The mere fact that they had come here felt surreal. Chu Yang looked up to see that Feng Tianyuan had descended with a portion of the guests from the upper room, excluding Kai Yuan. Feng Tianyuan thought it only fitting to personally toast Chu Yang, having earned him 60 million, thus allowing him to make an appearance in front of his classmates. His primary intention was to elevate Chu Yang's status among his peers. With Feng Tianyuan's stature, it was only natural that his gesture would enhance Chu Yang's standing. After all, Feng Tianyuan had navigated the complexities of the bureaucratic world for many years and was well versed in such social intricacies. As he approached to toast, others were eager to follow suit, resulting in a dozen individuals accompanying him. Upon seeing Feng Tianyuan, Chu Yang's face lit up with a smile. He had intended to call him, and the timing was indeed fortuitous. Among those present, the most astonished was naturally Chun-Chi, who had not anticipated Feng Tianyuan's appearance. Director Feng, what brings you here? Did you know I was here as well? Chun-Chi inquired respectfully as he stepped forward. Xiao Chun, what happened to your face? Feng Tianyuan's expression shifted upon seeing Chun-Chi. Director Feng, I was assaulted. You must help me. Chun-Chi immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Outrageous. Who dares to lay a hand on a public servant? Feng Tianyuan's anger was palpable. It was him. It was him. Chun-Chi pointed at Chu Yang, exclaiming loudly. Feng Tianyuan's demeanor darkened as he inquired. Why did he strike you? Back in school, he was envious of me, and now he is even more so, which led him to physically attack me. Chun-Chi fabricated his tale with a calmness that belied the absurdity of his claims. You lie. Shen Mengqing's face flushed with anger. Am I lying? The classmates present can attest to my account, Chun-Chi declared, brimming with confidence. None of the classmates present held any affection for Chu Yang, and thus they would undoubtedly side with him. He is envious of you? A flicker of astonishment crossed Feng Tianyuan's face as he struggled to comprehend how someone like Chu Yang, a wealthy individual, could harbor jealousy towards someone as insignificant as Chun-Chi. Indeed, while Chun-Chi may appear superior among ordinary individuals, he was but a mere pawn in Feng Tianyuan's eyes. Indeed, you have no idea. He is a pauper, a destitute individual who once had to eat pickled vegetables with rice for all his meals, which is why he envies my current success and resorted to violence. Chun-Chi continued with unabashed audacity. You claim he's a pauper? The incredulity on Feng Tianyuan's face deepened. Not just him, but even the others shared the same sentiment. Here was someone who had just helped Feng Tianyuan earn 60 million, and who was soon to become the wealthiest man in the province, being labeled a pauper. Was there anything more absurd in the world? Yes, he is indeed a pauper. And thus I must call the police to have him imprisoned, Chun-Shi affirmed with a nod. Silence. Feng Tianyuan's face darkened as he bellowed. This sudden outburst startled Chun-Shi. Director Feng, what is the matter? He stammered. Do you realize that he purchased the land in the West City for 1.5 billion yesterday? How dare you label someone like him pauper? When did the threshold for poverty become so high? Feng Tianyuan retorted coldly. This revelation left Chu Yang's classmates gasping in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. 1.5 billion? Is that true? I had heard of this event, but I never imagined it was Chu Yang who secured that plot of land. My goodness, how has he suddenly become so affluent? Truly, one must not underestimate someone after a mere 3 years. Wei Mingyin's complexion turned pale as she suddenly realized she had likely backed the wrong horse. No wonder Shen Mengqing would be his girlfriend. It turned out he was incredibly wealthy. Director Feng, how can this be possible? Chun-Shi's face bore an expression of disbelief. Impossible? I personally hosted the auction that day. Chu Yang paid 1.5 billion right then and there. Is there any doubt? Feng Tianyuan's face remained grim. But he was indeed a poor wretch back in school. All the classmates knew this. Chun-Shi insisted, unable to accept the reality before him. Have you not heard the saying, 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River? The tides of fortune shift, Feng Tianyuan scoffed. At that moment, despair washed over Chun-Shi. He could see that Feng Tianyuan had a favorable relationship with Chu Yang. Otherwise, he would not have come down to toast him. Chu Yang. What exactly transpired here? Feng Tianyuan turned to Chu Yang, seeking an explanation. Director Feng, your subordinates have ethical issues. They dare to harass my girlfriend. I need a reasonable explanation. Chu Yang recounted the events that had unfolded. Feng Tianyuan and the others listened, their expressions morphing into utter disbelief as they regarded Chun-Shi with disdain. Could the daughter of the province's wealthiest man possibly be interested in a mere deputy-level official like you? Have you lost your mind to entertain such delusions? Unbelievable, Chun-Shi. As a public servant, how could you engage in such behavior? Feng Tianyuan's expression darkened as he questioned. Director Feng, please let me explain. Chun-Shi's face was filled with panic. There is no need for explanations. Chu Yang is my friend, and I have complete faith in his character. Your actions have brought shame upon this institution. Starting tomorrow, you will be reassigned from the real estate management department to the logistics department, Feng Tianyuan declared coldly. What? The logistics department? Chun-Shi's face drained of color, and he collapsed to the ground. Being relegated to the logistics department equated to being distanced from the center of power. A premature retirement. He would be left with nothing but tea and newspapers, devoid of any former glory. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known, he would not have provoked Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing. Perhaps organizing this reunion was a grave mistake. He had intended to showcase himself before his classmates, only to jeopardize his own future in the process. Indeed, someone of your moral depravity is unfit to remain in a significant department. Upon returning, I will bring this matter before the bureau meeting. Feng Tianyuan spoke coldly. Director Feng, I promise I won't do it again. Please grant me another chance, Chun-Shi implored. Collapsing to his knees, his face a mask of despair. He had expended tremendous effort to attain his current status, and losing in an instant was simply unacceptable to him. There is no need for further words. You will reflect on your actions in the logistics department from now on, Feng Tianyuan remarked, casting a glance at Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing, his tone devoid of compassion. In that moment, Chun-Shi understood his fate. He immediately knelt before Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing, pleading, Chu Yang, Shen Mengqing, for the sake of our shared past as classmates, could you intercede on my behalf? Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. No one is exempt. Least of all you, who have never regarded me as a classmate. Chu Yang responded, his expression icy. He was no saint, and he would not forgive merely because of a plea for mercy. Shen Mengqing, please, I beg you to plead for me. Chun-Shi, realizing Chu Yang was unwilling to assist, turned his hopes towards Shen Mengqing, believing a woman's heart might be softer. I will only heed Chu Yang's words. Shen Mengqing replied, her tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi's face twisted into a grimace of despair. Seeing this, Chu Yang furrowed his brow. With Li Yunlong absent, he had to rely on himself. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Mengqing, his gaze fixed warily on Chun-Shi. Shen Mengqing, who would have thought? You once pretended to be so aloof in school, yet now look at you. Just another cheap woman. Chun-Shi sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Mengqing's face darkened as she questioned him. What am I saying that is untrue? In school, you wouldn't even spare a glance at Chu Yang. Yet now that he is wealthy, you become his girlfriend. It seems you are merely a materialistic gold digger, Chen Qi derided. His words elicited nods of agreement from the classmates around them. Indeed, back in school, there was no interaction between Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing. Women love money. Had I been as wealthy as Chu Yang, perhaps Shen Mengqing would have been my girlfriend too. Her previous airs of superiority were merely a facade. Chen Qi, shut your foul mouth, or I won't hesitate to strike you again. Chu Yang's countenance was frosty. He had not anticipated Chen Qi's audacity in slandering Shen Mengqing. The misunderstanding arose from Shen Mengqing's understated demeanor, leaving no one aware of her true identity. Consequently, all the classmates presumed Shen Mengqing was with Chu Yang solely for his wealth. Just as Shen Mengqing was about to clarify, the door to the private room swung open. The head waiter, accompanied by more than a dozen servers, wheeled in a cart laden with dishes. "Miss, may we serve the food now?" The head waiter inquired respectfully, addressing Shen Mengqing. At this, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. "This person is called Miss Shen Mengqing. What's the story here? I've heard the owner of this hotel is the province's wealthiest man, Shun Qingzong." "Wait a moment, Shen Mengqing shares the Shun surname. Could it be?" The revelation struck them as they stared at Shen Mengqing in disbelief. "Shen Mengqing, could it be?" Wei Mingyan stammered, swallowing hard. "Indeed, my father is Shun Qingzong. I never disclosed this to anyone during our school days," Shen Mengqing replied coolly. The room collectively gasped at her words, each syllable striking them like a resounding slap to the face. Materialistic? Gold digger? Would the daughter of a tycoon truly lack for money? When love is free from material entanglements, it is at its most genuine. Two affluent individuals together surely signifies true love. The classmates glanced at Chen Qi, now convinced that his ambition to pursue Shen Mengqing was utterly misguided. Chen Qi, in a state of utter shock, realized that no matter how arrogant he had been, he was not worthy of the daughter of the province's richest man. "Let us proceed with the meal. Today's dishes are on the house," Shen Mengqing declared slowly. She then turned her gaze towards her so-called classmates, her expression now utterly indifferent, as if they were mere strangers. "We shared a classroom. I'll treat you to this meal, but from this moment forth, we shall have no further connections." With that, Shen Mengqing took Chu Yang's hand and departed the private room. Feng Tianyuan and the others followed suit, leaving the remaining classmates in a state of awkward bewilderment, standing in silence. Chapter 92. I came by car as well. Upon returning to the top-floor private room, everyone settled into their respective seats. Shen Mengqing retreated to her own office, not wishing to linger in a room filled with men. "Chu Yang, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate such an incident," Feng Tianyuan expressed with a hint of shame. Chen Qi was, after all, his subordinate, and their connection remained. "Director Feng, you're being too modest." "This matter is not your fault," Chu Yang quickly replied. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a deputy director to apologize to someone like him. "Am I to your satisfaction in how I handled this?" Feng Tianyuan inquired with a smile. "Absolutely. I am immensely grateful," Chu Yang affirmed with a nod. Those who had not gone downstairs to toast quickly learned the details of the situation, especially Kai Yuan, whose face was darkened with an unsettling expression. It appeared that the bond between Feng Tianyuan and Chu Yang was stronger than anticipated, intensifying Kai Yuan's jealousy towards Chu Yang. However, the assembled guests were far too engrossed in their own revelry to concern themselves with Kai Yuan's sentiments. The meal stretched on for over an hour, a true feast that left all in high spirits. After dining, everyone began calling for their drivers to fetch them. All present were affluent individuals, accustomed to having personal drivers at their disposal. Kai Yuan's driver arrived promptly, revealing his car to be a Mercedes, valued at over 800,000. He had overheard Chu Yang mention taking a taxi, so he intended to regain some semblance of pride. "This is my new car, the latest model of Mercedes, worth over 800,000. What do you think?" Kai Yuan asked, his face beaming with pride. "It's quite beautiful," Chu Yang acknowledged with a nod. "Of course. Unlike some, who, despite having a fortune of over 10 billion, still resort to taxis. How embarrassing." Kai Yuan scoffed. "I was merely joking about taking a taxi. In fact, I arrived by car as well," Chu Yang replied slowly. "Where's your car? Bring it out so I can see," Kai Yuan asked with a derisive smile. Convinced that with Chu Yang's significant investment in land, he must have depleted his funds for a decent vehicle. This time, he was sure he could reclaim his dignity. "My car has just arrived." As Chu Yang looked up, he spotted Li Yunlong driving over. The crowd gasped in unison. "My goodness, a Bentley 728. That car costs over 10 million. I adore that model. I just can't bring myself to purchase it. Money makes everything so easy. You can buy whatever car you desire." Everyone gazed at Chu Yang with envy, while Kai Yuan's face twisted in dismay, as though he had just swallowed a fly. His 800,000 Mercedes, though impressive, paled in comparison to the $1 million Bentley. Kai Yuan felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. Shun Mengqing soon stood before Chu Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Shun Mengqing, Chu Yang promptly declared. Upon seeing Shun Mengqing, everyone exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. How stunning she is! No wonder she is the daughter of the richest man. Her elegance is truly remarkable. Mr. Chu is indeed fortunate. Meanwhile, Kai Yuan's countenance had turned an ominous shade of pale. It was one thing for his car to be inferior. It was another to have such a beautiful girlfriend. What could he possibly offer in comparison? He felt as though he had lost all dignity today and, feeling utterly humiliated, departed hastily in his vehicle. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing also left together. Little did they know, Shan Qingzong was soon to face a monumental crisis. At this moment, within the Zhang family estate, Zhang Zifeng entered Zhang Qinyang's study, his face alight with excitement. Dad, I have successfully acquired 6% of Lin Guoyang's shares. Well done. How did you manage that? Zhang Qinyang nodded with satisfaction. It was simple. He has a 16-year-old daughter. I kidnapped her to threaten him, insisting that unless he surrendered his shares, I would ensure a few dozen men would attend to her. He capitulated immediately, Zhang Zifeng boasted proudly. Indeed, to achieve great things, one must wield such tactics. Zhang Qinyang laughed heartily. Dad, shall we storm the Xingru tomorrow? Zhang Zifeng, basking in his father's praise, was filled with exuberance. Tomorrow, Shun Qingzong will convene a shareholders meeting. With his mere 38% stake, he stands no chance against us. I intend to ensure the Shun Group undergoes a complete ownership change. A glint of cold ambition flickered in Zhang Qinyang's eyes. For years, he had yearned to topple Shun Qingzong, and that goal was finally within reach. The following day arrived swiftly. At 9:30 in the morning, within the top-floor conference room of the Shun Group, Shun Qingzong convened the shareholders' meeting as per tradition. However, the expressions on many shareholders' faces were decidedly peculiar, and they remained silent upon greeting one another. The atmosphere in the conference room was palpably oppressive. These individuals were, of course, the shareholders who had sold their stakes to Zhang Qinyang. Only they were aware that significant events were set to unfold today. Lin Guoyang, in particular, wore an expression of profound guilt. The room was ominously quiet as everyone awaited Shun Qingzong's arrival. Soon, Shun Qingzong entered. As the chairman of the board, he took his seat at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we are convening our shareholders' meeting as per usual. Let us first have Guoyang report on the company's recent profitability, Shun Qingzong said slowly. He turned to Lin Guoyang, seated to his right, only to find him looking utterly dazed, seemingly oblivious to Shun Qingzong's words. This struck Shun Qingzong as exceedingly strange. Lin Guoyang was his most trusted subordinate, instrumental in the Shun Group's current stature. That such a person would be unfocused on this critical occasion was quite inconceivable. Guoyang. Shun Qingzong's expression darkened as he called out to him. Lin Guoyang snapped back to attention, a hint of panic in his voice as he asked, Mr. Shun, is there something wrong? Please report on the company's recent operations and profitability. Shun Qingzong requested, though he felt a twinge of annoyance, which he chose to suppress. Very well, Lin Guoyang said, promptly opening the folder before him. Just then, a panicked voice called from outside. You cannot enter. There is a meeting in progress. However, the next moment, the conference room door was forcefully pushed open, crashing against the wall. Such behavior was undeniably rude. Who dares to intrude? What are the security personnel doing? Shun Qingzong looked up, visibly displeased. He saw more than 10 individuals entering, led by none other than Zhang Qinyang and his son, Zhang Zifeng. Good morning, Mr. Shun. Zhang Qinyang greeted with a broad smile. Mr. Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Shun Qingzong inquired, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Zhang Qinyang retorted coolly. You barged into my company with such a crowd. Is that not excessive? Shun Qingzong asked icily. Your company? You must be mistaken. This is clearly my company. What issue could there be with my presence in my own establishment? Zhang Qinyang replied, smirking. Your company? Zhang Qinyang, this jest is far from amusing. Shun Qingzong's face darkened further. Shun Qingzong, both you and I are individuals who transact in hundreds of thousands per minute. Do you truly believe I would come here merely to jest? Zhang Qinyang scoffed derisively. What do you mean by that? Shun Qingzong's expression shifted as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without further ado, Zhang Qinyang tossed several documents onto the table. What is this? Shun Qingzong asked, puzzled. These are the share transfer contracts. The shareholders of your company have transferred their stakes to me. I now hold 51% of your company as shares, making me the largest shareholder, Zhang Qinyang stated calmly. What? How is that possible? Shun Qingzong's face contorted in disbelief as he hastily picked up the contracts to examine them. The more he read, the paler he became. Indeed, the majority bore the signatures of those in attendance. When he reached the last contract, His heart sank at the sight of Lin Guoyang's name inscribed upon it. Those 3 characters pierced his heart like a dagger. He never imagined that his most trusted ally would choose to betray him. Guoyang, did you truly sign this? Shen Qingzong asked, anguish etching his features. He could accept betrayal from others, but Lin Guoyang's treachery left him feeling as though he had been dealt a fatal blow. Mr. Shen, I am so sorry. They kidnapped my daughter and threatened me. I had no choice, Lin Guoyang said, tears streaming down his face. Lin Guoyang, refrain from making unfounded accusations without evidence, lest I sue you for slander. You willingly signed these share transfer contracts. Zhang Qinyang interjected with a cold snort. You. Lin Guoyang trembled with rage, unable to articulate a response. What do you intend to do? Zhang Qinyang. Shen Qingzong asked in a low voice. I am now the largest shareholder of the company and possess the authority to dismiss you from your position as chairman of the board, Zhang Qinyang replied slowly. With that, he seated himself in the very chair Shen Qingzong had just occupied, looking down upon the shareholders. As his gaze swept across the room, everyone averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. From this moment forth, I am the new chairman of the board. Who is in favor? Who is against? Zhang Qinyang declared, sitting confidently with a triumphant smile. After a moment of hesitation, the shareholders exchanged glances, then began to raise their hands in agreement. I am in favor. So am I. I wholeheartedly support. Soon, Zhang Qinyang was elected chairman by unanimous vote. These shareholders were indifferent. They never cared who occupied the chairman's seat as long as their dividends remained unaffected. They would support whoever could help them earn more profits. Standing to the side, Shen Qingzong's face was a mask of despair. He had never envisioned that after years of navigating the business world, his journey would culminate in such a manner. The company he had founded with his own hands had, in a single night, become the property of another. Alas, such is the flaw of publicly traded companies. Even if one is the founder, they are not immune to such fate. Without absolute controlling shares, one might indeed be ousted. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, I will manage the company well from now on. You need only relax at home and await your dividends. There will be no need for you to engage in company affairs, Zhang Qinyang said with a smile. Unexpectedly, I have suffered such a devastating blow this time. Shen Qingzong remarked with a bitter smile. Though reluctant, he recognized the unyielding law of survival of the fittest, which applies universally. In truth, if Uncle Shun wished to continue working at the company, it was still possible. All he needed to do was allow Meng Qing to wed me, and we would become a family, thus eliminating any need for division. Zhang Zifeng stated confidently, You are unworthy of my daughter. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Shen Qingzong retorted disdainfully, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Then I cannot assist you. Zhang Zifeng sneered coldly. Security, please escort Mr. Shen to his office to collect his belongings and ensure he does not touch any confidential company documents, Zhang Qinyang said indifferently. I will return. Shen Qingzong snorted defiantly. I resign at that moment, Lin Guoyang suddenly declared. Guoyang you. Shen Qingzong exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Shun, since I signed that contract, I have made up my mind. Wherever you go, I shall follow, loyal to you, Lin Guoyang said with a beaming smile. Guoyang, you are quite remarkable. If you stay, your salary will double, Zhang Qinyang said slowly. Thank you for your kind offer, but I, Lin Guoyang, have no interest in earning ill-gotten gains, Lin Guoyang resolutely declined. Very well, then let us depart together. Shen Qingzong laughed heartily, patting Lin Guoyang on the shoulder. Thus, the two left the company that had borne their years of hard work, engulfed in profound disappointment. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and Shen Mengqing were in a private room at the stock exchange. Currently, stocks constituted Chu Yang's primary source of income, with his account steadily growing each day. Today was no exception. Shen Mengqing had grown accustomed to Chu Yang's ability to ensure every stock he purchased hit the daily limit. The funds in his stock account had now surpassed 1 billion. Just 1 billion. There will only be more in the future, Chu Yang remarked nonchalantly. Sometimes, I truly wonder if you possess the gift of foresight. Every stock you buy seems to soar, Shen Mengqing said, her face filled with admiration. I have told you. It is all my intuition. My instincts have always been remarkably accurate, Chu Yang replied with pride. The secret of his heavenly eye was his greatest secret. Even though Shen Mengqing was the closest person to him, he would never divulge it. Revealing it would pose a risk of exposure. And he certainly did not wish to be captured by the secret departments for dissection and research. At that moment, Shen Mengqing's phone rang. Dad, what is it? She answered the call. Soon, her expression changed dramatically. What? Such a thing has happened? Please wait for me. I will return home immediately. Chapter 94. 17 billion is merely pocket change. What has occurred? Chu Yang inquired, perplexed. My father's company has been taken over by Zhang Qinyang, Shen Mengqing said. furrowing her brow. Such a thing has happened. We must hurry and check it out. Chu Yang's expression shifted. The two hastily departed the stock exchange, making their way to the Shun family estate. Upon entering the house, they found Shun Chengzong slumped on the sofa, wearing a defeated expression. As the province's wealthiest man, he had always exuded confidence and charisma. Even Shen Mengxing had never witnessed him in such a despondent state. Another figure stood nearby, equally somber, Lin Guoyang. Chu Yang frowned. In his original memories, Shun Qingzong had not fallen into bankruptcy so swiftly. It seemed that his rebirth had altered the course of many events. However, he remained unperturbed. Unlike other protagonists of rebirth stories who relied solely on memory, he understood that memories, no matter how strong, could easily deviate. Thus, his heavenly eye proved far more practical than mere recollection. In his previous life, he had been destitute, struggling to survive, and being unfamiliar with the financial realm rendered his memories of business rather vague. Were it not for the existence of the heavenly eye, even reborn, he would have remained an ordinary individual. Now, he felt no anxiety and was fully capable of assisting Shen Qingzong. Dad, are you all right? Shen Mengxing asked, her eyes reddening as she sat beside Shen Qingzong, her face etched with concern. Xiao Meng, I have lost the company. What shall I do now? Shen Qingzong sighed, his voice hoarse. His utterly defeated demeanor seemed to age him a decade in an instant. What exactly has transpired? Shen Mengxing inquired, her brow furrowed. Miss, here's what happened. Lin Guoyang recounted the events to Shen Mengxing. It is my fault. Zhang Zifeng kidnapped my daughter, and I was left with no choice. Miss, if you must blame someone, blame me. I have wronged Mr. Shun, Lin Guoyang said, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. Never mind. You have your reasons. It is truly Zhang Zifeng's despicable actions. Shen Mengxing shook her head. Miss, what shall we do now? The Shen Group is my father's life's work. We cannot simply relinquish it. Lin Guoyang exclaimed with indignation. Now that Zhang Qianyang holds 51% of the shares, how can we contend with him? There is no hope left. Shun Qingzong sighed deeply. Who says there is no hope? Chu Yang said slowly. Chu Yang, the Shen Group is valued at 3.3 billion. 51% of the shares is worth nearly 1.7 billion, a substantial sum. Moreover, Zhang Qianyang will certainly not sell, and even if you buy out the other shareholders, we would only hold 49%, still unable to compete with him, Shun Qingzong said, his face filled with resignation. Zhang Qianyang has labored hard to acquire these shares. Naturally, he will not part with them easily. 1.7 billion is merely a trifling sum, Chu Yang remarked dismissively. Lin Guoyang was taken aback. He had met Chu Yang for the first time and was entirely unaware of the young man's background. Who was this young man to declare 1.7 billion as insignificant? Lin Guoyang was suddenly filled with curiosity about Chu Yang. What about the shares? Shun Qingzong asked, perplexed. Naturally, we shall repay his own actions in kind. A cold smile emerged on Chu Yang's face, tinged with a hint of malice. Shen Mengxing had never seen him display such an expression before, and it struck her as oddly captivating. Chu Yang, what do you intend to do? Just tell me directly. Shun Qingzong said slowly. Uncle Shun, we will split our efforts. You go and acquire all the shares from the other shareholders, and the rest shall be left to me. Chu Yang replied calmly. But I currently have only 1 billion left. I still lack 58 billion to acquire their shares, Shun Qingzong said, frowning. Money is not an issue. I will transfer 6 billion to you shortly. Chu Yang replied succinctly. He originally had 40 billion in his account, not including the 5 billion in his stock account. After spending 15 billion on the land in the West City, he still had 24 billion in savings. For him, 6 billion was but a drop in the bucket. Soon, after transferring the 6 billion, he still had 18 billion remaining in his account. However, he was unconcerned, because he comprehended a profound truth. Every individual is born with a purpose, and wealth squandered can be regained in abundance. The money spent today will, in due course, return to you manifold. How splendid it is. With this sum, I can acquire all their shares. A smile finally graced Shun Qingzong's face. As long as you manage to acquire the shares completely, I can handle matters on my end as well, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. After departing from the Shun residence, Shen Mengxing did not follow suit, recognizing that Shun Qingzong was not in optimal condition and needed her presence. Meanwhile, Chu Yang rested in the car, eyes closed, contemplating strategies. After a brief interlude, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Yunlong, I have a task for you. Mr. Chu, please instruct me. Li Yunlong promptly responded. Chu Yang leaned in and divulged his plan. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Shun Qingzong busied himself with acquiring stocks from other shareholders. His movements, naturally, did not escape Zhang Qianyang's notice. Dad, Shun Qingzong has been quite active these past couple of days. Zhang Zifeng remarked, furrowing his brow. Let him stir as he wishes. No matter what he does, his shares won't surpass ours. Zhang Qianyang replied dismissively. You have a point. But is it not rather stingy of you to allocate only 2% of the shares to me? Zhang Zifeng questioned, a look of helplessness on his face. It turned out that after seizing control of the Shun Group, Zhang Qianyang had transferred 2% of the shares to Zhang Zifeng. Do not underestimate that 2%. It's worth 66 million. Are you still dissatisfied? Zhang Qianyang shot him a disapproving glare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng dared not argue further. At this moment, Chu Yang was dining at home with his parents, and Shun Mengqing was present as well. Throughout the meal, Lin Suifan constantly served Shun Mengqing. Their intimacy evident enough to evoke a twinge of jealousy in Chu Yang. Just then, Chu Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Yunlong. Yunlong, what news do you have? Chu Yang inquired coolly. Mr. Chu, I've been tailing that fellow for 3 days and finally caught up with him. Came Li Yunlong's voice through the phone. Excellent. Let us act tonight. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. What is going on, Chu Yang? Shun Mengqing asked, puzzled. I have found a way to assist your father, Chu Yang replied slowly. Really? What is the plan? Shun Mengqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. You'll find out tomorrow. Chu Yang smiled. No, I must accompany you tonight. Shun Mengqing insisted adamantly. Very well, you may come along, Chu Yang conceded. That evening, at 8:30, Li Yunlong called to inform Chu Yang that he was at the Cloud Hotel. Coincidentally, the Cloud Hotel was owned by Wang Jinghua. However, Chu Yang had no intention of involving Wang Jinghua, as it was unnecessary. Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing arrived at the Cloud Hotel, where Li Yunlong awaited them at the entrance. Mr. Chu, he has already entered, accompanied by 2 women, in room 805, Li Yunlong reported. Whom are you referring to? Shun Mengqing asked, perplexed. Of course, it is Zhang Zifeng. I instructed Li Yunlong to follow him these past few days to catch him in the act, and finally, our efforts bore fruit. However, the rascal seems to be enjoying himself rather too much, bringing 2 women at once, Chu Yang sneered. What a shameless fellow. Shun Mengqing's face flushed with disdain as she spat. Have you prepared everything? Chu Yang queried Li Yunlong. Rest assured, it has all been arranged. I even captured photographs of him entering the hotel with the 2 women. I must say, this camera is remarkably effective, Li Yunlong replied, showcasing the camera. Having a background as a special forces soldier, he found such surveillance tasks to be child's play. An expensive camera, indeed, Chu Yang remarked. Is this camera really so costly? Shun Mengqing asked in astonishment. Certainly, to excel in one's craft, one must possess the right tools. Sometimes, I must concede that the camera's quality is impressive. Despite my general disdain for this country, Chu Yang articulated thoughtfully. Shall we proceed inside, Mr. Chu? Li Yunlong suggested. The trio entered the hotel and took the elevator to the 8th floor, arriving at room 805. Standing at the door, they could faintly hear laughter from within. You are so fair. How ample you are. Let me see if your skin is as smooth as it appears. The sounds made Shun Mengqing's face turn crimson, as she muttered scornfully about their shamelessness. I told you to stay away, yet you insisted on coming. Are you regretting it now? Chu Yang remarked with resignation. I have no regrets. I intend to confront this scoundrel and unveil his shameless actions, ensuring he never dares to pursue me again, Shun Mengqing huffed defiantly. Once you've finished bathing, let us retire to the bed. Today I brought the blue pills to ensure we can indulge until dawn, Zhang Zifeng's voice echoed from within. Chu Yang recognized the moment had arrived. The adage goes, to catch a thief, one must catch them red-handed. If not now, then when? Yunlong, open the door. Chu Yang instructed calmly. Do you have the key? Shun Mengqing inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I've already acquired it, Li Yunlong revealed, producing the key. In this era, hotel room doors were still open with keys, rather than card access. Where did you get the key? Shun Mengqing asked in surprise. 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. The remaining 1% requires even more money, Chu Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shun Mengqing fell silent. Although Chu Yang's reasoning may have seemed flawed, she could not deny its validity. Li Yunlong gently unlocked the door, then lunged into the room like a leopard, camera in hand, capturing the unfolding scene. The flash illuminated the room repeatedly, accompanied by the startled cries of both the women and the man. Who are you? Get out! Zhang Zifeng's furious voice rang out. Do you wish to enter? The sight within may be unsettling for you, Chu Yang asked Shun Mengqing. I certainly wish to enter, she replied hesitantly. Very well, let us proceed. Chu Yang took her hand and led her into the room. What do you think you are doing? How dare you photograph me? You must be seeking trouble. Zhang Zifeng continued to shout. Zhang Xiao seems to be quite the libertine, indulging in such excess, a mocking voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng's face drained of color as he realized that the person before him had been arranged by Chu Yang. Soon, Chu Yang stood before him, accompanied by Shen Mengqing. At that moment, Zhang Zifeng and the two women had wrapped themselves tightly in bedding. As the saying goes, a person is at their most vulnerable when unclothed. And this was a prime example. The two women had buried their heads deeply, using their long hair to shield their faces. However, Chu Yang paid little mind to their appearances. He was there for Zhang Zifeng. Upon seeing Shen Mengqing, a look of panic crossed Zhang Zifeng's face. Mengqing, let me explain, he stammered. However, upon witnessing the grotesque scene before her, Shen Mengqing's countenance darkened considerably. I have no connection with you, and thus no obligation to explain myself. However, I must insist that someone as repugnant as you never cross my path again. I fear your presence will tarnish my vision, she declared with evident disdain. Who would have thought that young Master Zhang's assault would be so fierce? I am genuinely impressed, Chu Yang remarked with a broad smile. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you conspire against me? Zhang Zifeng ground his teeth in fury. Were it not for his current state of undress, he would have leapt up to confront Chu Yang. It was your Zhang family that first disregarded the principles of fair play. Naturally, I was compelled to retaliate. As you initiated this confrontation, Chu Yang replied calmly. What do you intend to achieve? Zhang Zifeng asked, his expression darkening. I have heard that your father granted you 2% of the shares in the Shun Corporation. Hand them over, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. So this is your true aim. Zhang Zifeng finally grasped the situation. Of course, if it weren't for this, would I have come all this way just to witness your live performance? I certainly do not possess that kind of leisure, Chu Yang scoffed. Dream on if you expect to obtain my shares. Zhang Zifeng resolutely rejected the proposition. Chapter 96. A permanent solution is the ultimate path. Though Zhang Zifeng was somewhat of a libertine, he was not a fool. He understood clearly that if he were to relinquish the 2% of the shares, Shen Qingzong would gain control of 51%. Consequently, his adversary would reclaim dominance over the Shun Corporation, and Zhang Xianyang would undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon him. Unwilling, are we? That is of no concern. I shall simply circulate your photographs to the press, or perhaps print thousands of copies to scatter in the square. Soon, everyone will be acquainted with the unparalleled charm of young Master Zhang, Chu Yang said with a beaming smile. You cannot do that. Zhang Zifeng's face turned pale with fright. If Chu Yang were to follow through with such a threat, he would be forever shamed. In this day and age, the term social death had not yet emerged. But the concept certainly existed. Were Chu Yang to act on his words, the embarrassment would not only be his alone. It would also implicate Zhang Qianyang and potentially disgrace the entire Zhang family. Such consequences were beyond his capacity to bear. I present you with two options. Either sign this contract, or I shall release your photographs. Chu Yang tossed the share transfer agreement before Zhang Zifeng. You are utterly intolerable. Zhang Zifeng's lips quivered with rage. Neither path was one he wished to choose, for both led to his demise. Young Master Zhang, in the realm of commerce, one must navigate through deception and unscrupulous tactics. Must you persist in your naivety? Chu Yang shook his head. Is there truly no other option? Zhang Zifeng asked, his face ashen. Of course there is. Chu Yang nodded. In that case, I shall select the third option. A glimmer of hope appeared on Zhang Zifeng's face. Simply open the window and leap out. This way, I neither lose my shares nor suffer disgrace. Truly a win-win situation. Chu Yang's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a dragon king. As the saying goes, a dragon king's smile, life and death are unpredictable. The smile that graced Chu Yang's face appeared to Zhang Zifeng as that of a demon, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Jumping out is out of the question. Zhang Zifeng's expression shifted. He had grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, and certainly did not wish to meet his end at such a young age. Then I am left with no alternatives. You must choose one of the three paths, Chu Yang stated matter-of-factly. You are nothing short of a demon. Zhang Zifeng gazed at Chu Yang, his face etched with fear. Thank you for the compliment. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. Should you fail to sign, you will bear the consequences, Chu Yang proclaimed before commencing his countdown. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. With each number, it felt as though a heavy hammer struck Zhang Zifeng's chest, draining color from his face. When Chu Yang reached the count of 2, Zhang Zifeng could no longer hold his composure. I will sign, Zhang Zifeng shouted. Ah, young Master Zhang is indeed practical. Go ahead and sign. Chu Yang tossed a pen onto the bed with a sneer. Reluctantly, Zhang Zifeng picked up the pen, trembling as he inscribed his name upon the contract. You must delete my photographs, Zhang Zifeng muttered, his tone subdued. Rest assured, I possess no peculiar inclinations. Since you have complied, I shall retain none of those images. Chu Yang assured him, signaling to Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong approached, taking the contract and presenting it to Chu Yang. Upon inspection, Chu Yang confirmed that it indeed bore Zhang Zifeng's name. Very well. We shall take our leave now, young Master Zhang. Continue to enjoy yourself. We shall not intrude any further. Chu Yang smiled as Shun Mengqing spat at Zhang Zifeng and turned to depart. Zhang Zifeng's expression was one of utter discontent. His mind too troubled to consider anything else. He felt a deep sense of foreboding, as if he could foresee a dismal fate awaiting him. At that moment, Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing had already left the Yunwan Hotel in their vehicle. With this, your father can once again become the largest shareholder of the Shun Corporation. Chu Yang waved the share transfer contract, grinning. Chu Yang, thank you. I truly owe you one this time. Shun Mengqing expressed her gratitude. Between us, there is no need for thanks, Chu Yang replied with a smile. Mr. Chu, should we retain those photographs? They could serve as leverage against Zhang Zifeng. Li Yunlong inquired thoughtfully. There is no need to keep them. Once I have stated my intent to delete them, I shall do so. There is no point in duplicity. Chu Yang replied matter-of-factly. These photographs had lost their significance. Zhang Qianyang would undoubtedly learn of today's events and would mete out severe punishment to Zhang Zifeng. Even if the photographs were released later, they would merely bring embarrassment to the Zhang family and would not inflict any lasting damage. Such tactics had become meaningless. Understood. I shall delete them shortly. Li Yunlong's expression revealed a hint of admiration. As a soldier, he was straightforward. If Chu Yang had been insincere, he might have remained silent, but would have felt a twinge of betrayal. He certainly did not wish for his superior to be a disloyal person. Fortunately, Chu Yang did not disappoint him, and he felt a surge of satisfaction, solidifying his resolve to follow Chu Yang. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, he was already contemplating how to deal with the Li family in the future. Reclaiming the Shin Corporation was merely the first step. The next would be to confront the Li family. They had conspired to drive Shun Qingzong to bankruptcy. If this attempt failed, another would surely follow. Rather than endlessly guarding against thieves, it was far more effective to capture them outright. A permanent solution was indeed the ultimate path. The car soon arrived at Shun Qingzong's residence. Upon entering, Shun Qingzong and Lin Guoyang awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Chu Yang and Shun Mengqing, they immediately approached. How'd it go? Was the task accomplished? Shun Qingzong asked, his face a mask of apprehension. Rest assured, you now possess 51% of the shares in the Shun Corporation. Chu Yang presented the share transfer contract. As Shun Qingzong took the contract and read it, an expression of immense excitement blossomed on his face. Wonderful. With this 2%, I can reclaim control of the Shun Corporation. Shun Qingzong's hands trembled as he held the contract. The events of this day had been a tumultuous roller coaster for him. Having lost the company he had founded just earlier that day, as night descended, he unexpectedly beheld the resurgence of hope long thought lost. Such tumultuous highs and lows were undeniably exhilarating, to the extent that it stirred within him a peculiar urge to relieve himself. Uncle, there's a matter I wish to inquire about. Chu Yang spoke slowly. What is it? Do not hesitate to ask, Shun Qingzong replied promptly.